Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In this enchanting world, Liu Xing, a remarkably talented young man, has written a thrilling tale of triumph through his extraordinary courage and unwavering determination. From an obscure boy to a revered beastmaster, his journey is fraught with challenges and hardships, but each adversity becomes a stage for him to showcase his strength. The story begins with Liu Xing making his mark at Guangcity High School. Despite the strict demands of his homeroom teacher and the skepticism of his classmates, he remains calm and resolute. His extraordinary journey kicks off with the contract of a beast. While other students are still hesitating over which beast to choose, Liu Xing is already certain. His aim is not the mundane class stone golem or the class ice sparrow, but in class black wolfhound with immense potential. This choice undoubtedly sets a solid foundation for Liu Xing's path as a beastmaster. As the plot progresses, Liu Xing's power continues to grow, and his black wolfhound exhibits astonishing combat prowess. In one challenge after another, Liu Xing uses his wisdom and bravery to defeat numerous formidable enemies. Whether it's the arrogant Gao Bo or the overbearing Bai Feng, they all become stepping stones on his path to fame. Each battle sees Liu Xing triumph in unexpected ways, leaving everyone in awe. However, Liu Xing's journey is not without hurdles. He faces conspiracies and threats from the sinister Salvation sect. Confronted with the schemes of this evil organization, Liu Xing does not retreat, but instead fortifies his resolve. In each crisis, he not only protects himself but also his friends, showcasing his heroic nature. The most exhilarating moment is Liu Xing's outstanding performance in the national tournament. With his hellhound, he sweeps through the competition, defeating powerful foes and ultimately standing on the final stage. Here, he will face even stronger opponents, but Liu Xing's eyes are filled with determination and fighting spirit. His goal is singular to become the national champion and prove himself as the brightest new star of this era. In this world where strength speaks volumes, Liu Xing's actions define what it means to be truly powerful. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are intrigued by this story and are watching it for the first time, you can find part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the storyline of part 2. Seeing Su Peng's aggrieved face, Liu Xing realized he had said something wrong. He quickly turned to Su Peng and gently comforted him. All right, don't be upset. We'll go find the materials your little glutton needs for evolution, okay? Liu Xing recalled the evolution book given by Yin Ruyu. According to the book, Little Glutton's next evolution is into Big Glutton, which requires 2 conditions. First, Little Glutton must be full, and second, it needs to eat a fruit called appetite fruit. These conditions, while seemingly simple, are actually quite demanding. Just getting Little Glutton full is a daunting task for many, not to mention finding the specific appetite fruit. We need to find an appetite fruit with a ripeness level of 100. Only then can Little Glutton perfectly evolve into Big Glutton, Liu Xing explained. He described the characteristics of the fruit. When perfectly ripe, it has a sweet and tangy flavor. When unripe, it's astringent and hard to swallow. And when overripe, it turns overly sweet and bitter. Armed with this information, Liu Xing and Su Peng ventured into the food forest. To increase their efficiency, Liu Xing also sent out Thunderhawk to search from the sky. Just as they were focused on their search, a roar shattered the forest's peace. Following the sound, Liu Xing was surprised to find the source was a peculiar lionet's mane made of bread. Liu Xing quickly activated his System I to gather information on the bread lion. It had dual attributes of plant and normal, was male, at Silver Tier 8, with crate potential, and possessed skills such as bite, claw, pounce, and bread shot. Initially, Bread Lion glared at the intruders with anger, but upon seeing Liu Xing's hellhound, its demeanor softened. After all, a hellhound at Gold Tier 4 was no match for it. Despite this, Bread Lion remained on guard, growling lowly. Liu Xing decided not to show mercy and commanded, Hellhound, use Flame Slash on that guy. As soon as he spoke, the Hellhound's claws unleashed a fierce flame blade towards Bread Lion. Though Bread Lion tried to flee, the attack speed of a Gold Tier 4 was far beyond its reaction capability. The Flame Slash hit its mark, instantly killing Bread Lion. As Liu Xing prepared to move on, Su Peng called out, Liu Xing, wait for me. He rode his wild ape over to Bread Lion's body, expertly cutting off the bread from its neck. While devouring it, he exclaimed, delicious. It's so fragrant and sweet. I'm curious, how can a lion grow bread on its neck? Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng and replied, how should I know? Why don't you ask why 1 + 1 = 2? Questions like these are basically unanswerable. Alright, let's keep moving. They trekked through the jungle for another hour. By this time, Su Peng was drenched in sweat. His clothes soaked as if he had just been pulled out of water. The wild ape he rode, though incredibly strong, had limited stamina and was now panting heavily. Still, the wild ape never complained, silently bearing the heavy burden. Seeing the wild ape's tireless effort, Liu Xing suddenly had a bright idea, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. In the eyes of the boss, there are two types of people he likes: those who know how to get things done, and those who actually do the work. As Liu Xing looked at the wild gorilla in front of him, he nodded to himself. This gorilla not only got things done but also never complained, making it an ideal employee. Liu Xing was already planning to enhance the gorilla's abilities the next time he upgraded Su Peng's skills. Just as Liu Xing and Su Peng were about to take a break, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Liu Xing's Thunder Eagle was back, circling excitedly in front of him and gesturing with its wings and claws. Liu Xing's eyes lit up as he immediately understood its message: the Thunder Eagle had found the appetite fruit. Liu Xing was about to lead Su Peng to follow the Thunder Eagle to pick the fruit when he saw Su Peng wobble and slide off the wild gorilla's back, collapsing heavily on the ground. "Ah, I can't take it anymore." Su Peng gasped, pale and out of breath. "I feel like I'm about to pass out." Liu Xing looked at Su Peng and nodded slightly. He could tell that Su Peng had indeed reached his limit. Being overweight, Su Peng's stamina was the weakest, and he would tire out quickly no matter what he did. "Here, Su Peng, have some water." Liu Xing took a bottle of water from his system backpack and handed it to Su Peng. "Thanks." Su Peng grabbed the bottle, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. In just a few big swigs, the 500 milliliters bottle was empty. Liu Xing watched in amazement, wondering how Su Peng's stomach could handle so much water in one go. Perhaps influenced by Su Peng, Liu Xing couldn't help but yawn. "All right, let's take a break here," he said, finding a large tree and sitting down against its trunk. Lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, Su Peng spoke without looking at Liu Xing. "Liu Xing, I finally understand why you're stronger than everyone else." "Why?" Liu Xing asked. "Because you're not human. You're a monster," Su Peng panted. "My gosh, after all this walking, I'm exhausted and drenched in sweat. But you still look energetic and not a drop of sweat on you. If that's not monstrous, what is?" Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng. "That's because you're fat. I'm just an ordinary person. Is that so?" Su Peng asked doubtfully. "Isn't it?" Liu Xing retorted, secretly deciding never to admit to any monstrous qualities he might have. After taking an hour's break, Liu Xing and Su Peng continued their journey. This time, with the Thunder Eagle leading the way, they no longer fumbled blindly through the jungle. Before long, they arrived at the spot where the Thunder Eagle had discovered the appetite fruit. When they saw the location of the fruit, Su Peng couldn't help but curse, "Damn, it's so high up. How are we supposed to get it?" Liu Xing was also stunned. The appetite fruit was growing on a sheer cliff. No wonder no one had found it before. "Liu Xing, what should we do?" Su Peng asked anxiously. The only method he could think of was climbing, but scaling such a high cliff was obviously too dangerous. Liu Xing thought for a moment, and then had a sudden inspiration. He beckoned to the Thunder Eagle, and the intelligent bird immediately understood, flying to his side. Liu Xing nimbly climbed onto the Thunder Eagle's back. Su Peng suddenly realized, "Right? You have a flying Thunder Eagle." "Liu Xing, sorry, but this task is up to you." "Got it," Liu Xing replied, and then rode the Thunder Eagle towards the appetite fruit. Up close, Liu Xing furrowed his brows. The fruit resembled hawthorn from his previous life, bright red and very tempting. But he knew that picking the appetite fruit couldn't be done barehanded. It required special tools. Liu Xing took out a pair of emerald green scissors from his system backpack. These weren't ordinary scissors. They were precious tools carved from jade. He had spent over 1 million to buy them, fortunately funded by Yin Guoli's purchase of the blue-ringed octopus. As a rare natural treasure, the appetite fruit, although it only had the purpose of evolving a small eater into a big eater, still had to be picked without direct contact, using jade tools instead. Liu Xing activated the system eye to carefully check each fruit's ripeness. 80, not ripe. 120, overripe. He searched the fruit tree back and forth, looking for the best one to pick. On the ground, Su Peng was growing impatient. "Hey, Liu Xing, are you done yet? Don't tell me you can't even pick a fruit." Liu Xing ignored Su Peng's complaints and focused on his task. Suddenly, he spotted a fruit with a ripeness of 99.7, and his eyes lit up. He carefully extended the scissors towards the fruit, holding his breath and waiting. Time passed slowly, beads of sweat forming on Liu Xing's forehead, but he didn't dare wipe them away, fearing he'd miss the perfect moment. His eyes stayed glued to the fruit, his heartbeat quickening with the ripeness percentage. 99.9. Liu Xing's heart raced. Finally, as the ripeness hit 100, Liu Xing acted decisively. With a crisp snap, the perfectly ripe appetite fruit was picked. Liu Xing exhaled in relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He carefully placed the fruit into a jade box for safekeeping. At that moment, Liu Xing remembered to check on Su Peng on the ground. To his amusement, the guy had fallen soundly asleep against a large rock. Liu Xing shook his head with a smile and directed the Thunder Eagle to land. He gave Su Peng a gentle nudge with his foot. "Huh, what?" Su Peng jolted awake, his eyes wide with alarm, bloodshot from sleep. What's wrong? Liu Xing asked, holding a freshly picked appetizer fruit. Nothing, Su Peng replied, trying to muster some energy as he released his little stomach king. Hurry up and release your little stomach king too. Picking perfectly ripe appetizer fruits isn't easy, and I don't want to go through it again. Liu Xing nodded. All right, come out, little stomach king. As little stomach king appeared before him, Liu Xing frowned slightly. This guy's digestion was astonishing. His once bulging belly deflated in no time. No, this won't do, Liu Xing said, quickly scanning the surroundings. He soon spotted a sweet fruit tree not far away. Let's go pick those sweet fruits. Come on out, everyone. Liu Xing called out as he released all his beasts. Seeing this, Su Peng also shouted. Come out, Kudia. He released his last beast as well. Everyone, help out and pick all the fruits from the tree. We need to help little stomach king evolve, Liu Xing commanded. The beasts nodded in agreement. Thunder Eagle immediately flew to the treetop, using its sharp beak to peck at the fruit. Wild Ape agilely climbed onto the branches and started picking. Even Liu Xing's six-winged angel joined in, despite its small size and limited strength. The six-winged angel struggled to hold onto a sweet fruit but couldn't manage to pick it. Nearby, Wild Ape noticed and, with a smile, scanned the area. It quickly spotted the largest sweet fruit, easily picked it, and handed it to the struggling six-winged angel. Thank you, the six-winged angel said sweetly. Wild Ape's face turned red, and it scratched the back of its head in embarrassment. Wild Ape's behavior surprised Liu Xing. He hadn't expected Su Peng's seemingly dull Wild Ape to be so shy and friendly. The six-winged angel flew to Liu Xing, holding the sweet fruit. Master, this is for you. It offered the fruit to Liu Xing. Liu Xing smiled as he took the fruit, gently patting the six-winged angel's head. Master doesn't eat this. It's for my little darling to enjoy. The six-winged angel gracefully landed on Liu Xing's shoulder, cradling a vibrant, sweet fruit in its arms. It couldn't wait to take a big bite, and with a juicy splat, the fruit's nectar dripped down the angel's chin. Master, this is so delicious. Do you want to try a bite? The six-winged angel asked excitedly, its eyes sparkling with joy. Liu Xing gazed lovingly at the little creature on his shoulder and said indulgently, No need. All the tasty treats should go to our little darling. He then turned to the alert hellhound standing nearby, diligently scanning the surroundings. Hellhound, why don't you go help out too? Liu Xing suggested. The hellhound hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained its resolve. It understood its duty as the protector, ensuring the safety of its companions. Thanks to the efforts of the various beasts, a small mountain of sweet fruits soon piled up in front of Little Glutton. Without hesitation, Little Glutton began to devour the fruits one by one. In no time, the fruit mountain vanished, and Little Glutton's once flat belly was now round and full. Burp! Little Glutton let out a satisfied belch and was about to lie down for a rest. Wait a minute! Liu Xing suddenly called out. Little Glutton looked at Liu Xing in confusion, unsure of his intention. Liu Xing opened a jade box in his hand, revealing a bright red appetizing fruit. Little Glutton's mouth watered, but it didn't act impulsively. Instead, it pointed at the jade box and then at itself, as if asking for confirmation. Yes, it's for you. Go ahead and eat it. Liu Xing affirmed. Overjoyed, Little Glutton picked up the appetizing fruit and swallowed it whole despite already being full. However, as the fruit settled in its stomach, Little Glutton's expression turned pained. It felt as if its intestines were twisted in knots, the pain excruciating. Clutching its belly, Little Glutton rolled on the ground in agony. Liu Xing, is it going to be okay? Su Peng asked worriedly. Despite trusting that Liu Xing wouldn't harm Little Glutton, seeing it in such pain tugged at his heart. Liu Xing appeared somewhat stern. No pain, no gain. To achieve extraordinary power, one must endure some suffering. You're right, Su Peng replied, just as he noticed Little Glutton's body beginning to glow white. Wait, it's evolving. With a roar, the light dissipated, revealing a massive, muscular Big Glutton standing before them. The system immediately displayed Big Glutton's attributes. Big Glutton. Attribute. Normal. Gender. Level. Silver Tier 6. Quality. SS. Skills. Slam. Roar. Bull Rush. Death Beam. Gluttony. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Peng rushed forward and hugged his Big Glutton. Is this really my Big Glutton? It's so cool. Liu Xing glanced at the system's display and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had a feeling that Su Peng might come to him with complaints about Big Glutton's appetite in the future. However, with the existence of the gourmet forest, even if Su Peng ran out of money for food, he could always bring Big Glutton here to forage. Liu Xing mused that Big Glutton was the type of beast that could go without eating for 3 days, but would then eat enough for 3 days in one sitting. As long as it was well-fed and didn't participate in battles, it could go a long time without eating. Of course, during this period, It would need to sleep to conserve energy. Just then, the newly evolved big glutton felt hungry again. It glanced around and quickly spotted another sweet fruit tree not far away, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. The glutton's eyes suddenly lit up, and it eagerly made its way toward the sweet fruit tree. Reaching out, it effortlessly plucked a fruit from the tree. With large, greedy bites, it devoured the fruit as if enjoying a grand buffet, its belly gradually swelling. The surrounding beasts weren't to be outdone. They sat in a circle, each clutching a sweet fruit in their paws. The sound of their small bites filled the air, creating a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. Liu Xing and Su Peng found a comfortable spot to sit and rest for a while. Time passed quietly, and when Liu Xing looked up at the sky, he was surprised to see the sun setting. The warm glow of the sunset bathed his face in a golden hue, casting a soft, golden veil over the countryside. All right, everyone. Liu Xing stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. It's getting late. We should head back. He definitely didn't want to spend the night in this desolate place with no soft bed and the constant threat of monster attacks. Just then, a sturdy hand rested on Liu Xing's shoulder. He turned to see Su Peng, whose usual playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Liu Xing, Su Peng's voice was choked with emotion. I really want to thank you this time. Tears welled up in his eyes, and it seemed like his emotions were about to overflow. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but punch Su Peng in the chest. You idiot, cut it out. Do we really need to say such things between us? As he spoke, he also wiped the corner of his own eye. Su Peng's words stirred a mix of sadness and a touch of heartwarming gratitude within him. All right, it's all my fault, Su Peng said, rubbing his chest with a pained expression. But do you have to hit so hard? You deserved it. Liu Xing retorted mercilessly. Next time you pull this stunt, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed. Yes, sir. I promise there won't be a next time. Su Peng stood up straight and gave Liu Xing a comically exaggerated salute. Enough, I know your tricks too well. Stop pretending. Liu Xing waved dismissively. Let's head back, it's getting late. With that, he swiftly mounted the back of his hellhound. Seeing this, Su Peng immediately called out to the glutton. Glutton, let's go. Time to head home. Wow, this is so comfortable. Su Peng exclaimed excitedly as he straddled on Big Eater's broad shoulders, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Big Eater's massive frame and sturdy shoulders felt like a soft recliner, causing Su Peng to let out a satisfied sigh. From this height, he enjoyed a wide, expansive view, sweeping away his previous feelings of oppression. Liu Xing's gaze scanned over Su Peng's Big Eater, finally landing on one of its skills, gluttony. This skill allowed it to devour anything edible and convert it into energy. The more it consumed, the stronger it became. That's awesome. This skill is incredible. Liu Xing couldn't help but admire. Gluttony paired with Big Eater's unbreakable stomach is a perfect match. This guy has an amazing digestive ability. No need to worry about overeating. Watching Su Peng's silly grin, Liu Xing muttered under his breath. Well, it seems like the foolish are blessed with good fortune. He believed that with this skill, Big Eater's power would grow rapidly. The two returned to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, and as soon as they entered the dormitory, they saw Liu Xiaoming and Ru Ming anxiously waiting. Liu Xiaoming's brows were furrowed with worry. Where have you two been messing around these past few days? What's wrong? Did something happen? Liu Xing asked with concern. You idiot. Don't you know the final exams are in 3 days? Liu Xiaoming said, exasperated. Final exams. Liu Xing shuddered, remembering his past life's aversion to those 3 words. Liu Xiaoming sighed. All right, I know you've been wandering around. It's fine. I've prepared all the notes. Let's start your review now. Liu Xing chuckled and took the notes. Thanks. I'll borrow these notes, but I don't need the tutoring. He said confidently. I'm a test-taking genius, 1 book a day, 1 semester a week. Reviewing is an insult to me because for me, reviewing is just pre-studying. With that, Liu Xing took the notes upstairs, and behind him, Su Peng called out, Hey, Liu Xing, wait up. Let me make a copy of Liu Xiaoming's notes. I don't want to fail either. 3 days later, outside the exam hall, Liu Xing and Su Peng appeared confident, with Su Peng casually munching on a bun. Liu Xing had all the knowledge firmly in his mind, while Su Peng patted his slightly bulging pocket, clearly prepared with cheat sheets. Liu Xing, are you confident this time? Su Peng asked. Of course, it's all in my head. Liu Xing replied confidently. Just then, Liu Xiaoming leaned out of a window, urging, Hey, you two, stop standing there like idiots. The exam's about to start, get in here. 2.5 hours later, the exam was over. Liu Xing stretched lazily. Phew, finally done. How did it go? Liu Xiaoming asked. Not bad, I think I'll score around 90, Liu Xing replied nonchalantly. 90? Liu Xiaoming's eyes widened. You really dare to say that? You didn't attend classes, and with just a few days of studying, you think you can score 90? What about the rest of us? Liu Xing shrugged. Why should I care about them? If hard work worked, we wouldn't need geniuses. Exactly. If hard work worked, we wouldn't need geniuses, Su Peng echoed, grinning widely as he exited the exam hall, clearly pleased with his performance. Xiaoming, thanks a lot this time, Su Peng said gratefully. If it weren't for you highlighting the key points, I would probably have failed. At that moment, a few students walked past them, discussing among themselves. Man, this exam was so hard. Yeah, they tested all the stuff I didn't know. I feel awful. My handwritten cheat sheets weren't enough. I'm probably going to fail this one too. Upon hearing those guys talk, Liu Xing and Liu Xiaoming couldn't help but glance at Su Peng. Among the three of them, only Su Peng had cheated. Sensing their gaze, Su Peng shot a disdainful look at the classmate with the handwritten cheat sheet, a smirk of pride playing on his lips. Seriously, who still writes cheat sheets by hand these days? Su Peng shook his head. Doesn't he know there's such a thing as microprinting? With that, Su Peng pulled out a few tiny slips of paper from his pocket, densely covered in minuscule print. Liu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, Su Peng, you're something else. Liu Xing exclaimed, I never thought you'd use high-tech methods to cheat. Microprinting, what a brilliant invention. Su Peng couldn't help but marvel, his face brimming with pride. Liu Xiaoming couldn't take it any longer and quickly interrupted. All right, stop showing off. It wouldn't be good if the teacher hears you. Let's go. Now that the exams are over, let's grab some food. We need to rest well tonight and get ready for tomorrow's martial arts exam. Got it. The two boys responded in unison. The three of them headed to the cafeteria. Because Su Peng insisted on having a feast, Liu Xing reluctantly took them to the third floor. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Liu Xing spotted Bai Feng and his group. With a girl sitting across from them, it was Rumman. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin were expressing their gratitude to Rumman. Oh my, Rumman, thank you so much this time. Yes, if it weren't for your help, we would probably have failed. It turned out that Bai Feng and Jiang Yin had passed the exam thanks to Rumman's notes. Judging by their excited expressions, they must have done well. As for Yin Guoli and Lan Tian, the two academic stars had no trouble acing the exam. Liu Xing, Rumman exclaimed in surprise. Oh wow, Boss Liu Xing is here. Bai Feng immediately stood up and warmly greeted him. Come, have a seat. The group sat together. Bai Feng's enthusiastic greeting caught the attention of others nearby, who began to whisper among themselves. That's the end of this chapter. Please hit the urge for more button and leave a good review. Who is that guy? Bai Feng is being so polite to him. Liu Xing's appearance caught the attention of everyone around. A young woman couldn't help but whisper to her friend, her gaze involuntarily drawn to him. She exclaimed, wow, look at him. He's so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Her friend glanced at her with a hint of sarcasm. A girlfriend? Forget about it. Do you see those two girls over there? They seem to be his girlfriends. No way. The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. They're so pretty, and they're both his girlfriends? Yes, really, her friend confirmed. The woman shook her head and sighed. That's just unbelievable. Ah, the world of the strong is beyond our understanding, her friend said meaningfully. The woman suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, how do you know all this? Hearing this, her friend rolled her eyes, a bit exasperated. You bookworm, always buried in the library. Of course, you wouldn't know. If you keep this up, you'll turn into a bookworm yourself. I like it. I love reading, the woman retorted stubbornly. After a moment, she couldn't help but sigh. If only I could be his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Liu Xing paid no attention to the curious stares around him. He was used to this kind of attention. They ordered a large table of dishes and a few bottles of wine, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. The next day, Liu Xing, Su Peng, and Liu Xiaoming arrived at the martial arts exam venue for freshmen. As the exam progressed, it was soon Liu Xiaoming's turn. Her iron-winged tiger took down the instructor's yellow-skinned dragonfly with a single move, showcasing her impressive strength. Next was Su Peng's turn. His opponent was a bald instructor using a rock giant. Despite being at silver rank 4, the rock giant was no match for Su Peng's silver rank 6 glutton king. In just 2 moves, the glutton king completely crushed the rock giant. Finally, it was Liu Xing's turn. He walked slowly towards the duel platform, his friends cheering him on from behind. Liu Xing, go for it. Yeah, Liu Xing, finish quickly so we can go out for a good meal. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, Liu Xing drew the attention of his classmates. As a prominent figure among freshmen, his every move was closely watched. Look, the rookie king is up. Where? Where is he? Over there. Let's go watch. The crowd surged forward, surrounding the platform. However, when they saw Liu Xing's opponent, the students couldn't help but shiver, their faces filled with fear. Xie Yuding. Someone stammered out the opponent's name. Clearly, Xie Yuding had left a deep psychological scar on the students, and just mentioning her name sent chills down their spines. Liu Xing awkwardly greeted her. Hello, Teacher Xie. Long time no see. Xie Yuding crossed her arms, her face cold as ice. Yes, long time no see. Nicknamed Xie Ruthless, Xie Yuding was known for her strictness and unyielding nature. Her uncompromising attitude had earned her a bad reputation among both teachers and students, who avoided her whenever possible. But Xie Yuding didn't care about others' opinions and did things her way. Her expression suddenly darkened. You dared to skip my class. To Xie Yuding, it didn't matter how strong Liu Xing was. Skipping class was unacceptable. Since Liu Xing dared to skip, she was determined to teach him a lesson. Come out, charcoal tortoise. Xie Yuding called out her beast. The students erupted in shock. The charcoal tortoise. Oh my god, that's Teacher Xie's strongest beast. The rookie king is in trouble this time. Ha ha ha, serves him right for being so cocky. I agree, Teacher Xie should teach him a lesson, so he won't be so arrogant in the future. The referee's face changed when he saw Xie Yuding's beast. He hadn't expected her to use the charcoal tortoise against Liu Xing. Teacher Xie, isn't this a bit much? The referee cautiously reminded her. Xie Yuding glared at him. What's wrong with it? Am I breaking any rules? The referee, weaker than Xie Yuding, couldn't stand up to her. No, no, he stammered, though inwardly cursing her. Damn tomboy. I hope you never get married. He looked at Liu Xing with a mix of sympathy and a glimmer of hope. The referee secretly wished Liu Xing could give Xie Yuding a taste of her own medicine. Liu Xing knew all too well that defeating a teacher was nearly impossible. Since the establishment of Jiangnan Beastmaster University, no student had ever managed to best a teacher in combat. His gaze fell on Xie Yuding's charcoal turtle. In the system, I immediately analyzed the detailed information of the beast. Charcoal turtle. Attributes: fire, rock. Gender: female. Level: gold tier 5. Quality: A. Skills: flamethrower, magma eruption, smoke screen, flame charge, rock throw. Inequality: gold tier 5 charcoal turtle. Liu Xing assessed silently. This Xie Yuding isn't holding back. She's going all out right from the start. Despite this, Liu Xing remained calm. He quickly formed a seal and summoned his own beast. Come forth, Hellhound. With an earth-shaking roar, the Hellhound materialized, its massive form towering over the arena. Its gaping maw opened wide, emitting a piercing howl that instantly intimidated everyone present. The surrounding students scrambled to the corners in fear, their own beasts cowering on the ground, some even losing control of their bladders in sheer terror. Is that really his beast? That size is monstrous. Is he really just a student? How can he be so powerful? A chorus of astonished murmurs filled the air. Nearby, Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but steal a few more glances, thinking to themselves, Liu Xing's hellhound seems even stronger than before. Liu Xing quickly compared the strengths of their beasts. In terms of level, Xie Yuding's charcoal turtle was gold tier 5, while his hellhound was gold tier 4, a level lower. However, the hellhound's quality far surpassed that of the charcoal turtle, and more importantly, it possessed a terrifying skill: fire devour. After weighing the pros and cons, a slight smile tugged at the corner of Liu Xing's mouth. He was confident that victory was within his grasp. Charcoal turtle, use flamethrower, Xie Yuding commanded. Upon hearing the order, charcoal turtle opened its massive mouth, releasing a torrent of flames like a fountain, aimed directly at Liu Xing's hellhound. The fiery tongues danced in the air, sending waves of heat forward. However, a smirk of disdain crossed Liu Xing's face. Doesn't she know that my hellhound is immune to fire attacks? And that this flamethrower will actually boost its attack power? Xie Yuding watched in shock as the flames hit the hellhound to no effect. Panic set in. How is this possible? What kind of creature is your hellhound, you brat? Just as Xie Yuding was puzzled, a voice suddenly spoke up. Teacher, his hellhound is immune to fire attacks. So, don't use fire-type skills against it. Liu Xing turned to see a plain-looking girl standing there. She had buck teeth, a face full of freckles, thick glasses, and a braided ponytail, dressed in an unfashionable outfit. Liu Xing initially wanted to confront the person who spoke out, but upon seeing the girl's appearance, he changed his mind. Thank you, Xiaoqing. Xie Yuding expressed her gratitude to the obedient student sitting in the front row. Liu Xing thought to himself, this must be what they mean when they say ugly people should study more. From now on, whenever I see an unattractive girl, I'll say, you must have read a lot of books. Quickly adjusting her strategy, Xie Yuding commanded, Charcoal turtle, use rock throw. Charcoal turtle spat out a massive rock that whistled through the air. Liu Xing sneered, child's play. Hellhound, shatter it with your rending claws. With a swift swipe of its sharp claws, the hellhound shattered the rock into pieces, which fell to the ground with a crash. Xie Yuding stood frozen in shock. She had expected this attack to cause significant damage, but it was effortlessly neutralized. Hellhound, it's our turn. Use flame slash. Liu Xing ordered. The hellhound's claws slashed through the air, creating a fiery blade that gouged a deep trench in the ground as it sped towards Charcoal Turtle. Watch out! Charcoal Turtle, dodge it! Xie Yuding screamed. Charcoal Turtle barely managed to avoid the attack, which struck the wall behind, blasting a large hole into it. Xie Yuding's face turned pale. What level is your hellhound? Take a guess. Liu Xing replied mockingly. Unwilling to back down, Xie Yuding commanded, Charcoal Turtle, use rock throw again. Another massive rock flew through the air. Liu Xing was slightly taken aback. He had expected Xie Yuding to retreat but was surprised by her persistence. All right, since you want to fight, I'll play along. Liu Xing's voice carried a hint of provocation. He quickly ordered, Hellhound, dodge that rock and use Rending Claw on the Charcoal Turtle. The Hellhound's muscles tensed instantly at the command. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it shot forward like an arrow. In midair, it twisted its body skillfully, evading the Charcoal Turtle's flying rock attack. As it landed, it used all four paws to sprint toward the Charcoal Turtle. Xie Yuding watched the Hellhound approach, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She bit her lower lip and urgently shouted, Charcoal Turtle, use Flame Charge. The Charcoal Turtle's body was immediately enveloped in bright flames. It lowered its head and charged forward, meeting the Hellhound's leap heading. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the two beasts collided in midair. The Charcoal Turtle's hard shell clashed with the Hellhound's sharp claws, sending sparks flying. In the next moment, a dark figure was suddenly flung backward. It was the Charcoal Turtle. Liu Xing's Hellhound, empowered by the decayed flesh pile, had tripled in strength. The Charcoal Turtle couldn't withstand the force. Boom! The Charcoal Turtle slammed into the concrete wall behind it, embedding deeply into the structure from the massive impact. Charcoal Turtle! Xie Yuding cried out, rushing toward her fallen beast. Her brows furrowed in frustration, but before she could say anything, the referee interrupted. Miss Xie, please mind your demeanor. The referee's tone was laced with sarcasm, internally gloating, serves you right, you tomboy. Someone finally put you in your place. Humph. Xie Yuding snorted coldly before turning to attend to her Charcoal Turtle. Liu Xing watched her leave, then turned to the referee and asked, Sir, did I pass? Pass? Of course you did. And with flying colors, the referee beamed. Liu Xing, you did an excellent job this time. He eagerly picked up a black marker and wrote a large 100 in Liu Xing's score column. That's right, a perfect score, no more, no less. As they left the exam hall, Su Peng and Liu Xiaoming followed closely behind Liu Xing. Su Peng frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, Liu Xing, aren't you worried that treating Xie Yuding like this might make her fail you? Liu Xing shook his head with certainty. She won't. What makes you so sure? Su Peng pressed. Because she's not that kind of person, Liu Xing explained. I've figured out Xie Yuding's temperament. She's a stickler for rules. As long as we follow the rules, she won't cause any trouble. The rules bind us, but they bind her too. Su Peng stretched lazily. The exams are finally over. Liu Xing, where should we go during the break? Liu Xing pondered for a moment. How about we go home first? I suddenly miss my own house. Sure. Su Peng agreed. Liu Xiaoming chimed in. Yeah, I miss my parents too. The next day, the three of them bought tickets for a flight from Jiangnan City to Guang City. On the plane, Liu Xing should have been in high spirits because just last night, his six-winged angel had learned a new skill, Holy Shield. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Liu Xing was sandwiched in the middle, with Su Peng snoring loudly on his left and Liu Xiaoming engrossed in reading. The overbearing CEO falls in love with Cinderella on his right. With no other option, Liu Xing decided to take a nap. He gently rested his head on Liu Xiaoming's shoulder and soon fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a commotion woke him up. Blinking sleepily, he saw several men in black holding cold weapons, standing in the aisle and near the cabin door. One of them, holding a sack, was ordering passengers to hand over their valuables. Hijacking. Liu Xing was shocked. Am I cursed by bad luck? Even a plane ride isn't safe. He quickly scanned his surroundings and counted 5 hijackers, all wearing black hoods. A scrawny guy was eyeing Liu Xiaoming lecherously and rudely shoved the sleeping Su Peng to the floor. When the man reached out to touch Liu Xiaoming, Liu Xing sprang into action. He grabbed the man's arm and twisted it sharply. There was a loud crack as the man's arm broke. The hijacker's scream drew the attention of the others. Liu Xing swiftly lunged at the hijacker holding the sack and, with a quick neck twist, ended his life. Suddenly, a black-furred rat leapt towards Liu Xing, its sharp fangs aimed at him. Just as it was about to bite, a voice rang out, I'll kill you, you nasty rat, for daring to harm my master. A six-winged angel suddenly appeared beside Liu Xing, as if materializing out of thin air. With a pinch of its right hand, a gleaming blade of light instantly formed. The angel swung its arm, sending the miniature judgment blade whistling toward the black-furred rat. As a beast of the golden fourth tier, The six-winged angel's attack was formidable. The light blade easily pierced through the black-furred rat's abdomen, killing it instantly. The force of the impact sent the rat's body flying, crashing heavily into a black-clad figure behind it. This is bad. We've run into a tough one. The leader of the black-clad men turned pale. He hadn't expected such a formidable opponent on this small plane. Though the black-furred rat was not exceptionally powerful, it was still a beast of the silver second tier, yet it had been effortlessly slain. The leader quickly scanned the surroundings, his expression growing grimmer. Of his original 4 subordinates, 3 were already down, leaving only one in the cockpit controlling the pilot. With the situation so dire, he had no choice but to step in himself. When he caught sight of Liu Xing's beast, his eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, That's a 6-winged angel. You must be incredibly lucky to have such a rare beast. Enough talk. Liu Xing's gaze was icy as he stared down the leader. Will you surrender? Or will I have to make you? Surrender? The leader sneered. Do you think I'd come unprepared? See this? He suddenly pulled out a spherical object from his jacket. That's a bomb. A passenger cried out in alarm. Well, someone knows their stuff, the leader said, toying with the bomb in his hand. So, kid, what now? Will you surrender? Or shall we all go down together? You can try, Liu Xing said, narrowing his eyes, though inwardly he felt no fear. The bomb was powerful, but it was almost impossible to harm him. Just yesterday, his 6-winged angel had mastered the divine shield skill. Liu Xing was already calculating how best to use this new ability. Hey, don't come any closer, the leader of the men in black shouted, his eyes widening as Liu Xing advanced toward him. Liu Xing remained unfazed and even quickened his pace, taunting as he walked. Don't be scared. Didn't you say you were going to detonate the bomb? Go ahead, do it. The leader's agitation grew as Liu Xing approached. He knew all too well that Liu Xing, a top-tier beastmaster, was far beyond his match in an unknown fight. Beneath Liu Xing's seemingly ordinary physique lay astonishing strength, capable of punching through an airplane's wall. This power came from the mutual reinforcement between a beastmaster and their beast, along with the unique influence of accumulated necrotic energy. The passengers on the plane were deathly silent, heads down to avoid the gaze of the men in black, fearing that even a glance would seal their fate. Just as the tension reached its peak, someone sprang into action. A bespectacled man in a blue shirt, holding a sharp scalpel, lunged at the leader's abdomen. With a sickening squelch, the blade sank into flesh. The sudden turn of events stunned Liu Xing. He had been about to make his move, only to be preempted. He's dead. Ha ha ha. I killed him. The bespectacled man laughed maniacally, the scalpel in his hand, revealing his profession as a doctor. The leader of the men in black did not die immediately. He coughed, his face twisted in a grimace. Damn it, if I'm going down, you're all coming with me, he snarled, picking up the circular bomb from the floor and pressing the button. See you in hell. As the bomb's countdown began with a series of beeps, Liu Xing acted instantly. 6-winged angel. Use holy shield. The 6-winged angel quickly drew a circle in the air, and in an instant, a protective shield enveloped the leader and the bomb. Boom. The bomb exploded, the shield radiating a blinding white light that forced everyone to close their eyes. When the light faded, the shield was gone, leaving only a pool of blood. Some passengers vomited on the spot, triggering a chain reaction as others followed suit. Even Liu Xing's face turned pale at the sight of a person being blown to bits right before his eyes. Liu Xing exhaled deeply, grateful for the 6-winged angel's holy shield. Without it, they all might have perished. He glanced at the 6-winged angel beside him, silently reviewing its attributes. Psychic and fairy type, female, top-tier gold rank, SSS grade, and capable of judgment, holy healing, and holy shield skills. Liu Xing paid special attention to the holy shield's description. Summons a circular shield that can block all attacks for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour, becoming stronger as the user levels up. A real 5-second hero, Liu Xing muttered, understanding that such a powerful skill needed limitations to prevent it from being overpowered. With the leader dead, only one man in black remained in the cockpit. The explosion had awakened the sleeping Su Peng, and the cabin fell into an eerie silence. Liu Xing, is something wrong? If not, just go back to sleep. Su Peng was about to continue sleeping when he suddenly noticed a stream of red liquid flowing toward him. His eyes widened in horror. Oh my god, what is this? Liu Xing answered nonchalantly, nothing, just some blood. Blood? And you say just? Su Peng's voice rose in shock. Liu Xing, you. Before Su Peng could finish, Liu Xing quickly headed toward the cockpit. At that moment, a shout rang out. A man dressed in black, wielding a knife, lunged at Liu Xing. Liu Xing reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to avoid the blade. That was close, he thought with a lingering fear. Seeing that his first strike missed, the attacker prepared for another attack. But Liu Xing was quicker. He He darted forward and landed a heavy punch to the man's abdomen. As the attacker doubled over in pain, Liu Xing grabbed his wrist and twisted it sharply. A loud crack echoed as the man's wrist snapped. Liu Xing didn't stop. He swiftly clamped his right hand around the man's throat. With a forceful squeeze, another crack sounded, and the man's neck was broken. Liu Xing emotionlessly dropped the lifeless body to the floor, as if discarding trash. Turning to look at the cockpit, Liu Xing's face turned grim. He hadn't expected the man in black to be so ruthless. Apparently, after seeing his leader blown up, he had killed the two pilots, intending to take everyone down with him. Liu Xing, what do we do now? Su Peng panted as he ran in and saw the gruesome scene. Liu Xing glanced at Su Peng and asked, "Hey, Su Peng, can you fly a plane?" "Fly a plane? Up, down, left, right. Alibaba?" Su Peng looked utterly confused. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on. I don't know how to fly a plane either. But if you need lessons on shooting down planes, I could teach you that." Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch at Su Peng's words. Even in such a critical moment, Su Peng's mouth was still so unreliable. "All right, just sit in the co-pilot seat," Liu Xing ordered. "Liu Xing, what are you?" Su Peng looked puzzled. "Since you can't, I have to take over." Liu Xing sat in the pilot seat. "No way, Liu Xing. You can actually fly a plane?" Su Peng's eyes widened. "You don't seriously think flying a plane is just up, down, left, right, Alibaba, do you?" Liu Xing rolled his eyes again. "If you can shoot down planes, why can't I fly one?" Staring at the complex dashboard in front of him, Liu Xing muttered under his breath, "Guess we'll have to make do with what we have." Liu Xing settled into the pilot seat while Su Peng took the co-pilot's position. The atmosphere inside the cockpit was tense, but Su Peng couldn't resist joking into the intercom. Hello, this is 0101. Do you copy?" Liu Xing stared at the complex control panel in front of him, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. Live or die. It all depends on this. His hand slowly moved to the control stick, and as he did, the entire plane began to shake violently. Seeing this, Su Peng hurriedly fastened his seatbelt, finally showing some concern. "Liu Xing, do you even know how to fly this thing?" Liu Xing turned and gave Su Peng a mysterious smile, which sent a chill down Su Peng's spine. "Hold on tight," Liu Xing shouted, then began to maneuver the plane. To everyone's amazement, the plane soon stabilized and flew smoothly. Su Peng was dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. "Wow, Liu Xing, what's your deal? You can even fly a plane. Seriously, is there anything you can't do?" Liu Xing felt a wave of relief, recalling his past experiences with VR flight simulators. He had tried flying the plane with a nothing-to-lose attitude and was surprised it actually worked. "Su Peng, call emergency services," Liu Xing commanded. Su Peng immediately complied, establishing contact with the ground. After some communication, they received information about the nearest airport. Liu Xing navigated the plane towards the target airport. When they finally landed safely, Su Peng exhaled a sigh of relief and gave Liu Xing a thumbs up. "Liu Xing, you're amazing." As the cabin door opened, a group of people in green military uniforms stormed in, taking everyone for questioning. After a series of interrogations, considering Liu Xing's heroic actions and his status as a top-tier beastmaster, he was quickly released. Outside the airport, a group of patrol officers were talking excitedly. "Did you see that guy?" One officer pointed at Liu Xing. "He's the hero who single-handedly piloted the plane and took down 5 criminals." The others looked astonished, instinctively taking a step back. "And," the officer continued, "he's also a top-tier beastmaster." This news caused an even bigger stir. Noticing the reactions around them, Su Peng couldn't help but tease, "Liu Xing, it looks like they're talking about you. And they seem a bit scared." Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng and responded calmly, "So what if they're scared? I don't need them to like me." After these events, Liu Xing gained a new perspective on his situation. He realized that his strength was what allowed him to defuse the crisis on the plane. This same strength earned him gratitude from the patrol officers, who not only refrained from punishing him but also rewarded him. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Liu Xing's lips twitched slightly. The day's experiences made him understand that in this otherworldly place, great power not only ensures one's safety but also garners more leniency in the eyes of the law. Liu Xing grumbled about the meager bonus as he stuffed the bank card, symbolizing 100,000 yuan, into his pocket. "These guys are so stingy. I saved the entire plane, and they give me 100,000 as a reward? It's like they're throwing scraps to a beggar." Despite his complaints, he accepted the gift, reasoning that it would be foolish to refuse free money. After securing the bank card, Liu Xing and Su Peng walked out of the disciplinary office building side by side. Just as they stepped down the stairs, Liu Xiaoming came rushing in like a gust of wind. Spotting Liu Xing immediately, she ran towards him and hugged him tightly. "Are you okay?" Liu Xiaoming's voice was filled with concern. Liu Xing shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine, of course. What could possibly happen to me?" He glanced around and said quietly, "Let's get out of here. This isn't the place to talk." The three of them strolled along the sidewalk, and Liu Xiaoming finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Liu Xing, what was that move you had the six-winged angel use on the plane?" It actually blocked the explosion of the bomb. Su Peng had slept through the harrowing moment, but Liu Xiaoming had remembered every detail. "You mean the holy shield?" Liu Xing asked. "Yes," Liu Xiaoming confirmed with a nod. Liu Xing explained simply, "It's a defensive skill that summons a protective barrier to withstand all enemy attacks. And I mean all attacks." "What?" Su Peng stopped in his tracks, astonished. "It can block all attacks? That's incredible." "Yes," Liu Xing nodded, "but the skill has its limitations. It only lasts for a short time and has a cooldown period." "How long does it last?" Liu Xiaoming pressed. 5 seconds, Liu Xing replied. 5 seconds? That number sounds familiar, Su Peng mused, his face flushing slightly. Liu Xiaoming didn't notice Su Peng's reaction and continued. 5 seconds is great. That's a long time. Some skills only last for 1 second, but people still rave about them. Yeah, Liu Xing responded, but he didn't reveal the whole truth. In reality, the duration of the Holy Shield could be extended as the six-winged angel's power grew. He chose to keep this a secret, worried that it might overwhelm Liu Xiaoming. After all, a skill with such potential was truly astonishing. Due to an airplane accident, Liu Xing and his group were forced to land earlier than planned. Fortunately, they weren't far from Guang City. Liu Xing and Su Peng quickly decided to head to the high-speed rail station to buy tickets, and they smoothly reached Guang City by train. When Liu Xing pushed open the door to his home, the musty smell hit him immediately, causing him to frown. The room, long uninhabited, was filled with the stench of decay. Dust swirled in the air, making Liu Xing cough a few times. He quickly made a decision. "It looks like we can't stay here for now. I'll contact a cleaning service, and we'll spend the night at a hotel." After leaving the residential area, Liu Xing didn't head straight to the hotel. The evening streets were bustling with traffic, and students walked in groups, animatedly discussing various topics about beast taming. Listening to the innocent and lively chatter, Liu Xing couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head, thinking that only by becoming real beast tamers would they understand the brutal and bloody path it entails. As he strolled to a park, he suddenly heard a commotion. Looking in the direction of the noise, he saw a group of children ganging up on another child. Liu Xing's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "What are you doing?" The group of children, startled, scattered in all directions. Left on the grass was a badly beaten boy, his clothes tattered and his face bruised, yet he stubbornly stood up. Liu Xing approached and asked, "Are you all right?" The boy wiped his reddened eyes, holding back tears, and replied, "I'm fine." It was then that Liu Xing noticed the boy was clutching a large green caterpillar. The insect's ugly appearance made Liu Xing shiver, but when he examined it with the eyes of a beast tamer, he realized it had a rare level potential. The boy timidly asked, "Big brother, do you think I can use this caterpillar as my beast in the future?" Liu Xing smiled and patted his head, affirming, "Of course you can. This caterpillar has excellent potential. If you train it well, it will become a valuable partner." Seeing the boy's doubtful expression, Liu Xing added seriously, "In my hometown, there's a similar creature called a green worm. They can evolve into dragons." Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up, and he joyfully hugged the caterpillar, cheering. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Mao Mao, Mao Mao." The boy said goodbye to Liu Xing. "Big brother, my mom is looking for me." "Thank you." With that, he ran toward the voice. When his mother saw her son's disheveled appearance, she was furious. "How could you be so irresponsible, always causing trouble and getting into fights? And that wretched bug of yours, when will you get rid of it?" "I don't wanna. It's my good friend." The little boy clutched his toy tightly, a stubborn glint in his eyes. "And the big brother said it can turn into a dragon someday." "Big brother? Which big brother?" the boy's mother asked, puzzled. "Over there." The boy excitedly pointed to a spot not far away, but there was no one in sight. Following his finger, the mother saw nothing but an empty field. Her expression turned stern. "Oh, you little rascal, already learning to lie at such a young age. Just wait until tonight. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Meanwhile, Liu Xing strolled leisurely through the park, hands in his pockets. He was still savoring the moment he had helped the little boy, a slight smile playing on his lips. His thoughts were soon interrupted by an unexpected encounter. Bang! Liu Xing, not paying attention, bumped right into a woman. Looking up, he saw a lady in a green dress smiling sweetly at him. "Liu Xing, little brother. Who knew you had such a caring side?" It was Lu Luo, who had witnessed Liu Xing helping the child. Liu Xing was momentarily stunned, not expecting to see Lu Luo here. He scratched his head awkwardly. "It was nothing, just a small act of kindness. But what about you, Sister Lu Luo? What brings you here?" Lu Luo raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. "Why? You can come here, But I can't. Liu Xing quickly waved his hands. You know that's not what I meant. Lu Luo shook her head with a smile. All right, I'm just teasing you. I was bored and decided to take a walk around Guang City. I ended up here by chance. She then shifted the topic. But enough about me. What about you? Skipping school in Jiangnan City to come back here without telling anyone? Wandering around the park alone. What, are you hoping to meet a pretty girl here? Her words left Liu Xing speechless. He thought to himself how unpredictable she could be. Just as he was about to respond, a clear voice interrupted them. Liu Xing, big brother. Liu Xing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of lively young girls. One of them, with a ponytail, was waving at him. Seeing this, a mischievous glint appeared in Lu Luo's eyes. Oh, so you have a date with a beauty. Looks like I'm the third wheel here. Liu Xing could only smile wryly. A date? Sister Lu Luo, you're overthinking it. A group of girls quickly approached Liu Xing from the opposite direction. Leading them was Su Peng's younger sister, Su Xiaoya. She blinked her large eyes, curiously eyeing the woman standing next to Liu Xing. Liu Xing, who is she? Su Xiaoya asked, with a hint of subtle wariness in her voice. Liu Xing was taken aback, not expecting to run into Su Peng's sister in the park. He hurriedly introduced them. Xiaoya, this is Lu Luo. Lu Luo, this is Xiaoya, Su Peng's sister. Who's Su Peng? Lu Luo asked, puzzled. He's that chubby guy who's always hanging around me, Liu Xing explained. Oh, you mean the little chubby guy? I remember him now, Lu Luo said, suddenly understanding. She couldn't help but give Su Xiaoya a once-over, marveling. I can't believe that chubby guy has such a pretty sister. They look nothing alike. You'd never guess they were related. Liu Xing noticed a flicker of displeasure cross Su Xiaoya's face and frowned slightly. Xiaoya, I'm sorry. Lu Luo's just like that. Liu Xing tried to ease the tension, but Su Xiaoya, already annoyed, puffed up and said, Xiaolu, shall we? Let's go. She hated when people brought up her brother. With that, she stormed off with her two friends. Watching Su Xiaoya's retreating figure, Liu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, Lu Luo teased. What's wrong? Are you upset because I scared off your little girlfriend? You could always go after her. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Lu Luo. You know that's not what I mean. By the way, Lu Luo, what are you doing in this park? I know you. You're either on a mission or sleeping at the Phoenix base. A park visit? That's unheard of. Lu Luo chuckled. Nothing gets past you, does it? As she spoke, her gaze drifted to a nearby stage surrounded by a crowd, looking quite lively. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoya, still fuming, walked briskly along the park path with her friends. Xiaolu tried to console her. Oh, come on, Xiaoya. Don't be mad. Xiaoyi chimed in. Yeah. Cheer up. Remember why we're here today. Su Xiaoya suddenly remembered their plan. Of course I haven't forgotten. We're here to watch the magic show. Exactly. So let's forget about what just happened. Xiaolu and Xiaoyi said in unison. Su Xiaoya nodded but then gasped. Oh no. I forgot to say goodbye to Liu Xing. She turned to go back but was stopped by Xiaolu. Xiaoya, let it go. They might have left already, Xiaolu advised. All right, Su Xiaoya said reluctantly, thinking she would apologize to Liu Xing the next time she saw him. Encouraged by her friends, the three of them made their way to the magic show. Su Xiaoya looked at the stage, where a clown with a red nose was performing energetically, accompanied by a small bear. The clown scanned the audience with lecherous eyes, licking his lips unconsciously. Let's see who will be lucky enough to be my prey today, the clown thought, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Soon, he spotted Su Xiaoya and her friends. Three young, attractive students, just the type the pervert liked. The clown's eyes quickly assessed them, thinking, the ones on the left and right are no good. He could tell Xiaolu and Xiaowei had already been tainted, assuming their heart's blood would be foul. The one in the middle is perfect. The clown's eyes lit up, locking onto Su Xiaoya. All right, now it's time for the final act, the clown announced. I will perform the human transformation trick. I need to pick a lucky audience member to assist me. The crowd buzzed with excitement, everyone shouting, pick me, pick me. But none of these people were the clown's target. You, the young lady at the back. The clown pointed at Su Xiaoya. Me? Su Xiaoya asked, surprised, pointing at herself, not expecting to be chosen. Yes, you, the clown confirmed, a flicker of greed in his eyes. The girl with the ponytail. The clown pointed to the audience, and Su Xiaoya's heart leapt with joy. She turned to her friends, Xiaolu and Xiaowei, and excitedly said, should I go? Go, go. Xiaolu and Xiaowei's eyes sparkled with envy. They never expected Su Xiaoya to be so lucky, chosen as the audience member to go on stage during the magic show. Su Xiaoya hopped onto the stage, and under the clown's guidance, she was led into a mysterious box. Just as the door closed, the clown's expression twisted into a sinister grin, a look of triumph spreading across his face. He muttered under his breath, sweetheart, you'll stay put in there. The clown quickly turned to a nearby bear and commanded harshly, "Hypno Bear, use your hypnosis." Hypno Bear immediately sprang into action, extending its hands as its eyes began to glow a strange red. Red waves emanated from its eyes, enveloping the entire audience. The cheering audience suddenly felt dizzy when the hypnotic waves hit them, and they collapsed one by one. In no time, the entire audience was silent, everyone rendered unconscious. Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots, trash. The clown reverted to his true nature, unable to resist hurling insults. After venting, he sneered, time to go enjoy my feast." With that, he pushed the box containing Su Xiaoya and quickly left the scene. Not far away, Liu Xing and Lulua emerged from the shadows. Liu Xing asked, puzzled, "Sister Lulua, why didn't you let me stop him?" Lulua explained, "I don't know how many girls this guy has captured, so I plan to follow him to his secret base." Liu Xing nodded in understanding. "Got it. Let's go," Lulua said decisively. "All right," Liu Xing responded. The two quickly made their way to the park's parking lot, ready to follow the clown by car. They weren't worried about losing him, as Lulua had secretly placed a tracker on Su Xiaoya. More importantly, two hidden figures in the sky, a vigilant eagle and a swift bat, were tracking the clown's car, providing aerial support for their pursuit. Liu Xing sat in Green Luo's Raptor, the wheels spinning rapidly as they soon left the city for the outskirts. When he got out of the car, he couldn't help but take a few more looks at the vehicle, secretly surprised. In his imagination, Green Luo should be driving a luxury car like a Porsche or Ferrari. "What are you looking at?" Green Luo noticed Liu Xing's gaze. "Nothing," Liu Xing replied, averting his eyes. "All right, let's get moving. Otherwise, your little girlfriend might be in danger," Green Luo urged. Liu Xing nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked quickly ahead. However, the area before them was empty, with no sign of a cabin or any other structure. "Strange, the tracker clearly shows she's here," Green Luo muttered to herself in confusion. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the sky. A lightning eagle swooped down from above and landed steadily beside Liu Xing. "Lightning eagle, where did the Joker take Su Xiaoya?" Liu Xing asked urgently. The lightning eagle gave Liu Xing a knowing look, and he immediately understood. He stepped forward and began to brush away the leaves on the ground. Soon, a manhole cover was revealed. "Sister Green Luo, I found the entrance," Liu Xing called out. "Great." The two of them descended into the Joker's secret base through the manhole. Liu Xing couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect there to be a whole world down here." After a moment's thought, Liu Xing decided to summon the six-winged angel. The other beasts were too large to maneuver in the confined space. Six-winged angel. Green Luo's eyes lit up when she saw Liu Xing's beast. "Wow, it's so cute. Come, let sister hold you." She reached out to touch the six-winged angel, but it quickly hid in Liu Xing's arms, frightened. "Master!" the six-winged angel exclaimed. "Well, who would have thought this little one is so shy?" Green Luo said, a bit disappointed. "All right, Sister Green Luo, little cutie is a bit scared of strangers. Please don't tease it," Liu Xing explained. Green Luo huffed and pouted, but soon smiled again. "Little cutie, how about I find you a new friend?" She performed a hand gesture and summoned her green sprite. At the sight of the green sprite, the six-winged angel became interested and flew out of Liu Xing's arms to play. "All right, enough playing. Let's go rescue Xiaoya," Liu Xing reminded, his heart filled with concern for Su Xiaoya's safety. They searched the secret base and quickly found Su Xiaoya. She was tied to an operating table, her mouth gagged with a cloth, unable to make a sound. She struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. In her despair, Su Xiaoya's mind flashed with images of Liu Xing. She recalled how he had saved her at Tiger Head Mountain, a glimmer of hope igniting in her heart, only to be quickly extinguished by reality. "Stay still, little darling." The Joker stood nearby, leisurely pouring himself a glass of red wine. He took a sip, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Stay still, little darling. I'll take good care of you soon." The clown licked his lips, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Su Xiaoya's cries echoed in the chamber, filled with fear and despair. Just then, Liu Xing and Liu Luo quietly arrived outside the chamber door. Liu Xing squinted, his sharp gaze piercing through the crack in the door, landing on the hypno bear next to the clown. He quickly analyzed the attributes of this beast. Hypno bear. Attributes: normal. Gender: female. Level: silver rank 7. Aptitude: B. Skills: hypnosis, drowsy punch, sleep. Liu Xing's brow furrowed as he silently marveled. From his earlier conversations with Liu Luo, he knew the clown had no distinguished background and had achieved his current status through sheer effort. Unfortunately, he chose a dark path. "Little cutie," Liu Xing whispered, "use judgment on that hypno bear. Make sure it's a one-hit kill." At her master's command, the six-winged angel's face flashed with cold intent. It quickly conjured a blade of light and hurled it at the hypno bear. Sensing imminent danger, the hypno-bear's pupils contracted as it tried to flee, but its body couldn't keep up with its mind. With a swift thud, the judgment blade pierced through the hypno-bear's abdomen, pinning it to the wall. The bear's head slumped to the side, its life extinguished in an instant. Hypno-bear! The clown screamed in horror, unable to believe someone had tracked him to his secret base. His eyes turned blood-red, consumed by rage. The hypno-bear was his closest companion, now brutally killed. I'll make you pay, the clown roared, quickly forming seals with his hands. In an instant, two beasts appeared before Liu Xing and Lu Luo, a black wolf king and a black skin rat. Liu Xing immediately assessed the attributes of these two beasts, noting that the black wolf king was significantly stronger. Black wolf king. Attributes: dark. Gender: male. Level: silver, rank 9. Aptitude: A. Skills: shadow ball, rending claw, bite. Facing this sudden threat, Liu Xing and Lu Luo quickly assumed battle stances, ready to confront the intense fight that was about to unfold. Sister Green Ivy, I'll take on the Black Wolf King. Please handle the Black Skin Mouse. Liu Xing decisively assigned the tasks, and Green Ivy nodded in agreement. Liu Xing calculated in his mind. Although the Black Skin Mouse was only at the second-tier silver level and posed no threat to Green Ivy, his real intention was to have her rescue Su Xiaoya, who was tied to the bed. He dared not say this out loud, fearing it might alert the clown, who would then use Su Xiaoya's life as leverage. Little angel, use judgment on the Black Wolf King. Liu Xing quietly ordered the six-winged angel. The angel grasped the air with her right hand, and a blade of light materialized. I'm going to kill you, you filthy dog, for daring to threaten my master and me, the six-winged angel shouted angrily, thrusting the light blade at the Black Wolf King with lightning speed. However, to everyone's surprise, the judgment had no effect on the Black Wolf King. Liu Xing suddenly realized his mistake and cursed himself for being foolish. The Black Wolf King, as an evolved form of the Black Wolf Dog, belonged to the dark type and was naturally immune to psychic attacks. Evil could devour the mind. This was common knowledge. Seeing this, the clown sneered, Black Wolf King, bite that guy to death. Little angel, retreat. Liu Xing shouted as he started running, with the Black Wolf King hot on his heels, eyes gleaming with cold light. Liu Xing quickly reached an open area. The Black Wolf King bared its teeth, closing in step by step. You want my life? Let's see if you have what it takes. Come forth, Hellhound. Liu Xing decisively summoned his trump card. The Black Wolf King was immediately intimidated by the Hellhound's imposing presence and tried to flee. But how could the Hellhound let it escape? With a swift leap, the Hellhound lunged forward, its massive jaws clamping down and tearing the Black Wolf King apart. Good job. Liu Xing patted the Hellhound and simultaneously recognized the six-winged angel's weakness. Against dark-type beasts, she was powerless. I need to properly equip this little one, Liu Xing thought, remembering that he hadn't used any beast cores on the six-winged angel yet. After putting away the Hellhound, Liu Xing headed towards the clown. When he arrived, he saw the clown, bound and bloodied, and Green Ivy holding an unconscious Su Xiaoya, her face dark with anger. Sister Green Ivy, are you okay? I'm fine. Let's go, Green Ivy said, carrying Su Xiaoya and walking away without looking back. Sister Green Ivy, you go ahead. I'll catch up. After Green Ivy left, Liu Xing glanced at the struggling clown and walked straight to the hypnosis bear. He pulled out a small knife and unhesitatingly stabbed it into the hypnosis bear's head. The clown's eyes widened in fury, but all he could do was let out a muffled whimper. He never expected Liu Xing to not only kill the hypnosis bear, but also to target its corpse. Sure enough, there's a beast core, Liu Xing muttered to himself, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Liu Xing took out a piece of tattered cloth and carefully wiped the magical beast core of the hypnotic bear before cautiously placing it into his system backpack. His gaze then shifted to the unconscious clown on the bed, and his expression darkened. The sight in the corner of the room sent a chill down his spine, a heap of white bones. By counting the skulls, he deduced there were 8 bodies. Liu Xing's heart sank. 8 girls who should have had bright futures, growing up happily, studying, working, falling in love, getting married, and having children, living blissful lives. All of this was destroyed by the monstrous figure before him. No wonder Green Luo was so furious. Even Liu Xing himself felt a surge of anger. He cast a cold glance at the barely breathing clown on the bed. The culprit was now on the brink of death due to excessive blood loss. Liu Xing decisively grabbed the alcohol from the cabinet and began dousing the room. He then lit a candle and threw it onto the floor. In an instant, the entire chamber was engulfed in flames, and all the darkness and evil were reduced to ashes in the fire. As Liu Xing was leaving, the clown on the bed fell into a near-death state, his life flashing before his eyes like a revolving lantern. The clown was born into a blended family, where his stepmother treated him horribly, often beating and scolding him. He also had a half-sister who frequently bullied him. One day, unable to bear it any longer, the clown attacked his sister with a stick. Unfortunately, he hit too hard, and it was fatal. Staring at his sister's lifeless body on the ground, the clown panicked. He dragged the body to a desolate area, intending to hastily bury it when he saw something horrifying. In that moment, Pandora's box was opened. The world lost a suffering little boy, but gained a murderous clown. Once everything was taken care of, Green Luo leaned against the Raptor pickup truck and unexpectedly lit a cigarette. Want one? She offered Liu Xing a cigarette. No, thanks. Liu Xing declined politely, thinking to himself, first it was Yin Ruyu, and now Green Luo. Do all the members of the Phoenix mercenary group have a smoking habit? Alright, since it's done, let's head back. Green Luo casually flicked the cigarette butt away and prepared to climb into the driver's seat. Liu Xing didn't get in immediately, but walked over to the still-burning cigarette and stomped it out forcefully. Sister Green Luo, tossing cigarette butts like that can cause fires, Liu Xing reminded her, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Alright, I get it. LV Luo forced an awkward smile, her cheeks flushing with rare embarrassment. I can't believe I just got schooled by a kid. She shook her head in disbelief, silently amazed. Liu Xing swiftly got into the car and turned to ask, where are we heading now? His gaze shifted to Su Xiaoya sitting in the back seat. Let's take her home. She needs to be with her family after what she's been through, LV Luo said as she started the engine. Alright, Liu Xing replied curtly. LV Luo drove Liu Xing and Su Xiaoya to their destination. When Su Peng saw Liu Xing carrying his sister, he couldn't help but curse, damn it, Liu Xing. What the hell did you do to my sister? I trusted you. Liu Xing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fatty, you've known me for ages. Do you really think I would harm your sister? Su Peng was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xing added, cut the crap and take your sister inside. If you want to know what happened, ask her when she wakes up. With that, he quickly returned to LV Luo's pickup truck. LV Luo glanced at Liu Xing, a smirk playing on her lips. Aren't you going to explain things to that chubby guy? She noticed Su Peng still standing there, holding Su Xiaoya, his face twisted in a grimace. Liu Xing sighed and called out to Su Peng, Fatty, take your sister inside. I swear I didn't do anything to her. Look at her clothes theory a bit torn, but nothing serious. Su Peng looked down and saw that Liu Xing was right. Just as he was about to speak, LV Luo started the car and drove off, leaving Su Peng no choice but to carry his sister inside. After a while, Su Xiaoya suddenly woke from her unconscious state, screaming, No, don't kill me. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm here. Su Peng immediately embraced her, trying to comfort her with his warmth. Brother, Su Xiaoya cried out, tears streaming down her face. Alright, don't cry. You're safe at home now, Su Peng gently patted her back. If something's bothering you, just tell me, and I'll handle it. He was actually puzzled, not knowing what had happened. He silently cursed Liu Xing for leaving without a proper explanation. Through her sobs, Su Xiaoya slowly recounted the events to Su Peng. So, I misunderstood Liu Xing. Su Peng slapped his thigh in frustration. I'm such an idiot for doubting my friend. He was filled with regret. Brother, we need to thank Liu Xing properly. If it weren't for him, I might not be here, Su Xiaoya said, a hint of warmth in her voice when she mentioned Liu Xing. Yes, I'll invite him over tomorrow, Su Peng nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Liu Xing and LV Luo returned to the Phoenix base. LV Luo yawned and stretched before heading to the kitchen. A moment later, she came out holding a freshly washed cucumber, still dripping with water. If you're hungry, grab something from the fridge. It's been a long day. I'm going to take a shower, LV Luo said as she headed upstairs, adding teasingly, don't you dare try to peek, you rascal. Liu Xing stood there speechless when suddenly a cool voice broke the silence. Are you staying for dinner? The voice sent a shiver down Liu Xing's spine. He turned to see it was Zixin, the Phoenix mercenary group's strategist and manager. She was wearing a purple t-shirt and an apron with a Baijid panda print, looking somewhat comical. Yeah, Liu Xing nodded. It was already late, so he decided to stay for dinner. He had tasted Zixin's cooking before, and it was as good as any five-star chef's, leaving a lasting impression. Zixin quietly walked into the kitchen and started cooking, leaving Liu Xing alone in the living room. The sound of running water came from upstairs, and Liu Xing couldn't help but perk up his ears. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Should I sneak a peek? He immediately shook his head, dismissing the idea, reminding himself that he wasn't that kind of person. Suddenly, Liu Xing remembered something. He took out the magic beast crystal core of the Hypno Bear from his system backpack. Looking at the crystal core, he smiled and whispered, Come out, little one. A flash of light appeared, and a six-winged angel materialized before him. Liu Xing handed the crystal core to it, smiling. Here you go, little one. Eat this. The six-winged angel's eyes lit up, thinking it was candy, and eagerly popped the crystal core into its mouth. However, The core instantly turned into liquid and slid down its throat. The angel pouted and complained, "Master, you tricked me. It's not sweet at all." "Humph, I'm not talking to you." Seeing the angel's sulky expression, Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh. He quickly pulled out a specially made lollipop from his pocket. "Here, have some real candy." The six-winged angel took the lollipop, its face lighting up with joy. "That's more like it." "Thank you, master," it said, giving Liu Xing a gentle kiss on the cheek. Just then, the system notification sounded. Liu Xing focused on reading the information on the panel. "Congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has consumed the magic beast crystal core of the Hypno Bear. It will learn the following skills. 1. Hypnosis. Emits a hypnotic beam that puts enemies to sleep. Only effective on opponents with open eyes. 2. Dazing punch. Uses a punch to attack enemies with a chance to cause them to faint. Remember, it's just a chance. 3. Sleep. Restores energy and heals injuries through sleep, which can be interrupted if woken up. After some thought, Liu Xing chose hypnosis. He figured, since it's the Hypno Bear's signature skill, why not learn the best? The system promptly confirmed, "Ding, congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has learned hypnosis." Liu Xing smiled in satisfaction, feeling pleased. Having a cheat system really makes learning skills a breeze. Just as he was basking in his happiness, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, silly boy, what are you grinning about?" Liu Xing turned his head and saw a woman in a fiery red dress walking in from outside, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Phoenix, long time no see," Liu Xing greeted with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Huo Fenghuang glanced at Liu Xing and smirked. Well, have you gotten your hands on some treasure lately? Your words are as sweet as honey." Liu Xing chuckled mysteriously. "Come on, follow me," Huo Fenghuang said, leading Liu Xing into the dining room. As soon as they sat down at the table, Zixuan seemed to sense Huo Fenghuang's return from the kitchen. She brought out a plate of edamame and a dish of smashed cucumbers, placing them on the table with swift movements. "The meal will take a while. Have these to tide you over," Zixuan said in her usual indifferent tone, which sent a chill down Liu Xing's spine. "Thanks, Zixuan," Liu Xing said politely. "You're welcome," Zixuan replied coolly before turning to leave. Liu Xing couldn't help but steal another glance at Zixuan's back, wondering to himself what was going on with her. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Huo Fenghuang suddenly asked, startling Liu Xing into looking away quickly. "Nothing," Liu Xing hurriedly explained. Huo Fenghuang leisurely ate some edamame, watching Liu Xing with interest. "So, our little hero, tell me about your latest exploits." "Hero? What are you talking about?" Liu Xing frowned, clearly puzzled by the nickname. "Phoenix, you must be mistaken." "How could I be mistaken?" Huo Fenghuang said, pulling a photo from her pocket and tossing it in front of Liu Xing. "Look at this. Isn't it you?" Liu Xing picked up the photo and saw that it was taken by someone in the inspection team. "The angle is pretty good. It captures my handsome face perfectly," he commented narcissistically. "Stop being so full of yourself," Huo Fenghuang said, snatching the photo back with a look of exasperation. "You can't even stay out of trouble at home. You managed to run into hijackers on a plane. That's something I've never experienced, but you did." Liu Xing felt a headache coming on. "Phoenix, should I say I'm lucky or unlucky?" Just then, a figure wrapped in a towel appeared at the staircase. "Hijackers? What hijackers?" Lulian's voice came through. She had obviously just finished a shower and hadn't even dressed before coming downstairs. Huo Fenghuang widened her eyes. "Lulian, can't you be more mindful of your appearance? Liu Xing is still here." Lulian paused, realizing her mistake, but quickly regained her composure and laughed. "Oh, come on, Liu Xing isn't an outsider. So what if he sees me? It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. Worst case, I'll just marry him later." Liu Xing groaned inwardly. This girl is a real troublemaker. "All right, that's enough," Huo Fenghuang interrupted, turning the attention back to Liu Xing. "Tell us about your heroic deeds on the plane." For the next 10 minutes, Liu Xing detailed his experience on the plane. When he finished, Huo Fenghuang exclaimed, "Wow, Liu Xing, I didn't know you were so brave. Taking down hijackers in a few moves and preventing a bomb from exploding, saving everyone on the plane. But what surprises me the most is that you can actually fly a plane. Where did you learn that?" Lulian's words made Liu Xing's headache worse. He silently vowed to keep his distance from her in the future. Mom always told him not to play with troublemakers. "So, you really can fly a plane?" Huo Fenghuang asked, frowning. She knew that neither high school nor university offered aviation courses unless it was an aerospace university. "Yes," Liu Xing nodded calmly. "How did you learn?" "I don't know, maybe from playing video games," Liu Xing replied offhandedly. "Video games?" Huo Fenghuang gasped, taking a moment to process. "You must be really bold. Don't you know how difficult it is to fly a plane? One small mistake could result in a crash." Liu Xing chuckled. "I had no choice but to take a gamble. Even if I couldn't save everyone, I could still escape myself. But they... He trailed off, his tone heavy. Hua Fenghuang was silent for a moment, then nodded, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. In that moment of crisis, Liu Xing did not simply walk away like the other beast tamers. Instead, he chose to stay, demonstrating the qualities of a responsible man. Little did he know, his actions greatly impressed Fenghuang, Lu Luo, and even Zixuan, who was in the kitchen. Zixuan emerged from the kitchen, holding an ice cream, and gently placed it in front of Liu Xing. Here, this is for you. Lu Luo immediately recognized it as the dream ice cream, and her eyes lit up. This was a rare delicacy handmade by Zixuan, unavailable for purchase and made with ingredients so expensive that ordinary people could only dream of having it. Zixuan, I want some dream ice cream too, Lu Luo said, her voice tinged with envy. Zixuan glanced at her and replied mercilessly, eat? Look at yourself. All you do is eat and sleep. It seems like you've gained a few pounds recently. Lu Luo looked down and realized her view was obstructed by her rounded belly, unable to see her feet. Pouting, she was about to retort when Zixuan added, all right, dinner is almost ready. If you eat ice cream now, how will you have room for dinner later? Then why does he get to eat? Lu Luo asked, pointing at Liu Xing, clearly unsatisfied. How can you compare yourself to him? Zixuan's double standards only made Lu Luo more disgruntled, and she continued to pout. Ignoring their bickering, Liu Xing turned to Fenghuang and asked, Sister Fenghuang, do you know where I can find fairy-type beasts? Fenghuang frowned slightly at the question. Fairy-type? Why are you asking? Don't you know how rare fairy-type beasts are in this world? So far, I haven't heard of any secret realms housing groups of fairy-type beasts. They don't seem to like living in groups. Each one is a lone wolf. A trace of disappointment crossed Liu Xing's face, and he softly replied. At that moment, Lu Luo placed a hand on Liu Xing's shoulder and curiously asked, Little brother Liu Xing, why are you asking about that? Liu Xing stood on the balcony of the Phoenix base, with the night enveloping everything around him. His gaze unintentionally drifted to the neighboring balcony where Luo Luo was staring into the distance. Luo Luo, is something bothering you? Liu Xing asked softly. Luo Luo turned her head, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Nothing much. But you, Liu Xing, are you feeling restless and can't sleep? Want me to help you relax? Liu Xing frowned and quickly waved his hands. No, there's no need for that, Luo Luo. His lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself how outrageous she could be. Suddenly, Luo Luo changed the subject. By the way, at dinner today, didn't you say you wanted a fairy-type beast core? Liu Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Luo Luo, do you mean you have one? Nope, Luo Luo shrugged. How could I possibly have that? Fairy-type beasts are extremely rare, let alone a fairy-type beast core. Liu Xing's spirits plummeted from the peak to the depths. He muttered under his breath, pondering the future of his six-winged angel. Without learning fairy-type moves, this psychic fairy hybrid beast might face dire consequences in the harsh world of beast taming. Just as Liu Xing was sinking into despair, Luo Luo suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Don't be so down, kid. While I don't have one, I know a place that definitely does. Where? Liu Xing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Luo Luo played coy. It's a secret. Your immediate task now is to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to that place. The next day at Phoenix Base felt like an eternity for Liu Xing. His anxiety was palpable, as if he was on the brink of madness. He was desperate to know the secret place Luo Luo mentioned, eagerly anticipating the chance to find a precious fairy-type beast core for his six-winged angel. Luo Luo had been slow to take action, only saying one cryptic sentence to Liu Xing. Get a good night's sleep and gather your strength. A big battle is coming. This left Liu Xing completely baffled. With nothing to do, Liu Xing spent a long day at Phoenix Base. He passed the time watching TV and managed to devour half of the snacks on the coffee table. As night fell, a knock on the door broke the silence. Standing outside was Luo Luo, dressed in a green qipao, exuding an enchanting fragrance that could have been either perfume or her natural scent. The sight left Liu Xing momentarily stunned. You silly boy, what are you standing there for? Come with me, Luo Luo said in a hushed tone, as if they were about to embark on a secret mission. The two of them sneaked downstairs like thieves, got into a car in the garage, and drove off. Little did they know, a red-haired woman was watching them from a third-floor balcony, a slight smile playing on her lips. On the way, Liu Xing couldn't help but ask, Luo Luo, where are we going? Why are we being so sneaky? Hearing this, Luo Luo glanced at him and gave a mysterious smile. This expression made Liu Xing feel uneasy, and he instinctively shielded his chest. Luo Luo, I just turned 18. I'm scared. Please, don't take me to a place like that. I don't want to get hurt. Liu Xing said in a panic. Luo Luo bit her lip and then pinched the soft flesh at Liu Xing's waist, twisting it hard like she was opening a bottle. Ow! Liu Xing cried out in pain. Luo Luo, I'm sorry. I'll watch what I say from now on. Only then did Luo release her grip, letting out a cold snort. Oomph. Where's your mind wandering off to? I think I need to run a full antivirus scan on your brain. So where are we really going? You seem so secretive, Liu Xing asked, still wary after Luo's strong reaction, suspecting that their destination might not be entirely respectable. Finally, Luo revealed the truth. We're going to the casino. To the casino? Liu Xing raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in his voice. He turned to Luo and asked curiously, why not? Is there a reason I can't go to the casino? But why sneak around instead of going openly? Hearing this, Luo's expression turned sorrowful, and she sighed deeply. It's all because of your sister, Phoenix. She's a nice person, but she meddles too much. I used to love going to the casino for a few rounds, but she didn't like it. Every time she caught me, I'd get a good beating. So, I had to give up that hobby. Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Calling gambling a hobby was certainly a first for him. Little did he know, a few years ago, Luo was a compulsive gambler who could spend days in the casino. If it weren't for Phoenix's intervention, she might still be wasting her days there. Soon, they arrived at the largest casino in Guang City Golden Joy Pavilion. As soon as they stepped inside, Liu Xing was stunned by the opulence. The lavish decor made him feel like he had stepped into a palace. Intricately carved golden dragons adorned the pillars, soft red carpets cushioned their steps, and every piece of visible woodwork was meticulously crafted from redwood. This place is really luxurious. Liu Xing couldn't help but exclaim. Luo took a deep breath, her face showing a look of contentment as if she had returned home. All right, Liu Xing, follow me, she said excitedly. Where to? Liu Xing asked. To show you something good, Luo replied with a mysterious smile. Under Luo's guidance, Liu Xing found himself in front of a massive glass display case. Luo began enthusiastically explaining. See this? It's a luminous pearl, said to glow at night. That over there is a 1,000-year-old coral. Isn't it beautiful? And that one is a mermaid pearl, rumored to extend life if consumed. Of course, no one has actually tried it, so who knows if it's true. Liu Xing carefully examined the treasures in the display case, listening as Luo mentioned that each piece was worth millions. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Luo, how much is this? Liu Xing pointed and asked. Luo glanced at it and casually replied. That's the magic beast core of a thorn flower demon, worth 32 million. 32 million, Liu Xing muttered, furrowing his brow. Damn, I don't have that kind of money. Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. Even if you did, it wouldn't matter. Why not? Liu Xing asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough, Luo said cryptically. Come on, I'll take you to the next place. It didn't take long for Liu Xing to understand what she meant. They each exchanged 2 million for chips at a window. Luo explained with a grin, Golden Joy Pavilion has a limit on chip exchanges. Each person can only exchange once at a time, and you must use up your chips before you can exchange more. You can't buy chips from others with cash. Then how can we get those things in the display case? Liu Xing asked, realizing that those treasures could only be exchanged for chips, not purchased with cash. Luo rolled her eyes at him. Are you dumb? This is a casino. Of course, you gamble for it. All right, I'm off to have some fun. Do as you please. With that, she walked off excitedly. Watching her leave, Liu Xing felt a headache coming on. He realized that Luo hadn't come to help him. She had just taken the opportunity to gamble herself. Looking around, Liu Xing saw gamblers engrossed in their games, faces flushed with excitement. He shook his head, reminded of the saying, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. He had no intention of gambling. Staring at the 2 million chips in his hand, Liu Xing hesitated. Should he gamble? A terrifying memory of being chased by a black wolf dog flashed through his mind. If he hadn't run into that clearing in time, he might have been dead. Damn it, let's do this. Liu Xing gritted his teeth, a determined look on his face. He motivated himself, thinking, if Chendeazai could turn 20 bucks into 37 million, Liu Xing, can do it too. And I've got way more chips than he'd have 2 million. Liu Xing stood in the casino, inwardly grateful for the 5 million yuan opportunity given by Yan Guoli. He didn't rush to place a bet, but instead strolled around, carefully observing the games. Soon, a particular table caught his attention. Approaching the table, Liu Xing was surprised to find that the minimum chip denomination was a staggering 100,000. Just as he marveled at this, the dealer revealed the dice. 112, small. He then smiled broadly as he began to collect the money. Liu Xing halted, his gaze fixed on the dealer. Shortly after, a new round began, and the dealer shook the dice cup vigorously before slamming it onto the table. Place your bets, he called out, prompting the surrounding gamblers to place their wagers. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared before Liu Xing's eyes. 355 big. He blinked in disbelief. As he questioned whether he had seen it correctly, The dealer lifted the dice cup and announced the result. 355 big. Liu Xing was stunned. To ensure it wasn't a coincidence, he observed 4 more rounds. Each time, the system accurately predicted the outcome. Finally, he was convinced he could see through the dice cup. To be cautious, Liu Xing decided to bet half of his funds. 1 million on big, he declared, pushing his chips onto the table. The dealer's eyes lit up at the sight, and his fingers twitched as if he intended to cheat. Hey, watch your hands. Liu Xing's warning immediately drew the attention of the other gamblers. The dealer's hand froze midair, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and reveal the dice. I'm waiting to collect my winnings, another impatient gambler urged. Yes, right away. The dealer reluctantly opened the dice cup. 466 big. Seeing the result, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Liu Xing's mouth. Clearly, he had won this round. After Liu Xing won several rounds in a row, the dealer began to sweat more and more, his expression shifting from calm to frantic. His brow furrowed, and a cunning glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of a way to deal with Liu Xing. However, Liu Xing noticed every bit of the dealer's scheming. The dealer shook the dice cup vigorously and shouted, "Place your bets." The surrounding gamblers, seeing Liu Xing's winning streak, hesitated to place their bets and waited for Liu Xing's decision. Holding all the chips, Liu Xing played a psychological game, saying, "I'll bet small." Just as the crowd was about to follow suit, he changed his mind. "I'll bet big." The gamblers quickly adjusted their bets to follow him. The dealer's lips curved into a slight smile, thinking Liu Xing had fallen into his trap. Liu Xing noticed the dealer's smugness and smiled faintly. "In that case, I'll bet on triple sixes." He pushed all his chips onto the triple sixes spot. The other gamblers gasped and hastily retracted their chips. Betting on triple sixes? That's just reckless. Liu Xing glanced at his chips. After a series of wins, he had accumulated 8 million. According to the casino's rules, betting on triple sixes pays 30 to 1. This meant if Liu Xing won, he would walk away with 240 million. The dealer's hands began to shake uncontrollably. He never expected Liu Xing to see through his ploy. The surrounding gamblers started to stir, urging the dealer, "Come on, open it already." "Yeah, hurry up and open it." They were eager to see the outcome. Hearing the commotion, the dealer trembled violently, feeling dizzy and blacking out, collapsing beside the table. Almost everyone present was a notable figure in Jiangnan City, all keen to witness the outcome of this high-stakes gamble. A burly man with a fierce look impatiently stepped forward. "Useless. Let me open it." He lifted the dice cup and gasped, "Holy smokes, triple sixes. Kid, you hit the jackpot." His eyes gleamed with mischief, clearly curious about how this gamble would end. The noise drew the attention of the owner of Jin Lufeng. An elderly man with a dragon head cane slowly descended the stairs, followed by several security guards in black uniforms. A man with gold-rimmed glasses hurried forward, and the elder asked, "So, is there a problem?" The man with the glasses stammered, "Sorry, boss, I couldn't find anything. Nothing suspicious." The elder snorted and walked towards Liu Xing. The burly man chuckled. "What's the matter, Mr. Zhou? Can't take a loss?" The elder forced a smile. "I can afford this. After all, business must follow the rules." At this moment, a female voice emerged from the crowd. "Oh, are you saying my little brother Liu Xing isn't playing by the rules?" Lu Luo stepped out from the crowd. Seeing her, Mr. Zhou's face changed, inwardly cursing his luck. Although everyone present was influential, Mr. Zhou feared only Lu Luo and the burly man. The burly man, nicknamed the Butcher, was a high-ranking member of the enforcement team. While Lu Luo herself wasn't particularly formidable, her grandfather, the notorious Green Demon, was a king-level martial artist. These were people Mr. Zhou couldn't afford to offend. After weighing his options, Mr. Zhou decided to follow the rules and pay Liu Xing. In the casino, rules are paramount. If you're weaker, you must follow their rules. If you're stronger, you follow the overt rules. After investigating, it was clear Liu Xing hadn't cheated and was playing by the rules, so Mr. Zhou had to pay up. Just as Mr. Zhou was about to hand over the money, Liu Xing spoke up. "Wait a moment," Mr. Zhou asked, puzzled. "What's the matter?" Liu Xing smiled. "I'll exchange the money later. I want to trade for something." Mr. Zhou's eyes lit up at this. Trading for items was preferable since the items in the glass cabinets were things he had acquired, priced by him. If Liu Xing chose to exchange for items, Mr. Zhou could minimize his losses. This was precisely why Mr. Zhou had established the exchange rule in the first place. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Xing walked up to the glass display case. Pointing to a few prized items, he spoke with an air of casual authority. "I'll take this one, and that one. Please wrap them up for me." A fleeting look of pain crossed Mr. Zhou's face, but he maintained his composure and signaled to his assistant. The assistant understood immediately and carefully began packing the 3 items Liu Xing had chosen. Clearing his throat, Mr. Zhou forced a strained smile and said with a hint of reluctant generosity, the total value of these items is 88 million. But since we're friends, I'll round it down to 80 million. A collective gasp of surprise filled the room. The onlookers had initially thought Mr. Zhou was trying to intimidate Liu Xing with his demeanor. They hadn't expected such generosity, wiping off 8 million like it was nothing. The butcher's eyes widened in surprise before he gave Mr. Zhou a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhou, impressive move. Mr. Zhou forced another smile, though his heart ached. You're too kind, butcher. For the sake of his casino's future, he had to endure the inner turmoil and put on a facade of magnanimity. At that moment, Lu Luo spoke up, Liu Xing, let's go. Having obtained what they came for, there was no reason to linger. Liu Xing nodded and followed Lu Luo out of Jin Lufeng. As the two walked away, a man with gold-rimmed glasses watched them with a sinister look. He quietly approached Mr. Zhou and made a throat-slitting gesture, asking in a low voice, Boss, should we slap? Mr. Zhou cut him off with a heavy slap to the face. The man's cheek instantly swelled, and he looked both shocked and aggrieved. Mr. Zhou lowered his voice, filled with warning, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. Then, raising his voice to address the room, he ordered, spread the word. No one is to speak of tonight's events. And if you run into those two, steer clear. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mr. Zhou then whispered to the man with gold-rimmed glasses, and deal with that Xiao Lu. Understood. A ruthless look flashed in the man's eyes again. Xiao Lu was the dealer who had lost a lot of money to Liu Xing. Mr. Zhou gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, so she's Green Demon's granddaughter? Just mentioning the name Green Demon sent a shiver down his spine. He had witnessed Green Demon's methods firsthand and knew that his Jin Lufeng was nothing more than an ant in front of true power. If he dared harm Lu Luo tonight, Green Demon would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. That was a king-level powerhouse, far beyond the reach of a mere casino owner. Liu Xing sat in Lu Luo's car, heading back to the Phoenix base. As soon as the car came to a stop, a graceful figure on the balcony caught his eye, though her expression quickly turned to one of confusion. Hua Fenghuang had planned to personally pick them up, so seeing Liu Xing and Lu Luo return on their own was quite a surprise. Hua Fenghuang knew Lu Luo's nature well. Without her help, Lu Luo might still be a compulsive gambler. Liu Xing managing to bring her back from the casino. What kind of magic did this guy possess? Hua Fenghuang's curiosity about Liu Xing grew stronger, and she decided to ask him directly. In the garage, Lu Luo suddenly looked at Liu Xing with a mischievous smile, licking her alluring lips. Liu Xing, my dear, I helped you out a lot tonight. How are you going to repay me? Liu Xing swallowed and joked. How should I repay you? Maybe by offering myself to you? I'll give you my ancestral chromosomes. Ancestral chromosomes? What's that? Lu Luo looked puzzled. Realizing his mistake, Liu Xing quickly pulled a pearl from his pocket. Lu Luo, here is a mermaid pearl for you. I noticed you eyeing it in the display case, so I thought you might really want it and exchanged it for you. He scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the pearl. Before Liu Xing could react, she quickly kissed him on the cheek and left the car, her face slightly flushed. This was my first kiss. Consider yourself lucky. Liu Xing was both amused and exasperated, thinking she always claimed it was her first kiss, just like many untrustworthy men. He got out of the car with a smile, only to be startled by the figure at the door. Fengwang, you're still up? Liu Xing asked nervously. Hua Fenghuang's sharp eyes scrutinized him. Yes, I am. But what about you? Where did you and Lu Luo go tonight? Spill it. Liu Xing told the truth, mentioning that he seemed to have a psychic ability to sense the dice numbers, but he didn't mention anything about the system. This was his biggest secret, his foundation in this world, and he would never reveal it to anyone. Hua Fenghuang nodded. All right, it's good that you're back safely. Liu Xing got what he wanted, and Lu Luo had her fun at the casino. So everyone's happy. Now, go get some rest. Liu Xing ran back to his room and locked the door behind him. He summoned the six-winged angel and handed it the thorn flower demon beast core he had just obtained. The six-winged angel looked at the core with disdain. EW. I don't want it. It seemed to prefer lollipops. Liu Xing was exasperated. This was a diamond-level beast core. He coaxed it like a child reluctant to take medicine. Come on, be good. Just eat it. Liu Xing finally managed to persuade the six-winged angel to swallow the thorny flower demon's magic beast core, at the cost of 3 lollipops. The little angel reluctantly gulped down the core, then scrunched up her face and stuck out her pink tongue, complaining, Master, you're mean? This thing tastes awful, not even a little bit of flavor. Liu Xing quickly comforted her. All right, it's my fault. Here, take the lollipops. As he spoke, he swiftly pulled out 3 colorful lollipops from his system backpack and handed them to the little angel. Upon seeing the lollipops, the six-winged angel's eyes lit up, and a bright smile spread across her face. Thank you, master. Liu Xing couldn't help but smile as he watched the little angel's mood shift from sulky to joyful. He gently stroked her soft hair and said tenderly, "You're welcome, as long as my little darling is happy." Meanwhile, Liu Xing turned his attention to the system panel. A notification popped up. "Congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has consumed the thorny flower demon's magic beast core. She will learn the following skills. Please choose one. 1. Thorn bind. Summon countless thorny vines to entangle the enemy. 2. Enchanting voice. Use a captivating song to potentially charm the enemy. 3. Fairy light. Concentrate the fairy power within and release a rainbow-colored beam, dealing massive damage to the enemy." Liu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't help but marvel at the value of the thorny flower demon's magic beast core. Though he wished he could choose all the skills, life is about making choices. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Choose fairy light. After all, what the six-winged angel lacked most was an offensive skill, and fairy light was the perfect attack move from the fairy class. With this, he no longer had to worry about being chased by the Black Wolf King. The system responded immediately. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has learned fairy light." The six-winged angel, who was busy enjoying her lollipops, paused for a moment before bursting with joy. Master, I learned a new skill." "Great." Liu Xing nodded with a smile and then suggested, "Little darling, let's go downstairs and test out your new skill." "Okay." The six-winged angel replied enthusiastically. The two of them went to the courtyard of the Phoenix base. Liu Xing's gaze fell on a rockery not far away. With a slight smile, he said to the six-winged angel, "Little darling, use fairy light on that rockery." "Got it, master." The six-winged angel responded cheerfully, ready to demonstrate her newly acquired skill. The six-winged angel quickly stuffed the lollipop into its mouth and took off, wings flapping. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Hey!" The angel's right hand gathered a ball of multicolored light and pushed it forward. Whoosh! A beam of rainbow light shot out, and with a loud boom, a rockery in the distance exploded into fragments. Liu Xing witnessed this and exclaimed, "So powerful!" Before he could finish, a grim voice came from inside the house. "Who dares cause trouble at my Phoenix mercenary group?" Fire Phoenix rushed out of the room, surrounded by a fiery phoenix, ready for battle. Green Vine and the others also rushed out, looking around cautiously, but the courtyard was empty except for Liu Xing standing there, bewildered. Fire Phoenix raised her voice and demanded, "Liu Xing, what happened?" Her voice was so loud it hurt Liu Xing's ears. Liu Xing quickly explained, "Sorry, Phoenix sister, there's no enemy. I was just testing a skill." "Testing a skill?" Fire Phoenix glanced at the shattered rockery, her mouth twitching, silently lamenting the destruction. She turned to Liu Xing and confirmed, "You did that?" Liu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Fire Phoenix coldly said, "That thing cost $500,000. Tomorrow, give the money to Zixian and have her find someone to fix it." "What?" Liu Xing was stunned. "What do you mean what?" "Be glad I'm not asking for $1 million. Fire Phoenix scolded. "Have you lost your mind? Testing skills in my Phoenix base courtyard? Are you asking for trouble?" Liu Xing sheepishly explained, "Hey, Phoenix sister, I just couldn't help it. I promise it won't happen again." "Again? You think there'll be a next time?" Fire Phoenix was about to explode when Green Vine intervened. All right, since nothing serious happened, let's just let it go this time." She was also surprised, not expecting the skill Liu Xing acquired from the casino's magic beast crystal core to be so powerful. She couldn't help but smile at the thought of Boss Zhou's reaction to this. Reluctantly, Fire Phoenix said, "Since Green Vine is pleading for you, let it slide this time. Go to bed. I'm exhausted. Don't cause any more trouble." "Yes, thank you, Phoenix sister." Liu Xing quickly agreed and scurried back to his room. Lying in bed, he replayed the scene in his mind, clenching his fists. He felt his strength growing and his desire for power intensifying. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen, and the best he could do was to increase his strength as much as possible before it did. The next day, Liu Xing slept in until late morning. When he went downstairs, the house was empty. Even Zixian, who was usually in the kitchen or reading in the dining room, was nowhere to be seen. He guessed they might be out on a mission, but he wasn't too worried, knowing Fire Phoenix and the others were strong and capable of handling trouble. Liu Xing decided to check on Fatty and his sister. He took a cab to Su Fatty's house and rang the doorbell. "Who's there?" Su Fatty's voice came from inside. "It's me, Liu Xing." "Liu Xing." Su Fatty, who had been watching TV on the couch, immediately ran to open the door. Seeing Liu Xing, he hugged him tightly and wailed, "Oh brother, it's all my fault. I'm not a good friend. I shouldn't have doubted you." All right, stop the act." Liu Xing tried to push Su Fatty away. Su Fatty immediately let go, grinning, "Heh, how did you know I was acting?" Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Fatty in exasperation. Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. As if I don't know what you're like, he muttered. But before he could finish, his expression turned serious. He bowed deeply to Liu Xing, his voice filled with sincere apology. Liu Xing, I'm really sorry. For a moment yesterday, I truly doubted you. Liu Xing quickly stepped forward and helped Su Peng up. It's okay, he said, giving Su Peng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably do the same. After all, it's your sister we're talking about, your own flesh and blood. Seeing your sister hurt, no brother would stay calm. Su Peng let out a sigh of relief, gratitude flickering in his eyes. As long as you're not mad at me. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Su Xiaoya slowly descended, her once pale face lighting up with a smile at the sight of Liu Xing. Noticing his sister's reaction, Su Peng sighed inwardly. Oh no, my sister has completely fallen for him. Such a good girl, and now she's going to be taken by Liu Xing. Liu Xing ignored Su Peng's thoughts and quickly walked over to Su Xiaoya, asking with concern, Xiaoya, are you okay? Gratitude shone in Su Xiaoya's eyes. I'm fine, Liu Xing. Thank you so much for saving me again. If it weren't for you, she trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. Liu Xing waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. It's nothing. I did what I had to do. After all, your brother is my good friend. With that, he turned and slung an arm around Su Peng's shoulder. Su Peng chimed in. That's right, Xiaoya. Liu Xing is my brother. From now on, you can call him your big brother too. I don't want to. Su Xiaoya blurted out, her cheeks flushing slightly. Seeing this, Liu Xing quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not just stand here. Have a seat. As soon as the three of them sat down on the couch, Liu Xing noticed Su Peng pulling out his phone and fiddling with it. Su Peng, what are you doing? Liu Xing asked curiously. Without looking up, Su Peng replied, it's Crazy Thursday. KFC has a deal. I'm ordering some food. I'm too tired to go out today. Great. Liu Xing and Su Xiaoya responded in unison. This unexpected synchronicity made Su Xiaoya pause, her face turning as red as an apple. She hadn't expected to be so in sync with Liu Xing. Liu Xing gave an awkward laugh, reassuring himself that it was just a coincidence. Seeing Su Xiaoya back to her normal self, Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was okay, that was all that mattered. If anything had really happened to Su Xiaoya, Liu Xing would have blamed himself forever. After having dinner at Su Peng's house, Liu Xing left alone. Su Xiaoya needed rest after the scare, so Su Peng stayed behind to take care of her. Liu Xing stood by the roadside, hailed a taxi, and gave the address of the Phoenix base. The car drove smoothly and soon reached the destination. As Liu Xing stepped into the base's lobby, a long leg suddenly kicked towards him. He quickly grabbed the ankle with both hands. Who are you? Why are you trespassing at the Phoenix base? A girl with pink hair asked coldly. Liu Xing retorted. Who am I? I should be asking who you are. Why are you here? The pink-haired girl laughed angrily. Ha! No one has ever asked me who I am. Kid, you're in big trouble for daring to barge into the Phoenix base. Liu Xing shook his head helplessly. Why wouldn't I dare? I come and go as I please here. Oh really? Let me teach you a lesson then, the pink-haired girl said, ready to strike again. At that moment, a gentle voice came from the doorway. Xiao Tao, stop it. He's Liu Xing, Phoenix's brother. Zixian had appeared at the door, carrying a large bag of fresh groceries. Xiao Tao looked surprised. Him? Phoenix's brother? Zixian shrugged. Believe it or not. But if you hurt him, just wait and see how Phoenix will deal with you when she gets back. Hearing the word deal, Xiao Tao shivered involuntarily, indicating she had suffered Phoenix's wrath before. She quickly withdrew her leg, and Liu Xing sighed in relief. See, I told you I wasn't a bad guy, Liu Xing said smugly. Xiao Tao made a face at him, bleh. Zixian put the groceries in the kitchen and came back out, asking curiously, Xiao Tao, why are you back today? Just wanted to see you all. Xiao Tao replied cheerfully. Zixian looked her over and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to have already broken through to Platinum Level 1. Xiao Tao looked a bit downcast. I wanted to surprise you, but I guess I can't hide anything from you. Liu Xing interjected. Zixian. Who is she? Zixian remembered to introduce them. This is Xiao Tao, a member of our Phoenix mercenary group and one of the top talents at the Huaxia Imperial Academy. Then she turned to Xiao Tao. He's Liu Xing, Phoenix's brother. Xiao Tao suddenly understood. Liu Xing? The guy who defeated Qinshiju? Impressive for someone so young. Liu Xing modestly replied. Just so-so. Oh please, a little compliment and your tail's already wagging, Xiao Tao teased. Zixian quickly intervened. All right, you two, stop bickering. She turned to Xiao Tao. You didn't just come back to see us, did you? Xiao Tao nodded. Of course not. I need your help with something. What is it? Zixian asked, slightly frowning. Xiao Tao explained. I've just broken through to Platinum Level 1 and want to contract a new beast. But you know me, ordinary beasts don't catch my eye. Zixian understood. So you want me to help you? Xiao Tao blushed. Yes, but I wasn't sure if you'd be willing to help. Originally, Xiao Tao had planned to ask Fire Phoenix for help, but Fire Phoenix was out on a mission. Her missions usually lasted from half a month to several months, and Xiao Tao couldn't wait that long. Zixian nodded. All right, I can help. Let's finish dinner first, and then we'll go. Great. Xiao Tao said with a sweet smile. Zixian quickly prepared 3 bowls of noodles. As the 3 of them sat in the dining room eating, Zixian suddenly said to Liu Xing, Liu Xing, you should come with us later. When we get back, I'll make you my specialty dish squirrel fish. Liu Xing's eyes lit up at the mention. Liu Xing had already heard from Greenvine and Phoenix about Zixian's specialty dish squirrel fish. It was said to be so delicious that it could make you want to swallow your tongue. Zixian rarely showcased her culinary skills, reserving this dish for significant celebrations to reward everyone generously. When Zixian invited Liu Xing to join her on an expedition to the Hidden Realm, he readily agreed, partly because he had nothing better to do, and partly because he was genuinely curious about the legendary dish. What? He's coming with us? Xiao Tao's voice was filled with disdain as she glanced at Liu Xing and then turned to Zixian. Zixian, is it really a good idea to bring him along? Xiao Tao scrutinized Liu Xing and realized he was merely a 4th-tier gold beast master. While this might seem impressive to ordinary people, it was nothing compared to her platinum-level prowess. Hearing this, Zixian glanced at Xiao Tao with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Tao, how many times have I told you? There are always higher mountains and stronger people. Don't underestimate others based on appearances. A person's combat ability can't be judged solely by their beast master rank. Although Xiao Tao felt somewhat indignant at Zixian's reprimand, she didn't dare to openly argue. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them embarked on their journey to the Hidden Realm. Upon exiting Zixian's car, they entered their destination, the Forest of Malice. As soon as they stepped into the realm, Liu Xing was stunned by the sight before him. Damn, is this the Forest of Malice? He muttered to himself. The entire realm was shrouded under a gray sky, with an eerie mist pervading the area, making it seem like perpetual night. Before them was a forest of bizarrely shaped trees, their twisted branches resembling ghostly claws. Fortunately, the trio was strong enough to see clearly even in the dim light. Xiao Tao, have you decided which beast you want to contract? Zixian asked. Xiao Tao nodded and replied, I want to contract a martial panda. Martial panda? Upon hearing the name, Liu Xing immediately pictured a massive, fierce-looking panda with a thick bamboo stick on its shoulder. Liu Xing, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and follow us. Zixian's urging voice snapped him back to reality. Looking up, Liu Xing saw that Zixian and Xiao Tao had already summoned their beasts and mounted them. He quickly scanned the scene and immediately recognized them as a thunder ferret and a pink fragrant pig. He squinted and silently analyzed the attributes of the thunder ferret. Thunder ferret. Attribute, electric. Gender, female. Level, 2nd-tier diamond. Quality, S. Learn skills, thunderbolt, flash, lightning chain, thunderstrike. Zixian's pretty strong, Liu Xing muttered under his breath. She actually has a thunder ferret. Liu Xing's gaze fell on Xiao Tao. For some reason, Xiao Tao was riding a pink pig and wearing a pink skirt, creating a comical scene. Is this what they call a pink girl? Liu Xing couldn't help but silently mock. He took a closer look at Xiao Tao's mount and was secretly amazed. The pink pig had surprising attributes: fairy gender, platinum level 1, great aptitude, and skills including charge, fairy shot, enchanting kiss, and stinky fart. I didn't expect this pig to have such high aptitude. No wonder it reached platinum level 1, Liu Xing thought. Seeing Liu Xing's hesitation, Xiao Tao grew impatient. She provocatively said, Liu Xing, are you scared? If you are, just say so and go back. It's not embarrassing. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at her remark. He knew that backing down now would be truly shameful, and he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in front of Zixuan and Xiao Tao. Come forth, Hellhound. Liu Xing decisively summoned his beast. A massive hellhound appeared before Zixuan and Xiao Tao, exuding an intimidating aura. Zixuan's eyes lit up at the sight. As expected from someone Phoenix admires, his strength is extraordinary. Even as a diamond-level expert, she could feel the hellhound's terrifying presence. Hellhound. Xiao Tao's eyes widened in jealousy. I can't believe you have such a beast. How did you get so lucky? Liu Xing ignored her and mounted the hellhound, riding up to Zixuan. Zixuan, let's go. All right. Zixuan nodded. Xiao Tao huffed in annoyance as Liu Xing ignored her. The trio began their journey through the forest of evil. Along the way, Liu Xing noticed his hellhound seemed to be growing stronger. Is this the environmental attribute boost? He muttered to himself. Holding a map of the forest of evil's beast distribution, Zixuan pointed to a location. To capture the martial panda, we need to go to this black bamboo grove. Got it, Xiao Tao agreed. Under Zixuan's lead, they quickly reached the black bamboo grove. A cold wind blew through, causing them to shiver and instinctively pull their clothes tighter. The grove was perpetually shadowed, with temperatures much lower than outside. Even though we're strong, we should still keep warm to avoid catching a cold, Zixuan said, taking a jacket from her backpack and putting it on. Following her lead, Liu Xing retrieved a jacket from his system space, pretending to take it out from his backpack. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see there are ladies here? Xiao Tao trembled, clutching her chest. She was dressed in a miniskirt and short t-shirt, clearly freezing. Ladies? Where? Liu Xing feigned ignorance as he put on his jacket. He wasn't going to endure the cold just for her sake. To Liu Xing, such heroics were foolish. Xiao Tao was furious at Liu Xing's bluntness, stomping her foot. No wonder you'll be single forever. Enough arguing, Zixuan said, frowning as they entered the black bamboo grove. She sensed danger and looked back at Xiao Tao, considering retreating but ultimately deciding to press on. Stay alert. This place doesn't feel safe. Understood. Got it. Liu Xing and Xiao Tao responded in unison. The three of them cautiously advanced through the black bamboo grove, staying vigilant for any potential threats. Suddenly, a little creature poked its head out of the hole, catching the attention of the three. The black bamboo rat, clutching a piece of bamboo shoot, was nibbling away contentedly while curiously eyeing Liu Xing, Xiao Tao, and Zixuan, the unexpected visitors. Xiao Tao's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so cute." Liu Xing's mouth twitched slightly at Xiao Tao's compliment. He thought to himself that Xiao Tao's sense of aesthetics was truly questionable. However, as he took a closer look at the black bamboo rat, he found himself drawn to its bright eyes and adorably ugly appearance. This little guy looks pretty lively, not a sign of heat stroke at all, Liu Xing remarked, unable to resist a bit of sarcasm. Looks like Huanong Xiaogu won't be having a feast today. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up, Xiao Tao urged. Leading the way, Zixuan continued the search through the black bamboo forest. Xiao Tao's eyes scanned the surroundings constantly, muttering to herself, Martial Panda. Martial Panda. Where could it be? She was extremely meticulous, afraid to miss any clues. Just then, a slender black shadow suddenly lunged at Liu Xing. Fortunately, Liu Xing reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with a quick backbend. The shadow fell to the ground with a thud. It was a black leaf snake. Liu Xing looked at the snake with lingering fear. Its entire body was jet black, and its crimson eyes were fixed on him, its red forked tongue flicking in and out. Liu Xing felt a sense of relief that he had dodged the attack, but also a bit of frustration. Zixuan and Xiao Tao had walked ahead without any issues, yet he was the one ambushed. The system immediately provided Liu Xing with information about the black leaf snake. Attributes: evil, poison. Gender: level, gold tier 1. Qualification: B. Skills learned: poison fang, venom spray, breath of evil. Liu Xing watched the black leaf snake warily, calculating his next move. This unexpected encounter had abruptly turned their previously calm exploration into a tense situation. How dare you ambush me? You must be tired of living. Liu Xing glared at the hellhound beneath him and ordered sternly, Hellhound, use flame slash. Liu Xing, stop. A desperate shout echoed, but it was too late. The hellhound's claws slashed through the air, forming a blazing blade that hurtled toward the black leaf snake. The flame slash emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the surroundings as it struck the black leaf snake. The poor creature didn't even have time to scream before it was killed instantly. Boom. The flame slash's power didn't wane as it sliced the black leaf snake in half and continued forward, crashing into the bamboo forest behind. A series of cracks followed, and a swath of bamboo fell to the ground. That's what you get for ambushing me, Liu Xing cursed angrily as Zixuan hurriedly arrived on her purple lightning ferret. Liu Xing, Xiao Tao, we need to leave now, she said urgently. Liu Xing and Xiao Tao exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Zixuan was so anxious. There's no time to explain, just follow me, Zixuan urged. All right. They responded in unison, quickly following her lead. The purple lightning ferret's speed was astonishing, like a violet streak in the night, darting through the void. Liu Xing followed closely, with Xiao Tao bringing up the rear. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Tao glanced at Liu Xing ahead. Though she didn't know why they were fleeing, she knew this mess was Liu Xing's fault. This troublemaker, always causing problems. I shouldn't have brought him along, she thought regretfully. The pink fragrant pig kept running, but its chubby body soon left it gasping for breath. Noticing Xiao Tao falling behind, Liu Xing sighed and extended his hand. Give me your hand. Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment, but hearing the rustling of pursuers behind her, she had no choice but to place her hand in Liu Xing's. With a strong pull, Liu Xing hoisted her onto the hellhound's back. Come back, pink fragrant pig, Xiao Tao called back her pet. The three of them fled for over 10 minutes before the sounds of pursuit finally faded. Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask, Zixian, what was chasing us back there? Why was it so terrifying? During the escape, Liu Xing had felt a chilling sense of danger. It was the martial panda, Zixian replied. What? The martial panda? Liu Xing was shocked to realize that their pursuer was the very target they'd been seeking. Why did it suddenly become so aggressive? Zixian rolled her eyes and adjusted her glasses. This is the forest of evil. It never sees sunlight, and the plants here grow very slowly. That black bamboo forest is the last home of the martial pandas. Each bamboo is incredibly precious to them. You knock down a whole section with your flame slash. Of course, they're furious. Liu Xing finally understood. So that's why. As the three conversed, a shadow silently crept into the bushes behind them. Seizing the moment, it leaped out, shouting, Demetia, and lunged at Liu Xing, embodying the essence of a surprise attack. Swish! The hellhound suddenly sprang forward, its sharp claws deflecting the incoming bamboo. With a powerful shake, it sent the attacker reeling. Liu Xing squinted to see a strong panda standing not far away, a thick bamboo pole resting on its shoulder. It was the martial panda. Its face was filled with rage, clearly indignant at Liu Xing's actions. Liu Xing glanced at the martial panda in front of him. The eyes of the battle panda glowed a menacing blood red as it stared intensely at Liu Xing, as if they were sworn enemies. This golden tier, level 6, class battle panda exuded a powerful aura, making Liu Xing inwardly marvel. This creature's strength is truly formidable. Liu Xing felt relieved that his hellhound had previously mastered the decaying flesh skill, significantly boosting its power. Without it, that earlier strike would have been nearly impossible to deflect. Xiao Tao, witnessing the clash between the hellhound and the battle panda, had a look of surprise in her eyes. As a platinum tier, level 1 summoner, she could immediately discern the battle panda's level golden tier, level 6. She thought in disbelief, isn't Liu Xing's hellhound only at golden tier, level 4? It actually managed to repel an opponent 2 levels higher. Seeing the raging battle panda before him, Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly walked over to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, didn't you want the battle panda? I'll leave it to you to handle. I'm afraid if I go too hard, I might accidentally kill it. Xiao Tao rolled her eyes at Liu Xing's words. Previously, she might have thought Liu Xing was boasting. After all, defeating a golden tier, level 6 opponent with golden tier, level 4 strength sounded like pure fantasy. But after witnessing the recent clash, Xiao Tao had to admit it. She even believed that if the hellhound went all out, it might defeat the battle panda in just a few moves. Let me handle this. Xiao Tao sighed, knowing that it was her desire to capture the battle panda, not Liu Xing's. She quickly performed a series of hand signs. Come forth, black and white bear. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive bear appeared out of thin air. Black and white bear? Liu Xing curiously examined the creature Xiao Tao had summoned. Upon seeing its appearance, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. The bear's left side was pitch black, except for its snow-white left eye. The right side was pure white, with only its right eye as black as ink. Liu Xing couldn't resist quipping. Are you trying to paint a taiji symbol? Liu Xing's gaze fell on Xiao Tao's black and white bear. This bear, a female of ordinary gender, possessed an impressive golden tier 8 level qualification and had mastered skills like Mighty Push, Explosive Punch, Thunder Fist, and Sweeping Kick. Although its appearance was somewhat unusual, its strength was undeniable. Xiao Tao turned to the combat panda, her expression suddenly serious, as if she had transformed into a stern school principal. She decisively ordered, Black and White Bear, charge and use Thunder Fist. Immediately, the black and white bear shot towards the combat panda like an arrow released from a bow. Its right fist bulged with veins, striking with great force towards the opponent. Seeing this, the combat panda's eyes sharpened as it raised its bamboo staff to counter, a move it had previously used to ambush Liu Xing. The two bears engaged in a fierce battle. Leveraging its higher level, the black and white bear gained the upper hand, forcing the combat panda to retreat repeatedly. Finally, the black and white bear seized an opportunity, its right fist enveloped in a layer of white light, and landed a heavy blow on the combat panda's abdomen. Explosive punch. With a resounding boom, the combat panda's large body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a massive tree trunk that required 3 people to encircle. The intense impact caused the trunk to shudder violently, sending countless leaves fluttering down like a green rain. Xiao Tao's lips curled into a slight smile as she approached the fallen combat panda. All right, stop struggling. You're no match for me now. From now on, you'll be with me. Don't worry, I'll provide plenty of bamboo. How about it? Hearing this, the combat panda, clearly subdued, lowered its head in submission to Xiao Tao, as it was a creature that had always pursued martial prowess. Good, from now on, you'll be my number 5 enforcer, Xiao Tao declared. Hearing the word enforcer, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking that Xiao Tao sounded like a mafia boss. Xiao Tao quickly formed hand seals, completing the contract formation with ease since the combat panda offered no resistance. All right, since you've successfully formed the contract, let's head back, Zixian said calmly. The three of them retraced their steps back to the Phoenix base. As soon as they entered the house, Xiao Tao collapsed onto the sofa like a kite with its string cut, kicking off her shoes and exclaiming, "Ah, I'm exhausted." Zixian frowned, bent down to neatly arrange Xiao Tao's shoes, and reminded her, "Xiao Tao, if Phoenix sees you like this, she'll probably give you a hard time again." "Oh, it's fine. She's out on a mission," Xiao Tao replied nonchalantly. "Hello, Sister Phoenix." Liu Xing suddenly shouted. Xiao Tao sprang up from the sofa, hastily tidying her clothes and looking towards the door. However, there was no one there, just Liu Xing snickering. Realizing she had been tricked, Xiao Tao's face darkened. "All right, I'll go make dinner," Zixian said as she headed to the kitchen. Liu Xing and Xiao Tao sat on the sofa, tacitly turning on the TV and selecting the Animal World channel. The familiar narration began. Spring has arrived, and it's the season for all creatures to mate. Hearing the sudden silence outside, Zixian curiously poked her head out from the kitchen, seeing Liu Xing and Xiao Tao unusually harmonious as they watched TV together, and couldn't help but feel surprised. Before long, Zixian finished preparing dinner. On the dining table, there was indeed her specialty dish, squirrel fish. Liu Xing savored it carefully. The fish was tender and juicy, with a crispy exterior and a distinct texture. He couldn't help but think, no wonder Lu Luo and Feng Huang praised this dish so highly. It truly was exceptionally delicious. After the meal, Xiao Tao's gaze lingered on Zixian, filled with reluctance. She was about to leave to train her newly captured fifth beast. Xiao Tao stepped forward and gave Zixian a big hug, her eyes welling up with tears. "Zixian Jia, I'll miss you," Xiao Tao choked out. The Feng Huang mercenary group might appear to be a band of female mercenaries, but in reality, it was a warm family, a safe harbor where these women could find solace in each other. Zixian gently patted Xiao Tao's back and comforted her softly. "Oh, it's okay. It's not like we won't see each other again. Remember, farewells are just for better reunions." She then pretended to be stern. "You silly girl. You're already so grown up and still crying. Aren't you ashamed?" Xiao Tao nodded through her sobs and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She turned to Liu Xing, pressed her lips together, and glared at him. Then, she pulled something out of her pocket and shoved it into Liu Xing's hand. "Don't say I took advantage of you. Consider this your payment." With that, Xiao Tao quickly walked away. Watching Xiao Tao's hurried departure, Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. "What a crazy girl," he muttered under his breath. Liu Xing looked down at the item in his hand, and his eyes lit up. It was a magical beast crystal core. He thought to himself, this crazy girl does have a sense of honor. However, when he saw the core's grade, he couldn't help but smirk. Only a 6-star gold level. She's a bit stingy, isn't she? Liu Xing shamelessly complained, seemingly forgetting that this crystal core could fetch at least 1 million at an auction. He examined the core closely and quickly identified all the skills it contained. This is a 6-star gold level Shadow Wolf's crystal core. It's quite good, but I can't use any of these skills. Liu Xing muttered to himself, realizing there wasn't a single skill he needed. Never mind, I'll keep it. Maybe I can sell it somewhere and get some pocket money. Liu Xing absent-mindedly put the core away, completely unaware that if Xiao Tao heard his words, she would be furious and curse him. "I gave you a gift out of kindness, and not only do you not use it, but you also plan to sell it. You ungrateful wretch." After resolving the issue with Xiao Tao, Liu Xing was about to go upstairs when his phone suddenly rang. He took a look at the caller ID and saw it was Su Peng. "Hey, Pengzi, what's up?" Liu Xing answered the call. Su Peng's voice came through the other end. "Liu Xing, tomorrow is my sister's 18th birthday. I'm planning a big celebration for her, and you have to come." "Sure." Liu Xing readily agreed. The next day, Liu Xing arrived at Su Peng's house. He opened the door and was surprised to see the entire room transformed. Colorful ribbons hung from the ceiling, and various balloons adorned the space, filling the air with a festive atmosphere. Liu Xing couldn't help but be impressed by Su Peng's effort for his sister. "Hey, Liu Xing, you're here." Su Peng greeted him warmly. Liu Xing nodded in acknowledgement, and his gaze fell on Su Xiaoya, who was standing nearby. She was clearly dressed up for the occasion. A light touch of makeup and a new dress made her look especially radiant. "Here, Xiaoya, this is for you," Liu Xing said, handing over a beautifully wrapped gift box. "What is it?" Su Xiaoya asked curiously. "Open it and see for yourself." Su Xiaoya eagerly unwrapped the package to reveal a designer handbag. "Wow, it's beautiful," she exclaimed, delighted, and ran to the downstairs mirror to admire it. "Liu Xing, you're amazing." Su Peng praised sincerely. "How did you think of getting an LV bag?" Liu Xing laughed. "Well, no girl can resist the allure of a handbag. If she can, it means the handbag isn't high-end enough." True, true. After all, A good bag can cure anything. Su Peng agreed wholeheartedly. Liu Xing looked around and noticed two people were missing. By the way, where are your parents? Su Peng explained, they're on a mission, working on some research. They called earlier to say they couldn't make it to Xiaoya's birthday party, but will make it up to her when they return. Liu Xing understood. No wonder, given Su Peng's family's wealth, the birthday party was relatively simple. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's eat. I'm starving, Su Peng urged, pointing to the lavish spread on the dining table. The three of them sat around the table, and Su Peng took out another gift box. Here, Xiaoya, this is from your brother. Su Xiaoya opened it to find a pink watch. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Thank you, brother. Hey, don't cry. Today is your birthday, a day to celebrate. Su Peng quickly comforted her. After a simple dinner, it was time to cut the cake. Su Peng asked, Xiaoya, do you have any wishes? Tell me, and I'll help make one or two come true. Really? Su Xiaoya's eyes lit up. All right, I want to become a beastmaster. What? No way. Su Peng's face changed. I can't make that decision. You need to wait for mom and dad to come back for that. Su Xiaoya pouted. I'm 18 now. I can become a beastmaster. Plus, I've been working hard at school and always come first in exams. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but be impressed by this top student's determination. Liu Xing, do you think I can become a beastmaster? Su Xiaoya looked at Liu Xing with hopeful eyes. Liu Xing hesitated, his gaze shifting between Su Xiaoya and the frantically shaking Su Peng. Liu Xing, just say if I can or can't. Su Xiaoya pleaded. Perhaps out of guilt for past events, Liu Xing impulsively said, of course you can. Yay. Su Xiaoya cheered, while Su Peng sighed in exasperation. Oh, Liu Xing, you've doomed me, Su Peng said helplessly. Originally, his parents had planned to personally select the initial beast for Su Xiaoya, as it was crucial for a beastmaster's future. All right, brother, didn't you say you'd help me fulfill my wish? Let's go. Su Xiaoya urged impatiently. Go where? To buy a beast, of course. Seeing the determination in his sister's eyes, Su Peng knew he couldn't persuade her otherwise and reluctantly agreed. Before they set off, Liu Xing patted Su Peng on the shoulder, offering some comfort. Don't worry, I'll help her pick one in a bit. As soon as Liu Xing finished speaking, Su Peng's eyes lit up, as if he had just seen a glimmer of hope. Su Peng knew well that Liu Xing's skill in selecting beasts was exceptional. Each of Liu Xing's beasts was a top-notch choice, which filled Su Peng with confidence in his taste. I'll leave it to you then, Su Peng said with a relieved sigh, his earlier anxiety dissipating significantly. If he had to rely solely on his own ability, Su Peng would have been unsure. He could even imagine his parents' furious reaction if he ended up contracting a worthless beast for Su Xiaoya, as if they would skin him alive. The two of them left the room and flagged down a car on the street, heading straight for the place where they could buy beasts. They were very familiar with this place. Liu Xing's little sparrow and Su Peng's wild ape were both purchased here. The owner of the beast shop, Boss Jean, greeted them with a big smile as soon as he saw them. Young Master Su, what brings you here today? Boss Jean said, showering Su Peng with flattery. Su Peng got straight to the point. It's nothing much. Today is my sister's 18th birthday, and I want to buy her a beast as her first companion. Boss Jean, cut to the chase and take us to the best ones. Money is not an issue. Seeing Su Peng's serious expression, Boss Jean nodded repeatedly. Of course. Please follow me. Under Boss Jin's guidance, the three of them quickly arrived at a basement room. Boss Jean gestured around the iron cages in the room. Our best beasts are all here. Su Peng nodded and turned to Su Xiaoya. Xiaoya, go ahead and pick one. I respect your choice and will only offer advice from the side. After all, it's your life. Okay. Su Xiaoya responded excitedly. Despite the beast's cages emitting a foul odor from their confined living conditions, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Her brows furrowed slightly, but her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Xiaoya carefully examined the various magical beasts in the beast shop, her brows gradually furrowing. Her brother, Su Peng, noticed the change in her expression and asked with concern. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Can't find the beast you want? Su Xiaoya nodded slightly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I don't know why, but I feel like these beasts are just not right. Brother, should we just settle for one? Hearing this, Su Peng's expression changed abruptly. He spoke earnestly to Su Xiaoya. Choosing a beast is like choosing a husband. It's a lifelong decision. You can't just settle. If you choose wrong, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Oh, Xiaoya responded, a look of sadness flashing across her face. Seeing this, Su Peng turned to the shop owner, Mr. Jean, and asked, Mr. Jean, do you have any other beasts available? Mr. Jean looked embarrassed and explained, this is all we have for now. If you want to see new ones, you'll have to wait a month. The new stock will arrive then. Su Peng nodded and looked over at Liu Xing, who had been silent all this time, seeking his opinion. Liu Xing gave a slight nod and calmly said, If there's nothing suitable, we shouldn't settle. It's just a month. We can wait. In fact, Liu Xing had just used his system's eye to check the beasts and found that the best one was only grade A, far below his standards. With Liu Xing's suggestion, Su Peng took the disappointed Su Xiaoya and prepared to leave. Mr. Jean watched them go with a trace of regret on his face and called out loudly, "Make sure to come back in a month. I'll have some good ones ready for you then." "Thanks," Liu Xing replied, waving his right hand without looking back. When they got home, Su Xiaoya sat on the couch, looking dejected like a wilted flower. Su Peng quickly comforted her. "Xiaoya, don't be sad. It's just a beast. It's okay. When Mom and Dad come back, they'll get you the best one." "Okay." Su Xiaoya wiped her tears and nodded heavily. Liu Xing watched the scene and sighed, unsure of how to comfort her. After a while, when Su Xiaoya's mood had stabilized, she was about to watch TV with Liu Xing when a figure appeared at the window. Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the window to bring in a dirty stray cat. Seeing this, Su Peng showed a look of disdain and said, "Xiaoya, put it down. It's filthy. Who knows how many germs it has." Su Xiaoya was immediately unhappy, hugging the stray cat tightly. I like it. I don't like how you talk about Xiaomi." "Right, Xiaomi? Come on. Let's give you a bath and some food." With that, she carried the cat upstairs, seemingly having forgotten her earlier troubles. Su Peng sighed and said to Liu Xing, My sister is like that. Just let her be. Come on, let's watch some TV." After a while, Su Xiaoya came downstairs with the now clean and fresh-smelling stray cat. The cat had been bathed and groomed, with perfume sprayed to remove any odor. "Come on, Xiaomi, say hello to everyone," Su Xiaoya said with a smile, then took out some food. "Here you go, Xiaomi. This is for you." Although Su Peng was quite helpless, he had to accept it since Su Xiaoya liked it. He sighed, pulled out a bag of premium cat food and an iron dish from the cupboard. As the food rustled into the dish, Xiaomi's eyes lit up, as if it had just seen the most delicious delicacy in the world. With a swift leap, it landed in front of the dish and began devouring the food ravenously. It was evident that it had been starving for days, eating so eagerly that it made one's heart ache. "Xiaomi, slow down. Be careful not to choke." Su Xiaoya gently stroked Xiaomi's back, a doting smile on her face. Liu Xing couldn't help but ask, "Where did this cat come from?" Su Peng shrugged casually. "Where else? My sister has too soft a heart." She saw this stray kitten lying on the road and, not minding how dirty it was, took it straight to the pet hospital. After it recovered, this little guy kept coming back to her every few days. Liu Xing nodded, his gaze falling on the delighted Su Xiaoya, and asked with a smile, "Xiaoya, have you ever thought about making Xiaomi your first contracted beast?" "What?" Su Peng was stunned, frozen in place. He instinctively rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. "Liu Xing, did I hear you right? Making Xiaomi a contracted beast?" Su Peng's face was filled with disdain. To him, this scrawny little cat, even though its fur had been groomed, was still quite ugly. He hurriedly tried to dissuade her. No, Xiaoya, don't listen to Liu Xing's nonsense. He must be joking. Don't do something so foolish." However, Su Xiaoya merely smiled, her eyes shining with determination. "I think Liu Xing has a point. Since I like Xiaomi, why can't I choose it as my contracted beast?" She picked up Xiaomi and softly said, "All right, I've decided. Xiaomi, from now on, you'll be my first contracted beast." Su Xiaoya felt anxious, worried that Su Peng wouldn't agree with her decision. As an idea struck her, she quickly scooped up the eating Xiaomi and dashed upstairs before Su Peng could react. Su Peng immediately chased after her, but was a step too late. With a loud bang, Su Xiaoya rushed into her room and locked the door. Facing the closed door, Su Peng was drenched in sweat and shouted anxiously, "Xiaoya, listen to your brother. Don't do anything foolish. Xiaomi is really not suitable as a spirit beast." "I don't care, I want her," came Su Xiaoya's determined voice from inside. At that moment, Liu Xing came upstairs from below. Seeing Su Peng's worried expression, he couldn't help but laugh. "What's so funny?" Su Peng snapped irritably. "It's all your fault. I'm practically dead because of you." His face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. Liu Xing walked over, patted Su Peng on the shoulder, and reassured him, "Don't worry. Your sister choosing Xiaomi as her initial spirit beast is actually the wisest decision she could make." "Really?" Su Peng asked, half believing. "Of course," Liu Xing said seriously. "I consider you a brother, and Xiaoya is like a sister to me. Why would I harm her?" Su Peng nodded but then asked suspiciously, "Liu Xing, have you figured something out?" Liu Xing gave a mysterious smile. "What do you think?" Su Peng suddenly realized and shook his head with a bitter smile. "It seems my sister is quite fortunate. What exactly is Xiaomi?" "A silver moon cat," Liu Xing replied succinctly, "and it's highly talented." "How do you know that?" "That's something I can't tell you." Knowing Liu Xing had a knack for discerning the potential of magical beasts, Su Peng didn't press further. He turned his attention back to Su Xiaoya's room and muttered, I hope Xiaoya can successfully form the contract. Liu Xing remained silent, his mind filled with information about Xiaomi. Silver Moon Cat. Attributes: Wind, Spirit. Gender: Level: Black Iron Tier 1. Talent: SS. Skills: Rending Claw, Bite. An S-tier Silver Moon Cat. Xiaoya's starting point is leagues ahead of others, Liu Xing thought. Who would have thought Xiaoya would be so lucky, picking up a stray cat that turns out to be an S-tier Silver Moon Cat? Truly, sometimes the best things happen when you least expect them. As they waited, the door to Su Xiaoya's room finally creaked open. Xiaoya, how did it go? Su Peng asked eagerly. Tada! Su Xiaoya triumphantly emerged, holding Xiaomi. Liu Xing took a quick glance and saw that Su Xiaoya had become a Black Iron Tier 1 Beast Master, indicating a successful contract. Sis, you really did it? Su Peng asked for confirmation. Of course. Su Xiaoya stroked Xiaomi, her face full of affection. See how well behaved my Xiaomi is. Over the next few days, Su Peng resumed his role as caretaker, not only cooking for Liu Xing and his own spirit beasts, but also for Xiaomi. Xiaomi enjoyed Su Peng's meticulously prepared meals while undergoing the special training arranged by Su Xiaoya, steadily improving her strength. Within a few days, Xiaomi advanced from Black Iron Tier 1 to Tier 2. The newly advanced Tier 2, Xiaomi looked completely different. Once scrawny, she now had a healthy physique. Liu Xing sat in the courtyard of Su Peng's house, lounging on a deck chair, watching Su Xiaoya train. Xiaomi, now fully restored, had a snow-white coat that shimmered under the sunlight, looking exceptionally beautiful. Not bad at all. Su Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction, picking up the panting little me. She gently stroked the kitten's soft fur and walked towards Liu Xing. Liu Xing's gaze fell on the little me in Su Xiaoya's arms, noticing the crescent-shaped white birthmark on its head. This distinctive mark was the very reason for its name, Silver Moon Cat. Xiaoya, give it some more training over the next few days, Liu Xing suggested. Then I'll take you to explore the secret realm. Su Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. She had been thinking about how to ask Liu Xing for this opportunity, but to her surprise, he brought it up himself. Really? She confirmed excitedly. Seeing the joy on Su Xiaoya's face, Liu Xing smiled slightly. He knew well that you can't grow a towering pine in a flower pot, nor can you train a 1,000-mile horse in a courtyard. To truly help Su Xiaoya grow, taking her out for some real-world experience was necessary. At that moment, Su Peng walked out from the inner room carrying a large bowl of fried chicken legs. Xiaoya, what's got you so happy? He asked curiously. Liu Xing said, he's going to take me to the secret realm for training. Su Xiaoya responded excitedly. Upon hearing this, Su Peng's brow furrowed. Liu Xing quickly explained, don't worry, we're just going to the lowest level secret realm. With our skills, we'll easily be able to keep Xiaoya safe. Su Peng nodded in agreement. Seeing her father not object, Su Xiaoya was overjoyed, dancing around with excitement. But I have one condition, Su Peng said sternly. Once we're there, you must stay close to us at all times. If something happens, we won't be able to protect you if you wander off. Understood. Su Xiaoya agreed solemnly. All right, I'm off to take a shower. Training little me earlier got me all sweaty. With that, Su Xiaoya skipped away. Watching his daughter disappear into the distance, Su Peng couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Turning to Liu Xing, he asked, so, how do you think today's fried chicken legs turned out? Liu Xing replied honestly, not great. You fried them a bit too long. Yeah, I thought so too. The chicken's a bit tough, Su Peng said, taking a big bite of the fried chicken leg. Here's your update for the 5th watch, Weekend Extravaganza. Thanks for all your gifts and urging for more chapters. Outside a hidden realm, Su Xiaoya excitedly asked, brother, is this the entrance to the secret realm? Su Peng nodded in confirmation. Su Xiaoya couldn't help but glance down at the black iron badge hanging around her neck. The 2 stripes indicated she was already a Black Iron Level 2 Beast Master. All right, let's go. Liu Xing led the way as the 3 of them stepped into the secret realm. The sight before them left Su Xiaoya in awe. Under the blue sky and white clouds, an expansive prairie stretched as far as the eye could see, resembling a picturesque scene of, the sky is vast, the field boundless, and the wind blows low, revealing grazing cattle and sheep. This was the Qingqing Prairie, a low-level secret realm carefully chosen by Liu Xing and Su Peng. Liu Xing couldn't resist teasing. I wonder if there are any little lambs and big bad wolves here. Suddenly, Su Xiaoya pointed into the distance and shouted, Liu Xing, look, what's that? Not far away was a blue, ball-shaped object. Liu Xing squinted and quickly analyzed, blue slime. Attribute: water. Gender: male. Level: Black Iron Level 1. Qualification: F. Learned skill. Charge: wow, it's so cute. Su Xiaoya was about to rush over, but Su Peng grabbed her. Brother, what are you doing? Su Xiaoya asked, displeased. Su Peng explained seriously. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have already been attacked by that slime. No way. Su Xiaoya found it hard to believe. Look over there. Su Peng pointed into the distance. They saw a girl, much like Su Xiaoya, eagerly running towards the slime. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and the girl fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. Ah, it hurts. Her companions exchanged glances and reluctantly dragged her away. Seeing this, Su Xiaoya gulped. Su Peng wore a "I told you so" expression. All right, summon your little me, Liu Xing reminded. Su Xiaoya nodded and commanded. Little me, use tear claw on that slime. Little me swiftly charged towards the blue slime. The slime, irritated at being disturbed while eating, recoiled and then launched itself at Little me. Oh no, Little me, dodge quickly, Su Xiaoya exclaimed. However, Little me was prepared. As a former stray cat, it had accumulated rich combat experience in the streets. Little me dodged nimbly, letting the slime pass by. Seizing the opportunity, Little me's right claw flashed, leaving 3 deep gashes on the slime. With a ripping sound, blue liquid oozed from the slime's wounds, and its body deflated. Ah, Little me, you're amazing, Su Xiaoya cheered, running over to hug and kiss Little me repeatedly. Liu Xing and Su Peng exchanged smiles, realizing Su Xiaoya's journey as a beast master had truly begun. In the following time, Su Xiaoya transformed into a slime slayer, leading Little me to challenge one slime after another. Through these battles, Little me's strength and combat experience significantly improved. All right, it's time to head back, Liu Xing said as he stood up from beneath a large tree. The setting sun cast a red glow across the entire grassland, making the scenery extraordinarily beautiful. Liu Xing turned to look at Su Xiaoya, who was drenched in sweat, her hair plastered to her face, looking rather disheveled. Su Peng glanced at the messy-haired Su Xiaoya and couldn't help but say, Xiaoya, it's time to go. Huh. Su Xiaoya was obviously still reluctant, her youthful energy seemingly inexhaustible. Seeing this, Su Peng quickly added, we can come back tomorrow. Su Xiaoya's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and she responded excitedly, great. As long as we can come back tomorrow. Hearing, come back tomorrow, Liu Xing glanced at the ground covered with slime corpses, his mouth twitching slightly. However, today's experience had broadened his horizons. This was his first time seeing slimes in another world, and he was surprised to find that they had various attributes. The blue ones had water attributes, the red ones had fire attributes, the brown ones had rock attributes, and there were several other colors with different attributes. Liu Xing observed carefully, hoping to find a unique slime, but found nothing special. He couldn't help but mutter, looks like there's no Mo King in this world. If such a creature existed, he would definitely capture it, as it would be a significant boost in power. Unfortunately, it seemed the Mo King only existed in cartoons. After returning from the grasslands, Liu Xing didn't travel with Su Peng and the others but took a car home alone. When he opened the door, he saw the house had been cleaned spotless, and he nodded approvingly. Not bad. Looks like I'll stick with this cleaning company in the future. Liu Xing collapsed comfortably onto the sofa and let out a long sigh. Although the conditions at the Phoenix base were good, nothing compared to the comfort of his own home. The sense of freedom at home was irreplaceable. In the following days, Liu Xing's life became fulfilling and routine. He either had his beasts spar with each other for special training, or went to the grasslands with Su Peng and Su Xiaoya to hunt slimes. Life passed peacefully and productively, and Liu Xing gradually adapted to the rhythm of this new world. Good times always seemed to fly by. Before they knew it, the start of the new school term was approaching. During this period of intense training, Liu Xing's beasts had made remarkable progress, especially the Hellhound, which had reached Gold Tier 6. Correspondingly, Liu Xing's rank as a beast master also advanced to Gold Tier 6. At the airport, Liu Xing, Su Peng, Liu Xiaoming, and Su Xiaoya were bidding each other a reluctant farewell. Su Xiaoya's eyes were filled with reluctance, and Liu Xing gently said, Sister, go on back. I'll be home soon. Su Xiaoya nodded lightly, then suddenly rushed towards Liu Xing, giving him a big hug and a quick kiss on the cheek before skipping away. Watching this, Su Peng was exasperated and couldn't help but comment, girls grow up so fast. Beside him, Liu Xiaoming's face was full of jealousy. The three boarded the plane, and this time, they were lucky enough not to encounter a hijacking. Just as they arrived at Jiangnan Beastmaster University, Liu Xing's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Liu Xing. Liu Xing frowned, thought for a moment, but decided to answer the call. Hello, is this Liu Xing?
Yes.
Have you returned to Jiangnan Beastmaster University? Yes, I'm back. Good. Then come to my office right away. Okay. After hanging up, Liu Xing told Su Peng and Liu Xiaoming, the principal wants to see me in his office. You guys go on ahead. Seeing the concern on their faces, he reassured them, don't worry, it won't be anything serious. I'll be back soon. Liu Xing arrived at Liu Xing's office, where the principal warmly invited him to sit and asked what kind of tea he preferred. Sensing something unusual, Liu Xing cut straight to the chase. Principal, we're familiar enough. Let's skip the formalities. What's this about? Liu Gongxing sighed in relief and, with a slightly mischievous smile, said, it's nothing major. There's an opportunity to attend a networking event at the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy the day after tomorrow, and I want you to go. Liu Xing immediately understood that this so-called networking event was essentially a showcase for the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy to flaunt its prowess to universities nationwide. He smiled and asked, I can go, but is there any reward? Liu Gongxing's face twitched. He wanted to say that this was an opportunity countless people would kill for, but seeing Liu Xing's expression, he sighed and relented. All right, if you attend this event, I'll reward you with a diamond-tier magical beast core. But there's a condition: you must uphold the honor of our Jiangnan Beastmaster University. If you embarrass us, I'll make you give that diamond-tier core back. As Principal Liu Gongxing spoke, his face turned stern, a stark contrast to his previously gentle demeanor. His gaze was firm, and his tone was heavy, clearly indicating his seriousness. Liu Xing, however, wore a confident expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. He looked directly at the principal and said with determination, Principal, rest assured, this time, I will definitely bring honor to our school. He emphasized the word bring, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. The principal seemed to read Liu Xing's mind but didn't stop him. Instead, he encouraged, don't be afraid to stir things up, as long as it's within the law. Our school has your back. Hearing this, Liu Xing's eyes lit up, as if he had received the best support. The principal's words hit the mark, giving him the confidence to act boldly. All right, go claim your reward first, the principal said, pulling out a jade token from his pocket and handing it to Liu Xing. After you get the magic beast crystal core, prepare well and set off on time. Liu Xing took the jade token and left the principal's office quickly, heading straight to the treasure pavilion of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. He showed the token to the old man at the entrance, who gave it a quick glance before letting him proceed upstairs. The old man watched Liu Xing's retreating figure with a look of surprise. He muttered to himself, this kid's talent is impressive. It's only been a few days, and he's already at gold rank 6. His talent far surpasses that of Xiao Gengzi. Xiao Gengzi referred to none other than Liu Gongxing, the principal. Liu Xing arrived at the diamond section of the magic beast crystal cores and activated his system's eye to quickly scan the selections. Soon, his gaze locked onto a crystal core from a creature known as the Radiant Lady. This plant and psychic-type magic beast possessed a skill Liu Xing had long coveted: Holy Purification. The system displayed, Holy Purification, upon use, removes all negative effects from the target, including burning, poisoning, wind scourge, and paralysis. Liu Xing stood frozen, momentarily stunned by the skill description. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. A smile slowly spread across his face as he began to imagine the potential uses of this skill. He envisioned a scenario where an enemy used poison gas, causing his beast to become poisoned. Then, he would command his six-winged angel to counter with a holy purification, instantly removing the poison. Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as he imagined the look of shock on his opponent's face. Liu Xing, carrying the magical beast core, completed the registration with the old man and then turned towards the principal's office. His figure gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor, and the old man narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The Lady of Light's magical beast core? This kid's got a good eye, the old man muttered to himself, recalling the time he had slain the Lady of Light, extracted the core, and placed it there. Satisfied, he nodded and leaned against the wall, slipping back into a light sleep. Liu Xing returned to Principal Liu Gengsheng's office, handed back the jade token, and hurriedly left. Back at the dormitory, he ignored the expectant looks from Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming and headed straight to the basement. Come out, my little angel. Liu Xing summoned the six-winged angel and pulled out a lollipop from his pocket. Here, this is for you, he coaxed, encouraging the angel to consume the Lady of Light's magical beast core. As the core was absorbed, the six-winged angel's attribute panel updated. Spirit, Fairy. Gender, Female. Level, Gold rank 6. Potential, SSS. Skills learned, Judgment, Holy Healing, Holy Shield, Fairy Light, Hypnosis, Holy Purification. Liu Xing smiled with satisfaction. The six-winged angel's strength now matched his own gold rank 6 beast master level, providing him with another trump card for his journey to the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy. However, Liu Xing faced a dilemma. A beast could only learn skills through magical beast cores 4 times, and the six-winged angel had already used 3, Hypnosis, Fairy Light, and Holy Purification. The last skill must be chosen with utmost care, Liu Xing pondered, deciding not to rely on the slim chance that the angel might self-learn a skill. Watching the six-winged angel enjoy the lollipop, Liu Xing chuckled wryly. Little one, my lollipop stash is running low. They'll need Su Pang to make more. Liu Xing exited the basement and spoke to Su Peng, who was sprawled on the couch. Su Peng, I'm heading to the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy for the exchange. Take care. I'll bring you back some roast duck. Su Peng weakly waved his hand. Go on, go on. He was exhausted from making lollipops for Liu Xing. Seeing his inventory full of lollipops, Liu Xing felt a surge of joy. With these, his angel's rations were secured. He packed his luggage and headed for the airport. The plane landed at the Imperial Capital Airport, and Liu Xing was awestruck by the majestic sight. Is this really the airport? He looked around, overwhelmed by the grandeur and luxury. The entire place could be summed up in one word: massive. Liu Xing, with his backpack, reached the exit and immediately recognized teacher Wu Yong waiting there. The teacher's distinctive thinning hair brought a smile to Liu Xing's face. Teacher Wu Yong, long time no see, Liu Xing greeted as he approached. Liu Xing, it's been a while. Wu Yong responded with a smile. Liu Xing noticed that his teacher had put on some weight, his once flat stomach now slightly bulging. Wu Yong patted Liu Xing's shoulder and said earnestly, Liu Xing, you must perform well this time. Don't let Jiangnan Beast Master University down. Don't worry, teacher, Liu Xing replied solemnly. They boarded the car sent by Huaxia Academy. As soon as they got off, Liu Xing realized he had become the center of attention, with people around whispering. See that? That's the student representative from Jiangnan Beast Master University. Is it really him? Yes, it is. Wow, so handsome. Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery truly lives up to its reputation. Not only are there many beautiful women, but also a plethora of handsome guys. Liu Xing's appearance caused quite a stir. His strikingly handsome face and constant gentle smile instantly drew numerous admiring glances. To uphold the prestigious name of Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery, Liu Xing specifically purchased a new outfit from Anima. This new attire indeed made him look completely refreshed, elevating his entire demeanor to a new level. His charming appearance immediately captured the hearts of many girls. Oh my god, if I had known Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery had such handsome guys, I wouldn't have applied to the Imperial Capital Huaxia Academy, one girl exclaimed regretfully. Just as everyone was basking in Liu Xing's charm, a sudden roar came from a distance. A red sports car sped towards them like a bolt of lightning, seemingly about to hit Liu Xing. At the last moment, the car screeched to a halt and performed a dramatic drift, stopping perfectly in front of Liu Xing. The car door opened, and a man dressed in red casual wear with rainbow-colored hair jumped out. As soon as the crowd saw him, their faces changed drastically and they took a few steps back. This man, named Liu Xing, was notoriously infamous at the school, striking fear into the hearts of his peers. Liu Xing strode over to Liu Xing with an air of arrogance. So, you're Liu Xing? He said coldly. Liu Xing remained unfazed, responding calmly, yes, that's me. What do you want? He didn't believe Liu Xing would dare to make a move on him in front of everyone, especially since he was a guest invited by the Imperial Capital Huaxia Academy. Liu Xing sneered and said, kid, don't think you're hot stuff just because you beat Qin Shiju. Let me tell you, Qin Shiju was trash in my eyes. If I hadn't been in a secret realm last time and the teacher couldn't reach me, I would have gone to the national competition. If it were me, you wouldn't even be here. His tone was dripping with arrogance. Liu Xing was just about to do something when a stern-faced teacher suddenly appeared. It was none other than Mr. Sun, who had shown up earlier. Mr. Sun stared coldly at Liu Xing, feeling both surprised and annoyed. He couldn't believe that even in such a critical moment, this kid was still causing trouble. Mr. Sun took a deep breath and walked straight over to Liu Xing and Wu Yong. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, I apologize for my lack of discipline. This child has disturbed you both. His demeanor and speech reflected the elegance and propriety befitting a teacher from the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy. Wu Yong, who had been about to lose his temper, was momentarily speechless. He forced a smile and waved his hand. It's all right. Relieved that Wu Yong had forgiven him, Mr. Sun turned to Liu Xing, his tone suddenly turning icy. What are you standing there for? Apologize to them right now. Liu Xing, however, was indifferent. Apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. If anyone should apologize, it should be you. I won't disgrace myself. With that, he ignored Mr. Sun's reaction, walked over to his sports car, and got in. The engine roared as Liu Xing sped away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Mr. Sun was seething. If it weren't for his long-standing acquaintance with Liu Xing's grandfather, he would have disciplined the boy long ago. Once again, I apologize, Mr. Sun said to Liu Xing and Wu Yong. This child's behavior is inexcusable. Please don't hold it against him. We won't, Wu Yong quickly replied. Come on, let me take you to the banquet hall, Mr. Sun said, leading the way with Liu Xing and Wu Yong following closely behind. As they walked, Liu Xing couldn't help but admire the surroundings. The classical architecture exuded a rich historical aura. Rather than appearing old and worn, the passage of time had only added to its classical beauty. No wonder it's the Imperial Capital Academy, Liu Xing thought to himself. When they reached the banquet hall, it was already filled with people. Wu Yong immediately spotted someone familiar. Hey, isn't that Lin Dali? He turned to Liu Xing and whispered, I'm going over to catch up with him. Feel free to explore, but remember, don't cause any trouble. Liu Xing nodded and watched Wu Yong walk away before wandering around the hall on his own. He picked up a small cake and started tasting it when he noticed a striking figure entering the room. It was a woman with blue hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her face was cold, and her sharp eyes seemed to pierce through anyone they landed on. Dressed in a blue dress, her presence seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. Seeing her, Liu Xing instinctively retreated to a corner of the room. To his surprise, he noticed someone else standing behind a pillar. The person had spiky hair and a short scar on his right cheek, which only added to his rugged charm. The man noticed Liu Xing too and seemed pleasantly surprised to find a kindred spirit. He asked, Hey, what's your name? Which school are you from? Liu Xing, Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Liu Xing replied curtly. The man repeated the name to himself, then his eyes lit up. You're the national championship winner, aren't you? Liu Xing glanced at him and calmly said, If there's no one else with the same name, then yes, that's me. The man grinned widely upon hearing this, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Extending his right hand, he warmly said, Hello, my name is Wu Gang. I'm from the Tianda Beast-Taming University. Seeing this, Liu Xing thought, there's a saying. You don't hit a smiling face. Since the other person was so polite, he naturally couldn't be rude. He extended his hand as well, shaking Wu Gang's, and responded, Hello? Just as the two were shaking hands, an unpleasant voice reached Liu Xing's ears. Oh, look at that, two losers hanging out together. Liu Xing turned to see who it was, and sure enough, it was Liu Xing. It seemed he was the representative of the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy this time. Liu Xing, seemingly wary of something, turned and walked away after making his snide remark, heading towards a woman in a blue dress. Wu Gang watched Liu Xing's retreating figure with disdain, spat on the ground and muttered, Pa, what a piece of trash. He was clearly contemptuous of Liu Xing's two-faced behavior, acting tough in front of Liu Xing and him, but groveling in front of that woman like a lapdog. Liu Xing casually asked, Who is that woman? Upon hearing this, Wu Gang frowned slightly and gave Liu Xing a curious look. Seriously? Are you from some backwater? Even a training fanatic like me knows her. That woman is Murong Bing, one of the top beauties of the Magic City Academy. Murong Bing? Liu Xing muttered the name softly, as if trying to commit it to memory. Seeing this, Wu Gang waved his hand dismissively. Ah, forget about it. Don't worry about those details. Tell me about your experience in the National League. Liu Xing nodded and started chatting with Wu Gang about everyday life. Meanwhile, Wu Yong and others entered a room and took their seats. Since the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy was hosting this year's event, the role of host naturally fell to Old Sunday, holding a microphone and wearing a faint smile. Old Sun began, Everyone, should we continue with the challenge matches like every year, or try something new? As soon as he finished speaking, a rough voice rang out. It was Lin Dali, a mentor from Tianda, who boisterously said, Of course, we should try something new. Doing the same thing every year is just too boring. Lin Dali's rugged appearance and straightforward personality immediately drew everyone's attention. Just as Mr. Sun finished speaking, Lin Dali eagerly chimed in, Great. Since Mr. Sun has suggested it, let's try something different this year. He glanced around, noticing that the mentors from various universities remained indifferent, unwilling to make any commitments. Seeing this, Mr. Sun seized the opportunity. He picked up the remote control from the podium and pressed the red button, causing the PowerPoint to light up. Everyone, please look, he said, pointing at the screen. Our school recently discovered an intermediate secret realm. Although it hasn't been explored yet, I have a proposal. Why not let the students explore it as part of this event? Lin Dali immediately expressed his approval again. Excellent. Mr. Sun's proposal is fantastic. His old acquaintance, Wu Yong, also voiced his agreement. The other mentors exchanged glances and said indifferently, I have no objections. Seeing the lack of enthusiasm from the others, Mr. Sun felt a twinge of displeasure but managed to suppress his anger and announced the end of the meeting. The next day, at the outskirts of the mysterious realm, Liu Xing and his team were already on high alert. Mr. Sun, holding a megaphone, explained, This joint event will take place inside the secret realm. We've placed a flag deep inside. Whoever reaches it first will be the winner and will receive a diamond-grade magical beast core. He emphasized the importance of friendship over competition and reminded everyone to act within their limits. With Mr. Sun's command, the participants entered the realm in single file. As soon as Liu Xing stepped inside, he summoned his hellhound, mounted it, and sped off while checking his map. He chuckled to himself, knowing that Mr. Sun's claim of flying for 7 days and 7 nights was just a trap. Meanwhile, A man riding a red-beaked long sparrow looked down at everyone from the sky, sneering at their choice of traveling by land. Confidently, he flew towards the flag, unaware that those on the ground were silently cursing him as a fool. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. The participants looked at each other, bewildered by what had just happened. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy will have paid with his life for his recklessness. In the monitoring room, Lin Dali couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, Wei Xiaodi, that guy was your student, right? Lin Dali said with schadenfreude. Wei Xiaodi stood to the side, watching as the giant snake swallowed his student on the screen, trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Useless. Absolutely useless. How many times did I tell him not to be careless? He just wouldn't listen. Now look at him, dead. With a cold snort, Wei Xiaodi shot a vicious glare at Lin Dali before turning and swiftly leaving the monitoring room. Since his student was already dead, he had no reason to stay there any longer. His departure was decisive and without hesitation, silently conveying the harshness of reality. The exploration competition had just begun, and there was already a casualty, causing every participant's heart to tighten. They began to focus intently, staying alert to all potential dangers around them. Meanwhile, Liu Xing rode his hellhound slowly but steadily toward the flag. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, Liu Xing, wait up! Wu Gang hurriedly chased after him, riding a black bear. Hearing the voice, Liu Xing turned around, his gaze falling on Wu Gang's mount. He quietly observed. Tailless black bear. Attributes: evil, fighting. Gender: level, gold tier 2. Potential: A. Skills: rending claw, bite, evil roar, charge. Who would have thought this seemingly carefree guy is actually quite strong? Liu Xing pondered, frowning slightly. He had originally thought that winning the National League made him the best among his peers, but reality had given him a harsh wake-up call. It seems the National League isn't as prestigious as I imagined, Liu Xing sighed inwardly. Some powerful people don't even bother to participate, thinking it's a waste of time. And even if they wanted to join, their schools might not give them the chance. After all, whether in my past life or this one, wherever there are people, there are networks of relationships. To get anything done, you need connections. Otherwise, it's tough to succeed. Hey Race, the 5th update. For those who haven't given a good rating yet, I'd really appreciate it if you could help boost my score to 8. It's currently at 7.9. In the monitoring room, the mentors sat attentively on their VIP chairs, eyes glued to the electronic screens. Their focus was almost entirely on their own students, hoping to bring honor to their school. However, when the screen switched to Liu Xing and Wu Gang, everyone froze simultaneously, their mouths twitching violently. What are they doing? Having a spring outing? A bespectacled teacher from He University couldn't help but curse. On the screen, Liu Xing and Wu Gang were each riding on their beasts, leisurely munching on roasted pig trotters of unknown origin. I bet they won't get far, the bespectacled man said, instinctively pushing his glasses up his nose. Wang Qing, you're talking nonsense. My student is definitely going to win the championship. Lin Dali suddenly spoke, his tone filled with provocation. He had just ridiculed Wei Xiaodi, and now he was insulting Wang Qing, as if he wanted to pick a fight with everyone present. Lin Dali, what's your problem? Not convinced? Come at me, Wang Qing said through gritted teeth, and don't say I'm bullying you. Let's go outside and find a quiet place to have a onion practice. I'll even let you have a beast. As soon as Wang Qing finished speaking, Lin Dali sneered, coward. He then turned back to continue watching the screen. Sitting beside Lin Dali, Wu Yong felt speechless and wondered if he should distance himself from this troublemaker. As someone who had just broken through to Platinum Tier 1, he was the weakest mentor in the room. In contrast, Lin Dali was already a Diamond Tier 5, second only to Diamond Tier 6 Sun Lao Tu. Hey, Wu Yong, your student is pretty good, Lin Dali suddenly exclaimed, his eyes on Liu Xing. He looks much more pleasing to the eye than the other students. Wu Yong nodded lightly, not saying much. On the screen, Liu Xing and Wu Gang strolled leisurely through the forest, as if they were really on a spring outing. Time passed slowly, and night soon fell. The two of them set up camp in the forest, the moist air causing a mist to rise. By the campfire, Wu Gang devoured the chicken skewers Liu Xing had roasted, which came from a rooster they had hunted earlier that day. Delicious. Really delicious, Wu Gang praised repeatedly, consuming skewer after skewer, his belly gradually swelling. Liu Xing, your skill at roasting chicken skewers is amazing. It's so good I almost swallowed my tongue. He let out a loud burp. Ah, if only we had some wine. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at him. Although he had wine in his system backpack, he couldn't take it out. Firstly, it would expose the existence of the system backpack, and secondly, drinking in the wild could lead to being ambushed by monsters. If you want a drink, I'll drink with you after this is over, Liu Xing promised. Really? Wu Gang's eyes lit up. Then it's a deal. Deal. In the monitoring room, the mentors watched this scene. Even though they had already eaten their boxed meals, the aroma of the roasted meat seemed to waft through the screen, making their mouths water. Especially Wu Gang's ravenous eating, which made their fingers itch for food. No, no. Lin Dali suddenly stood up. Wu Yong, keep an eye on things here. I'm going to get some barbecue to eat. With that, he quickly left the room. Hey, Wu Yong was about to say something, but Lin Dali had already disappeared through the door. However, a loud voice still echoed from outside. Don't worry, I'll get you your favorite grilled mantou slices with extra chili powder. These words warmed Wu Yong's heart. He couldn't help but think to himself, this guy still remembers I love grilled mantou slices. Other mentors looked at Wu Yong with envy. They too wanted to buy skewers, but as mentors, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. After all, they had just eaten boxed lunches, and their stubborn pride made such a move seem particularly ridiculous. Meanwhile, it felt like a spring outing for Liu Xing, but the other students were having a miserable time. Some had forgotten to bring fire starters and were shivering in the cold wind. Others had managed to start a fire but had no food, staring at the flames like the little match girl, fantasizing about delicious meals. The unluckiest were those who had caught game but had no idea how to roast it, turning their prey into charcoal. Looking at the charred meat, everyone swallowed hard. Their growling stomachs told them they had to eat this delicacy tonight, or they wouldn't be able to sleep. Reluctantly, they forced the charcoal-like meat into their mouths. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The carbonized meat made a grating noise in their mouths. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and spat it out, cursing, "Damn it. What a bunch of idiots." Just then, a student hiding in the corner took out a colorful fruit from his pocket. The fruit looked incredibly tempting and immediately caught the attention of the mentors. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a mirage fruit. Where did this dumb kid find it?" The mirage fruit, as the name suggests, causes hallucinations when eaten. Unfortunately, the student didn't know this and swallowed it like a treasure. Before long, he stood up with a lewd grin on his face. He started stripping and ran towards a tree, hugging and kissing it, even doing some rather inappropriate things. The mentors were speechless. The student's mentor immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you standing around for? Switch the channel." A nearby staff member quickly changed the channel, switching the feed to Liu Xing's side. At that moment, all the instructors had a single thought. Once they got back, they absolutely had to add a survival course to the curriculum. These students, so pampered in their daily lives, were utterly unprepared when left on their own. It was truly embarrassing. In stark contrast was Liu Xing's situation. Not only was he eating well, but he was also sleeping soundly. Having come prepared, Liu Xing had set up a tent and crawled into it after dinner. As for potential nighttime attacks from magical beasts, no worries as Hellhound was dutifully guarding the tent entrance. Nearby, Wu Gang watched with a tinge of envy. He knew full well that Liu Xing wouldn't share his tent. With no other choice, Wu Gang sighed, pulled a sleeping bag from his backpack, and crawled into it, leaving just his head exposed. Over the next few days, Liu Xing and Wu Gang traveled at a leisurely pace. The Hellhound's intimidating presence kept any would-be magical beasts at bay. In contrast, the other students fared much worse. Not only were they cold and hungry, but they also had to constantly guard against beast attacks. This new secret realm was full of unknown dangers, and no one knew what might be lurking inside. One day, as Liu Xing was riding on his Hellhound, the creature suddenly stopped. "What's going on?" Wu Gang, who had come to see Liu Xing as their leader, immediately asked. "There seems to be something ahead," Liu Xing replied cautiously. Before Wu Gang could react, an unwelcome voice chimed in, "Well, if it isn't you-know-ho." Liu Xing turned to see none other than Mei Liangxing, the big idiot. Mei Liangxing looked disheveled, with messy hair and large dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, the past few days had not been kind to him. Seeing the energetic Liu Xing, Mei Liangxing paused, as if he were seeing a newcomer to the secret realm. "What's the matter? Why aren't you moving?" he asked, puzzled. "We're tired, okay?" Wu Gang snapped. "Tired? Huh. How shameful. Remember, a man should never admit he's tired," Mei Liangxing said arrogantly to the two behind him. "Let's go. Don't waste time talking to these losers." With that, he spurred his leopard and rode away. Liu Xing squinted, quickly analyzing Mei Liangxing's mount. Shadow Leopard, evil attribute, Golden Tier 2, a great aptitude. Skills include Rending Claw, Shadow Assault, Shadow Ball, and Rapid Sprint. Watching Mei Liangxing pass by, Wu Gang couldn't hold back his anger and asked, "Liu Xing, didn't you say there was something ahead? Where is it?" Liu Xing gave a mysterious smile. "What's the rush? Let's wait a bit longer." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Old Man Sun and the others frowned. Hearing Liu Xing's words, they sensed that something big was about to happen. Lin Dali, who seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold, was having wontons for breakfast. He suddenly spoke up, "Wu Yong, your student seems a bit underhanded. Knowing there's danger ahead and not warning anyone." Cough, cough. Cough. Wu Yong, who was eating wontons bought by Lin Dali, choked and started coughing violently. Oh, come on. I was just kidding. Why take it so seriously? Lin Dali patted Wu Yong's back and continued. This is a competition, after all. They're all competitors. There's no obligation to warn others. The only rule is no killing. If something happens to them, it's because they're not skilled enough. You can't blame anyone else. Lin Dali's words were clearly meant for the other instructors present. The other teachers nodded in agreement, but Old Man Sun furrowed his brow. He knew Liu Xing was no ordinary person. This kid always had an inexplicable and eerie vibe about him. Just as Old Man Sun was pondering, a sudden explosion shattered the calm. Bang! The previously smooth road cracked open instantly, and a gigantic creature burst from the ground. It opened its massive maw and swallowed a teacher who couldn't dodge in time. That's a giant mouth worm, one well-informed teacher exclaimed, his voice filled with fear. My God, judging by the look of that giant mouth worm, its power is probably beyond the gold level. Another teacher added, trembling. Seeing this, Liu Xing didn't hesitate and shouted, Move! He mounted his hellhound and dashed toward the rocky area on the right. Despite the giant mouthworm's formidable strength, its movements would be hindered among the obstacles in the rocky terrain. Wu Gang followed closely behind, shouting, Liu Xing, you're amazing. How did you know there was a giant mouthworm ahead? Instinct. Liu Xing replied succinctly, offering just one word. This answer left Wu Gang and the other instructors speechless. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lin Dali burst into laughter. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Instinct, my foot. This Liu Xing guy is right up my alley. He turned to Wu Yong beside him, patting him on the shoulder. Wu Yong, go tell Liu Gengxing to give us this Liu Xing guy. Whatever conditions he wants, as long as I can meet them, I will. Wu Yong, now filled with regret for choosing to stay with Lin Dali, felt a headache coming on. He had intended to keep a low profile, especially since he was the weakest among those present. But now, trouble had come knocking on his door. Sigh. Wu Yong sighed helplessly. He was now caught in a difficult situation, surrounded by instructors who were eyeing him like predators, plotting how to make their lives difficult. Liu Xing and Wu Gang fled the scene, leaving Mei Liangxing to face the danger alone. Mei Liangxing gritted his teeth, glancing back at the spot where Liu Xing had just been. It was now empty. He quickly realized the truth. This place was a trap. As Mei Liangxing pondered, another scream pierced the silence. He turned to see another subordinate being devoured by a giant-mouthed earthworm. After swallowing 2 people, the creature was still unsatisfied and lunged at Mei Liangxing with its bloody maw wide open. Without hesitation, Mei Liangxing spurred his shadow leopard and pursued in the direction Liu Xing had fled. He thought to himself, if he couldn't escape, he would make sure they wouldn't either. It didn't take long for Mei Liangxing to catch up with Liu Xing and Wu Gang. This wasn't because Liu Xing had waited, but rather because Wu Gang's tailless black bear was slow on the rugged terrain. Wu Gang's face was grim, frustrated by his beast's clumsiness. Liu Xing keenly sensed the pursuer behind them. He recognized Mei Liangxing at once, and immediately saw through his intention to shift the danger onto them. Wu Gang, seeing this, turned pale and said to Liu Xing, You should go. It's been great knowing you. In the next life, I still want to be your friend. Liu Xing shot Wu Gang a glance and decisively summoned his Thunder Eagle. Come out, Thunder Eagle. Take that guy away. The Thunder Eagle screeched, its sharp claws reaching for Wu Gang. Wu Gang, quick on his feet, swiftly recalled his tailless black bear back into his beast space. Liu Xing mounted his hellhound, leaping nimbly among the rocks. In contrast, Mei Liangxing, riding his frail shadow leopard, was jolted so violently that he nearly vomited. Despite the discomfort, the threat behind forced him to keep going. Liu Xing glanced back and immediately identified the pursuer's attributes. The giant-mouth earthworm, rock attribute, platinum tier 3. His face turned grim, silently cursing their mentor's irresponsibility. Against such a formidable opponent, students like them, with at most gold-level strength, had no choice but to run for their lives. Hellhound, pick up the pace. Liu Xing commanded. The hellhound ran at full speed, quickly crossing the rocky terrain and reaching the edge. Meanwhile, Mei Liangxing wasn't so fortunate, still struggling behind. The shadow panther under him suddenly slipped, crashing to the ground with a thud. Caught off guard by the unexpected fall at full speed, Mei Liangxing was thrown far away, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He felt as if he had been run over by a truck, every bone in his body screaming in pain. Struggling to prop himself up, Mei Liangxing was about to stand when the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up, and the sight before him made his blood run cold. A massive maw was opening above him, its rows of sharp teeth glinting ominously as it descended towards him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the valley, and then there was silence. Mei Liangxing vanished from the world without a trace. At the end of the valley, Wu Gang collapsed to the ground, his face etched with terror. Liu Xing's scream still echoed in his ears, sending chills down his spine. He panted heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead like beads. Are you all right? Liu Xing asked, quickly pulling a pack of tissues from his backpack and handing it to Wu Gang. I'm fine, Wu Gang replied, taking the tissues, his hands still trembling. He glanced at Liu Xing, thinking to himself, this guy is really something else. Although Wu Gang couldn't gauge the exact strength of the giant worm, as an experienced beast tamer, he could sense that it was a formidable platinum-level creature. Wu Gang shook his head with a bitter smile. A platinum-level creature was beyond his current capabilities. In the realm of beast taming, the gap between levels grew ever wider, each level a monumental leap. All right, let's rest here for an hour and then move on, Liu Xing said calmly. Okay. Wu Gang nodded, still shaken. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Old Sun's face was grim. He never expected the candidate he sent out would meet such an end. Liu Xing, you ungrateful wretch. After all I've done for you, is this how you repay me? Despite his anger, he remembered how Liu Xing's previous actions had already infuriated him. If not for Mei's strength, he would have kicked him out long ago. Old Sun sighed, his gaze shifting to Liu Xing, filled with regret. He recalled how he once had the chance to recruit Liu Xing but had let the opportunity slip away. Now, it seemed that decision would haunt him for a long time. Good, very good. Lin Dali exclaimed repeatedly, his face beaming with a joyful smile. Liu Xing's performance had far exceeded his expectations. When the platinum-level giant earthworm was in hot pursuit, Liu Xing didn't just run for his life. Instead, he risked everything to save Wu Gang, Lin Dali's prize student. This act of bravery warmed Lin Dali's heart. He turned to Wu Yong, who was standing nearby, and said with a smile, Wu Yong, you've trained an excellent student. Looks like all those barbecues and wonton dinners weren't in vain. What do you want for lunch today? How about Peking duck? The two mentors chatted happily, while Liu Xing and Wu Gang, having rested, continued their journey. Along the way, whenever the hellhound sensed danger, Liu Xing would skillfully lead Wu Gang to avoid it. These clever maneuvers left the mentors in awe. They couldn't fathom how Liu Xing managed to evade powerful beasts every time. After careful observation, they found nothing unusual and could only attribute it to Liu Xing's unique talent. This realization brought a hint of envy to their faces. Such a gift was a survival asset in the wild, allowing one to navigate danger with ease. With this extraordinary ability, Liu Xing and Wu Gang made steady progress, successfully avoiding all the terrifying beasts. Ultimately, they became the first contestants to reach the flag's location. Liu Xing arrived first, closely followed by Wu Gang. Wu Gang looked around and realized they were the only ones there. He muttered in disbelief, I'm actually second? He quickly credited Liu Xing for the honor, feeling fortunate to have such a strong ally. Half an hour later, a graceful figure arrived Bing. She had expected to be the first, only to find she had been beaten to it. Bing glanced at Liu Xing and Wu Gang, her brows furrowed. She recognized Wu Gang but was unfamiliar with Liu Xing. It didn't take long for her to deduce that Liu Xing must be a formidable competitor who had lent Wu Gang a hand. At that moment, Wu Gang, holding a piece of roasted venison prepared by Liu Xing, enthusiastically asked, Bing, would you like some? Bing swallowed hard. She had long since run out of her rations and had been surviving on wild fruits and spring water. Though it sounded like a fairy tale existence, the lack of essential nutrients had left her gaunt and far from her ethereal appearance. Still, she maintained her composure and replied, No, thank you. Wu Gang, ever the straightforward man, shrugged and said, If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself. Seeing Bing's longing expression, Liu Xing glanced at her indifferently but said nothing. Bing cursed them inwardly, two blockheads, I curse you to be single forever. She then quietly sat down on a large rock nearby. The entire scene was observed by the mentors, who laughed heartily. Interesting, very interesting. Indeed, these two are quite the pair. Did you see Bing's expression? However, one person wasn't laughing. Bing's mentor and father, Bo. His face was dark with displeasure, clearly unhappy with his daughter's performance. Bo's piercing gaze swept across the room like a blade, instantly silencing the previously snickering mentors. They were well aware that among everyone present, Bo was the one person they absolutely could not afford to offend. Despite his usually genteel demeanor, he was a man who hid a dagger behind his smile. The saying, better to offend a gentleman than a petty man, resonated deeply with them at that moment. As Bing arrived, other participants also began to trickle in. After half a day, Old Man's son finally announced, This gathering is now over. Follow me to collect your respective students. As night fell, the imperial capital Huaxia Academy hosted a banquet. However, the students in attendance had no interest in dancing. Instead, they devoured the food like starving people. The experiences of the past 10 days had caused each of them to lose 7 or 8 pounds, and all they wanted now was to fill their stomachs. In a corner, Liu Xing and Wu Gang were also feasting. Liu Xing held a fragrant roasted lamb chop, while Wu Gang clutched a glistening pork knuckle, eating with gusto. Just as everyone was immersed in the food, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A woman in a purple dress with a grim expression stormed in, demanding loudly, "Who is Liu Xing?" Old man's son saw her and exclaimed, "May Daily, what do you want?" May Daily, fuming with anger, questioned, "Teacher, my brother died for the school. Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Old man's son's face darkened as he retorted, "An explanation? What explanation should I give? I warned Mei Liangxing before the trip about the dangers. If he didn't want to go, he could have refused. He believed he was skilled enough and voluntarily signed the waiver. Now you're here causing a scene. What's the meaning of this?" Enraged by his words, Mei Daily shouted, "Fine, son Yu Dao. Just you wait. I'll have my grandfather come and settle this with you." With that, she turned and stormed out. Watching Mei Daily's departing figure, old man's son's face showed deep concern, his brows furrowed. This unexpected turmoil undoubtedly cast a shadow over what was supposed to be a joyous banquet. Watching Maid Ali's figure disappear into the distance, old son's face was filled with frustration. He had never expected Maid Ali to show up so suddenly. Frowning, he turned and walked towards Liu Xing's direction, with Wu Yong following closely behind. Noticing old son's grim expression, Wu Yong couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Old son waved his hand dismissively and said in a harsh tone, "Nothing. If you two have nothing else to do, you might as well leave." Liu Xing and Wu Yong exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily at a loss. "Leave? Where to?" Liu Xing asked, confused. "Back to Jiangnan City, of course." Old son's words left them both stunned. The banquet had just begun, and now they were being told to leave. What was going on? Seeing their confusion, old son sighed and explained, "You guys have no idea who Maid Ali's grandfather is." "Who is he?" Wu Yong asked, curious. "Her grandfather is Miping Wai, a master-level powerhouse," old son said in a low voice. "What do you think?" Hearing this, Liu Xing and Wu Yong instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Mei Liangxing had died in the secret realm, and while it wasn't directly Liu Xing's fault, he did bear some indirect responsibility. Liu Xing hadn't warned Mei Liangxing about the dangers in advance, and he had chosen to save Wu Gang instead of Mei Liangxing when faced with the giant-mouthed worm. Liu Xing took a deep breath and nodded. All right. He understood that staying here was not safe. Returning to Jiangnan Royal Beast University would be much safer, where they had powerful mentors and even a hidden master-level expert. Just as the three were about to leave, a loud shout rang out, "Leave? Where do you think you're going?" An old man with wild, lion-like hair strode towards them, with Maid Ali following closely behind. This was none other than Mei Liangxing's grandfather Miping Wai. Old son immediately stepped in front of Liu Xing and Wu Yong and demanded, "Miping Wai, what do you want?" Miping Wai sneered, "What do I want? I'm here to seek justice." "Seek justice? For what?" "Don't be unreasonable," old son retorted angrily. Miping Wai's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Who's being unreasonable? Is my precious grandson supposed to have died for nothing?" He glanced disdainfully at old son. "Son Yu Dao, others might fear you, but I don't. Your meager strength is nothing compared to us." Hearing this, son Yu Dao involuntarily swallowed hard. Miping Wai was right. He was only a diamond level 6 expert, no match for a master-level powerhouse like Miping Wai. Miping Wai's gaze swept over Wu Yong and Liu Xing, finally locking onto Liu Xing. He turned to Maid Ali and asked, "Is he the one responsible for Xinger's death?" Maid Ali nodded in confirmation. "Very well." Miping Wai's anger turned into a chilling smile, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. As Miping Wai was about to make a move on Liu Xing, Sun Yudeo's heart sank. He regretted that the principal wasn't here. Unfortunately, the principal was away on a mission. Everyone else watched from a distance, too afraid to intervene. Miping Wai's reputation made them all tremble in fear. At this critical moment, a booming laugh suddenly echoed. "Ha ha ha! Miping Wai, you old dog, you haven't changed a bit." An elderly man with white hair but a youthful face, though somewhat disheveled, walked in with large strides. "Grand Elder!" Wu Yong exclaimed in delight. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. With the arrival of the elderly man, the tension that had been weighing on everyone's hearts instantly dissipated. Mei Pinwei's face changed dramatically upon seeing the old man, his voice trembling slightly. "Bai Lang, why aren't you staying put in Jiangnan City? What are you doing in the capital?" A hint of mockery flashed in Bai Lang's eyes as he smirked. "What else? It's just that the water in the capital has gone bad recently, breeding a mad dog. I was afraid my apprentice would get bitten, so I rushed over overnight." Mei Pinwei was momentarily speechless at these words, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He never expected Bai Lang to insult him so openly. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Lang, don't go too far. Bai Lang sneered, retorting, Mei Pinwei, I think it's you who's gone too far. You're almost in the grave, yet you bully a young man who's not even 20. Have you no shame? This remark hit Mei Pinwei like a heavy blow. His face turned beet red, clearly infuriated by Bai Lang's words. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Bai Lang, then at Liu Xing and Wu Yong, and snorted coldly, This isn't over. With that, he turned and walked away quickly, his retreating figure looking somewhat defeated. Mei Daly hurried to catch up with Mei Pinwei, her face full of worry. Grandfather, are we just going to let this go? Smack. A crisp slap echoed. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Mei Pinwei struck Mei Daly hard across the face. What else can we do? Fight them? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Bai Lang in the room, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He knew all too well that Bai Lang was a formidable master of the third rank, far beyond his own newly acquired first rank. Besides, Bai Lang's rank was reported 3 years ago. Who knew how much stronger he had become since then? Mei Daly clutched her swollen cheek, her eyes filled with venom. She glared fiercely at the room, blaming all her misfortune on Liu Xing. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this, she vowed silently. With Bai Lang as their pillar of support, everyone finally felt at ease. After a simple dinner, to avoid any further complications, Liu Xing and Wu Yong followed Bai Lang and took a flight back to Jiangnan City overnight. On the plane, Wu Yong couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and cautiously asked, Elder, what brought you here this time? Wu Yong, filled with curiosity, glanced back and forth between Bai Lang and Liu Xing. How did Bai Lang show up so conveniently? Liu Xing chuckled and explained, I heard from Wu Gang that Mei Liangxing has a grandfather who's a master, so I made some preparations and called the principal. Bai Lang nodded in confirmation. Yes, Xiao Gengzi personally invited me. Gazing out the car window, he remarked, it's been a long time since I went out. I can't believe how much this place has changed. Usually, Bai Lang spent his days in the treasure pavilion cultivating his mind and body. This unexpected trip to the capital filled him with mixed emotions. Turning to Liu Xing, he said earnestly, young man, you need to work hard. You were lucky this time, but you might not be so fortunate next time. His face was full of affection as he spoke. Having taught at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University for many years, he saw the school as his home and cared deeply for his students, especially after discovering Liu Xing's exceptional talent. The three of them returned to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University by car. Bai Lang stretched and said, I'm exhausted. I'm heading back to the treasure pavilion. Remember, don't cause any more trouble for me. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Wu Yong turned to Liu Xing and said, I need to report the recent events to the principal. You can do as you please. Oh, and here's your reward for winning the championship. He pulled a magical beast crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Liu Xing. Liu Xing accepted the crystal core and realized it was a diamond-tier rock serpent core. He muttered to himself, the capital's academy is really stingy. After quickly scanning the skills recorded in the core and finding nothing useful, he put it away, thinking, I'll decide later whether to sell it or give it away. Liu Xing headed back to his dorm. As soon as he walked in, he saw Su Peng lying on the sofa watching TV, looking rounder than ever. Su Peng, you really need to lose some weight? Yeah, I know, Su Peng replied absent-mindedly. By the way, where are Liu Xiaoming and the others? Liu Xing suddenly felt uneasy. Did they say where they were going? Su Peng thought for a moment. I heard Ru Ming mention something about going to a place called Yiming Swamp. So Xiaoming went with her? Yiming Swamp, Liu Xing repeated. All right, I'm off then. You should exercise a bit. Look at all that fat. With that, he quickly left, heading straight for Yiming Swamp. Upon entering the swamp, Liu Xing summoned his hellhound, now at gold tier level 7. Riding the hellhound, he searched the vast swamp for Ru Ming and Liu Xiaoming for several days without success. Just as Liu Xing was beginning to feel puzzled, he suddenly spotted a red hair accessory floating on the water. He swiftly grabbed it and recognized it as Ru Ming's. Looking in the direction it came from, he noticed an island in the middle of the lake, the only place he hadn't searched. Come out, Thunder Eagle. Liu Xing summoned his Thunder Eagle and mounted it. Let's go. Target that island in the middle of the lake. With a piercing cry, the Thunder Eagle soared towards the island. Just as they were about to reach it, a water arrow suddenly shot towards them. Fortunately, the Thunder Eagle reacted quickly, dodging the attack just in time. Liu Xing furrowed his brow and looked warily at the water's surface. He wanted to know which fool had the audacity to ambush him. Suddenly, the water rippled, and a massive swamp crocodile king emerged, its jaws wide open, lunging towards Liu Xing. Liu Xing quickly assessed the swamp crocodile king's attributes. Water and rock type, male, gold tier 3, a rank potential. Its skills included mud shot, water arrow, bite, and sweep. While this creature might seem formidable to the average person, to Liu Xing, it was nothing but a minor nuisance. Thunder Eagle, use thunder. Strike it down. Liu Xing commanded decisively. A cold gleam flashed in Thunder Eagle's eyes, and a blinding bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the swamp crocodile king on the water's surface with pinpoint accuracy. The poor creature had no time to evade and was hit directly. The powerful electric currents surged through its body, wreaking havoc on its system. The swamp crocodile king blacked out instantly. Oomph! Liu Xing snorted coldly as he rode Thunder Eagle away from the water, quickly landing on the island. At the island's edge, Liu Xing discovered a trail of footprints, hoping they belonged to Liu Xiaoming and Rumen. Following the trail, he ventured deeper into the island. Unbeknownst to Liu Xing, Liu Xiaoming and Rumen were trapped deep inside a cave on the island. They had barely managed to climb onto a large rock, fearfully eyeing the swarming venomous snakes around them. Both of their faces were pale, especially Rumen, who had been bitten by a snake. Her lips were turning purple, and her complexion was darkening, clear signs of poisoning. Rumen, are we really going to die here? Liu Xiaoming asked, swallowing hard as she looked at the writhing mass of snakes on the ground. I don't know, Rumen replied weakly, her face contorted in pain from the poison. At that moment, both of them couldn't help but think of Liu Xing. They hoped he would come to their rescue, but they knew it was impossible. In their minds, Liu Xing should be attending a social event in the imperial capital, not coming to save them. Meanwhile, Liu Xing rode a hellhound to the entrance of a cave. Staring into the pitch-black entrance, he said in a deep voice, "Come out, spirit water turtle." With that, he summoned the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle cautiously led the way, exploring the dark and damp cave. Liu Xing noticed puddles all over the ground and decided to let the turtle go ahead. The hellhound had already confirmed through scent that Liu Xiaoming and Rumen were deep within the cave. Nodding in agreement, the spirit water turtle stepped into the cave. Liu Xing rode on the hellhound's back, closely following, with the six-winged angel perched on his shoulder. For some reason, this place gave Liu Xing a sense of impending danger. Soon, they reached the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds echoed around them. Following the sound, Liu Xing was shocked to find black water serpents surrounding them. These snakes were pitch black, with dark green eyes that glowed eerily in the darkness. Is this a snake nest? Liu Xing muttered to himself. Seeing the black water serpents ready to attack, he immediately commanded, "Spirit water turtle, use tidal surge." The spirit water turtle stomped fiercely, summoning a towering wave over 10 meters high, which instantly swept away the weaker black water serpents. Liu Xing scoffed, looking disdainfully at the snake corpses scattered on the ground. Though many ants can kill an elephant, in the end, ants are still ants, and no number can change their fate. Just as Liu Xing was about to move forward, he heard the sound of rushing water from deeper within the cave. "Spirit water turtle, be careful. Something big is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic beast appeared before them. "It's the Black Water Serpent King," Liu Xing exclaimed. The system immediately displayed the Serpent King's attributes. Water and poison elements. Male, Golden Tier 5, a grade quality, with skills including Poison Fang, Poison Mist, Venom Blast, Water Arrow, and Death Coil. The Black Water Serpent King opened its massive maw, emitting a foul stench. Ugh, when was the last time this guy brushed its teeth? Liu Xing couldn't help but quip. Without hesitation, the spirit water turtle charged at the Serpent King. The Serpent King spat a green venom that sizzled upon contact with the turtle shell. The spirit water turtle winced in pain, clearly poisoned, but it gritted its teeth and bit down on the Serpent King's body. Furious bite. The spirit water turtle clamped down hard and didn't let go. The Black Water Serpent King howled in pain, struggling desperately but unable to break free. In a last-ditch effort, the Serpent King began to coil its thick body around the turtle. Liu Xing was about to order the hellhound to assist, but the spirit water turtle's determined gaze stopped him. He understood that the turtle wanted to handle this battle alone. The two Golden Tier 5 beasts were locked in a stalemate, tormenting each other. The turtle's spiked shell inflicted damage on the Serpent King, while the turtle itself struggled against the poison, unable to fully utilize its super healing ability. Seeing this, Liu Xing decided to offer some support. "Little angel, use divine purification on the spirit water turtle." The six-winged angel promptly cast the spell upon hearing the command. Suddenly, a divine light shot towards the spirit water turtle, instantly purifying the toxins in its body. The turtle felt strength surge through it once again and let out a deafening roar. With its mouth full of sharp teeth wide open, it lunged at the Black Water Serpent King. Already severely injured, the Black Water Serpent King couldn't dodge in time and was viciously bitten by the spirit water turtle. It writhed in agony, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, and finally collapsed, its body loosening from around the turtle. Seeing this, the spirit water turtle immediately pounced on the fallen Serpent King, beginning to feast. Its sharp teeth tore into the flesh, greedily devouring the hard-won meal. Watching this scene, Liu Xing fell into deep thought. An idea flashed through his mind. The spirit water turtle could still learn 2 skills. Each skill slot was incredibly valuable, and he had been pondering what to teach it. Now, the answer finally surfaced in his mind. Magic immunity. Liu Xing muttered to himself. I must get a magic immunity skill. His spirit water turtle had strong physical defense and a spiked shell skill that could reflect physical damage. If it learned a magic immunity skill, only physical skills could harm it. Liu Xing began to wonder if such a skill existed in this world. Just then, 2 figures appeared on a nearby platform. It was Liu Xiaoming and Rumeng. With the Black Water Serpent King dead and most of the smaller serpents killed by the spirit water turtle's tidal waves, the remaining serpents fled. Liu Xing quickly rode his hellhound to their side. He noticed that Rumeng was unconscious, her face pale, and her forehead covered in beads of sweat. What happened to her? Liu Xing asked urgently. She was bitten by a black water serpent, Liu Xiaoming replied. Liu Xing nodded and immediately ordered the 6-winged angel beside him. Little angel, use divine purification on Rumeng, then follow up with divine healing. The 6-winged angel responded and waved its hands twice, sending 2 beams of holy light over Rumeng. Her injuries healed instantly, but she remained unconscious. Liu Xing explained. She has exhausted too much energy. Only rest can restore her now. All right, let's move out. Liu Xing commanded decisively, signaling the hellhound to extract the magical beast crystal core from the Blackwater Serpent King. On the way back, he also retrieved the crystal core from the Swamp Crocodile King, thinking these small gains would be a nice supplement. Upon returning to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, the trio immediately settled Rumeng in bed to rest. Liu Xiaoming stayed behind to take care of her while Liu Xing went downstairs to check on things. In the kitchen, Su Peng was busy cooking porridge, intending to bring it up to Rumeng once she woke up. Liu Xing sat on the sofa in the living room, picking up a well-worn bestiary of magical beasts and began reading it carefully. Time passed slowly, and after a while, there was a noise from upstairs. Rumeng, supported by Liu Xiaoming, slowly made her way down the stairs. Liu Xing quickly got up to greet her, carefully helping her to the sofa. Rumeng, are you all right? He asked with concern. Rumeng shook her head gently. I'm fine, feeling much better now. She paused for a moment, then asked curiously, by the way, why did you all suddenly go to Yuming Swamp? Liu Xing's gaze shifted between Rumeng and Liu Xiaoming. Liu Xiaoming, looking slightly embarrassed, explained, oh, it's my fault. I watched a TV show that mentioned the beautiful Yuming fairy in Yuming Swamp. I wanted to see if it was true, so I dragged Rumeng along. But as soon as we got to the island in the lake, we were targeted by the Blackwater Serpent King. It brought a bunch of smaller snakes to attack us. Fortunately, we found a narrow place to hide, or we would have been snake dinner. Liu Xing couldn't help but feel speechless after hearing this. Just as he was about to say something, Rumeng interjected softly, Liu Xing, don't blame Xiaoming. I also wanted to see it. Liu Xing nodded slightly, feeling relieved that both of them were safe. At that moment, Su Peng walked over with a bowl of steaming porridge. Oh, you two came down? I was just about to bring this up. He placed the bowl in front of Rumeng. Here, Rumeng, drink it while it's hot. Seeing this, Liu Xiaoming couldn't help but ask, what about mine, fatty? Su Peng rolled his eyes at her. Yours is in the pot. Help yourself. Do you think you're a princess? Here, we believe in democracy and self-reliance. Liu Xiaoming pouted in dissatisfaction, while Su Peng turned to Liu Xing, were you looking for something just now? I saw you with that bestiary for a long time, looking troubled. Haven't found what you're looking for? Liu Xing sighed. Yeah, it's really hard to find. Rumeng, who was drinking porridge, put down her spoon and asked with concern, Liu Xing, what are you looking for? Maybe I know. Liu Xing's eyes lit up. Right, you're the university genius. Su Peng shivered dramatically. All right, stop with the lovey-dovey stuff. Just spill it. Liu Xing cleared his throat. Rumeng, do you know of any magical beasts in this world that have a magic immunity skill? Rumeng pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. I know of a magical beast called the Forbidden Magic Statue. While I'm not entirely sure if they have magic immunity, the name suggests they might. Liu Xing narrowed his eyes, repeating softly, Forbidden Magic Statue? Yes, the Forbidden Magic Statue, Rumeng confirmed. As Rumeng spoke, she skillfully flipped through the pages of the tattered bestiary encyclopedia. Her movements were smooth and effortless, as if she knew the book by heart. With just a few casual flips, she found the page about the anti-magic statue with pinpoint accuracy. Liu Xing leaned in closer and his eyes fell on the words, Desert Sea. The name immediately made Liu Xing frown. In his past life memories, the desert was synonymous with death. It was a place where almost nothing grew, only endless yellow sand. A scene flashed in his mind. A gentle breeze exposing bones buried in the sand to the scorching sun. Damn it! Liu Xing cursed under his breath, but made up his mind. Let's go. To achieve a qualitative transformation for his spirit water turtle, He had no choice but to take this risk. The next day, Liu Xing didn't set off immediately. He first went to the wholesale food market and made a large purchase, filling several warehouses with goods. The market owner was stunned, but as long as Liu Xing could pay, it wasn't his concern. Thanks to the huge sums he had won at the casino earlier, Liu Xing was flush with cash and easily bought all the supplies. With a wave of his hand, all the goods were instantly stored in his system backpack. Looking at the now empty warehouses, Liu Xing's lips curved into a slight smile. With these supplies, he could survive in the desert for 3 to 5 years without any issues. After finishing his purchases, Liu Xing set off on his journey the following day. He took a plane to Xin City, where the entrance to the Desert Sea's secret realm was located. After showing his credentials, Liu Xing passed through the entrance and entered the secret realm. My God, why is it so hot here? Liu Xing glanced at his smartwatch, which displayed a staggering 44°C. Despite being mentally prepared, the number still shocked him. Fortunately, with the help of his fire-absorbing skill, he wasn't afraid of the high temperatures. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled through. Countless grains of sand hit Liu Xing like sharp blades, causing him to wince in pain. Damn it! What kind of hellhole is this? Liu Xing couldn't help but curse again. Looking around, all he could see was yellow sand. On the distant horizon, where the sky met the earth, there was nothing but an endless sea of sand. Liu Xing couldn't help but recall a joke from his past life classmates. There's a desert in front of my house. To the left is desert, and to the right is still desert. This joke was somewhat reminiscent of Liu Xun's nonsense literature. At this moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly baking the land as if trying to turn this barren place into a charred wasteland. Liu Xing pulled out a map from his pocket and squinted to carefully identify the direction of the temple ruins. Under the scorching sun, he trudged through the vast desert, his clothes soaked with sweat. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, Liu Xing felt his legs weaken and his throat parched. He had lost count of the number of water bottles he had consumed, grateful that his system backpack was stocked with water, otherwise, he would have perished in this desolate place. Looking around, there wasn't a soul in sight, and Liu Xing silently thanked his own preparation. A sudden curiosity arose within him. Who had explored this mysterious land and drawn this map? Though he didn't know the person, Liu Xing felt a deep respect for this unsung hero. Every step was a struggle, and just as Liu Xing was about to find a place to rest, a glimmer of hope appeared in the distance. A building emerged faintly from the canyon. Ignoring his exhaustion, Liu Xing quickened his pace towards it. Soon, he reached the building and, without considering if anyone was inside, he pushed the door open. At that moment, all he wanted was to escape the blazing sun. Welcome. A cheerful voice greeted him as a server with a beaming smile approached. Liu Xing was taken aback. The words "Dragon Gate Inn" flashed through his mind. Had he traveled through time again? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, wondering if this might be a shady establishment. The server wiped down a table while handing Liu Xing a menu, asking with a grin, "Honored guest, what would you like to eat?" Taking the menu, Liu Xing couldn't help but gasp. Fried scorpions, stir-fried centipedes, charcoal-grilled camel hump, lamb skewers. The bizarre dishes left him stunned. "Do you get any business here?" Liu Xing couldn't help but ask, considering he hadn't seen a single living creature on his way. Just as the server was about to reply, the doorbell rang. Several burly men, clearly locals, walked in. "Server, bring out the best food and drinks. Don't worry, money is no issue." The leader slammed a huge gold nugget onto the table. The server's eyes lit up as he swiftly began preparing the orders. Soon, the table was filled with dishes, including the ones Liu Xing had ordered. Liu Xing used his system's eye to scan his lamb skewers, confirming they were safe and indeed lamb, before heaving a sigh of relief. "Server," Liu Xing called out to the server who was about to leave. "Who are those men over there?" The server glanced at the group and then leaned closer to Liu Xing, whispering, "They're gold prospectors. You seem new here, first time, right? And you're from a coastal city, aren't you? How did you know?" Liu Xing asked, surprised. The server chuckled. "Your appearance gives it away. Your skin looks too well hydrated, a sign of someone from a rainy place." Liu Xing realized the server was right, remembering how the southern coastal region was indeed rainy. "You said they're gold prospectors, meaning there's gold in this desert?" Liu Xing probed further. The server nodded. "There's a place in the desert called Gold Lake, said to be rich in gold at the lake's bottom. Those men are here to prospect for gold." Glancing at the prospectors again, the server leaned in even closer to Liu Xing and whispered, "Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be lacking money either. Are you interested in experiencing gold prospecting yourself?" The innkeeper's words caught Liu Xing slightly off guard. He had only asked casually, not expecting such a reaction. Seeing the innkeeper's serious expression, Liu Xing's interest was piqued. "Why shouldn't I go?" Liu Xing asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The innkeeper sighed and pointed to a group of people not far away. "Do you see those people over there? Except for the burly man leading them, the rest are all new faces. Lowering his voice, he continued, gold prospecting here is no joke. I've seen too many people carried out, some missing limbs and others who didn't make it out alive. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a bit of goodwill toward the honest innkeeper. He smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful." After paying the bill, Liu Xing was about to leave, silently lamenting how expensive things were in the desert. A simple meal had cost him over 1,000. Just then, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. "Hey!" Liu Xing turned around to see the burly man from the group of prospectors. "Can I help you?" Liu Xing asked. The man stood up from his seat, bowed slightly, and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Muladalai. Judging by your appearance, you're heading into the desert too? How about we travel together for safety?" After a brief moment of thought, Liu Xing replied, "I'm heading to the temple ruins, so our paths might not align." Muladalai smiled at this and said, "If you're going somewhere else, perhaps not. But the temple ruins, we are indeed going there. The gold prospecting lake we're headed to is right next to the temple ruins." This piqued Liu Xing's interest. Quickly connecting the dots, he asked, "So, you're saying the temple site was once inhabited but later fell into decline? And the so-called gold prospecting lake is actually a barrier lake formed by rainwater, where you're salvaging gold from the ruins?" "Bingo!" Muladalai exclaimed in admiration. "I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly." Liu Xing pondered for a moment. Since the other party was familiar with the route, why not take advantage of it? As for the danger, he used his system's eye to scan the group and found that none of them were stronger than him, which put his mind at ease. "All right, let's travel together then," Liu Xing agreed readily. After a short break, Liu Xing and Muladalai's group resumed their journey. Riding on desert camels, Liu Xing couldn't help but marvel at the steady gait of these ships of the desert, moving effortlessly through the vast sea of sand. Muladalai's men were equally amazed. One of them couldn't resist asking, "Boss, why did you bring that kid into the team?" Muladalai squinted his eyes and spoke in a low tone. "Didn't you notice he's different?" Seeing the puzzled look on his subordinate's face, he snorted, "Short-sighted. Think about it, reached that in alone without a camel. That speaks volumes about his abilities. More importantly, I sense an overwhelming aura from him." Hearing this, the subordinate's mouth dropped open in shock. He knew well that Muladalai was a powerful figure, a second-tier gold ranker, capable of being a big shot in any city. Yet now, Muladalai seemed to fear Liu Xing. Just how strong was Liu Xing? Muladalai continued his instructions. "Tell the others to be respectful to Liu Xing. If they anger him, I won't be able to help." The subordinate quickly nodded, swallowing hard. Riding up to Liu Xing, Muladalai handed him a white scarf. "Brother Liu Xing, the sun is harsh. Wear this." Liu Xing thanked him and wrapped the scarf around his head and neck, mimicking Muladalai. This special scarf not only didn't feel hot, but also provided a cooling sensation. After a day's journey, night fell. At the bottom of a canyon, the group sat around a campfire. As the wind howled and temperatures plummeted, everyone shivered and tightened their clothes. Someone rubbed their hands together for warmth and complained, "It's so cold." Liu Xing took a fur coat made from flaming mink out of his backpack and put it on, instantly feeling warm all over. This coat, worth 70 to 80,000, drew envious looks from the group. Some even harbored malicious thoughts, considering killing him for it. Muladalai noticed but didn't intervene. If someone wanted to court death, there wasn't much he could do. Liu Xing sensed the malicious gazes and smirked. "Want my fur coat? Let's see if you have what it takes. Come out, hellhound." As a massive hellhound appeared, the group recoiled in terror, stepping back several meters. They stared at the fearsome creature, swallowing nervously and trembling. The greed in their hearts vanished instantly. Not even daring to face it, how can you challenge it? Liu Xing yawned calmly, his eyelids drooping slightly. He turned to Muradalai and said in a composed tone, "Brother Muradalai, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep now. Remember to wake me up when you leave in the morning." Muradalai nodded in agreement. Liu Xing then crawled into his tent, while his imposing hellhound stood guard outside, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Seeing the massive and intimidating beast, Muradalai's men couldn't help but swallow nervously, a hint of fear flickering in their eyes. One of the men, summoning his courage, approached Muradalai and whispered with admiration, "Boss, you're amazing. How did you gauge his strength?" "Instinct," Muradalai replied coolly. As a seasoned veteran of the underworld, he had developed a keen eye over the years. He had committed numerous crimes, but always chose his targets carefully. Liu Xing was clearly not someone they could afford to provoke. Muradalai cast a cold glance at the men who had originally planned to attack Liu Xing, his tone carrying a warning, "Fools, it's a good thing you didn't act. Otherwise, it would be you lying on the ground now." The men exchanged awkward glances and lowered their heads in embarrassment. They had to admit their own short-sightedness. If not for Liu Xing's magnanimity, they would likely have met their demise already. The next morning, Liu Xing joined Muradili's group as they continued their journey. After the events of the previous night, everyone's attitude towards Liu Xing had changed noticeably. They no longer saw him as an easy target but addressed him with respect, calling him Master Liu Xing with a tone as sweet as honey. Suddenly, Liu Xing raised his right hand and called out, "Wait a minute." The group came to an abrupt halt. Muradili asked in confusion, "Brother Liu Xing, is something wrong?" Liu Xing frowned slightly, his gaze sharp as he stared ahead. "Something's off up there." "Really?" Muradili followed Liu Xing's line of sight, seeing nothing but silence ahead. One reckless guy, riding a desert camel, walked a few steps forward and joked, "Come on, Brother Liu Xing. Maybe you haven't rested well these past few days and you're seeing things." The smug guy barely had time to gloat before letting out a piercing scream. A sand serpent suddenly shot out from the sand and sank its fangs into his arm. "It's a sand serpent." Muladili's face turned pale with fear. "Everyone, run." At Muladili's command, the group hastily mounted their desert camels and fled in unison. The once quiet desert surface became a cacophony of rustling noises. Sand began to slide, and dark shapes emerged, lunging at the unfortunate fellow. In no time, he was surrounded by a swarm of serpents, their fangs tearing into him mercilessly. Liu Xing and the others managed to escape to a high dune. Looking down at the mass of sand serpents below, they shivered, goosebumps spreading all over their bodies. Liu Xing squinted and activated his system eye to examine the attributes of the sand serpents. Sand serpent. Attributes: rock, poison. Gender: level, black iron, tier 7. Quality: F. Skills: poison fang, sand burrow, ambush. Individually, these sand serpents aren't strong, Liu Xing thought to himself, but they survive here through their numbers and venom. All right, let's move. Muladili ordered coldly, not even glancing at their fallen comrade. He had long become accustomed to such losses. If you want to be a desert prospector, you need to be prepared for this. Otherwise, go home and take care of your kids. Muladili's subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, with many contemplating retreat. But the fierce look in their leader's eyes made them swallow their fears. They knew that quitting now would likely mean being the first to be killed by Muladili. Just like a general dealing with deserters, the best deterrent was to make an example out of someone. Otherwise, the anxiety would spread like a virus, eventually causing a mutiny. Fortunately, Muladili's authority was strong enough to suppress their thoughts of retreat for the moment. "Hey, what are you standing around for? Keep up." Chen Ergu, Muladili's loyal lackey, urged the others. They had no choice but to quicken their pace, following closely behind Muladili and Liu Xing. After the harrowing incident, the once lively group was now silent. All eyes turned to Liu Xing. His formidable strength had inadvertently made him the backbone of the team. Muladili was actually pleased with this development. To him, Liu Xing was in a league of his own and posed no threat to his leadership. As long as Liu Xing survived, he was destined for great things in this world. Muladili had no fear of Liu Xing challenging his position within the team. Throughout their journey, Liu Xing led the group through numerous beast attacks, earning their increasing respect. Muladili was convinced that recruiting Liu Xing had been the smartest decision of his life. After a week of traversing the desert, Liu Xing and his companions finally spotted the temple ruins. In the distance stood an ancient structure composed of numerous stone pillars, some of which had fallen due to the ravages of time, giving the place a dilapidated appearance. Not far from the temple, a clear lake shimmered under the sunlight, its surface sparkling invitingly. "It's the Gold Lake." "Yes, it really is the Gold Lake." "Fantastic, we finally made it." The prospectors behind Liu Xing cheered, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had finally reached their long-awaited destination. Only they themselves truly understand the hardships they have endured on this journey. To reach this place, they have borne unimaginable suffering. Even with Liu Xing guiding and warning them, dangers still loomed at every turn. They couldn't help but imagine that without Liu Xing, many of their companions might have already perished in the desert sands. Thinking of this, they all turned their grateful gazes toward Liu Xing, who was leading the group. Liu Xing looked around and announced solemnly, "Up ahead is the temple ruins. I will be parting ways with you now." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the gold prospectors immediately showed reluctance, and they began to call out, "Boss Liu Xing." Their way of addressing him had unconsciously shifted from young brother to boss. Seeing this, Liu Xing's lips curved into a slight smile. "You guys, why are you crying? It's not like you won't see me again." He gave a brief explanation of the next steps. "I'll be exploring the temple ruins inside, and you all should head to Gold Lake and give it your best shot. Remember what you said. Make some money, build a big house, marry a beautiful wife, and have a chubby baby." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Liu Xing gave one last reminder. "All right, I'm off. Take care of yourselves." With that, he spurred his desert camel, speeding towards the temple ruins. This desert camel wasn't a wild beast but a domesticated magical creature, trained to obey only those who fed it. As they watched Liu Xing ride away, a complex expression flashed in Muladili's eyes. He turned to face his followers and sternly said, "Why are you crying? You're all grown men, and all you can do is cry. Let's go to Gold Lake and strike it rich. Once you've got heaps of gold, then you can cry all you want." The group responded promptly and marched toward Gold Lake in unison. Liu Xing arrived at the entrance of the temple ruins, dismounted, and stared at the dark entrance, his brows furrowing. For some reason, it felt to him like a beast with a gaping maw, eagerly awaiting the arrival of explorers. "Dragon's lair or tiger's den? I'm going in regardless," Liu Xing muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his expression resolute. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Come out, everyone!" He then released all his domesticated beasts except for the thunder eagle, readying himself for the unknown challenges ahead. Liu Xing let the spirit water turtle lead the way while he rode on the back of the hellhound, following closely behind. The six-winged angel perched on Liu Xing's shoulder, ready to assist at any moment. This peculiar team cautiously stepped into the temple ruins, where the air was thick with the scent of decay and the ground was covered in a heavy layer of dust. Liu Xing wrinkled his nose, but was relieved to find that the interior of the temple was spacious enough to accommodate the large hellhound and spirit water turtle. After passing through the hall, they entered a dimly lit alley. Liu Xing warned, "Everyone, be careful. There might be traps ahead." No sooner had he spoken than the spirit water turtle's front paw stepped on a sunken brick. Instantly, a barrage of arrows was unleashed. Liu Xing quickly commanded, "Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell." The turtle retracted its limbs and head, and the arrows clattered harmlessly against its hard shell. Using his system's eye, Liu Xing identified the hidden crossbow mechanisms in the rock walls. However, these traps were no match for the spirit water turtle. With a series of snapping sounds, all the crossbow mechanisms broke and became ineffective. Liu Xing explained with satisfaction, "Physical attacks are useless against the spirit water turtle. Its spiked shell will counterattack." As they continued, they encountered more traps. The ground spike trap was rendered ineffective due to the spirit water turtle's large size, and the hellhound easily cut through the remaining spikes with its fiery breath. When faced with a fire trap, the spirit water turtle used its water attribute resistance and summoned a towering wave to extinguish all the flames effortlessly. Eventually, the group reached a hidden chamber. Liu Xing put on a headlamp to illuminate their surroundings. Suddenly, a shadowy figure scurried towards them. The hellhound swiped at it, but missed. Liu Xing immediately recognized it and shouted, "It's a crawling corpse. It's immune to physical attacks. Use magic." The crawling corpse took advantage of the moment to climb up the hellhound's front paw towards Liu Xing. In a split second, Liu Xing commanded, "Little cutie, use fairy light." The six-winged angel shouted angrily, "I'll destroy you, you disgusting thing." Her tiny fists gathered a multicolored light, which she unleashed in a powerful blast, sending the crawling corpse flying. The fairy light attack instantly obliterated the crawling corpse. At this point, the six-winged angel, now a golden tier 7 beast, easily dealt with the threat due to her attribute advantage. A single move was enough to kill, as expected. Liu Xing looked at the lifeless crawling corpse coffin on the ground, a hint of wariness flashing across his face. Undead beasts hold a unique position in this world. When it comes to sheer power, dragon-type beasts are undoubtedly the rulers, but the undead are renowned for their peculiar nature. Liu Xing thought to himself, the undead attribute is shrouded in mystery, and ordinary attacks are often ineffective against them. No wonder the hellhound's ripping claws couldn't harm the crawling corpse coffin. He muttered, "Who would have thought there'd be an undead beast here?" Reflecting on the rarity of undead beasts, Liu Xing couldn't help but smile bitterly. This temple ruin, located deep within the desert, with scorching sun by day and bone-chilling winds by night, is the perfect breeding ground for the undead, isn't it? No wonder he had never seen anyone possess an undead beast before. "Let's move, everyone," Liu Xing called out. The group continued forward, more vigilant than ever. Sure enough, in a chamber ahead, they encountered 3 more crawling corpse coffins. With the previous experience, Liu Xing's beasts acted swiftly. The hellhound unleashed a flame slash, the spirit turtle summoned a tidal wave, and the six-winged angel cast fairy light. Together, the 3 beasts swiftly dispatched the crawling corpse coffins. After fending off this wave of threats, Liu Xing and his team continued to delve deeper. This time, luck seemed to be on their side, as they moved forward without any further encounters with crawling corpse coffins. Finally, Liu Xing reached the end of the temple ruin's venerable altar. Atop the altar stood a stone statue, with mysterious patterns carved into the surrounding walls. However, Liu Xing's attention was not drawn to these. He glanced around, frowning, and muttered to himself, "What's going on? The intel said there'd be an anti-magic statue here, but there's no sign of it. Could I have been deceived?" Just thinking about it made Liu Xing's blood boil. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, no way. I've worked so hard, only to come here for nothing." A wave of frustration surged through him, darkening his expression. It felt just like preparing for a wedding. Liu Xing had found a matchmaker, paid the dowry, and arranged the banquet. Everything was set. But just as he was about to enter the bridal chamber, he was told the bride was gone. The crushing disappointment was unbearable, and his anger only grew more intense. Damn, what a worthless place. The more Liu Xing thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes fixed menacingly on the statue atop the altar, as if it were mocking his impotence, further fueling his rage. Cerberus, use flame slash on that thing. Liu Xing barked the order, pointing at the detestable statue. Upon hearing the command, Cerberus immediately sprang into action. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, unleashing a blazing blade of fire that shot toward the statue. Boom! The flame slash struck the statue with immense force. The entire room trembled violently, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Cough, cough. Liu Xing accidentally inhaled some of the dust and quickly spat it out. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The statue began to move. Dust continuously fell off the statue, soon revealing a figure etched with glowing blue runes. The runes shimmered beautifully, almost breathtakingly. The statue's eyes glowed blue, glaring at Liu Xing with unmistakable fury, clearly displeased at being disturbed. Anti-magic statue. Liu Xing gasped in shock. He hadn't expected such a treasure to be hidden within that seemingly dilapidated statue. Using his system's eye, he quickly analyzed the anti-magic statue's attributes. Anti-magic statue attributes. Type, rock, psychic. Gender, level, gold tier 8. Quality, S. Skills, magic immunity, anti-magic body. Huh, what's going on? Why does this guy only have 2 skills? Liu Xing was momentarily puzzled and immediately used the system's eye to examine the skills closely. Magic immunity. The bearer of this skill is immune to all magical attacks. This skill is ineffective against physical attacks. Just as I thought, it has magic immunity. Liu Xing was overjoyed upon seeing the first skill. In this world, beast attacks are categorized into 2 types: physical attacks like ripping claw and magical attacks like flame slash. He then focused on the second skill, anti-magic body. With this skill, your body will be unable to harbor magical elements, rendering you incapable of using magic forever. Reading this skill's description, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No magic usage? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. He hadn't expected to encounter such an unpleasant skill. Although he had seen similar skills before, they paled in comparison to this one. Once a beast learns this skill, it loses the ability to use magical attacks entirely, leaving only regular attacks. Thinking about this, Liu Xing's mouth twitched again. What a pity. What a pity. Liu Xing lamented internally. This anti-magic statue is one of a kind. If only there were another one without the magic immunity skill. He fantasized about using its magic core to annoy others, but it was just a pipe dream. The awakened anti-magic statue was visibly enraged. It suddenly lifted its leg and charged at Liu Xing. Bring it on. Liu Xing sneered, swiftly dismounting from Cerberus. Cerberus, use Shadow Strike on that thing. Cerberus obeyed instantly, leaping toward the anti-magic statue. The statue raised its massive fist to strike Cerberus. Just as the statue's fist was about to land, Cerberus blinked and teleported behind it. Its claws, wrapped in a shroud of dark energy, slashed fiercely at the statue's back. With a resounding clang, sparks flew. The hellhound's sharp claws raked across the back of the forbidden magic statue, leaving 3 deep gashes. This shadowy ambush, a physical attack, successfully inflicted damage on the statue. Writhing in pain, the forbidden magic statue turned to retaliate, but Liu Xing's spirit turtle acted first. Its eyes turned blood red as it used its taunt skill. The statue's hatred immediately shifted to the spirit turtle, and it let out an earth-shattering roar, consumed by rage. Just as the forbidden magic statue prepared to charge at the spirit turtle, another clang rang out, and more sparks erupted. The hellhound seized the moment, using its rending claws to inflict further wounds on the statue's back. The statue's hatred shifted once again to the hellhound. Liu Xing's eyes lit up as he realized the brilliance of the tactic. The spirit turtle and the hellhound began to coordinate skillfully, continuously alternating to attract the statue's hatred. The poor forbidden magic statue, like a confused brute, could only take the hits passively. Watching from the side, the 6-winged angel had a sudden inspiration and raised its hand to conjure a blade of light, hurling it at the statue. However, the judgment skill fell upon the statue like a stone sinking into the sea, having no effect. A look of surprise flashed across the angel's face. Liu Xing patted the 6-winged angel's little head reassuringly and explained, "Sweetie, This guy has a magic immunity skill. You can't hurt it. Leave it to the hellhound and the spirit turtle. Hearing this, the six-winged angel pouted adorably, cheeks puffing out in frustration. After a fierce battle, the forbidden magic statue finally let out one last unwilling roar. A war. Its massive body crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust and scattering debris. When the dust settled, Liu Xing took a closer look and saw that the blue runes entwined around the statue had dimmed, marking their victory in the battle. Hellhound, dig into its chest. See if there's a beast core, Liu Xing ordered decisively. The hellhound nodded in understanding and swiftly pounced on the corpse of the anti-magic statue. Its sharp claws scratched rapidly against the statue's hard surface, producing a piercing sound. Liu Xing watched intently, his heart pounding. It has to be there, he silently prayed. This was the only place he knew that had an anti-magic statue, and he had witnessed its magic immunity firsthand. If he could obtain the core, his spirit turtle would undergo a significant transformation. Moments later, the hellhound's claws paused as it unearthed a brown beast core from the statue's chest cavity. Yes, Liu Xing couldn't help but cheer, pumping his fist in victory. He quickly stepped forward, taking the core from the hellhound's grasp, and turned to his spirit turtle. Spirit turtle, here, this is for you, Liu Xing said, his voice brimming with excitement. The spirit turtle's eyes lit up. It was no stranger to using beast cores, each time gaining a new ability. Now, it felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness, wondering what power it would acquire this time. Don't worry, once you consume this, you'll be unbeatable, Liu Xing reassured, carefully placing the core into the spirit turtle's mouth. Immediately, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spirit turtle has consumed the anti-magic statue's beast core. Your spirit turtle will learn the following skills. Please choose. Two options appeared before Liu Xing: Divine Skill Magic Immunity and Divine Body Anti-Magic. Liu Xing took a deep breath, carefully considering before making his choice. I choose Magic Immunity. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your spirit turtle has learned Magic Immunity. Hearing this, Liu Xing was momentarily stunned. Instead of feeling ecstatic, he experienced an odd sense of calm. He promptly used the System Eye to check the spirit turtle's attributes. Spirit turtle. Attribute: Water. Gender: Level: Gold Tier 5. Aptitude: SS. Skills learned: Rapid Healing, Spiked Shell, Furious Bite, Wave Crash, Taunt, Bull Rush, Magic Immunity. Liu Xing noticed that out of the spirit turtle's 4 skill slots, 3 were already occupied: Wave Crash, Taunt, and Magic Immunity. The remaining skills were self-learned. Alright, let's move out. Liu Xing surveyed the surroundings, realizing the ruins were beginning to crumble, with dust falling from the ceiling. He quickly recalled the spirit turtle and, with the hellhound, dashed towards the exit. Just as Liu Xing exited the temple ruins, a thunderous crash echoed behind him. The once dark entrance collapsed, and the entire temple sank into the ground. That was close. Liu Xing panted, a look of relief crossing his face. He steadied himself and gazed into the distance, pondering the whereabouts of Maladi and his group, guessing they had likely found plenty of gold. Reflecting on their earlier interactions, Liu Xing smiled slightly, believing they weren't bad people, just driven by circumstances. Hellhound, let's go. Liu Xing mounted the hellhound, deciding to investigate Gold Digging Lake, curious about the gold digger's methods. However, upon reaching the lakeside, Liu Xing's smile faded, his brows furrowing. What's going on? Where are Maladi and the others? He had intended to return the desert camels but found the place deserted, the lake as calm as ever, as if no one had been there. A breeze blew by, carrying a sharp scent of blood. Over there, Liu Xing muttered, turning swiftly, his eyes locking onto the source of the smell. Liu Xing rode his hellhound towards the source of the bloody scent. In the distance, a blurry figure of a corpse came into view. He immediately changed direction, urging his mount towards the body. As he closed the distance, Liu Xing was shocked to discover it was Muradili. However, Muradili was not entirely dead. Although his lower half was missing, he was still clinging to life. His eyelids fluttered, and upon seeing Liu Xing, a sudden light flashed in his eyes. With a surge of newfound strength, he rasped out, "Run!" Liu Xing frowned, filled with confusion. Why was Muradili so desperate for him to flee? What unknown danger could be lurking? Just as Liu Xing was lost in thought, a loud crash shattered his contemplation. The sand beside him erupted as a massive creature burst forth, its gaping maw lunging at Liu Xing. Fortunately, the hellhound reacted swiftly, dodging the sudden attack with a quick sidestep. The beast missed and vanished back into the sand like a shadow, leaving no trace. Using his System Eye, Liu Xing quickly gathered information on the creature. Sand shark. Attribute: Rock. Gender: Level: Gold rank 5. Quality: A. Skills: Furious Bite, Mud Shot, Sandstorm, Sand affinity. Liu Xing mused to himself, realizing that the sand shark was a special type of shark that thrived in the sand, moving through it effortlessly. His gaze returned to Muradili, whose eyes were wide open in death, clearly not at peace. Beside him, a black pouch had been torn open by the sand shark's attack, spilling a hoard of gold that glittered temptingly on the sand. Witnessing the tragic scene, Liu Xing couldn't help but sigh. People really do die for wealth, just as birds die for food. He quickly refocused on the re-emerging sand shark. The massive creature swam just beneath the sand surface, its dorsal fin slicing through like a knife, revealing its position. Liu Xing smirked and quipped, "This guy really doesn't know which end is up." His eyes locked onto the sand shark's distinctive fin, ready for the impending battle. "Hellhound, use Shadow Ball over there," Liu Xing commanded. The two-headed dog immediately sprang into action. Each head formed a black orb of energy, emitting a faint hum in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The two shadow balls shot forward like arrows, heading straight for their target. Bang! The first one hit a sand shark hiding beneath the sand, causing it to let out a pained whoop. The sand shark quickly sank and disappeared into the soft sand. Liu Xing frowned as he stared at the spot where the sand shark vanished, quickly formulating a strategy in his mind. Moments later, he made a decision. "Come out, Aqua Turtle." With a flash of white light, the Aqua Turtle appeared on the battlefield. The sand shark swam rapidly underground, its keen heat-sensing system detecting changes on the surface. What were once 2 heat sources had now become 3. The sand shark hesitated briefly before a ruthless glint flashed in its eyes. Among all the targets, it judged the Aqua Turtle to be the weakest link. Suddenly, the sand shark burst out of the ground, its gaping maw aimed straight at the Aqua Turtle. However, just as it was about to strike, the sand shark realized its mistake. The Aqua Turtle's shell was covered in sharp spikes. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sand shark couldn't retract its attack. Instinctively, the Aqua Turtle withdrew its limbs and head into its hard shell. Clang! The sand shark's sharp teeth bit down hard on the turtle's shell, sending sparks flying. A metallic burning smell mixed with the scent of blood filled the shark's mouth. Its upper jaw was cut by the spikes, and several teeth broke off from the impact. Realizing it had bitten off more than it could chew, the sand shark just wanted to flee. But Liu Xing wouldn't let it escape. "Aqua Turtle, use taunt." With the command, the Aqua Turtle's eyes turned blood red, instantly drawing the sand shark's ire. It opened its jaws wide again, lunging at the Aqua Turtle. The Aqua Turtle swiftly emerged from its shell and charged forward. Bull rush. With a piercing sound, the Aqua Turtle's spikes drove deep into the sand shark's body. The sand shark let out a horrific scream as its blood stained the turtle's back. With a quick flick, the Aqua Turtle tossed the sand shark aside and then stomped its foot forcefully. Tidal wave. A massive wave, over 10 meters high, materialized out of nowhere, crashing down on the sand shark. Bam! The attack finished the sand shark off, leaving its lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Liu Xing cast a cold glance at the sand shark's corpse and ordered, "Hellhound, extract its beast core." The two-headed dog swiftly complied, digging out a brown core with a single swipe. Satisfied, Liu Xing pocketed the core and gathered the gold from the treasure hunters. As for Muladili's body, he had the Aqua Turtle dig a hole to bury it. All right, time to head back. Liu Xing mounted his desert camel and set off towards the inn they had stayed at before. He had just stepped into the room when the waiter enthusiastically approached him. The waiter's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise crossed his face. "It's you," he exclaimed. But then, he paused for a moment. Liu Xing, who had once had fair and delicate skin, was now tanned a deep bronze from the sun. His face had lost some of its youthful innocence and now bore a more mature appearance. The waiter thought to himself, although he's tan now, it won't be long before his skin returns to its original color. He warmly asked, "Sir, you're back? Where are Muladili and the others?" The waiter remembered that Liu Xing had been traveling with them. At these words, a pained expression immediately appeared on Liu Xing's face. Realizing his mistake, the waiter slapped his own face and said, "Oh no, my big mouth." Having spent years in the business, the waiter quickly deduced that Muladili and the others had likely perished in the desert. He hurriedly tried to console Liu Xing. "It's okay. It's okay. It's good that you're back safely. What would you like to eat?" "Just give me the same as last time," Liu Xing replied. "Got it." The waiter responded and quickly headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Liu Xing sat at the table, lost in thought. This time, he had successfully taught his spirit water turtle the skill of magic immunity. The next step was to increase the turtle's level. He knew all too well that no matter how good a skill was, it was useless without a high level. It was like giving a child an axe. While the child might be able to hurt someone, the likelihood of getting hurt themselves was much higher. "Honored guest, your food is here." The waiter cheerfully brought over several dishes. After finishing his meal, Liu Xing left the place and headed to the entrance of the secret realm. He took one last look at the terrifying sea of desert before turning towards the airport. He bought a ticket for a direct flight to Jiangnan City and began his journey home. Back in his dormitory, Liu Xing let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, there's nothing like home. As soon as he walked in, he was greeted by a refreshing coolness. No doubt, it was Su Peng hiding downstairs, enjoying the air conditioning, eating watermelon, and watching TV again. Sure enough, as Liu Xing walked in, he saw Su Peng lounging on the sofa in a tank top and beach shorts, watching TV. Hearing the door open, Su Peng turned his head towards the door. Seeing who it was, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Liu Xing, did someone trick you into working in a coal mine? How did you get so dark all of a sudden? Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng and said irritably, cut it out. Hurry up and get me some watermelon. He was parched and just wanted to enjoy some cold, refreshing watermelon. Watermelon? Su Peng's eyes immediately darted to the coffee table at the mention. The sight before him made him feel awkward, nothing but a mess of watermelon rinds and spilled juice. We're out, Su Peng said sheepishly to Liu Xing. Liu Xing shot him a glare, showing a rare haughty side. I don't care, I want some now. All right, I'll go get some. Su Peng quickly put on his slippers and hurried out of the villa towards the fruit store down the hill. Liu Xing leisurely sat down, picked up the remote, and adjusted the air conditioning to blow cool air directly at him. So comfortable, he murmured as he lay back and drifted off to sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when the villa door suddenly burst open. Liu Xing, Liu Xing. Su Peng's voice was unusually excited, as if something incredible had happened. What is it? Did you win the lottery, or something? Liu Xing frowned, clearly annoyed at being woken up. Actually, I did win. Su Peng beamed, carefully placing 2 large watermelons on the table. Then, he pulled out 2 blue tickets from his pocket and proudly displayed them. Look, a week-long trip to Sanya. Where did you get these? Liu Xing asked in surprise. Su Peng explained. I won them in a raffle. The fruit store at the foot of the hill was having a promotion. Buy a Kirin Emperor melon and get a chance to enter the raffle. I gave it a try and won. Watching Su Peng's uncontrollable grin, Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. This guy, who never even won a try again on a bottle cap, suddenly hit the jackpot. Could it be that he was possessed by Crayon Shinchan, the kid who always gets lucky in raffles? Hee. How about we leave tomorrow? Su Peng suggested excitedly. Sure, Liu Xing agreed. No time like the present. Given the chance, why not go? He remembered the hardships he had endured in the desert and felt it was time to relax. Sun, sand, and bikini-clad beauties, here I come. Su Peng grinned lasciviously. The next day, they packed lightly and set off. The week-long trip to Sanya was all-inclusive. From airfare to accommodation and meals, everything was arranged. All they needed were their bags. As soon as they got off the plane, Su Peng was practically bouncing with excitement. Beauties, beauties, beauties. They took a prearranged car to the Sanya resort, dropped off their luggage, and changed into casual clothes. Su Peng stuck to his signature look, a white tank top, beach shorts, and pink flip-flops. Liu Xing wore a white shirt, beach shorts, and red flip-flops. Their colorful footwear made them look somewhat comical. Beauties, here I come. Su Peng, with his protruding belly, headed straight for the beach. His eyes were immediately drawn to the bikini-clad women. Liu Xing, I can't wait, I'm going in. Go ahead. Liu Xing waved him off, choosing instead to stroll alone along the beach. Soon, he found a shady spot and sat on a rock. Surrounded by coconut trees swaying in the sea breeze, he unbuttoned his white shirt, revealing his bronze-toned abs. Liu Xing, a familiar voice called out. Liu Xing turned to see 2 familiar faces, Xiao Tao and Morongbing. Liu Xing glanced at Xiao Tao, thinking that her tomboy reputation was well-deserved. Beside her, Morongbing maintained her usual icy demeanor, but her figure was undeniably striking. Liu Xing frowned slightly, puzzled. How did these 2 end up together? After all, Xiao Tao was a student at the Imperial Capital Academy, while Morongbing hailed from the Magic City Academy. These 2 don't have any connection at all. Xiao Tao's face lit up with a brilliant smile when she saw Liu Xing. She walked briskly towards him, her voice brimming with surprise and delight. What a coincidence. Running into you here. She then turned and pointed to the woman next to her. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce her. This is Morongbing, also a member of our Phoenix mercenary group. Liu Xing was momentarily stunned, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He never expected that Morongbing would also be part of the Phoenix mercenary group. Before Liu Xing could say anything, Morongbing interrupted coldly. No need for introductions, I already know him. Her tone was laced with obvious displeasure, clearly still holding a grudge over Liu Xing's previous encounter with Wu Gang. Sensing the sudden tension, Xiao Tao looked at both of them in confusion. What's going on between you 2? She hadn't expected Morongbing to greet Liu Xing with such a frosty demeanor. Liu Xing sighed softly and decided to drop the subject. It's nothing. All right, you guys have fun. With that, he turned around and left, leaving Xiao Tao perplexed. That guy. Xiao Tao stomped her foot in frustration, her eyes flashing with irritation. As night fell, the beach buzzed with activity, a grand bonfire party in full swing. Liu Xing stood alone on a balcony, holding a bottle of fruit wine, taking occasional sips. His eyes scanned the joyful crowd and quickly found Su Pang, who was enthusiastically chatting with strangers. Watching the obviously extroverted Su Pang easily blend into other people's circles, Liu Xing couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the festive atmosphere. Bang! Liu Xing turned his head alertly and saw two groups of people facing off near the shore, tension palpable. Hey there, pretty lady. Why don't you keep me company tonight? One of the men, with a sleazy grin, cackled. Don't worry, I'm really good at what I do. Ha ha ha. They exuded an air of arrogant confidence. Seeing this, Liu Xing shook his head in resignation. He had grown accustomed to such scenes and usually preferred not to get involved. However, a familiar shout made him frown instantly. You're asking for it. That voice. Wasn't it Xiao Tao? Liu Xing's heart tightened, and he quickly made his way to the scene. When he arrived, he saw Xiao Tao and her companions confronting the gang. Each side had summoned a beast, ready for a showdown. In front of Xiao Tao stood a burly battle panda, emanating an imposing aura. Liu Xing scrutinized the panda, surprise flickering in his eyes. He remembered that Xiao Tao's battle panda was at the 6th tier of the gold rank before. Now, it had advanced to the 7th tier. Such rapid progress was indeed astonishing. Liu Xing glanced at the opposing Shamate's beast, his eyes locking onto the rogue monkey. He quickly analyzed the beast's attributes. Fighting type, male, gold tier 5, grade potential. Its skills included monkey fist, monkey steals the peach, combo attack, and whip leg. So, this guy has a gold tier 5 rogue monkey. Liu Xing thought to himself. No wonder he's so cocky. But unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong opponent. If it were anyone else, this Shamate might have succeeded. But he ran into Xiao Tao, a tough nut to crack. Xiao Tao looked at the Shamate with excitement rather than anger. As a die-hard battle fanatic, she would light up at any chance to fight. Xiao Tao slightly frowned, scrutinizing the lecherous-looking rogue monkey. Perfect, I can use you to test the results of my Martial Panda's special training, she murmured before shouting. Martial Panda, charge and use frenzied flurry on the rogue monkey. The Martial Panda's eyes turned cold at her command. It picked up its black bamboo staff and lunged at the rogue monkey. Liu Xing noticed that the Martial Panda had gained some weight, likely from all the good food Xiao Tao had been feeding it. The two beasts clashed instantly. The rogue monkey dodged nimbly, while the Martial Panda swung its staff with fierce speed. Soon, the continuous attacks began to tire the Martial Panda. Seeing this, the rogue monkey's eyes gleamed. It rolled away from the staff, diving under the Martial Panda. Spotting the two large lychees, a smirk spread across the rogue monkey's face. Monkey steals the peach. Arg. The Martial Panda let out a painful howl, clutching its groin and crouching down. Liu Xing couldn't help but wince, feeling a sympathetic pain. Martial Panda. Xiao Tao cried out, her face turning livid. Despicable. The Shamate, however, looked smug, as if despicable were the highest compliment. Rogue monkey, finish it off. Use monkey fist. The rogue monkey obeyed, leaping up with a clenched right fist, aiming straight for the Martial Panda. Martial Panda, watch out. Xiao Tao shouted urgently. With eyes blazing red, the Martial Panda suddenly sprang up from the ground. It grabbed its bamboo staff and swung it fiercely at the charging rogue monkey. Hefty strike. Boom. The rogue monkey couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying like a baseball, landing straight into the sea. The Martial Panda had put all its strength into that swing, seeking revenge for the previous attack. Whether the rogue monkey survived or not, it was undoubtedly crippled. With Xiao Tao having taken care of the Shamate's beast, Liu Xing saw no reason to stick around. He turned to leave, only to run into some familiar faces. What are you guys doing here? Liu Xing asked, surprised. The four were equally stunned, and one couldn't help but laugh. Boss Liu Xing, what a coincidence. Didn't expect to see you here. Yeah? Liu Xing nodded, surprised to bump into Bai Feng and the others. All right, stop standing around. Let's go to the room and have a drink, Jiang Yan urged, smiling broadly. He seemed genuinely pleased to run into Liu Xing. Sure, but wait a moment. I need to call someone, Liu Xing said. A moment later, in Bai Feng's room, Su Pang stood on the second-floor balcony, marveling. Wow, you guys really know how to live. Renting such a big place. Just making do, someone replied. Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the response. A 180 square meter villa, just making do? If this is making do, what would luxury be like? He took a sip of a red cocktail and asked, so, what brings you guys here? It's all because of him, Yingwali said, pushing Jiang Yan towards Liu Xing. Him? What about him? Liu Xing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yan, hurry and explain to Liu Xing, someone urged. Zhang Yan's face reddened as he stammered, "Well, Boss Liu Xing, I just broke through to the gold tier. So, I plan to contract a new beast." Liu Xing struggled internally as he faced everyone's advice. He had always been passionate about fire-type beasts, but they suggested he contract with a water-type one. After a heated discussion, they proposed a compromise, finding a beast with both water and fire attributes. A beast with both water and fire attributes? Liu Xing frowned in thought. Aren't water and fire opposing elements? Does such a beast even exist? Zhang Yin didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yingguili. Yingguili adjusted his glasses, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. This pretentious display made Liu Xing silently scoff. "Stop pretending to be all-knowing." Yingguili picked up a copy of the Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts from the sofa and flipped to a specific page. Liu Xing leaned in to see a peculiar beast's picture prominently displayed, accompanied by a detailed description. "Waterfire crab," Liu Xing read aloud, carefully going through the description. After finishing, he was astonished to realize that such a dual-attribute beast actually existed. The crab had a unique appearance, with its left side a deep blue and its right side a fiery red, clearly representing water and fire attributes. "So, Liu Xing, what do you think?" Bai Feng asked enthusiastically. "We're planning to search for this creature tomorrow. Want to join us?" Liu Xing pondered for a moment. Since he was already here, it seemed more worthwhile to seek out this unusual creature than to lounge on the beach chatting with beauties. "Fatty, what about you?" Bai Feng turned to Su Peng, who was happily devouring a watermelon. "I'm easy," Su Peng mumbled through a mouthful. "As long as Liu Xing goes, I'll go too." Bai Feng smiled slightly. Ever since Su Peng had saved him and Jiang Yan, the F4's attitude toward him had noticeably changed. The former disdain in their eyes had vanished. "All right, I'll go get a small boat. You guys enjoy your food and drinks," Bai Feng said before hurrying off. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Liu Xing and his group arrived at the beach. When they saw the small boat in front of them, Liu Xing was stunned. "Bai Feng, is this what you call a small boat?" Liu Xing asked, pointing at the luxurious yacht, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Bai Feng replied innocently. "Does Boss Liu Xing think it's too small?" Liu Xing shook his head speechlessly, thinking, "Too small, my foot." The group boarded the yacht. Since Yingguili had experience in sailing, he took on the role of captain. Wearing a captain's hat, he stood at the helm with a serious expression, looking quite impressive. Liu Xing and the others went to the deck to have fun. As the yacht slowly moved forward, the sea breeze was refreshing and invigorating. Yingguili watched his friends laughing and playing on the deck, a smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, Yingguili had an idea. "Come out, blue-ringed octopus," he called, releasing his beast into the sea. The blue-ringed octopus happily swam around as soon as it hit the water. Not to be outdone, Bai Feng followed suit. "Come out, white-furred sea lion." His sea lion leaped into the water right after. Seeing their actions, Liu Xing decided to join in. "Come out, spirit water turtle." He quickly performed a hand gesture, and a blue magic circle appeared on the water's surface. A massive spirit water turtle emerged before them. Bai Feng and the others couldn't help but gulp at the sight of Liu Xing's turtle. The spirit water turtle was not only significantly larger than before, but also radiated an intimidating aura of power. The white-furred sea lion and blue-ringed octopus looked terrified and would have fled if not for Yingguili and Bai Feng's presence. Jiang Yan watched Liu Xing's spirit water turtle with a hint of envy in his eyes. He thought, if I could contract a spirit water turtle like that, it wouldn't be bad at all. Although Jiang Yan usually favored fire-type beasts, Liu Xing's turtle made him reconsider. With the spirit water turtle escorting them, wild monsters avoided their path, and the group smoothly reached their destination, a mysterious island. "We're here. That's Crab Island ahead," Bai Feng announced, pointing forward. "Crab Island?" Su Peng's eyes lit up. "You mean the island is full of crabs?" "Maybe. We've never been here before," Bai Feng shrugged. Su Peng grew more excited, even starting to drool. "If there are crabs, I'm in for a treat. Steamed crabs, braised crabs, drunken crabs." He began listing dishes, leaving Bai Feng and the others speechless. They docked the yacht and secured it to the rocks with ropes. Liu Xing decided not to bring the spirit water turtle ashore, leaving it to guard the yacht. "Take care of the boat. It's our ride back," he instructed. The turtle nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of its task. Bai Feng and Yingguili also left their sea lion and octopus at the shore. The group then ventured into the depths of Crab Island. After walking a short distance, Liu Xing spotted a crab. "Liu Xing, is that a hermit crab?" Bai Feng asked, pointing ahead. Liu Xing observed closely and mentally analyzed. Hermit crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Level, black iron 9th tier. Quality, E. Skills, water gun. Retreat into shell. At that moment, Su Peng was about to capture the hermit crab when Liu Xing stopped him. Let's take care of our main task first. We can deal with the crabs later. This island is full of them. You'll have plenty to eat. Got it. Su Peng nodded, reluctantly suppressing his appetite. To avoid alarming the crabs, Liu Xing didn't summon his massive hellhound, but chose to summon a six-winged angel instead. The six-winged angel was small, powerful, and skilled at concealing its presence, ensuring the crabs wouldn't be scared away. Liu Xing and the others started walking around the island. The scorching sun beat down on their skin, and sweat quickly soaked through their clothes. After a thorough search, they were exhausted and out of breath, but still had found nothing. Bai Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of disappointment. Are you kidding me? Is there really no waterfire crab on this island? He complained, feeling deceived. Jiang Yin scratched his head awkwardly. It seems like it. We've been searching for so long. His voice was filled with apology. The expressions on Liu Xing and the others' faces grew grim. The six of them had spread out in different directions to search, yet they hadn't seen a single crab, which was indeed frustrating. Jiang Yin tried to lighten the mood. Maybe we should just give up. It's not like I absolutely need a water-type beast. Yin Guili immediately objected. No way. His tone was firm, and his eyes reflected his expectations of Jiang Yin. We have to keep looking. You need a water-fire-type beast to help you grow. Just as they were about to continue their search, a series of dull thuds suddenly echoed. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was rhythmic, as if something was repeatedly hitting a tree. They exchanged glances and quickly headed toward the source of the sound. Soon, they saw what was making the noisy a large fighting crab. Liu Xing carefully observed the creature, silently noting its details. Fighting crab. Attributes: water, fighting. Gender: level, silver rank 7. Aptitude: A. Skills: crab fist, heavy strike, water spray, split attack. This fighting crab was exceptionally robust, its enormous pincers resembling boxing gloves, exuding immense power. It seemed unaware of Liu Xing and the others' presence, fully focused on striking a thick coconut tree with its pincers. The tree, which was wide enough for 3 people to wrap their arms around, trembled under the crab's fierce attacks. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard. A large coconut, unable to withstand the impact, fell from the tree and hit the ground with a heavy thud, creating a noticeable dent. The fighting crab's eyes gleamed with joy at the sight. It quickly lunged at the coconut, its sharp pincers clamping down hard. With a crisp clang, the coconut split open. Yin Guili's eyes lit up as he witnessed this. He gently nudged Jiang Yin and whispered, Jiang Yin, that guy seems pretty strong. Why don't you try to tame it? I don't want it. Jiang Yin immediately refused upon seeing the appearance of the fighting crab. Yin Guili asked in confusion, why not? I think it's pretty good. Jiang Yin rolled his eyes at Yin Guili and retorted, that's what you think. Don't you think that guy looks dumb and brutish? Everyone present was stunned by Jiang Yan's remark. They had to admit, the fighting crab did look a bit silly, but hearing such an evaluation from Jiang Yin was still surprising. Noticing the odd expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Yin became annoyed. What kind of looks are those? Yin Guili awkwardly responded, nothing. At that moment, Bai Feng suddenly whispered, Sure, look over there. Everyone turned their attention to the fighting crab. They saw the large crab leisurely drinking coconut water when it was interrupted by a smaller fighting crab. The small crab gesticulated wildly, seemingly trying to convey something. The large crab, upon hearing this, became enraged. It threw the coconut it was holding to the ground, and then raised its enormous claws, smashing the coconut into pieces. Wow, what strength! Yin Guili exclaimed, then turned to Jiang Yin and asked, are you sure you don't want it? Jiang Yin responded with another eye roll. Bai Feng noticed the fighting crab following the smaller crab and curiously asked, where are they going? Su Peng, munching on a drumstick he had pulled out from somewhere, said, probably going to fight. How do you know? Just a guess, but it's pretty obvious. Liu Xing decisively ordered, all right, let's follow them. We still don't have any news about the water and fire crabs, but we might find something useful by following these crabs. The group followed the fighting crab from the east coast to the west coast of Crab Island. After passing through dense bushes, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. Bai Feng, walking too fast, nearly fell off the cliff, but Liu Xing quickly grabbed him. Thanks, Liu Xing. If it weren't for you, I'd be done for today, Bai Feng said, looking at the jagged rocks below with lingering fear. Liu Xing calmly replied, no problem, just a small effort. Suddenly, Jiang Yin exclaimed, look, so many crabs. Su Peng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, as if already imagining a grand crab feast. Yeah, a lot of them. Yin Guili frowned and asked, are those the water and fire crabs? Liu Xing nodded in confirmation, yes. Everyone looked down from the cliff and saw a large group of crabs on the beach below, divided into 2 opposing factions. On the left were the fighting crabs, and on the right were the water and fire crabs. with numbers evenly matched. A massive water and fire crab stood proudly on a rock, arms crossed, looking down at the fighting crabs with disdain, as if it could defeat them with a single move. Suddenly, the water and fire crab's expression changed. The coconut-picking fighting crab, led by the smaller crab, had stepped to the front of the group. The water and fire crab on the rock became serious, clearly recognizing the fighting crab, suggesting they had crossed paths before. With the arrival of the coconut-picking fighting crab, the previously demoralized fighting crabs suddenly became invigorated. The fighting crab glanced coldly at the water and fire crab on the rock, its eyes filled with disdain. Enraged by the provocative stare, the water and fire crab raised its bright red claw and aimed it at the fighting crab. Boom! A scorching flame shot out from the water and fire crab's claw. In response to the sudden attack, the fighting crab quickly opened its mouth. Whoosh! A sudden burst of blue water shot out, colliding with the flames opposite. The two crabs immediately entered a fierce standoff, with fire and water clashing violently in midair, generating billows of white steam at their intersection. The flames would sometimes advance towards the combat crab, only to be pushed back by the water jet, creating a deadlock. Bai Feng, watching the stalemate between the two crabs, couldn't help but turn to Liu Xing and ask, "Boss Liu Xing, which crab do you think will win?" Lan Tian and the others also looked over curiously, clearly uncertain of the outcome. Liu Xing replied calmly, "The water-fire crab will win." "Why?" Bai Feng asked in surprise. "You'll see," Liu Xing said cryptically, his eyes revealing the attributes of the water-fire crab. Water-fire crab. Attributes: water, fire. Gender: level, silver tier 8. Quality: S. Skills: fire spout, water jet, crab punch. Sure enough, just as Liu Xing finished speaking, the water-fire crab took a step forward and intensified its fire output. In an instant, its flames overpowered the combat crab's water jet, striking the opponent directly. The combat crab was sent flying by the massive impact, crashing heavily into the rocks behind it, severely injured. It lost. It actually lost. The combat crab's face was filled with despair. As a consistent victor, it had always won against the water-fire crab in previous encounters, but this time, it was defeated. Feeling both unwilling and helpless, the combat crab dejectedly left the battlefield. The water-fire crab watched its opponent retreat, dancing with excitement. For years, it had been working tirelessly, all for the day it could defeat the combat crab and reclaim this stretch of coastline for its clan. Now, it had finally succeeded. Standing on the rocks, it raised its claws high in a victorious pose. The water-fire crabs on the shore cheered, as if shouting, "We won! We finally won!" On the cliffside, Liu Xing glanced at Jiang Yin. "What's the matter?" Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. Liu Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you want to capture the water-fire crab? If you don't go now, what are you waiting for? Do you want to wait until it leaves?" Oh, right. Jiang Yin snapped out of his daze and quickly searched for a path, racing towards the water-fire crab. Jiang Yin walked straight up to the group of aquafire crabs, his presence instantly putting them on high alert. They raised their claws, ready for battle. One aquafire crab, seemingly the leader, emerged from the back and waved its claws at its companions, clearly challenging Jiang Yin to an unknown duel. The recent victory over the fighting crab seemed to have made it a bit overconfident. Bai Feng shouted to Jiang Yin, "Come on, you better not lose to this thing or I'll look down on you." Jiang Yin shot him a glance and responded confidently, "Relax, I can handle it with one hand tied behind my back." Jiang Yin quickly made a series of hand signs and summoned, "Come forth, my old companion." A red magic circle appeared on the ground, and a majestic red lion emerged in front of everyone. "It's a flame lion," someone exclaimed. The flame lion opened its massive jaws and let out an earth-shaking roar, exuding the majesty of the king of the grasslands. The weaker aquafire crabs felt the terrifying pressure and retreated. Liu Xing activated his System Eye to check the flame lion stats. Flame lion attributes: fire. Gender: level, gold rank 1. Quality: A. Skills learned: blaze, sharp claw, flame charge, armor break claw. Not bad. He's raised this flame lion pretty well. Liu Xing nodded slightly. Yin Guoli, however, frowned. Not bad. I think it's still a bit risky. That aquafire crab has both water and fire attributes, which puts it at an advantage. Jiang Yin glanced back at them and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, watch me take it down in a few moves." Flame lion, use blaze on the aquafire crab. Jiang Yin commanded, thinking to himself that he'd never lost in a fire-to-fire confrontation. The flame lion opened its mouth and unleashed a searing flame that pierced through the air, targeting the aquafire crab on the reef. The aquafire crab quickly counterattacked, raising its blue claw and shooting out a sky-blue water jet. Boom! The flames and water jet collided fiercely. The flame lion's level far surpassed that of the fighting crab. Despite water's advantage over fire, The intensity of the flame quickly evaporated the water jet and continued to blast towards the aquafire crab. The aquafire crab was hit by the flames and fell off the reef. Surprisingly, the surrounding aquafire crabs did not come to its aid but instead scattered. Jiang Yin smirked. Flame Lion. Finish it off with armor break claw. The flame lion lunged forward like an arrow, its sharp claws glinting in the sunlight as they easily tore through the thick shell of the aquafire crab. Severely injured, the aquafire crab fell into a weakened state. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yin channeled his spiritual energy and cast a contract spell circle beneath the aquafire crab. Despite its desperate struggle, the aquafire crab was too weak to resist and was eventually successfully contracted by Jiang Yin. Gotcha! Jiang Yin triumphantly stored the newly contracted aquafire crab in his beast space and walked over to Liu Xing and the others with a proud grin. So, Liu Xing, how would you rate my performance? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Liu Xing pondered for a moment. I'll give you 82 points, and the rest in the form of 666. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, Liu Xing's expression changed instantly. At first, his brow furrowed upon hearing 82 points. But when he heard 666, his frown quickly turned into a smile. Oh, come on. I'm not that amazing, Jiang Yin said, scratching his head in embarrassment, a slight blush creeping up his cheeks. Bai Feng couldn't help but tease. All right, stop being so modest. Since you've captured the water fire crabs, let's head back. He urged everyone, a hint of urgency in his eyes. However, Su Peng was unwilling to leave just yet. His gaze swept greedily over the water fire crabs on the beach, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Go back? Why the rush? His tone was tinged with obvious dissatisfaction. Lan Tian and the others immediately understood, and were about to make a move on the water fire crabs when something unexpected happened. Bai Feng and Yin Guoli screamed in pain simultaneously, clutching their heads, their faces contorted in agony. It felt as if countless needles were piercing their brains. Yin Guoli quickly analyzed the situation, his brow tightly knit. Something's wrong. It seems like there's trouble at our boat. His voice carried a hint of worry. Bai Feng also realized, yes, my white-haired sea lion must be hurt. Otherwise, my head wouldn't be in such pain. His words confirmed Yin Guoli's suspicion. The sudden turn of events made everyone alert. Lan Tian cast a questioning look at Liu Xing and couldn't help but ask, if something happened, why is Liu Xing fine? At this moment, Liu Xing appeared completely calm, as if nothing concerned him. The others also turned to him with questioning eyes. Yeah, Liu Xing, isn't your spirit water turtle also by the shore? What's going on? Someone asked. Liu Xing shrugged nonchalantly. You ask me, who should I ask? I've been with you all along. Yin Guoli, seeing this, made a quick decision. No matter what, we should head back to the boat first. We'll understand once we get there. Su Peng immediately agreed. Yeah, arguing here won't help. Without further hesitation, everyone sprinted back the way they came. Their hurried footsteps left a trail of imprints on the sand, their hearts filled with apprehension about the unknown situation they were about to face. Soon, they arrived at the shore. The scene before them left everyone stunned. What the heck happened here? Bai Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. The once clear blue sea was now stained dark red with blood, the strong smell of which was nauseating. At this moment, Jiang Yin suddenly shouted, Look over there. He pointed into the distance, his voice a mix of fear and excitement. Following his finger, they saw a giant turtle confronting two massive creatures. Behind the turtle, an octopus and a sea lion huddled together, seemingly seeking protection. The sight left everyone holding their breath, unsure of what would happen next. That's a tiger shark. Yin Guoli instantly recognized the two massive creatures in the water, showcasing his extensive knowledge. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng frowned slightly and was about to ask a question when a sudden exclamation interrupted him. Whoa, look over there. Bai Feng pointed to the nearby shore, where several enormous tiger shark carcasses lay strewn across the beach, their blood staining the surrounding seawater red. There was no doubt that this was the handiwork of Liu Xing's spirit water turtle. At this moment, the two surviving tiger sharks in the sea had blood-red eyes, filled with fury over their companions' deaths. Tiger sharks always hunted in packs, executing their attacks with perfect coordination. Today, their group had suffered a devastating blow, and the culprit was the seemingly peaceful spirit water turtle before them. The two tiger sharks opened their massive jaws simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. Two thick jets of water shot out like cannonballs, aimed directly at the spirit water turtle. That's the tiger shark's water cannon attack. Yin Guoli recognized the deadly strike and shouted urgently to Liu Xing. Liu Xing, get your spirit water turtle to dodge. However, faced with this astonishing assault, Liu Xing remained unusually calm, even showing a faint smile. No need to panic. Boom, boom. The two water cannons struck the spirit water turtle, sending up towering splashes of water that shrouded the scene in a thick mist. When the mist cleared, the sight left Bai Feng and the others dumbfounded. The spirit water turtle stood unscathed, without a single scratch. My God, what just happened? Bai Feng stammered. Liu Xing, why is your spirit water turtle completely fine? Yeah, was I seeing things? Another person chimed in. I clearly saw those water cannons hit your spirit water turtle. How come it's unharmed? Even if it's a water-type beast, it shouldn't be completely unscathed. Jiang Yin suddenly had a light bulb moment and said excitedly, could it be? Before he could finish, Yingguoli cut in, Liu Xing, does your spirit water turtle have a skill that makes it immune to water attacks? Hey, Yingguoli, you stole my line. Jiang Yin said, displeased. Liu Xing smiled slightly and gave a vague reply. Something like that, only he knew the truth. Those water cannons were magical attacks, and his spirit water turtle had a magic immunity skill, rendering any magical attack ineffective. This magic immunity is really amazing. Liu Xing thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Seeing that their long-range attacks were ineffective, the two tiger sharks became even more ferocious. They exchanged a glance and then charged at the spirit water turtle like arrows released from a bow. If long-range attacks wouldn't work, then they'd engage in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the two massive creatures swam up to the spirit water turtle, opening their jaws wide to reveal sharp fangs, ready to bite down viciously. Seeing this, the spirit water turtle's eyes gleamed coldly. It quickly retracted its limbs and then thrust them backwards, propelling its enormous body forward like a moving mountain, crashing into the two tiger sharks with lightning speed. Bull rush. Smash. The spirit water turtle's massive body collided heavily with the tiger sharks. With a cracking sound, the skulls of the two sharks were shattered, their heads caving in as blood mixed with brain matter oozed from the cracks. This shocking scene left Bai Feng and the others completely stunned, taking them a while to snap out of it. This is too powerful. Bai Feng stammered, then looked at Liu Xing with a near-fearful gaze. A monster. This guy must be a monster. It's one thing to have an invincible hellhound, but this spirit water turtle is also insanely strong. How are we supposed to compete? Looking at the blood-soaked spirit water turtle, Jiang Yin was not afraid but rather showed a regretful expression. Can I return my water fire crab? I want a spirit water turtle, even if it only has water attributes. Hearing Jiang Yan's ridiculous comment, Yingguoli's face darkened. He adjusted his glasses and said seriously, all right, enough joking. Then he turned to Liu Xing, his eyes gleaming with desire. Liu Xing, please just tell us the truth. Where did you catch this spirit water turtle? I want one too. Yingguoli's words left Su Peng speechless. He had expected Yingguoli to say something serious, but he was taken aback by the request. Faced with everyone's reactions, Liu Xing couldn't help but show a wry smile. Sorry about that, I only got it by chance, Liu Xing said somewhat apologetically. A look of disappointment flashed across Yingguoli's face. He had no idea that Liu Xing had caught the spirit water turtle purely by luck. Not to mention, Liu Xing had a well-kept secret, could always learn any skill he desired with a 100% success rate. This was why Liu Xing's spirit water turtle was so powerful. If it had been someone else's spirit water turtle, it would have likely fallen to the attacks of those two razor-toothed tiger sharks. All right, let's not dwell on it, Su Peng chimed in to break the tension. Since everything's settled, let's have a party. Yeah, let's have a party. Bai Feng immediately echoed. Following Su Peng's suggestion, the group soon started a lively party by the seaside. As night fell, the bonfire cast a warm glow on everyone's faces. They sat around the fire, eating skewers and enjoying the stunning sunset over the ocean. Hey, fatty, I want another grilled shrimp. Can you make me one? Bai Feng called out. What did you call me? Su Peng frowned. Bai Feng quickly corrected himself. Oh, fat brother, I want some grilled shrimp. All right, coming right up. Hearing fat brother, Su Peng immediately got busy with a grin. Bai Feng took a bite of his grilled shrimp and turned to Jiang Yin beside him. Jiang Yin was devouring a large crab, eating ravenously as if he hadn't eaten in days. Bai Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and reminded him, hey, Jiang Yin, slow down. Be careful not to choke. Here, have some beer. With that, Bai Feng opened a bottle of snow beer and handed it to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin took the beer and chugged it down in a few gulps, then continued to attack the grilled crab with a vengeance, as if he had a personal grudge against it. In fact, Jiang Yin did have a grudge against the crab. After witnessing Liu Xing's spirit water turtle's heroic performance, Jiang Yin had been simmering with frustration. He had taken it out on a fighting crab he found and quickly killed it. Now, he had a deep-seated hatred for crabs, thinking that if it weren't for that damned crab, he might have a formidable spirit water turtle like Liu Xing's. Yingguoli and Lan Tian sat quietly by the bonfire. With their small appetites, they had already eaten their fill. They watched Liu Xing, who was still drinking and chatting with Su Peng, with envious eyes. At night, Crab Island was enveloped in silence. The relentless waves crashed against the shore, their rhythmic sound echoing through the air. Liu Xing was still awake, surveying his surroundings with a slight smile. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin were passed out, tangled together in a drunken embrace. Yin Guoli and Lan Tian had fallen asleep sitting up, leaning against each other. At some point, Su Pang had summoned Big Eater, who was now sound asleep, clutching it tightly. Amusingly, even in its sleep, Big Eater was mechanically munching on roasted crab, the crunching sounds filling the quiet night. Liu Xing shook his head with a chuckle, marveling at Big Eater's muscle memory. He looked up at the sky, where a bright full moon hung high, casting a gentle light that illuminated the entire island. Reflecting on the day's battle with the spirit turtle, Liu Xing felt fortunate for having taught it the magic immunity skill. It had proven to be a wise decision. Apart from the sound of the waves, all was peaceful. Liu Xing walked over to the hellhound and sat down beside it, quickly drifting off to sleep. The hellhound looked at the sleeping Liu Xing, a hint of satisfaction in its eyes, pleased to be of help. The task of keeping watch for the night naturally fell to it. As night gave way to dawn, Liu Xing was jolted awake by a commotion. Opening his eyes, he saw everyone gathered around Bai Feng. Approaching them, he saw Bai Feng's face pale, clutching his stomach in pain and groaning. Liu Xing, help me. My stomach hurts so much. Yin Guoli asked anxiously. Bai Feng, did you eat something bad? No, I ate the same things as you guys. Bai Feng replied weakly. Liu Xing analyzed. It's likely a seafood allergy. Crab is cold in nature, and Bai Feng might have eaten too much. Jiang Yin, puzzled, asked, then why are we fine? Bai Feng managed a weak joke. Not everyone has a thick skin like you. Nothing ever bothers you. Jiang Yin smirked and gave Bai Feng a playful slap on the butt. True. Our playboy here has delicate skin. Liu Xing interrupted. All right, enough. Jiang Yin, carry Bai Feng. We need to get him to a hospital immediately. Why me? Jiang Yin asked, confused. Liu Xing gave him a meaningful look. Jiang Yin glanced around, weighed his options, and reluctantly picked up Bai Feng. Back on the yacht, Liu Xing, to be safe, summoned both the spirit turtle and the thunder eagle. With the two beasts escorting them, they reached the shore and hurried to the hospital. On the hospital bed, with an 4 drip in his arm, Bai Feng looked despondent. Liu Xing, if I die, will you guys miss me? Don't worry, you'll be fine. Liu Xing reassured him. Jiang Yin, eating an orange, peeled a segment and held it to Bai Feng's mouth. Oh, come on, you drama queen. You'll live a long life. Here, have an orange. Liu Xing quickly snatched the orange away. Are you trying to kill him? He's got seafood poisoning, and you're giving him something rich in vitamin C. Do you have any common sense? Jiang Yin looked innocent. Oh. After spending some time in the hospital room, Liu Xing left with Su Pang. As they walked down the hospital corridor, their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Suddenly, a thunderous sound broke the silence, catching Liu Xing's attention. He turned to look at Su Pang, whose face had turned a bit red with embarrassment. Su Pang sheepishly scratched his head and said, a bit awkwardly, I haven't eaten anything since earlier, so I'm really hungry. Liu Xing glanced around and quickly spotted a small noodle shop. See over there? Looks like there's a noodle shop. Let's go eat there. Sure. Su Pang nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The two of them walked briskly towards the noodle shop. As they pushed open the door, a wave of warmth greeted them. An elderly woman with a beaming smile welcomed them. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Her smile was incredibly comforting, making Liu Xing think, this is what real customer service feels like. Su Pang eagerly placed his order. I'll have a bowl of beef offal noodles. Oh, and add an extra pork chop. And, throw in a marinated egg too. The elderly woman then turned to Liu Xing. And you? Liu Xing scanned the menu briefly. I'll have a bowl of beef noodles, please. The elderly woman called out to the back with a strong voice. Old man, 1 beef offal noodle with extra pork chop and an egg, and 1 beef noodle. A loud got it came from the kitchen. As they sat down, Su Pang started fiddling with his chopsticks absent-mindedly. He noticed that Liu Xing's gaze kept drifting towards the kitchen, his face showing a thoughtful expression. Unable to resist, Su Pang teased, Hey, Liu Xing, don't tell me you're interested in that old lady. I'm warning you, that's a crime. If you really can't hold it in, just tell me. I can take you somewhere to have some fun. He finished with a mischievous smile. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Pang's comment. You really have no limits. I just think that voice sounds a bit familiar. A familiar voice? Su Pang looked incredulous. No way, we're in Sanya. How could there be someone you know here? Liu Xing murmured thoughtfully, maybe. Here you go, the beef noodles you ordered. And for you, the beef offal noodles with an extra pork chop and a marinated egg. The old lady swiftly placed 2 steaming bowls of noodles on the table, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Liu Xing and Su Pang sat in the small noodle shop, their stomachs growling. Su Peng couldn't wait to break apart his disposable chopsticks and started devouring his meal. As he ate voraciously, he kept glancing at Liu Xing, who seemed distracted. Hey, aren't you just curious if that old man in the back is someone you know? No worries, I'll handle it. With a mischievous grin, Su Peng picked up a piece of pork intestine and suddenly shouted, "What the heck? This pork intestine hasn't been cleaned properly. There's still poop in it." The old man in the kitchen instantly flew into a rage. Grabbing a cleaver from the counter, he stormed out, his face flushed red with anger. Who's spreading lies here?" he demanded, scanning the room. "Say anything about me, but don't insult my cooking. I've cleaned that pork intestine thoroughly. How could there be poop?" Just as the old man was looking around in confusion, Liu Xing spoke up. "Grandpa Liu." The old man froze, his anger dissipating, and looked at Liu Xing in surprise. Liu Xing? Grandpa Liu, long time no see," Liu Xing said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, indeed, Liu Xing, it's been a while. What brings you here?" The old man, Liu Ran, was the same person Liu Xing had met in the Forest of Willows. Curious, Liu Xing asked, "Grandpa Liu, did you manage to win her over?" Liu Ran gave Liu Xing a knowing look, and they both shared a laugh, understanding each other without words. "Come on, Liu Xing, since you're here, I'll cook something special for you myself." "Forget about these noodles," Liu Ran said, swiftly taking away Liu Xing's bowl and heading back into the kitchen. Watching Liu Ran's busy figure, Su Peng nudged Liu Xing with his elbow. "Hey, Liu Xing, how do you know him? And what's with all the secrecy?" Liu Xing gave a mysterious smile. "That's a secret." "Ugh, fine." Su Peng pouted and continued eating. Liu Xing watched Liu Ran bustling in the kitchen, recalling their moonlit conversation. He had once shared with Liu Ran the 3 golden rules for courting women. First, be shameless. Second, persist in being shameless. Third, be handsome. If you're handsome, you can skip the first 2 rules. If not, stick with being shameless. Clearly, Liu Ran had succeeded with the old lady by embracing the spirit of shamelessness. Before long, the table was filled with delicious dishes. Su Peng, benefiting from Liu Xing's connection, began to wolf down the food, showing no signs of having already eaten a bowl of beef awful noodles. Raising his glass, Liu Ran said, "Let's have a drink, Liu Xing." "Cheers," Liu Xing responded. As they drank, they chatted about everyday matters. "By the way, how's that recipe book I gave you? Useful?" Liu Ran asked. "It's all right," Liu Xing replied, but Su Peng stopped eating mid-bite. "What? You mean that recipe book was written by you?" Su Peng's eyes widened in shock. "Of course, who else?" Liu Ran confirmed with a nod. "Master." Su Peng stood up excitedly and walked over to Liu Ran. He had long admired the author of that recipe book. Liu Ran was taken aback by Su Peng's reaction. "Liu Xing, what's going on here?" "Well, Grandpa Liu, I'm not much of a cook, so I gave the recipe book to him. Technically, he's half your disciple," Liu Xing explained. "Oh." Liu Ran understood and looked Su Peng up and down. Apart from being a bit fat, greedy, and looking a bit sneaky, he's not too bad. "Master, I've studied the entire recipe book. Do you have any more?" Su Peng asked eagerly. Liu Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Do you think legendary recipe books grow on trees? That book is the culmination of my life's work." Despite his grumbling, Liu Ran glanced at Su Peng again. "You're not too bad, kid." After all, he had a soft spot for Liu Xing, and by extension, a bit of goodwill towards Su Peng. "Master, are you sure there aren't any more?" Su Peng pressed on. "Stop calling me master all the time," Liu Ran said, waving his hand in exasperation. "I'm not your master." Liu Ran shook his head, frowning slightly. "And you call me your master without even offering me a sip of the traditional apprentice wine. How can you call me your master?" Upon hearing this, Su Peng's eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. He was always quick on the uptake and immediately understood. "Master, just wait. I'll go get it for you right now." With that, he turned and was ready to head out, already planning to buy a few bottles of Feiyan Maodai. However, just as he took a step, Liu Ran called him back. "Hey, wait a second. What are you doing?" "Master." Su Peng turned around eagerly, looking at Liu Ran with anticipation. "Don't go buying any. I don't like the taste of store-bought wine." Su Peng was puzzled and cautiously asked, "Then what do you want to drink?" With a sly smile, Liu Ran's eyes gleamed. "Have you heard of monkey wine? If you can bring me some monkey wine, I'll take you as my apprentice." "Really?" Su Peng's eyes widened with excitement. "Of course it's true," Liu Ran said seriously. "Why would I lie to you?" "Great. What are we waiting for then?" Su Peng, in his excitement, grabbed Liu Xing, who was sitting on a stool. "Liu Xing, let's go get some monkey wine." Liu Xing was startled by the sudden action, almost dropping the bowl he was holding. "Hey, wait, let me finish my meal." But Su Peng was already dragging him out the door, leaving Liu Xing no choice but to follow. Watching the two disappear into the distance, a mysterious smile appeared on Liu Ran's face. He murmured to himself, "My dear apprentice, consider this a test from your master. If you can bring back that monkey wine, I'll have a great gift for you." At that moment, Su Peng had no idea that Lu Ran already considered him a disciple. Lu Ran thought to himself, Su Peng might not have any outstanding traits, but he has a rare quality: sincerity. Whatever he does or says, he does it wholeheartedly. Such a straightforward person is very easy to get along with. Plus, he's a good friend of Liu Xing. Lu Ran believed that people of similar nature tend to gather together. If Liu Xing was excellent, Su Peng couldn't be too far off, or they wouldn't be such good friends. On the street, Liu Xing shook his wrist, which had turned a bit red from Su Peng's grip. "Hey, Su Peng. I barely had a few bites of my meal before you dragged me out." Su Peng, hearing this, pulled out an oil paper package from his pocket like a magician. "Here." He waved the package triumphantly. Liu Xing was surprised to see the food. "I didn't expect you to have something to eat in your pocket." Su Peng shrugged. "This is the last one. I was saving it for a snack, but now you can have it." "Thanks, then," Liu Xing said, eagerly tearing open the oil paper to reveal a delicious-looking chicken drumstick. He took a big bite and said with satisfaction, "Delicious." Watching Liu Xing devour the drumstick, Su Peng couldn't help but swallow, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. "What, are you still not full?" Liu Xing teased Su Peng, who was beside him. Su Peng had been devouring his food just moments ago. Upon hearing Liu Xing's words, he merely chuckled, looking quite satisfied. However, Su Peng's smile suddenly froze. His brows furrowed as if he had remembered something important, and he came to a halt. "Darn it!" Su Peng slapped his forehead in frustration. "I forgot to ask Master how to get the monkey wine." Liu Xing rolled his eyes, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Then you'd better go back and ask." "All right." Su Peng immediately perked up and dashed back. His hefty frame wobbled with each step, making Liu Xing shake his head. Before long, Su Peng returned, panting heavily, his face flushed from the exertion. He gasped for breath and managed to say, I asked." Once he caught his breath, Su Peng explained, "My master said there's a place called Monkey Mountain. There's a type of monkey there known as the wine-brewing monkey. They're experts at making wine, often gathering wild fruits and herbs from the mountains to brew delicious wine. The wine they make is called monkey wine." "Got it." Liu Xing nodded. "Let's get going." "Wait a minute," Su Peng suddenly called out. "What now?" "We should stock up on supplies first." Liu Xing felt a wave of speechlessness. He knew Su Peng too well. This guy was likely planning a massive shopping spree. Sure enough, when they reached the foot of Monkey Mountain, Liu Xing saw Su Peng carrying an enormous backpack. It didn't take much imagination to guess that it was stuffed with food. "Can you even climb Monkey Mountain with all that stuff?" Liu Xing couldn't help but ask. Su Peng nonchalantly replied, "No problem. I'll eat as I go, and it'll be gone by the time we get to the top." "You're quite the clever one," Liu Xing said, shaking his head in resignation. "He." Su Peng laughed proudly. The two began their ascent of Monkey Mountain. As they climbed, Su Peng pulled out a jelly snack from his pocket. "Monkey King, not just a king, but a jelly lover like me." He recited the advertisement slogan while munching on the jelly. Listening to Su Peng, Liu Xing was at a loss for words. "Liu Xing, want a bite?" Su Peng offered the half-eaten jelly to Liu Xing. Seeing the saliva on the bitten end, Liu Xing felt nauseous and quickly waved his hand. "You can have it all to yourself." After some time climbing, with frequent stops, they finally reached the summit of Monkey Mountain. "Phew, I'm exhausted," Su Peng said, plopping down onto the ground, gasping for air. Liu Xing turned to Su Peng and asked, "Did your master tell you where to find the monkey wine?" "This mountain is huge, and searching blindly would be like looking for a needle in a haystack." Su Peng replied, "Master said the wine-brewing monkeys build their nests on cliffs. They also find pits in the cliffs and hollow them out to use as brewing spots. This way, they can prevent other magical beasts from stealing the wine and keep it preserved for a long time." "Got it." Liu Xing nodded. "All right, you wait here. I'll be back soon." With that, Liu Xing quickly formed a hand seal. "Come forth, Thunder Hawk," he summoned. A majestic Thunder Hawk appeared before them. "Wow, Liu Xing, you sly dog," Su Peng exclaimed. "I forgot you had the Thunder Hawk. Why didn't you summon it earlier? You made me climb all this way for nothing. This isn't like going to Spirit Stone Mountain, where we need to show reverence." Liu Xing chuckled. "I was just helping you lose some weight." He then climbed onto the Thunder Hawk's back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Thunder Hawk soared into the sky. "Thunder Hawk, help me look for any monkeys," Liu Xing instructed. The Thunder Hawk, with its keen eyesight, soon spotted a monkey climbing on a cliff. Liu Xing looked towards the monkey and, upon seeing its attributes, couldn't help but smile. It's a wine-brewing monkey. Wine-brewing monkey attributes. Combat. Gender. Level. Silver Tier 1. Quality. C. Skills. Brewing. Drunken Fist. Monkey Fist. Monkey steals the peach. This wine-brewing monkey was different from ordinary monkeys. Its face was a bright red, perhaps from years of brewing and drinking wine. The monkey on the cliff cautiously scanned the surroundings. Finding no threats, it made a nimble leap onto a platform. It then moved a large stone aside, revealing a dark cave. Wow, this place is amazing, Liu Xing exclaimed. He watched as the nimble brewing monkey darted into the cave, quickly pushing the massive stone back into place. Unwilling to be outdone, Liu Xing called out to the Thunderhawk beside him. Thunderhawk, let's go. The Thunderhawk spread its wings and soared, carrying Liu Xing safely to the platform. As soon as they landed, a rich aroma of wine filled the air, intoxicatingly pleasant. Liu Xing took a deep breath, thinking that this monkey wine must be crafted from rare fruits and precious herbs. Thunderhawk, wait here. I'll go inside with Little Angel, Liu Xing instructed. The Thunderhawk nodded in understanding. Liu Xing summoned the six-winged angel, mindful that the Hellhound and Spirit Turtle were too large to fit into the narrow wine cellar. With a firm push, he easily moved the human-sized stone aside, surprised by his sudden burst of strength. Must be the Hellhound's influence, he mused with a slight smile before stepping into the cave with the six-winged angel. A few steps in, the strong scent of wine grew even more intense, bringing a smile to Liu Xing's face. Looks like I've come to the right place, he thought. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him. The six-winged angel, already on guard, quickly summoned a blade of light and hurled it at the attacker. Judgment! The brewing monkey was struck down instantly, no match for the six-winged angel, a formidable mental-type beast at the golden 7th tier, which had a significant advantage over the fighting-type monkey. As Liu Xing moved forward, the cave opened up before him. A pool of emerald green liquid came into view, the legendary monkey wine. Despite the usual human wariness of green liquids, this pool of monkey wine was mesmerizingly beautiful, like the finest jade, clear and alluring as if it were the nectar of the gods. With a grin, Liu Xing thought, brewing monkeys, who would have thought all your hard work would end up benefiting me? He was about to collect all the monkey wine when he suddenly stopped. Liu Xing decided to take only 30% of the monkey wine, leaving the rest for the brewing monkeys. He didn't want to be someone who drained resources dry, but rather someone who practiced sustainable development like a beekeeper. Carefully, he took a portion of the monkey wine and then picked up the body of the dead brewing monkey, walking out of the cellar. He tossed the body off a cliff, ensuring that the other brewing monkeys would think it was an accident. Quickly, he sealed the cave entrance with stones and mounted the waiting Thunderhawk. Let's go, Thunderhawk! Liu Xing shouted. The Thunderhawk spread its wings and swiftly flew back to where Su Peng had been. To Liu Xing's surprise, Su Peng was nowhere to be seen. Just as Liu Xing looked around, he heard Su Peng's panicked cries in the distance. Liu Xing, help! This was followed by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Whoosh! One after another, brewing monkeys appeared in front of Liu Xing. He frowned at the group of monkeys and asked, Su Peng, did you stir up a hornet's nest? Why are there so many brewing monkeys here? Before Su Peng could explain, a small brewing monkey emerged from the group, sticking out its tongue and fanning its mouth, clearly having been burned by something spicy. What did you feed it, Su Peng? Liu Xing asked. Nothing much. Just some spicy chicken tendons. Su Peng defended himself. Spicy chicken tendons? You actually fed a monkey spicy chicken tendons? Impressive, Liu Xing said, shaking his head in exasperation. Hey, it's not my fault. It wanted them, Su Peng continued to argue. At that moment, a large brewing monkey pushed through the crowd and approached Liu Xing and Su Peng. This monkey was different. It had a striking yellow mark on its forehead, resembling a crown. That's the brewing monkey king, Liu Xing exclaimed, quickly analyzing the monkey's attributes. Brewing monkey king. Attributes: fighting. Gender: level, golden tier 5. Qualification: S. Skills: brewing, drunken fist, monkey steals the peach, thunder punch. Enscrade qualification and golden tier 5 strength. This brewing monkey king is no joke, Liu Xing thought to himself. The brewing monkey king glared at Liu Xing and Su Peng with eyes as large as copper bells, filled with rage. Clearly, it was furious about Su Peng's actions toward its child. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Liu Xing said with a wry smile. He really didn't want to fight the brewing monkey king. After all, he already had the monkey wine, and fighting now seemed pointless. However, the brewing monkey king was not going to let it go easily. It lunged at Liu Xing, raising its fist high, ready to deliver a deadly blow. Run, Liu Xing! Su Peng shouted, pulling Liu Xing to escape. Why run? Come out, spirit water turtle! Liu Xing decisively summoned his spirit water turtle. With a loud thud, the spirit water turtle, resembling a mobile fortress, positioned itself in front of Liu Xing. The brewing monkey king's fist struck the turtle's spiked shell, receiving a rebound injury and retreating in pain. Although the spirit water turtle was pushed back a step by the powerful impact, it remained unharmed. Liu Xing explained. The brewing Monkey King just used Thunder Punch. It channels all its strength into its fist for a powerful blow. This is purely a physical attack, so the Spirit Water Turtle's magic immunity didn't trigger. But no worries, my Spirit Water Turtle's defense is incredible. Even the Brewing Monkey King's heavy punch can't shake it. The Brewing Monkey King's eyes narrowed with a hint of apprehension. Seeing this, Liu Xing tried to reconcile once more. I told you, I don't want to fight, and you're no match for me. How about we call a truce? Liu Xing secretly felt relieved. He didn't want to go all out against the Monkey King. If he accidentally killed it, the winemaking monkeys would scatter, and his chances of ever tasting monkey wine again would vanish. The Monkey King, hearing this, flashed a look of unwillingness in its eyes and clenched its teeth. However, it chose to submit. It could tell that Liu Xing hadn't used his full strength. Moreover, both the six-winged angel on Liu Xing's shoulder and the lightning eagle perched on the treetop made the Monkey King instinctively sense danger. The Monkey King shot Liu Xing a fierce glare before reluctantly leading its troop away. Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that's right. As long as there's life, there's hope. He turned to Su Peng and said, let's go back. Su Peng didn't immediately understand. Go where? Obviously back home. Liu Xing replied, exasperated. Su Peng's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. You mean, you got the monkey wine? What else? Liu Xing smiled and pulled out a wine flask from his robe, handing it to Su Peng. All right, let's go find our master. Awesome. Su Peng was overjoyed. Retracing their steps, they quickly returned to the noodle shop where Liu Ran was. As soon as they entered, they saw Liu Ran sitting there with a stern expression. In front of him sat two women, Xiao Ao and Morongbing. Why are they here? Liu Xing wondered, puzzled. Liu Ran impatiently said, enough, take your gifts back. How many times do I have to tell you? I already have a disciple. Besides, I have a rule. I only take male disciples. Xiao Ao, unwilling to give up, pleaded, Master Liu, rules can be changed. No, I said no, and that's final. Liu Ran's tone was firm. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to have such a deeply ingrained preference for male disciples. At that moment, Liu Ran noticed Liu Xing and Su Peng and immediately smiled. Look, my disciples are back. Seeing this, Su Peng quickly stepped forward and handed the wine flask filled with monkey wine to Liu Ran. Master, I've brought back your favorite monkey wine. Liu Ran took the flask, smugly turning to Xiao Ao and Morongbing. See, I told you, I already have disciples. You didn't believe me. Xiao Ao and Morongbing's faces darkened upon hearing Liu Ran's words. Just as Xiao Ao was about to turn and leave, a familiar figure came into view. Liu Xing? What are you doing here? Xiao Ao asked in surprise. Liu Xing replied awkwardly. Me? I'm here to accompany Su Peng to visit his master. By the way, why are you here? And do you know Grandpa Liu? Xiao Ao shot Liu Xing a disdainful look, her tone tinged with scorn. Master Liu Ran is the third-ranked beast tamer in the country. Who doesn't know him? Third-ranked. Liu Ran's face darkened instantly upon hearing this, his mouth twitching as if about to lose his temper. At that moment, Su Peng quickly interjected. His face flushed, breathing heavily. He angrily shouted at Xiao Ao. What nonsense are you two spouting? My master is not just the best in the country, but the best in the world. Su Peng's expression was deadly serious, showing he meant every word. Ever since he got that recipe book from Liu Xing, he had become increasingly aware of the wisdom it contained. The book was practically a masterpiece of human intellect, worthy of founding a school. For someone like Xiao Ao to belittle its creator was something Su Peng couldn't tolerate. Su Peng. Liu Ran was moved to see Su Peng standing up for him. In Huagua, everyone thought he was the third-ranked beast tamer, but that was only because his beast-taming skills were weaker. In the field of beast nurturing, however, Liu Ran's prowess was unmatched. Su Peng, you are truly a good disciple. Liu Ran said, his voice choked with emotion, eyes glistening with tears. Hearing third-ranked brought a flood of memories to Liu Ran's mind. He had traveled across the country, tirelessly researching to become the top beast nurturer, eventually creating that recipe book. Yet now, his efforts were not receiving the respect they deserved. Get out. You are not welcome here, Liu Ran shouted angrily. Just as Xiao Ao was about to retort, Morongbing grabbed her arm. Xiao Ao, let's go. Xiao Ao bit her lip, holding back her anger. I won't stoop to your level. She followed Morongbing out. Master, don't pay attention to them. They're just blind to your greatness, Su Peng consoled. All right, Liu Ran nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on Su Peng with increasing fondness. He had been considering taking on a disciple for some time, initially intending to take Liu Xing under his wing, which was why he had given him the recipe book. However, Liu Xing showed no interest, while his friend Su Peng displayed remarkable talent. Liu Ran had sent Su Peng to fetch monkey wine as a test of character, but now it seemed unnecessary. Su Peng not only passed but exceeded expectations. As the saying goes, a person is known by the company they keep, Liu Ran remarked, glancing at Liu Xing. It was a pity he couldn't take Liu Xing as a disciple, but that's life. Liu Ran took a swig from his wine flask. Ah, delicious. Whether it was the quality of the monkey wine or his good mood, it was hard to tell. At the airport, Su Peng looked at Liu Xing with reluctance. Fatty, make sure you put in your best effort with Grandpa Liu Xing advised. Yeah, I will, Su Peng nodded. He had always been troubled by how to catch up with Liu Xing, who seemed to be leaving him behind. Now, by becoming Liu Ran's disciple, he finally saw hope. Liu Xing, just you wait. All right, Liu Xing said, walking towards the waiting F4 group. Is Fatty staying behind? Zhang Yin asked curiously. Ever since tasting Su Peng's cooking, he had become somewhat addicted. Yeah, let him learn well here, Liu Xing replied. In his view, Jiangnan Beast-Taming University didn't offer much real knowledge. University courses were too basic and catered to the average student, offering little to geniuses like them. Liu Xing and F4 took a plane back to Jiangnan City. As soon as the five of them stepped onto campus, they immediately drew the attention of onlookers. Wow, it's F4. They're so handsome. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to a group of young men walking together. Among them were the famous F4, but even more eye-catching was the person accompanying them. Look over there. It's the rising star, Liu Xing. Someone recognized the figure who was outshining even F4. Oh my gosh, he's even more handsome than F4. They look like mere sidekicks next to him. Listening to the murmurs around them, Bai Feng and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. They began to regret walking with Liu Xing, as he was stealing all the spotlight. Just as they were about to head back to their dorms on the hill, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Liu Xing looked up and saw that it was Principal Liu Gongxing, his brows furrowed and expression serious. Principal, is there something you need? Liu Xing asked. Liu Gongxing nodded, yes. Without saying more, he gestured for them to follow. He led them to his office and handed them a document. Take a look at this. Liu Xing and the others took the document and began to read carefully. 10 minutes later, Liu Xing looked up, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Principal, are you asking us to help out? Liu Gongxing nodded again. I intended to go myself, but I need to stay and protect this area. So, I have to ask you to take on this task. As the pillar of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, his duties extended beyond teaching. He was also responsible for the students' safety. Don't worry, we've already sent third-year students. You are the strongest aside from them. Third-year students? Liu Xing frowned. This was the first time he had heard of them. Since arriving at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, he had never seen a single third-year student. Sensing Liu Xing's confusion, Liu Gongxing explained, our school is a bit unique. Unlike other schools, all our students are not on the same campus. Our third-year students are in another city. Oh, I see. Liu Xing finally understood. He had been so busy training his beasts that he hadn't paid attention to these details. Did they issue this call for help? Liu Gongxing nodded in confirmation, then asked, so, will you go? Bai Feng, unusually serious, replied, of course we'll go. We've been training hard for a moment like this. The other members of F4 also nodded solemnly in agreement. Liu Xing, what about you? Principal Liu Gongxing looked at Liu Xing with hopeful eyes. At that moment, Liu Xing fell into deep thought, his brow slightly furrowed. Wind locusts? He muttered softly, recalling the entries in the bestiary. Wind locusts, these wind elemental insects, were astonishingly large, each the size of a small dog. Liu Xing couldn't help but gasp, imagining the devastation they could cause. Remembering the pain of past hunger, Liu Xing's eyes grew resolute. The country was in trouble. How could he stand by and do nothing? Besides, this might be a rare opportunity for growth. Go? Of course I'll go. Liu Xing declared firmly, his voice full of determination. Principal Liu Gongxing nodded in approval. Good, then you should head out immediately. I've sent you the address. Without a second thought, Liu Xing and his team, known as F4, set off on their mission. After 2 hours of rapid marching, they finally arrived at the designated location. The sight before them was shocking. A vast swarm of wind locusts filled the sky, resembling a moving gray cloud. Oh my God! What are these things? Bai Feng couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling slightly. The wind locusts were clinging to the trees like starving ghosts, ravenously devouring leaves and bark. In no time, a tree was stripped bare, and they swiftly moved to their next target. Liu Xing pressed his lips together, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. I'm going in. Be careful, everyone. With that, he quickly formed a spell and summoned all his beasts. Everyone, follow me. We must annihilate these wind locusts. Liu Xing led the charge, riding on the back of his hellhound, looking every bit like a formidable war god. Soon, Liu Xing's aggressive attack caught the attention of a wind locust leader. This particularly massive locust's eyes gleamed coldly as it charged at Liu Xing. Liu Xing's eyes quickly scanned its attribute panel. Wind locust. Attributes: wind, insect. Gender: male. Level: gold tier 8. Quality: A. Skills: wind blade, tailwind, bite, leap. Hellhound: use flame slash. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The hellhound's claws slashed through the air, sending a fiery blade hurtling towards the wind locust leader. On its way, the flame slash bisected several ordinary wind locusts. The wind locust leader narrowly dodged the lethal strike with a powerful flap of its wings. Just as it was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking it precisely. It turned out that Liu Xing's Thunder Eagle had seized the moment to use its lightning attack, which was effective against wind attributes. Having reached gold tier 7, the Thunder Eagle strike instantly killed the wind locust leader. With the leader's fall, the remaining wind locusts were thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Thunderhawk, come. Liu Xing's shout pierced the sky. A lightning-fast figure descended from Abavite was the majestic Thunderhawk. With a nimble leap, Liu Xing landed steadily on Thunderhawk's back. He looked down at the Hellhound and taunted, "Hellhound, let's have a real fight." The Hellhound's 4 eyes gleamed with excitement. It had been a long time since it had had a good battle. Now, with Thunderhawk backing Liu Xing, it could finally unleash its full power. Roar! The Hellhound let out an earth-shaking roar. In an instant, it was engulfed in flames, forming a blazing armor around it. It charged like a fiery comet towards the swarm of wind locusts, beginning a ruthless slaughter. The wind locusts, mostly at the bronze level of strength, were no match for the Hellhound. With their leader already slain by Liu Xing, the remaining swarm was nothing more than a disorganized mob, easy prey for the Hellhound. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Bai Feng laughed heartily, wiping the sticky green blood of the wind locusts from his face. Instead of feeling disgusted, he was thrilled. The other members of F4 were equally fired up, their fighting spirits soaring. Zhang Yin, commanding his flame lion, had just taken down several wind locusts when he laughed and said, "Ha, it seems like there aren't enough wind locusts to go around." Yin Guili adjusted his glasses. As the strategist of the team, he was always keeping an eye on the battlefield. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, look at that." Everyone turned to see what he was pointing at. In the distance, a massive swarm of wind locusts was approaching, their sheer numbers daunting. "This is bad. We need to get out of here," Yin Guili urged. "If they surround us, we're done for." While they could handle individual wind locusts with ease, facing hundreds at once was a different story. Even though the wind locusts weren't particularly strong, a coordinated wind blade attack from that many could spell disaster. Just as Yin Guili and the others were about to retreat, a figure flew towards the swarm. It was Liu Xing. The F4 team was stunned, watching in disbelief. They shouted in unison, "Liu Xing, get back here." "Liu Xing, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Liu Xing, you can't handle that. Come with us now." But Liu Xing ignored their calls, continuing his flight towards the swarm, seemingly ready to take on the entire wind locust army by himself. Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew all too well that fear stemmed from a lack of strength, and insufficient firepower only made matters worse. Confronting the dark swarm of wind locusts before him, Liu Xing advanced instead of retreating. He gently stroked the neck of his Thunderhawk and whispered, "Old friend, it's your time to shine." The Thunderhawk understood, letting out a resounding cry as its wings spread wide and it soared into the sky. The wind locusts, undeterred, swarmed forward, attempting to encircle Liu Xing and his Thunderhawk. In that critical moment, Liu Xing commanded in a deep voice, "Thunderhawk, unleash the wrath of Thor." The Thunderhawk cried out again, its voice echoing through the heavens. In an instant, the clear sky turned dark with storm clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless bolts of lightning rained down like divine retribution, striking the wind locusts. The blinding white light illuminated the entire landscape, forcing Bai Feng and the others to shut their eyes. After a thunderous clap, an eerie silence fell over the world. When Bai Feng and the others opened their eyes, all that remained was a lingering black smoke and the heavy scent of charred protein. The wind locust swarm had been obliterated. Still shaken, everyone suddenly remembered Liu Xing's safety. Just as their anxiety peaked, Jiang Yan's sharp eyes spotted Liu Xing calmly hovering in the air on his Thunderhawk. Lan Tian and Yin Guili couldn't help but marvel at Liu Xing's immense power, feeling a deep sense of respect. Bai Feng, however, took it in stride and laughed. "Who cares if he's a monster? He's our brother, and that's all that matters." Liu Xing landed in front of the group, suggesting they head back. Noticing the Thunderhawk's exhaustion from using the wrath of Thor, he saw the fatigue on its face. Liu Xing gently patted the Thunderhawk, speaking softly, "You did great. Rest well." The Thunderhawk nuzzled Liu Xing's hand affectionately, tired but elated to have reached the golden 8th rank. After storing the Thunderhawk, Liu Xing mounted his Hellhound, leading the group back to the safe zone. As they approached, several men in green military uniforms came forward and saluted them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Liu Xing and his companions donned their Beastmaster badges, each displaying their respective ranks. A golden 8th rank, a golden 4th rank, a golden 2nd rank, and a golden 1st rank. Oh, there's actually a silver tier 9 here. No need to guess, it's definitely Bai Feng. At that moment, Bai Feng stood among the group, his face slightly flushed and eyes darting around, clearly feeling very embarrassed. He looked at his companions, especially Jiang Yin, with a mix of complex emotions. Jiang Yin, who used to be on par with him, had already broken through to gold tier 1, while Bai Feng was still stuck at the silver level. This sense of being left behind made Bai Feng feel incredibly frustrated. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Jiang Yin seemed to read Bai Feng's thoughts, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. He thought, "This is what happens when you don't work hard. We kept advising you, but you never listened. Now you know how it feels." At that moment, Liu Xing turned to a nearby soldier and politely asked, "Hello, we just came back from the front lines. Could you arrange a tent and some food for us?" The soldier looked at Liu Xing and his blood-soaked companions with a flash of respect in his eyes. The bloodstains of the wind locusts silently told the story of the fierce battle they had just endured. "No problem." The soldier immediately replied and arranged for them to be taken to a tent. Before long, a few simple dishes and a bowl of steamed buns were brought over. The soldier delivering the food apologized somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry, the conditions during wartime are rough. This is all we could prepare." Liu Xing smiled and responded, "It's fine, as long as we have something to eat. We're not picky." The others nodded in agreement. After the soldier left, Liu Xing called out to everyone, "Come on, let's eat." He picked up a steamed bun and started eating. Jiang Yin and the others also began to dig in. However, Bai Feng frowned at the sight of the stewed cabbage and steamed buns, losing his appetite. He couldn't help but complain, "Is this all we get to eat? How are we supposed to replenish our strength with this?" Bai Feng's words immediately drew Jiang Yan's ire. He coldly retorted, "Eat it or don't. Do you still think you're some rich young master? Look at Liu Xing and the others. Their skills are all better than yours, and they can eat just fine. Why are you so special?" Feeling even more embarrassed by Jiang Yan's scolding, Bai Feng pouted and tried to defend himself. "I didn't say I wouldn't eat. Why are you being so harsh?" Jiang Yan shot him a disdainful look. "Harsh? You're just being ungrateful." Realizing he was indeed being a bit unreasonable, Bai Feng finally lowered his head. He showed a look of regret and quietly said, "All right, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please accept my apology." At that moment, the kitchen in the safe zone was filled with a rich aroma. A sergeant in a green uniform pushed the door open, took a deep breath, and his eyes immediately locked onto the large pot on the stove. "Wow, that smells amazing." He moved closer to the pot, where the chef was preparing braised pork. The meat chunks were simmering in a thick sauce, releasing an irresistible fragrance. The sergeant praised, "Shaoli, your cooking skills are getting better and better." Shaoli replied proudly, "Of course. You should know that my ancestors were royal chefs in the palace." All right, you're the best." The sergeant laughed, urging, "Hurry up and get that braised pork out of the pot. If you cook it any longer, I'll burn." "Got it." Shaoli quickly sprang into action, and in no time, he had a plate of fragrant braised pork ready. The sergeant couldn't resist grabbing a piece and popping it into his mouth. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious," he exclaimed as he chewed, then picked up the entire plate and headed out of the tent. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his face changing color. Shaoli hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "This is for the young masters." "The young masters?" A look of disdain crossed the sergeant's face. "They don't deserve this. They should be eating that." He pointed to a bucket of swamp water in the corner. "Humph." The sergeant snorted. "If they ask, tell them I ate it." Shaoli looked uneasy but said nothing more. "Enough with the hesitation. Be a man," the sergeant said as he left the kitchen with the braised pork. Before long, he arrived at Liu Xing and the others' tent. "Here, look what I've brought you." The sergeant grinned, especially when he saw the bloodstains on Liu Xing and the others. His smile widened. "Those are the badges of honor for slaying the wind locusts. Smells amazing. What is it?" Bai Feng asked curiously. Jiang Yin, with his sharp eyes, immediately spotted the plate of braised pork and shouted excitedly, "It's braised pork. They say it's better to live without bamboo than to live without meat. Come on, give me a piece." "Me too," Bai Feng chimed in. "Come on, everyone, don't rush," the sergeant warmly invited. "Take your time eating. If it's not enough, I'll have the kitchen make some more." Just then, a loud shout came from outside. "Chun Chong, Get out here. Everyone frowned at the sound. Chen Chang's face changed, showing a wry smile, and he said to Liu Xing and the others, "You guys go ahead and eat. I'll be right back." With that, he left the tent, leaving the others puzzled. Liu Xing, should we go out and see what's happening? Someone suggested. Zhang Yin answered for Liu Xing. No need. He said he could handle it. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. A shadow flew into the tent, hitting the dining table and knocking the food and steamed buns to the ground. My braised pork. Bai Feng let out an earth-shattering roar. Who? Who has the guts to disturb our meal? With that, he stormed out of the tent, followed closely by Lan Tian and the others. Outside, a few figures came into view. At the forefront was a burly man with a smug smile on his face. So, you ate my braised pork? You've got some nerve, the burly man said, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Yeah, you've got some nerve eating brother who's braised pork, someone beside him echoed. Brother who? Lan Tian frowned. You're just a level 4 gold rank. I thought you were something impressive. Well. Brother who sneered. It looks like someone doesn't respect us. Seems like I need to teach you a lesson, so you know who's in charge. He snapped his fingers, ready to crush Lan Tian and the others. Just as brother who was about to make a move, a weak voice called out, "Stop!" Chen Chang, supported by Liu Xing, shakily emerged from the tent. What's the matter? Haven't you had enough of my buns? Tiger raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, his eyes gleaming with menace. He looked around, a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. Don't you know this is against the law? Against the law? Tiger threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing in the cramped space. Ha ha ha, around here, I am the law. Because my fists are the biggest. He brandished his fists boastfully, as if he could crush the whole world beneath them. At that moment, one of Tiger's lackeys suddenly went pale, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stammered, Tiger. What is it? Tiger turned around impatiently. The lackey pointed with a trembling finger, his voice filled with fear. Look over there. Tiger's face darkened instantly, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. He followed the lackey's gaze and, when his eyes landed on Liu Xing standing next to Chen Chang, he froze as if struck by lightning. G Golden Rank 8, Tiger muttered, disbelief written all over his face. He clearly saw the badge on Liu Xing's chest, signifying his Golden Rank 8 status. Shock washed over Tiger's face. My God, what is a Golden Rank 8 doing here? Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, and he instinctively shouted, Run! Get out of here now! But just as they turned to flee, Liu Xing's cold voice rang out, Leaving so soon? The voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over Tiger, making him shiver. He immediately turned back around, his face plastered with a fawning smile. He nodded and bowed, saying, It's a misunderstanding, just a big misunderstanding. Please, don't take it to heart. Liu Xing looked at Tiger and his lackeys with a cold, disdainful gaze. A misunderstanding? I don't think so. He noticed these people were well-fed and well-dressed, clearly not having participated in the battle against the storm locusts. What infuriated him even more was that they were wearing uniforms from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. They were students. Standing beside him, Bai Feng spat out angrily, Scum, a bunch of scum. These students from Jiangnan are a disgrace to us all. Zhang Yin couldn't help but agree. Yeah, exactly. In times like these, you still have the nerve to hide and play around. Have you no conscience? Bai Feng and Zhang Yan's words made Tiger's face even darker, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. He stood there frozen, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his eyes filled with fear and hesitation. He knew very well that he was no match for Liu Xing, a Golden Rank 8 master. If Liu Xing wanted his life, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Liu Xing looked at Tiger's pitiful state with indifference and spoke calmly. My demands are simple. Join me in hunting wind locusts, at least 100 of them. Complete this task, and today's incident will be forgotten. Hearing this unexpectedly straightforward demand, a glimmer of hope appeared on Tiger's face, as if he had found a lifeline. He pounded his chest and promised, No problem. 100? Heck, even 500 is a piece of cake. I swear, if I don't kill at least 500, I'll be a son of a dog. Bai Feng watched Tiger's confident boast with a cold smile. He silently praised Liu Xing's cleverness. Not a single soldier lost, yet he could use Tiger to do his dirty work. Bai Feng knew the terror of the wind locusts well. Though each one was weak individually, their sheer numbers made them extremely dangerous when they swarmed. Without Lan Tian and the others' support, he would have perished to the wind locusts long ago. After a brief rest, Liu Xing's group set off again, now joined by Tiger and a few new faces. Liu Xing led the group, focusing on taking down the stronger wind locusts, allowing Lan Tian and the others to handle the regular ones with ease. One of Tiger's lackeys excitedly said, Tiger, this wind locust hunting isn't so tough after all. Tiger agreed. Yeah, I thought it would be terrifying, but it's nothing much. As the battle continued, Tiger and his men grew increasingly confident. When the group reached a forest deep within the wind locust territory and stopped to rest, one of Tiger's lackeys quietly suggested that they strike out on their own. After weighing the pros and cons, Tiger decided to take his men and sneak away. Bai Feng noticed their furtive actions and alerted Liu Xing. Liu Xing merely glanced at them with disdain and let them leave. Tiger and his men ran until they were sure Liu Xing and the others weren't following. They collapsed against a tree, panting heavily and relieved that they had finally shaken off the group. At that moment, the lackey eagerly approached Brother Hu, holding a freshly opened bottle of mineral water. "Here, Brother Hu, have some water," he said obsequiously, handing over the bottle. Brother Hu took the bottle and took a swig. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "What kind of water is this? Why is it so sweet?" A sly smile appeared on the lackey's face as he explained, "Because it's Nongfu Spring, boss. Haven't you heard? Nongfu Spring has a hint of sweetness." Upon hearing this, Brother Hu was enraged. He raised his hand and delivered a hard slap across the lackey's face. "Did you find that amusing?" Brother Hu asked through gritted teeth. The lackey clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, responding pitifully, "No, I didn't." He lowered his head, not daring to meet Brother Hu's eyes. After a brief rest, Brother Hu's breathing steadied. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings before ordering his lackeys, "Let's go, we're hunting wind locusts." "Huh." The lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not expecting such a decision. They had assumed Brother Hu would take them back, and now they were caught off guard. Seeing their reaction, Brother Hu snapped impatiently, "What are you humming about? Don't you want to make money?" Make money. At the mention of those two words, a greedy gleam appeared in their eyes. After all, who doesn't want to make money? One of the lackeys hesitantly asked, "We want to, but how do we do it?" Brother Hu shot him a disdainful look and said, "Are you stupid? Those wind locusts flying around are walking bags of cash." The lackey suddenly understood and exclaimed excitedly, "You mean the magic beast cores inside the wind locusts?" "Exactly, you're finally catching on." Brother Hu nodded, then began to explain. "When we first got here, Liu Xing saw those guys slacking off. So, he didn't let us join the fight. Instead, he had us help extract the magic beast cores from the wind locusts. It's simple to get the cores, just look for the big ones. Although, even the big ones don't always have cores." Recalling their earlier experiences, Brother Hu's eyes showed a hint of regret. "We collected a whole bag of magic beast cores. Unfortunately, Liu Xing took them. Otherwise, we could have made a fortune with that bag of cores." For a fleeting moment, greed flashed in Brother Hu's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by reason. He knew that if Liu Xing weren't stronger, he might have already made a move to seize the cores. "All right, brothers, let's go. We're hunting wind locusts," Brother Hu commanded, leading his men out in a grand march. They were filled with anticipation, unaware that what awaited them was a living hell, and they would pay dearly for their recklessness. After Liu Xing and his group took a short break, they set out once again on their quest to hunt the wind locusts. During this process, Liu Xing keenly noticed that through continuous hunting, the strength of his beasts was rapidly improving. Bai Feng and the others felt the same. A few days later, as Liu Xing and his group continued their slaughter of the wind locusts, a piercing cry for help suddenly echoed through the air. "Help me!" A man, covered in blood and grievously injured, came running towards them, his right arm missing. Jiang Yan immediately recognized the disheveled figure. "That's that idiot, Hu Gu," he exclaimed. Bai Feng sneered, "Serves him right." It was clear he had no sympathy for Hu Gu. Seeing Liu Xing and the others, Hu Gu ran towards them as if they were his last hope. However, just as he was about to reach them, a sharp wind blade sliced through the air. With a sickening crack, Hu Ji's head was severed from his body, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. His head rolled a few times on the ground before stopping at their feet. Bai Feng and the others swallowed hard, shocked by the gruesome scene, but Liu Xing's attention had already shifted to the attacker. "Everyone, be careful," Liu Xing warned, his eyes fixed on a distant figure. Wind Locust King. Attributes: Wind, Insect. Gender: Level: Platinum Tier 2. Quality: S. Skills: Wind Blade, Tailwind, Bug Bite, Leap, Bug Cry, Wind Tornado. Upon seeing the Wind Locust King's attributes, Liu Xing's expression turned grim. "This is bad," he muttered under his breath. "What's wrong?" Bai Feng and the others asked, puzzled by Liu Xing's expression, which they had never seen before. "Get out of here now." "I'll hold it off," Liu Xing ordered decisively. "Why?" "That thing is at Platinum Tier 2. We can't defeat it." Bai Feng and the others were stunned by this revelation. Liu Xing urged them, "What are you waiting for? Run. Do you have a death wish? Take care." Bai Feng and the others didn't dare linger any longer and quickly fled. Their highest strength was only at Gold Tier 4, and staying would only be a burden. The Wind Locust King paid no heed to the fleeing Baifeng and the others, sensing their weakness. Instead, it focused on the stronger Liu Xing. Liu Xing's expression was serious. This was a Platinum Tier 2 Wind Locust King, while his Hellhound, despite its recent rapid growth from consuming corpses, was only at Gold Tier 9, still a step away from Platinum Tier 1. Facing an opponent 2 small tiers higher, the odds were slim. Thunder Eagle, let's go. Liu Xing, seeing the Wind Locust King's unhurried demeanor, made a swift decision to retreat. He leaped onto the back of his Thunder Eagle and flew away. The Wind Locust King was momentarily surprised by Liu Xing's decision to flee. It glanced in the direction of Baifeng and the others, but ultimately set its sights on Liu Xing compared to the others. Liu Xing's strength promised more delicious flesh. With a mocking expression, the Wind Locust King spread its wings and gave chase, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. As the Wind Locust King drew closer, Liu Xing gritted his teeth and commanded, "Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Flash." With a thunderous crack, the Thunder Eagle instantly appeared 100 meters away. The Wind Locust King was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accelerated its pursuit. Liu Xing silently regretted his predicament, unsure of what to do next. The Thunder Hawk had just unleashed its ultimate move, Wrath of the Thunder God, and now needed some time to replenish its inner energy before it could use the skill again. Liu Xing quickly calculated that it would take at least an hour for the Thunder Hawk to regain enough energy to perform the move. An hour? I can't even wait half a minute, Liu Xing thought to himself. After this, I'll have to equip the Thunder Hawk with a skill to restore its energy. As a special attack specialist, essentially a mage, Liu Xing's Thunder Hawk relied heavily on magical attacks, which consumed a lot of its inner energy. In contrast, his Hellhound and Spirit Water Turtle, both physical attackers, had it much easier, relying primarily on close combat. While Liu Xing was deep in thought, the Wind Locust King had already caught up, its wings flapping so quickly they produced a sound akin to a jet engine. Accompanied by the deafening noise, the Wind Locust King's speed was astonishing. Suddenly, a yellow crescent-shaped wind blade flew towards Liu Xing. Just as it was about to hit him, he decisively ordered, "Thunder Hawk, use Thunder Flash again." With a thunderous boom, Liu Xing instantly appeared 50 meters away. The Wind Locust King's wind blade hit Liu Xing's afterimage, missing its target. The Wind Locust King was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting its attack to fail. It was thoroughly enraged and decided to end the battle quickly. The Wind Locust King flapped its wings again, charging at Liu Xing with unprecedented speed. As the Wind Locust King approached rapidly, Liu Xing's mind raced. Am I going to die here? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted a familiar figure below. Liu Xing's eyes lit up as he thought, "Sorry, Xiao Tao." He immediately directed the Thunder Hawk to dive towards Xiao Tao. At that moment, Xiao Tao was commanding her beasts alongside Morong Bing, slaughtering the Wind Locusts. Although the opponents were too weak to be interesting, she suddenly sensed someone flying towards her. Instinctively, Xiao Tao looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Liu Xing." Xiao Tao froze for a moment, her gaze landing on the Fenghuang King behind Liu Xing. Her teeth clenched in anger. This brat had clearly lured the Fenghuang King towards her on purpose. Despite her frustration, she had no choice but to intervene. "Pink Piglet, use Fairy Bomb on that Fenghuang King," Xiao Tao commanded decisively. Pink Piglet opened its mouth, releasing a massive pink energy ball that shot straight towards the Fenghuang King in midair. Caught off guard while focusing on Liu Xing, the Fenghuang King was hit squarely, and a loud explosion ensued. Taking the opportunity, Liu Xing flew to Xiao Tao's side, offering an awkward smile. "Xiao Tao Jia," he greeted, knowing full well that his actions were less than honorable. "Humph." Xiao Tao snorted, ignoring Liu Xing and turning her attention to the Platinum Second Stage Fenghuang King. Clearly, one Fairy Bomb wasn't enough to take it down. During the standoff, Liu Xing discreetly assessed Xiao Tao's Pink Piglet. Attribute: Fairy. Gender: female. Level: Platinum Second Stage. Aptitude: S. Skills: Impact, Fairy Bomb, Charming Kiss, Stinky Fart. Not bad. Liu Xing nodded to himself. Xiao Tao's strength had improved. Her Pink Piglet had advanced from Platinum First Stage to Platinum Second Stage, making it a match for the Fenghuang King. The outcome was uncertain, but with his help, their chances of victory were higher. Enraged by the attack, the Fenghuang King roared, summoning a fierce tornado that swept towards Liu Xing with terrifying speed. "Xiao Tao Jia, watch out. That's the Fenghuang King's wind tornado," Morong Bing warned from the side. "Got it," Xiao Tao replied, her expression serious. She shot Liu Xing a venomous glance before focusing on the pressing threat. "Pink Piglet, use Fairy Bomb at the base of the tornado," Xiao Tao ordered, targeting the weak spot. Boom. The Fairy Bomb hit its mark, and the tornado dissipated instantly. Debris rained down, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Fenghuang King attempted to flee. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out from a distance, Trying to escape? Not a chance. Fire Phoenix, use Phoenix True Fire. A scorching flame shot through the air, striking the Feng Huang king. As a beast with both insect and wind attributes, it was extremely vulnerable to fire and was quickly consumed by the Phoenix True Fire. Phoenix Jia. Liu Xing looked up to see Phoenix, dressed in a fiery red gown, riding atop a blazing fire phoenix, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Brat, what are you doing here? Phoenix asked. Hee, my teacher sent me, Liu Xing replied with a grin. All right, this place isn't safe. Come with me. Sure. Liu Xing followed Phoenix to a camp. To his surprise, the tent was filled with women, each more beautiful than the last. Stunned, Liu Xing couldn't help but wonder. What is going on here? Have I walked into a beauty camp? Liu Xing glanced around, his eyes lingering on the women passing by. Seeing this, Feng Huang immediately warned him. Hey, watch where you're looking. If you anger one of the ladies here, I won't be able to help you. At her words, Liu Xing quickly averted his curious gaze and followed Feng Huang into a tent. He asked curiously, Sister Feng Huang, what is this place? This is the temporary residence of our Phoenix mercenary group, Feng Huang explained briefly before getting to the point. So, tell me, how have you been these past few days? I can't believe your strength has risen to the 9th gold level in such a short time. Are you some sort of reincarnated big shot? Otherwise, your progress is just too fast. Liu Xing grinned proudly and said, maybe I just have extraordinary talent. Show off. Feng Huang was about to say something when someone hurried in with a report. Feng Huang took the report, her frown deepening as she read it. There's a diamond-level wind locust king to the west, she quickly decided. Liu Xing, Xiao Tao, you stay here. Zixian, they're in your hands. I'll be back soon. Got it. Zixian responded. Feng Huang left with a group of people, and the atmosphere in the tent immediately became awkward. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Little brother Liu Xing, little brother Liu Xing. I heard you're here. Where are you? Hearing this, Liu Xing's face darkened as he thought to himself, little brother? One day, I'll make you call me big brother and show you what I'm capable of. The tent flap was lifted, and Lu Luo walked in. She was still wearing her green dress, but it was stained with blood, some of which had dried and turned black. Liu Xing asked with concern, Sister Lu Luo, are you hurt? Lu Luo frowned slightly, glanced down at her clothes, then relaxed. Oh, it's nothing. The ones injured were members of our Phoenix mercenary group, not me. It turned out that Lu Luo had been tending to the wounded elsewhere. When she heard that Feng Huang had brought back a man, she immediately guessed it might be Liu Xing and rushed over. After all, Feng Huang wouldn't casually bring other men into the mercenary group's camp. Lu Luo quickly walked into the tent and instantly recognized Liu Xing lying on the sickbed. She stared at him in surprise, marveling to herself. In just a few days, this guy has already broken through to the 9th gold level. Given a little more time, he might even advance to the 1st platinum level. Thinking about how old she was when she advanced to the 1st platinum level, Lu Luo felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Just then, urgent shouts came from outside the tent. Lulua, Lulu. Lulua hurriedly lifted the flap and stepped out, asking, what's wrong? Chuntao and the others can't hold on much longer. What? Lulua's eyes widened in disbelief. Haven't we already taken emergency measures? Yes, but their injuries are too severe. Lulua's face instantly darkened. Take me to see them, she said, striding away. Liu Xing heard everything and followed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zixuan immediately called out, Liu Xing, where are you going? I'm going to see if I can help, Liu Xing explained. Zixuan paused for a moment before understanding why Feng Huang was so fond of Liu Xing. All right, I'll go with you. The group entered a large tent, and the sight inside left Morong being stunned. The tent was filled with sick beds, each occupied by injured women wrapped in bandages, groaning in pain. Xiao Tao's face was ashen, and she said through gritted teeth, this is the brutality of war. If humanity can't defeat the locusts, we will face total annihilation. Morong Bing listened, her face full of shock. She had thought this was just a small-scale locust eradication operation, not realizing how serious the situation was. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and Lu Luo punched a nearby pillar, breaking it in half. Liu Xing saw this and quickly ran to her side. Lu Luo, what's wrong? What happened? Liu Xing noticed Lu Luo's face was pale, her eyes bloodshot, and tears welling up. Lu Luo gritted her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. It's all because of that White Wolf group. They took all the healers. If we still had healers, things would be different. Lu Luo, don't be sad. You've done your best. My best? No, I haven't. With that, Lu Luo suddenly broke down in tears. Without a second thought, Liu Xing stepped forward and held Lu Luo in his arms. Lu Luo, don't cry. Tell me what's going on. Liu Xing, I want to save them. I really want to save them. Lu Luo buried her head in Liu Xing's chest, her tears quickly soaking his shirt. Liu Xing looked around and saw the women on the sickbeds, barely clinging to life. He immediately understood the situation. These members of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps were gravely injured, and Lu Luo wanted to use the green spirits to help, but their energy had already been exhausted. Several members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group found themselves in dire straits. They had planned to seek help from the rescue team, only to discover that all the doctors had been taken by the White Wolf Group. Meanwhile, the White Wolf Group was in a celebratory mood, hosting a grand feast. The leader of the White Wolf Group wore a smug grin and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I wonder how many of those Phoenix women will die this time. It'd be best if they all perished, so they can never oppose us again. Cheers. He raised his glass. When Liu Xing heard the news, a murderous glint flashed across his face. He gritted his teeth and muttered, White Wolf Group, it's you again. You keep hurting the people around me. One day, I will kill every last one of you. Suddenly, a cry shattered the silence of the Phoenix Mercenary Group's camp. Green Luo, Xiaohe is not going to make it. Xiaohe, lying on the second bed, suddenly coughed up blood, barely clinging to life. What do we do? Xiaohe, you can't die. Her teammates cried out in despair. Why are you so unfair, God? Xiaohe is such a good person. How can you cruelly take her young life? Everyone's face turned somber, and some of the more emotional members couldn't control their grief, breaking into sobs. Seeing this, Liu Xing furrowed his brows and suddenly said, Maybe I have a way. His words were like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Xiao Tao immediately stepped forward, asking excitedly, Liu Xing, do you really have a way? Liu Xing replied cautiously, I can try, but if it doesn't work, you can't blame me. We won't. Xiao Tao hastily assured him. As long as you try your best, we won't blame you. At this point, we have no other choice. All right, everyone, make some room. Give me some space. Liu Xing's voice rang out from the crowd. Hearing him, the people parted like the sea, creating a path for him. Liu Xing strode forward to the four barely conscious women, a frown creasing his brow and a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. These were Sister Phoenix's elite warriors. He took a deep breath and raised his voice. Come out, little angel. As soon as he spoke, a dazzling light bloomed beside him, revealing the figure of a six-winged angel. The crowd gasped in amazement, their eyes fixed on the mysterious being. A six-winged angel. Oh my God. He actually has a six-winged angel. I've heard they're not only powerful but also have top-notch healing abilities. Absolutely. It's said that six-winged angels can bring the dead back to life and heal the gravest wounds. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Not at all. Ignoring the chatter, Liu Xing focused on the six-winged angel beside him and said, Little angel, I need your help. Please heal these four sisters. The six-winged angel nodded gently and then waved its hand, releasing a brilliant white light that enveloped the four dying women. Due to the severity of their injuries, the healing process took quite a while. Finally, the light faded. The six-winged angel suddenly wobbled, nearly falling from the air. Liu Xing quickly caught it. Little angel, are you okay? He exclaimed, seeing his six-winged angel so weak for the first time. Little angel's face flushed red, panting heavily, with sweat beading on its forehead. Master, I'm fine. I'm very strong. I've healed all four sisters. So, Master, don't be too sad. Hearing this, Liu Xing felt a lump in his throat, his eyes instantly reddening. The six-winged angel, seeing this, immediately reached out to hug Liu Xing's thumb, comforting him. Master, don't cry. Little angel will hug you. Liu Xing held back his tears and whispered, Okay, Master won't cry. Here, little angel, this is for you. He pulled a lollipop out of his system backpack as if by magic. The surrounding people looked on curiously at this magical act. The six-winged angel was overjoyed, grabbing the lollipop and eagerly licking it. Yummy, so yummy. Little angel loves lollipops the most, it said contentedly. This was a special treat made by Su Pang, using various precious herbs, a significant effort just for Liu Xing. Watching little angel enjoy its treat, Liu Xing couldn't help but mutter, I wonder how Su Pang is doing. Has his strength improved? Just then, the healers by the bed exclaimed, Sister Green Lotus, Sister Green Lotus. They're all healed. Initially skeptical, they found upon closer examination that Spring Peach and the others' injuries had not only healed but the wounds had vanished without a trace. A miracle. This is a miracle. My God, that six-winged angel is incredibly powerful. Yes, truly amazing. It seems bringing the dead back to life isn't just a myth. Wow, I wish I had one too. Amidst the excited chatter, Green Lotus quickly regained her composure. She wiped her tears and sternly addressed everyone present. No one is to speak of what happened today. If I find out anyone leaks this, I'll skin them alive. Her expression and tone were deadly serious, leaving no room for doubt. Yes, Everyone responded in unison. All right, Liu Xing, let's go, Green Lotus said. With Spring Peach and the others out of danger, there was no need for them to stay. The remaining matters could be handled by the healers. With that, Green Lotus turned and walked out of the tent, Liu Xing following closely behind. However, just then, Green Lotus suddenly wobbled, about to collapse. Liu Xing reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Green Lotus, are you all right? Liu Xing looked down at her, noticing she had already fallen into a deep sleep. To treat the wounded, LV Luo worked tirelessly day and night. She was utterly exhausted, her eyes bloodshot, and her fingers trembling from the prolonged effort. Her heart was constantly worried about the four women, Chuntao and her sisters, until she saw Liu Xing successfully heal them. Only then did her heart finally settle. With a long, deep breath, as if expelling her last bit of strength, she allowed herself to fall into a deep sleep. In a simple tent, LV Luo slowly opened her eyes. Ah, it hurts, she murmured, rubbing her throbbing temples, feeling as if her head was about to split. Sister LV Luo, you're awake, Liu Xing said immediately, concern evident in his voice. How are you feeling now? Much better, LV Luo replied softly, realizing she had fainted from exhaustion. She struggled to sit up and asked, has Sister Fenghuang returned? Yes, she came back a while ago, Liu Xing answered just as hurried footsteps approached from outside the tent. LV Luo, are you awake? Fenghuang's voice called out, growing louder as she neared. I had the kitchen make you a bowl of your favorite pork liver congee. If you're awake, come have some. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on LV Luo's lips. Despite Fenghuang's usual carefree demeanor, everyone knew she had a kind heart, always emanating warmth in her actions. After spending a few days at the Phoenix Mercenary Group's camp, Liu Xing had also participated in several hunting missions. One day, he returned riding a Majestic hellhound, instantly drawing everyone's attention in the camp. Look, that's Liu Xing, the handsome guy. Wow, he's so handsome. Not just handsome, he's also very gentle. Did you know he saved Chuntao and the others? Really? He's not only gentle but also incredibly powerful. I went hunting wind locust with him yesterday, and you should have seen him in action, absolutely amazing. Oh my gosh, I really like him. He's like my dream prince. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If not, I want to be his girlfriend. Me too. As everyone chatted excitedly, a voice suddenly cut through the chatter. All right, stop dreaming. He's Sister LV Luo's. What? Sister LV Luo. At these words, everyone's faces changed instantly, and they fell silent. They all knew of LV Luo's formidable reputation, involuntarily shivering. In the Phoenix Mercenary Group, LV Luo had an intimidating nickname, the Smiling Reaper. After a fierce battle, humanity finally repelled the swarm of locusts at great cost, and the war came to an end. The various mercenary groups returned to their respective territories, and Liu Xing and his companions were also preparing to leave. At the airport, Liu Luo and her sisters bid Liu Xing a tearful farewell. If you miss us, you can come find us anytime. You are always welcome, they said. Liu Xing nodded in agreement and watched as they boarded their flight. Liu Xing then took a taxi back to the villa at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. As he opened the door, the emptiness of the room made him feel uncomfortable. With Su Peng, Liu Xiaoming, and Rumming absent, the whole villa seemed unusually quiet. Sitting on the sofa for a while, Liu Xing felt a wave of indescribable loneliness. No matter how big a house is, it needs people to live in it. Otherwise, the emptiness is unbearable, he muttered to himself. I need to find something to do. His gaze fell upon an old, greasy book on the table, the Encyclopedia of Beasts. Though he usually dismissed the book with disdain, he suddenly felt an urge to flip through it. Picking it up, Liu Xing couldn't help but think of Su Peng, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. As he began to read, Liu Xing recalled, my Thunder Eagle's energy was depleted too quickly after using Wrath of the Thunder God, leaving it unable to continue fighting. I need to find a skill to boost its energy. He murmured, a mage without mana is useless. Half an hour later, Liu Xing's eyes lit up. This is it. He had found his target, the Mana Spring skill of the Blue Water Elemental. Further reading revealed that these elementals lived in the East Sea region. I guess I'll have to make a trip to the East Sea, Liu Xing decided immediately. After a quick look around, he realized there was nothing special he needed to prepare. His system backpack was already stocked with supplies, so he slung it over his shoulder and set off for the East Sea. After a long journey, Liu Xing finally arrived at the East Sea. As evening fell, the setting sun cast a golden glow over the horizon, and the shimmering waves rolled endlessly. People strolled leisurely along the beach, and joggers in sportswear ran along the coastal path. Approaching the shore, Liu Xing took a deep breath of the salty sea air. So this is the smell of the sea? It's a bit fishy and salty, but it's the scent of nature. He decided to find a place to stay nearby, and set out to find a boat to search for the Blue Water Elemental the next day. That night, Liu Xing slept soundly. The next morning, he decided to take a walk on the beach. As he reached the shore, a stern voice suddenly called out, "Hold on, young man. Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Liu Xing turned to see an elderly man with dark, weathered skin, looking every bit like an old fisherman. The man scrutinized Liu Xing and asked, "You're not from around here, are you?" Liu Xing nodded. The old man sighed. "Ah, those folks really should have warned you. What's going on, Grandpa?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. The old man, looking tense, motioned for Liu Xing to keep quiet and led him to a secluded spot. "Look over there," he said, pointing to the beach. Following the man's finger, Liu Xing saw a large group of creatures feasting on the beach. To his surprise, the beach was strewn with various fish, clearly placed there on purpose. "What's happening? Are you raising these monsters?" Liu Xing asked in astonishment. "Sai, do you think we want to do this? If we don't feed them, they'll feed on us instead." Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but gasp. He never imagined that this seemingly peaceful sea hid such a terrifying secret. The old man warned sternly, "That's why I told you not to venture onto the beach recklessly. Once you step into that area, you'll be surrounded by those creatures immediately." Liu Xing cautiously scanned the beach after hearing this. The sight shocked him. Hundreds of creatures crowded the shore. He quickly activated his system eye to examine them closely. When his gaze fell upon the largest creature, the system instantly displayed detailed information. Fishman leader. Attributes: water, evil. Gender: level, golden tier 1. Quality: A. Skills: water gun, ambush, poison strike, bone shred. Wow, is this guy an assassin? Liu Xing exclaimed, stunned by the fishman leader's skill set. At that moment, the scene on the beach was horrifying. The fishmen devoured the fish on the shore like ravenous beasts. A few fishmen, still hungry, eyed the land with dangerous glints in their eyes, brandishing their weapons, ready to raid. However, as soon as they began to move, the fishman leader swiftly killed them with a single strike. The other fishmen retreated several steps, fearful of angering their leader. The fishman leader turned to face the coast, scanning the land with a fierce gaze. It instinctively licked its lips, its terrifying fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight. Although it longed to go ashore and wreak havoc, it was bound by a pact. As long as the old man provided food daily, they would not harm humans. "Do you plan to keep this up forever?" Liu Xing couldn't help but ask the old man, his voice filled with confusion and anxiety. "We don't want to, but we have no choice," the old man replied helplessly. "Can't you get someone to exterminate them?" Liu Xing pressed on. The old man explained with a bitter smile. "Do you think we haven't thought of that? Hiring people costs a fortune and only provides a temporary solution. Even if we manage to kill some fishmen, there will always be survivors. Given time, they'll come back stronger. When that happens, we'll face an even more terrifying massacre." As he spoke, the old man seemed to recall a dreadful memory, shivering involuntarily. It was only then that Liu Xing noticed, in the dim light, the old man's arms and neck were covered in ghastly scars, silently telling a tale of bloody history. These scars tell the story of the old man's hard life. In the distance, a child's voice suddenly called out, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Where are you?" The old man beside Liu Xing heard this and his face immediately darkened. He shouted anxiously, "Xiao Miao! No, don't come over here." The old man's roar caught the attention of the fishmen. They were about to leave, but when they saw a little girl in a pink dress, barefoot, their eyes lit up. The fishman leader remembered the agreement with the old man. As long as humans didn't cross the shoreline at night, they wouldn't attack. But now, the little girl had stepped onto the beach. "Grandpa!" The little girl excitedly opened her arms and ran toward the old man. The fishman leader also became excited, drooling. It had tasted human girls before, and the flavor was unforgettable. The fishman leader vanished in an instant, lunging at the little girl. Just as she was about to be struck down, two massive black energy balls slammed into the fishman leader, sending it flying. It was Liu Xing's hellhound that had attacked, and the shadow balls sent the fishman leader straight to the afterlife. Seeing this, the other fishmen's eyes turned red with rage, and they charged at Liu Xing. The old man collapsed to the ground, the memory of the fishmen's massacre of his village years ago filling his face with despair. At that moment, Liu Xing stepped forward. With a determined look, he shouted, "Come forth, Thunder Eagle! Shatter the darkness with your lightning. Use Thunder God's wrath." With a piercing screech, the sky darkened in an instant. Thunderclouds rolled, and countless bolts of lightning rained down, striking all the fishmen precisely. The blinding white light illuminated the night, making it impossible for the old man to keep his eyes open. When the light faded, the beach was littered with the charred bodies of fishmen, the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh. The old man was too shocked to speak. Liu Xing walked over to the little girl and gently said, "Little sister, come, let me take you to your grandpa, okay?" The little girl, seeing Liu Xing's handsome face, nodded obediently. Liu Xing carried the little girl to the old man's side. Grandpa! The little girl threw herself into her grandfather's arms. The old man hugged his granddaughter, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa, why are you crying? The little girl asked, puzzled. It's nothing, Grandpa is just happy. So happy. The old man choked out, hugging his little granddaughter tightly. After a brief chat with the old man, Liu Xing left. The next morning, as the sun slowly rose above the horizon, its golden rays glistened on the shimmering sea. Liu Xing stood at the dock by the beach, his face dark and ominous. He looked around at the various boats moored along the shore, silently cursing. Seriously? Not a single boat is willing to take me to the enchanted island. Initially, Liu Xing thought his offer was too low, so he kept increasing it. He believed that a high reward would surely attract someone brave enough, but the boat owners seemed to value their lives more than he had anticipated. An elderly captain shook his head and advised, "Young man, I suggest you don't go to the enchanted island. It's too terrifying." Terrifying? Liu Xing asked with a frown. Yes, the captain sighed. No one who goes there ever comes back alive. That's why we call it the Island of Death. Hearing this, Liu Xing nodded, finally understanding why everyone refused to take him. In the face of death, money seemed utterly insignificant. Only with life can one talk about earning and spending money. Without it, nothing else matters. He fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed. Am I really going to take my spirit water turtle to that island? Liu Xing shivered at the thought, picturing the turtle's fearsome, spiked shell. Although he had crafted a special seat, he really didn't want to take the risk if he could avoid it. Let's keep looking. Liu Xing gritted his teeth and resolutely continued his search for a willing boat at the dock. As he was anxiously searching, a familiar voice called out to him, Liu Xing. Turning around, Liu Xing saw the old man he had met the previous day. Grandpa Lin, what are you doing here? Liu Xing asked in surprise. Grandpa Lin chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. I've been a fisherman all my life. Even though I don't go out to sea anymore, I still like to wander around the beach occasionally. Suddenly, his tone changed, and his brows furrowed slightly. Liu, you seem troubled. Is something bothering you? Liu Xing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I do have something on my mind. What is it? Tell me, maybe I can help, Grandpa Lin said kindly. Liu Xing frowned, glancing at Grandpa Lin with some doubt. You can help me? Yes, go ahead and tell me, Grandpa Lin encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Liu Xing decided to come clean. Well, I want to go to the enchanted island, but no one here is willing to take me. Grandpa Lin gasped at the mention of the enchanted island. His expression became serious, and his voice dropped a few tones. Why would you want to go there? It's not a place to visit. Do you know that no one from here who went there has ever returned? Liu Xing managed a bitter smile. His eyes showed determination as he whispered, I have to go, no matter what. After Liu Xing's investigation, he discovered that only the Island of Magic had blue water elements, and they were seemingly absent elsewhere. Seeing the determined look on Liu Xing's face, Grandpa Lin sighed deeply, his brows furrowed. Hey, since you're determined to go there, I'll accompany you, Grandpa Lin said with a hint of helplessness in his voice, as if making a difficult decision in his heart. Liu Xing asked in surprise, You mean you'll take me there? Aren't you afraid we might not come back? Grandpa Lin gave a bitter smile and replied, Afraid? Of course I am. But you have done me a great favor, one deeper than the sea and higher than the sky. I have to repay you. If I don't help you this time, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I've lived long enough. I'll go crazy with you this once. Seeing Grandpa Lin's resolute and self-sacrificing demeanor, Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh. He patted Grandpa Lin on the shoulder and said confidently, Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll make sure you come back safe and sound, without a scratch. Grandpa Lin looked at Liu Xing with a burning gaze and nodded. All right, I believe you. Follow me now. Under Grandpa Lin's guidance, Liu Xing arrived at a cave by the coast. Curious, Liu Xing asked, Grandpa Lin, what is this place? Grandpa Lin gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon. It didn't take long for Liu Xing to understand Grandpa Lin's intention. Grandpa Lin led him to a large object covered with a tarp, and with a swift motion, he unveiled a fishing boat. Old buddy, long time no see, Grandpa Lin said, gently stroking the boat's hull with a nostalgic expression on his face. I didn't expect we'd get another chance to set sail. With practiced ease, Grandpa Lin boarded the boat and started the engine, calling out to Liu Xing, Xiao Lu, get on board. We're ready to set off. Liu Xing leaped onto the boat. Grandpa Lin reminded him, hold on tight. I'm about to start the boat. With Grandpa Lin's command, the fishing boat began to move out of the cave and soon reached the open sea. Knowing the location of the Island of Magic, Grandpa Lin steered the boat directly towards their destination. Along the way, Liu Xing noticed that Grandpa Lin's brows remained tightly knit, his eyes frequently glancing at Liu Xing, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Liu Xing understood that Grandpa Lin still wanted to persuade him to turn back. However, Liu Xing had made up his mind and was determined to go. To lighten the mood and reassure Grandpa Lin, Liu Xing suddenly shouted, "Come out, spirit water turtle." A massive spirit water turtle appeared beside the boat, splashing water everywhere. Spirit, spirit water turtle. Grandpa Lin's eyes widened, his pupils trembling. How can it be this big? Liu Xing laughed and explained, "Grandpa Lin, now you don't need to worry. With it here, we'll definitely be safe." Grandpa Lin's face, initially filled with worry, relaxed slightly as he saw Liu Xing's spirit water turtle. A hint of awe flashed in his eyes. After half a day's journey, Liu Xing was finally nearing the island of magic. The outline of the island gradually became clearer in the distance, but Grandpa Lin's heart involuntarily tightened. Liu Xing noticed Grandpa Lin's concern and suggested, "Grandpa Lin, how about this? You can head back directly. Come back to this spot at the same time tomorrow. If you don't see me, you can leave and never come back." Grandpa Lin hesitated and asked, "Is that really okay?" "Yes, trust me," Liu Xing insisted. He understood that Grandpa Lin was just an ordinary person, and bringing him this far was already a great favor. Had it not been for Liu Xing saving his granddaughter in the past, Grandpa Lin wouldn't have risked his life to help him. All right, Grandpa Lin sighed in relief and agreed. He had wanted to return, and Liu Xing's suggestion gave him the perfect excuse. "All right, I'm off then," Liu Xing said as he leaped onto the rocks by the shore without hesitation. He turned to Grandpa Lin and said, "Grandpa Lin, you can head back now. Take it slow on your way home." Grandpa Lin nodded and replied, "Okay," before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but look back and shout, "Xiao Lu, be careful. Remember our agreement. I'll come here at this time tomorrow to pick you up. Don't forget, you mustn't break your promise." Hearing this, Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. Once Grandpa Lin's figure disappeared into the distance, he quickly put away his smile, his eyes becoming sharp. "Come out, hellhound." With Liu Xing's summons, a massive, two-headed canine creature appeared out of thin air. Liu Xing agilely vaulted onto the back of the hellhound and sped toward the interior of the island. About 10 minutes later, a commotion caught his attention. He gently parted the obstructing bushes, and the sight before him made him pousey. Group of mermen were frolicking and playing, surrounded by a few makeshift huts built from weeds. Have I arrived at a merman village? Liu Xing wondered to himself. These obviously weak mermen didn't interest him in the slightest. Riding the hellhound, he continued deeper into the island. After encountering several similar merman villages, Liu Xing finally understood why Grandpa Lin's area was frequently harassed by mermen. With so many mermen inhabiting this island alone, it was no wonder they were a constant nuisance. A thought suddenly flashed in Liu Xing's mind. Should I just wipe them all out? They say to cut the weeds, you must pull up the roots. If I am to kill, then I should kill them all. As Liu Xing hesitated, a scene that made his blood boil came into view. He had reached the heart of the island, and what lay before him was distinctly different from the previous merman villages. The mermen here were more formidable, clearly the noble class among them. On a high platform not far away, a large merman was half reclining in a chair, seemingly dozing off. However, what truly shocked Liu Xing was the construction of the high platform. It was entirely made of gleaming white bones. Initially, Liu Xing thought they were animal bones, but when he saw human skulls among them, a chill ran up his spine. Liu Xing instantly understood why those who ventured onto the island never returned alive. These mermen not only killed humans, but also used their bones to make furniture. This discovery ignited a fury within Liu Xing. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. "Come out, everyone!" Liu Xing commanded sharply, instantly summoning all his beasts. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, and his voice carried an unprecedented chill. "Kill them. Wipe out these fishmen. Leave no one alive." The beasts had never seen their master so furious and unleashed their full power. Thunder roared, claws tore through the air, and in an instant, the ground was littered with fishmen corpses. Liu Xing snorted coldly and was about to leave when suddenly, a piercing sound broke through the air. A massive shadow charged forward like lightning, blocking Liu Xing's path. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Liu Xing spun around to see a gigantic fishman standing not far away, its eyes blazing with rage. Liu Xing quickly analyzed. Giant fishman, water, and dark attributes. Male, platinum rank 1, scrape potential. Skills include heavy strike, anchor throw, stomp, and wave impact. This guy isn't simple. It must be the ruler of this area, Liu Xing thought to himself. Turning back, he saw that his spirit water turtle had bravely intercepted the attack for him. A massive trident was embedded in the ground, and the spirit water turtle was panting heavily, its shell bearing a gaping hole and bleeding profusely. Despite its tough skin, the spirit water turtle was seriously injured by an opponent 2 levels higher. Little angel, Heal the spirit water turtle quickly. Liu Xing ordered decisively. The six-winged angel immediately cast holy healing, enveloping the spirit water turtle in a pure white light that rapidly mended its damaged shell. However, the giant fishman wasn't unscathed either. Due to the spirit water turtle's spiked shell skill, it had also suffered significant damage and was gritting its teeth in pain. Liu Xing's eyes filled with murderous intent. Dare to ambush me? Everyone, attack together and don't let it escape. The thunder eagle struck first, sending a bolt of lightning straight at the giant fishman, who barely dodged it. Next, the spirit water turtle stomped the ground, raising a massive wave. The giant fishman, unwilling to be outdone, summoned a wave of its own. The two waves collided midair, sending water splashing everywhere and flooding the ground. Liu Xing noticed that the giant fishman's eyes were fixed on the trident beside the spirit water turtle. He suddenly realized, trying to get your weapon back? Not a chance. Without the trident, the giant fishman was like a beast without fangs. Its combat power greatly diminished. Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glint of cunning appeared in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, the trident, weighing several hundred pounds, vanished into thin air. The giant fishman was momentarily stunned, its bulging fish eyes wide open in disbelief. Little did it know that Liu Xing, who appeared to be just an ordinary teenager, possessed a magical system space capable of storing non-living items at will. While the fishman was still bewildered, a dark shadow suddenly sprang from Liu Xing's side. It was his hellhound, darting towards the fishman like an arrow released from a bow, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in the fishman's eyes. Although it had lost its trident, it still did not consider itself an easy target. The fishman clenched its right fist, the muscles on its thick arm bulging, and threw a powerful punch at the hellhound. The punch was so fast that it created a sonic boom in the air. Just as the fist was about to land on the hellhound, the dark shadow vanished without a trace. The fishman's punch hit nothing but air, causing its body to lurch forward from the momentum. In that split second, the hellhound reappeared behind the fishman. It had used Shadow Strike to deftly avoid the attack. Now, its claws, shrouded in dark energy, slashed viciously at the fishman's back. With a ripping sound, the sharp claws tore through the fishman's skin, leaving several deep, bone-revealing wounds. The fishman roared in pain and was about to turn around to retaliate. However, Liu Xing's other beast, the spirit water turtle, intervened at that moment. Its eyes glowed red as it used its taunt skill. The fishman's rage was instantly redirected towards the spirit water turtle, and it charged at the new target. Just then, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. A thick bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the fishman with precision. It was Liu Xing's thunder eagle attacking again, and this lightning skill caused the fishman's health to plummet further. Severely wounded, the fishman staggered, looking as fragile as a candle in the wind. Seeing this, Liu Xing promptly commanded, "Everyone, attack together, let's finish it off." Following Liu Xing's order, his beasts launched a coordinated assault. The thunder eagle unleashed another lightning strike. The hellhound fired a shadow ball. The spirit water turtle continued to use taunt to draw aggro, and the six-winged angel cast fairy light. The combined attacks rained down on the fishman like a storm, and with a resounding crash, the formidable opponent finally fell, utterly defeated. Chirp! After the thunderhawk killed the giant merman, a sudden screech echoed in midair. A flash of white light appeared, and Liu Xing was pleasantly surprised to find that it had leveled up again. Its power now at the 9th rank of gold, just a step away from platinum. During this period, the thunderhawk, with its Wrath of Thorb skill, had been annihilating magical beasts within a 150-meter radius like a mage casting a powerful spell, contributing the most and advancing the fastest. Good. Let's head to the next tribe, Liu Xing said, leading his beasts to clean up the battlefield and begin a new round of slaughter. The remaining merman tribes were weak, and they were wiped out almost effortlessly. However, as the massacre continued, Liu Xing noticed a problem. This place, known as the Island of Magic, should logically have a large number of blue water elements, but he hadn't seen a single one so far. Moreover, besides the mermen, there seemed to be no other magical beasts on the island. What Liu Xing didn't know was that the mermen, like scavengers, made it difficult for other creatures to survive wherever they were. These greedy and brutal mermen had likely already exterminated all the blue water elements on the island. Are we going to leave empty-handed this time? Liu Xing pondered this question while slaughtering the mermen, his mood becoming increasingly irritable. After decimating another merman tribe, Liu Xing was about to move on when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from nearby bushes. Thunderhawk, chase it! At his command, the Thunderhawk's eyes gleamed coldly as it pursued the figure. The creature dashed away, quickly disappearing into a cave. Liu Xing followed closely and was surprised to find a concealed cave entrance. If it weren't for the Thunderhawk tracking that shadow, he would never have discovered this place. The entrance was too small for the Hellhound to enter, so Liu Xing had to go in with the six-winged angel. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. At Liu Xing's command, the Hellhound swung a fierce blade of fire, instantly cutting through the vines at the cave entrance, revealing a dark hole. Let's go, sweetie. The six-winged angel popped a lollipop into its mouth and followed Liu Xing into the cave. Not long after they entered, a figure suddenly lunged at Liu Xing. Prepared for this, Liu Xing ordered the six-winged angel to use Fairy Light, instantly killing the assailant. Liu Xing looked at the merman corpse on the ground with disdain and continued deeper into the cave. Finally, Liu Xing reached the depths of the cave and found a merman hatchery. Before him were rows of merman eggs, and his heart tightened as he realized these were potential threats. If these hatch, Grandpa Lin's town could face a disaster. Sweetie, destroy all these merman eggs. The six-winged angel nodded in agreement, conjuring two blades of light out of thin air. It hurled the blades, easily piercing the fragile merman eggs. In no time, all the eggs were destroyed. As Liu Xing looked at the egg fluid spilling everywhere, he frowned in disgust. The air was filled with a pungent stench unique to the merman eggs. Just as Liu Xing was about to leave, a chest caught his attention. Why is there a chest here? He was very curious. Approaching the chest, he saw that its surface was covered in green slime, so he didn't touch it with his hands, but kicked it instead. The chest wasn't locked, and Liu Xing kicked it open with one swift motion. As the lid flew open, its contents were revealed to him: magic beast cores. Liu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sight before him. The chest was filled to the brim with various magic beast cores, each emitting a faint glow in the dim cave. He bent down and examined them closely. His fingers gently brushed over each core as he identified their origins. This one's from a black rat, this one's from a horned snake, and this one's from a yellow-furred squirrel. Liu Xing muttered to himself, swiftly transferring the unwanted magic beast cores into his system backpack. After a thorough search, Liu Xing's gaze finally settled on the bottom of the chest. There lay a massive blue magic beast core, standing out prominently against the ordinary ones around it. The systems I activated immediately, displaying all the information about this special core to Liu Xing. Blue water element magic beast core, gold rank 9. Liu Xing read aloud, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Using this will grant 5 skills: Wave Impact, Magic Water Bullet, Water Dragon Surge, Magic Source, and Liquefy. His eyes quickly scanned through the skill descriptions, finally settling on Magic Source. This passive skill could rapidly restore the spirit power of his beasts, a capability Liu Xing had long dreamed of. After ensuring he hadn't missed anything, Liu Xing left the cave with his six-winged angel. As soon as he stepped outside, his eagerly waiting beasts, including the Hellhound, rushed up to him. Here, Thunder Eagle, this is for you. Liu Xing handed the blue water element magic beast core to the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle's eyes lit up, and it swallowed the core without hesitation. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding! Your Thunder Eagle has consumed a blue water element magic beast core. It will learn the following skills. Please make your selection. Liu Xing was prepared and said decisively, choose Magic Source. Ding! Congratulations, your Thunder Eagle has learned Magic Source. The system's voice announced, marking the successful end of this adventure. Fantastic! With this new skill, I'll never have to worry about my Thunder Hawk running out of energy again. Liu Xing exclaimed, his gaze falling on his loyal companion, Thunder Hawk. Instantly, Thunder Hawk's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Thunder Hawk attributes. Gender. Level. Gold rank 9. Quality. SS. Skills learned. Electric Shock, Lightning Flash, Thunderstorm, Wrath of the Thunder God, Mana Spring. Liu Xing nimbly leaped onto Thunder Hawk's back. Thunder Hawk, let's go. Let's have some fun. In the forest, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Riding on Thunder Hawk, Liu Xing's lips curled into a confident smile. Come on, all of you, he muttered. To increase efficiency, Liu Xing sent his other beasts to lure the enemies. Soon, a massive horde of fishmen surged forward, creating an impressive spectacle. Liu Xing guided Thunder Hawk to soar above the beach. Looking back, he saw the dense crowd of fishmen wielding fishbone knives, roaring thunderously as they closed in. Once all the fishmen were within attack range, Liu Xing decisively commanded, Thunder Hawk, it's your turn. Use Wrath of the Thunder God. With a long cry, Thunder Hawk ascended into the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sun, turning the once clear sky ominously dark. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, as hundreds of thick bolts of lightning struck down, hitting each fishman with precision. The electric currents raged, turning the fishmen into charred remains in moments. After the storm, Liu Xing surveyed the battlefield from above. The ground was littered with fishmen corpses, the air thick with the smell of burnt protein and a hint of metal. Residual electric elements crackled, filling the air with the sound of static. Liu Xing, A familiar voice called out. Liu Xing turned to see Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin, weren't you supposed to come tomorrow? Why didn't you leave? Liu Xing asked in surprise. Grandpa Lin frowned and explained. I was worried about your safety. As his boat neared the shore, Grandpa Lin couldn't shake his concern for Liu Xing, fearing he might encounter danger with no escape. So he turned back, only to witness Liu Xing's spectacular fisherman massacre. Liu Xing smiled at Grandpa Lin. See all those fishermen corpses? I believe your village won't be troubled by them for a while. Grandpa Lin's eyes filled with gratitude. Yes. Let's go home. I'll prepare a full fish feast to reward you. All right, I won't say no to that, Liu Xing replied cheerfully. As they sailed back, Liu Xing checked on Thunderhawk's condition in the beast space. After using Wrath of the Thunder God, Thunderhawk's energy was down to about a quarter, but with the Mana Spring skill, it was quickly regenerating. Liu Xing estimated that Thunderhawk's energy recovery rate had doubled, meaning it would only take half the time to fully recharge. As their strength grew, the recovery speed and energy capacity would increase significantly, potentially allowing Thunderhawk to use Wrath of the Thunder God 2 to 3 times in a short period. This was an exciting prospect. Back at the village, Liu Xing enjoyed a sumptuous fish feast at Grandpa Lin's house. After a restful night, he set off for Jiang'an Beast University. Just as he stepped through the gates, he saw a familiar figure. Hey, fatty. Liu Xing jogged a few steps to catch up with Su Pang, who was carrying a huge travel bag. It was clear that both of them had just returned. Su Pang was savoring a small cake when he heard the familiar voice. He turned around, and a bright smile spread across his face. Liu Xing, what are you doing here? He asked excitedly. Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Su Pang's tan skin. My goodness, fatty. What has your master been making you do these days? How did you get so dark? Did he send you to work in a coal mine? Su Pang shivered involuntarily at the mention, as if recalling the hardships of the past days. No, my master just gave me some special training, he said softly. Special training? Liu Xing scrutinized Su Pang and was astonished to find that his beast tamer level had risen from silver to gold tier 3. He patted Su Pang's shoulder, feeling the solid muscle that had replaced the former softness. Fatty, you've really come a long way. Looks like you've been through quite a bit. Curious, Liu Xing pressed on. So, tell me, how exactly did your master train you? Su Pang looked hesitant but, encouraged by Liu Xing, decided to share the secret. Promise you won't tell anyone, he said. After Liu Xing gave his word, Su Pang began to recount his special training experience. When Su Pang finished explaining, Liu Xing whispered to confirm. So you're saying your master developed a technique that boosts your strength just by eating? Su Pang nodded affirmatively, then eagerly asked, what do you think? Do you want to learn it? However, as someone with a unique system, Liu Xing declined the offer. I think I'll pass, he said, knowing well that his strength synchronized with his beast tamer level and he didn't need any additional techniques, except for the six-winged angel. A hint of disappointment flashed across Su Pang's face. Noticing this, Liu Xing immediately placed a hand on his shoulder. My dear Su Pang, Liu Xing whispered, everything you told me today must remain a secret. Do you understand? A technique that relies solely on eating is a terrifying thing. If anyone covets it, you'll be in danger. Su Pang nodded earnestly, his eyes showing understanding and gratitude. He had intended to keep this secret to himself, but didn't want to hide it from Liu Xing. All right, let's go. Liu Xing patted Su Pang's back. We'll drop off our bags at the dorm, and then go out for a good meal to celebrate our reunion. Sure. Su Pang responded enthusiastically. Later, the two arrived at a restaurant. Su Pang devoured the dishes on the table, leaving nothing behind. He rubbed his round belly with satisfaction, a happy smile spreading across his face. Looking at the table full of empty plates, Liu Xing couldn't help but joke, this guy eats so clean. If I hadn't stopped him, the kitchen staff wouldn't have any dishes to wash. Despite his words, a smile crept onto Liu Xing's face as he looked at Su Pang. Being with this guileless friend with a truly kind heart made him genuinely happy. Are you full? Liu Xing asked. Yes, I'm full, Su Pang replied contentedly. Then let's head back and rest. They left the restaurant and walked down the quiet night street. The street was deserted except for the quiet chirping of crickets in the grass. Suddenly, a cold breeze sent a shiver down Liu Xing's spine, making him pull his clothes tighter. At that moment, Liu Xing's face changed, a chill running through him. Instinctively, he dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a sudden attack from behind. A dagger glowing with green light brushed past him, clearly poisoned. Come out, everyone! Liu Xing immediately summoned all his beasts, turning to face the attacker. It was a goblin assassin, its attribute panel showing it was of golden rank 8, adept at stealth, backstabbing, poisoning, and sinister attacks. Liu Xing was puzzled. Why would such a creature appear in the city? Suddenly, a round of applause echoed. Liu Xing turned, his face darkening instantly. It's you. That's right, it's me. The figure removed his hood. revealing a familiar and fearsome face. Han Mingming. Liu Xing scanned him with his system's eye and exclaimed in surprise, well, looks like you got lucky and broke through to Platinum Rank 1. Han Mingming's face darkened at the words, then he laughed angrily, all thanks to you. Do you know what I've been through? After being on the run, Han Mingming had finally broken through to Platinum Rank 1 through relentless effort and a bit of talent, contracting this goblin assassin. Liu Xing scrutinized the goblin assassin before him. It was small, only as tall as a 13 or 14-year-old child, with green skin and a dagger glowing with green light, its crimson eyes fixed on Liu Xing. I almost got killed by this thing, Liu Xing thought, alert. I can't afford to let my guard down in the future. Facing the sudden crisis, Liu Xing's mind raced, strategizing his next move. At this moment, Liu Xing's strength had reached the 9th tier of the gold rank, just a step away from the platinum rank. He had been pondering the choice of his next beast for a while, and now he had finally made a decision. This new beast must possess reconnaissance skills, because his team already had a tank, a warrior, a mage, and a healer, but lacked a bodyguard, a guardian who could ensure the safety of others at all times. Liu Xing's requirements for this bodyguard were not high. It just needed to detect enemies and hold them off, buying time for the other beasts to come to the rescue. If it could eliminate the assailants, that would be even better. But the most urgent task at hand was dealing with Han Mingming. As Liu Xing was contemplating, Han Mingming had already summoned his beasts. Han Mingming's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, clearly intent on a quick victory. Liu Xing shared this sentiment. To him, Han Mingming was already a dead man walking. Even if it cost him his life, Liu Xing was determined to kill Han Mingming here and now. Liu Xing activated his system eye and quickly scanned Han Mingming's beasts. Gold rank, 4th tier, a robust golden eagle. Gold rank, 5th tier, a plant-type maple tree demon. Platinum rank, 1st tier, a water-type giant claw crab. Clearly, Han Mingming's strength had also significantly improved over this period, especially the giant claw crab, which had advanced to the platinum rank. Liu Xing thought to himself that Han Mingming must have invested a substantial amount of resources into this crab. You brat, you'll pay for this in blood. Han Mingming's face twisted into a vicious expression. Seeing this, Su Peng, who was nearby, was about to step forward to help Liu Xing, but Liu Xing raised his hand to stop him. Let me handle this fight myself. Liu Xing knew that although Su Peng's abilities had improved significantly, he was still no match for Han Mingming. If you want to fight, then I'll oblige you, Liu Xing said coldly, and then issued his combat commands. Go. Thunder Eagle. Use lightning on the giant claw crab. Hellhound. Use flame slash on the maple tree demon. Little cutie, that robust golden eagle is yours. Spirit Turtle. Control that goblin assassin and use taunt. With Liu Xing's command, his beasts launched themselves like arrows towards Han Mingming's formation, and the battle erupted instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Xing's beast clashed fiercely with Han Mingming's, and the battle was on the brink of eruption. In just a single exchange, several of Han Mingming's beasts lay defeated on the ground. Han Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. How is this possible? He muttered, his face full of shock. He had thought that breaking through to the platinum level would allow him to easily defeat Liu Xing. Yet, in just a few days, Liu Xing's strength had grown to an unimaginable level. This can't be happening. Han Mingming exclaimed in terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Xing sneered. What's so impossible about it? You used to chase me everywhere, but now it's my turn for revenge. He decisively commanded, Hellhound, attack that goblin assassin. The Hellhound, which had just slain the maple tree demon with a fiery slash, immediately lunged at the goblin assassin. The goblin assassin tried to dodge but was trapped by the taunting skill of the spirit turtle, leaving it with no room to escape. It was forced into a struggle with the thick-skinned spirit turtle, whose hard shell rendered the goblin assassin's sharp daggers useless, producing only sparks. At that moment, the Hellhound arrived, its sharp claws raking across the goblin assassin's back. With a tearing sound, blood gushed from the goblin assassin's wound. The force sent it flying towards the spirit turtle, whose eyes gleamed coldly as it unleashed a powerful bull rush. Bang! The goblin assassin was struck as if by a truck, sent hurtling back towards the Hellhound. The Hellhound opened its jaws wide and swallowed it whole. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Your Hellhound has learned a new skill, stealth, after consuming the goblin assassin. Liu Xing was overjoyed. The stealth skill, exclusive to assassins, allowed one to hide their presence and footsteps, making it perfect for ambushing enemies. With the fall of the last beast, Han Mingming let out a painful howl, the severe backlash from his soul leaving him in agony. Clutching his head, he collapsed in unwilling defeat. Without hesitation, Liu Xing commanded, Hellhound, use fiery slash on that guy. A blazing blade of fire instantly reduced Han Mingming to ashes. Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself, especially when dealing with a petty and vindictive person like Han Mingming. After dealing with Han Mingming, Liu Xing turned to Su Peng, expecting him to be terrified, only to find him calmly munching on potato chips, as if watching a show. Aren't you scared? Liu Xing asked, puzzled. Su Peng swallowed his chips and nonchalantly replied, scared? Why would I be scared? If you're talking about killing, well, I'm no saint. This guy wanted to kill us, so he should have been prepared to be killed by us. Liu Xing raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing this. He didn't expect that Su Peng, who seemed so careless, would have such a keen awareness about this matter. All right, we should head back, Su Peng said with a huge yawn, his voice filled with exhaustion. I'm so tired. He casually crumpled the empty chip bag and tossed it into the bushes nearby. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at the sight. This guy's bad habit of littering hadn't changed a bit. The next morning, Su Peng groggily walked downstairs and was greeted by an unexpected scene in the living room. Liu Xing was sitting upright on the sofa, fully engrossed in the worn-out encyclopedia of beasts. Liu Xing, why are you flipping through that old thing again? Su Peng asked, yawning. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Liu Xing, don't tell me you've reached Platinum Beastmaster and are planning to contract a new beast. Not yet, but soon, Liu Xing replied without looking up. So I'm checking it out in advance. Su Peng's mouth twitched slightly at this. Freak, you're such a freak, he muttered as he walked into the kitchen to make himself some oatmeal. After a moment's thought, he decided to make a serving for Liu Xing as well. Here, you probably haven't had breakfast yet. This should hold you over for now, Su Peng said, bringing 2 cups of oatmeal back to the living room. Thanks, Liu Xing said, taking a sip without lifting his eyes from the book. Watching Liu Xing's intense focus, Su Peng shook his head in resignation. Perhaps inspired by Liu Xing's dedication, he surprisingly pulled a book from the shelf and began to read as well. A few minutes later, the quiet of the living room was shattered by Su Peng's exclamation. Whoa, what's up? Liu Xing asked, frowning as he looked over at Su Peng. Liu Xing, you have to see this, Su Peng said eagerly, handing over the magazine he was holding. Liu Xing glanced at the cover, which boldly displayed the title, The Untold Stories of Beasts. Where did you get this? He asked. Of course, I bought it, Su Peng answered awkwardly, not mentioning that he'd picked it up for 3 yuan at a roadside stall. Liu Xing was about to ask more but was drawn to a striking headline on the magazine's inner page. The most useless beast in history. His curiosity piqued, he started reading, completely captivated by the sensational title. How about it, Liu Xing? Isn't this beast particularly tricky? Hearing this, Liu Xing frowned, deep in thought. Tricky? He muttered, scanning the book's description with growing interest in the beast. Su Peng, sensing Liu Xing's thoughts, quickly tried to dissuade him. Liu Xing, listen to me. Don't be foolish. This is way out of your league. Forget about the others. This time, you must heed my advice. Absolutely do not consider bonding with this beast. Why? Liu Xing asked curiously. Because it's weak. Su Peng replied firmly. Weak? Of course. Su Peng began to explain in detail. Think about it. Although it's called the Herculean ant, which sounds impressive, it has a fatal weakness: it's extremely afraid of fire. The Herculean ant is a beast with both insect and metal attributes. Insects fear fire, and metal does too. The combination makes it incredibly vulnerable to fire attacks. Listening to Su Peng's analysis, Liu Xing picked up on something else. The Herculean ant, being an insect and metal attribute beast, was only afraid of fire. Afraid of fire? Liu Xing thought to himself with a smirk. Sorry, but I'm Liu Xing. He quickly began to strategize. The hellhound had a skill known as Fire Devourer, which was dubbed the Bane of Flames. Although it was difficult to acquire, it wasn't impossible. If the Herculean ant could overcome its fear of fire, it would become a powerful beast, possibly even rivaling those of the dragon type. All right, I've decided, Liu Xing suddenly announced. My next beast will be the Herculean ant. What? Su Peng exclaimed, thinking he had misheard. Liu Xing, maybe you should reconsider? No need. It's settled, Liu Xing said decisively. It's well known that ants are the strongmen of nature. An ant can lift over 400 times its body weight and drag objects over 1,700 times its weight. How could Liu Xing not be tempted by such a powerful beast? More importantly, ants have excellent sensory abilities. Their antennae can keenly detect everything around them, including smells and temperatures. This means that stealth skills, which assassins pride themselves on, would be useless against an ant. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Liu Xing thought excitedly. Once the Herculean ant's fear of fire was eliminated, it would be the ideal bodyguard. Liu Xing recalled the time he was ambushed by a goblin assassin. If he had a Herculean ant then, the assassin would have been detected before getting close and taken out in one strike. Determined, Liu Xing immediately took action. He trained intensively in his dorm for a few days, successfully advancing the Hellhound to Platinum Level 1, which also boosted his own Beast Master level to Platinum Level 1. Su Peng, let's go. Liu Xing called out to Su Peng, who was lounging on the couch watching TV. Surrounded by food, Su Peng looked enviable. Getting stronger just by eating seemed so easy. But Liu Xing quickly shook off the thought. He didn't have the same appetite as Su Peng, and eating himself into obesity for training wasn't worth it. Besides, with the system he had, he could level up while lying down, as long as his beasts worked hard. Where to? Su Peng asked, curious. To find my fifth beast, of course. Liu Xing replied enthusiastically. What? Su Peng's jaw dropped in shock. You mean, you've reached platinum?
Yes.
Liu Xing confirmed with a nod. Although Su Peng had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. So fast. Way too fast. He had thought his ability to enhance his strength just by eating was impressive, but next to Liu Xing, it seemed insignificant. For a moment, Su Peng felt a bit defeated, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. That's Liu Xing. Su Peng exclaimed excitedly. He's my good brother. When he's strong, I feel good too. Su Peng had high hopes for Liu Xing's abilities, secretly wishing he would become even stronger. This way, their enemies would undoubtedly find them a formidable challenge. After packing their bags, Liu Xing and Su Peng set off on their journey to the Forest of Insects. Located inland in Gue City, the two took a flight to reach their destination. Liu Xing was eager to capture a Herculean ant, so they didn't linger in Gue City, missing out on the local culture and scenery. At the entrance to the Forest of Insects, Liu Xing presented his Beast Master credentials. The guards, upon seeing this, immediately allowed them through. Once the two had entered, the guards couldn't help but whisper among themselves. My goodness, what's going on? One guard said in surprise. When did our country produce such a prodigy? A 19-year-old is already a platinum-level beast master. Is this what a genius looks like? Another guard sighed. Heavens, life is so unfair. Shoo, keep it down, his companion warned. Be careful not to let him hear you. The guards wisely fell silent and continued their duties. Liu Xing and Su Peng ventured deeper into the Forest of Insects. True to its name, the place was teeming with all kinds of bugs. Su Peng excitedly pointed out the various insects around them. Liu Xing, look, that's a green skin bug. Oh, and that's a poison locust. There's a flying grasshopper. And that one, it's a tiger-striped dragonfly. Seeing Su Peng's enthusiasm for the insects, Liu Xing couldn't help but furrow his brow, questioning his friend's taste. After all, most people found bugs repulsive. All right, enough chatter. Let's get moving. Liu Xing interrupted Su Peng's excitement. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Liu Xing summoned his hellhound and swiftly mounted it. Not wanting to be outdone, Su Peng shouted, Come out, my big eater. Immediately, Su Peng's big eater appeared. Liu Xing took a closer look at the pet and noticed that since evolving from a small eater, not only had its strength significantly increased, but its size had also grown considerably. After walking some distance, a woman dressed in traditional Miao attire nervously commanded, Deadwood Mantis, use scythe slash on that ghost-faced spider. Her face was etched with anxiety. Clearly, she hadn't expected to be so unlucky as to encounter a ghost-faced spider far stronger than herself in this place. Suddenly, the ghost-faced spider went berserk, opening its massive jaws to let out a deafening roar. Its front legs lashed out like lightning, and the Deadwood Mantis, unable to dodge, was slammed to the ground. The spider's fangs gleamed with an eerie purple light as it prepared to bite the fallen mantis. No! The woman screamed in terror. Just then, a man's voice rang out, Hellhound, use flame slash. A hellhound darted forward, its claws slicing through the air, unleashing a sharp blade of fire. With a loud bang, the ghost-faced spider was cleaved in two, its green blood and entrails splattering across the ground. Relieved, the woman immediately turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young man standing not far away. Thank you, she said sincerely. No problem, just lending a hand. The man responded calmly. His hellhound, already at platinum rank 1, could easily handle the golden rank 8 ghost-faced spider. As he glanced at the woman, he noticed she was a golden rank 4 warrior, quite exceptional for her age. Seeing the man and his companion preparing to leave, the woman bit her lip and hurried after them. Do you need something? The man asked curiously, clearly skeptical of any life-saving gratitude drama. You saved me, and I want to repay you. The woman said straightforwardly. You seem to be looking for something. Tell me, I'm a local and have been in this secret realm for years. Maybe I can help. The man nodded. I'm looking for the Herculean ant. The Herculean ant? The woman blurted out in surprise, quickly apologizing for her rudeness. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. If you're looking for the Herculean ant, follow me. She turned to lead the way, and the man's companion couldn't help but ask, should we trust her? What if she's a scammer? Don't worry, she's not lying. The man replied confidently, as if he could see through all deception. Under the woman's guidance, the trio navigated through the dense forest and arrived at the edge of a vast canyon. Pointing to the red soil below, the woman said, That's the Herculean ant's territory. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist warning them. I don't know why you need the Herculean ant, but I advise you not to enter their territory lightly. She shuddered, recalling the scene where a self-assured platinum-ranked warrior had been brutally attacked to death there. Thanks, the man replied politely, though it was clear he didn't take the warning to heart. He and his companion found a narrow path and headed straight towards the Herculean ant's domain. Watching them leave, the woman bit her lip. She had fulfilled her duty of gratitude by bringing them here and warning them. She shook her head and quickly left, unwilling to risk accompanying them into such a dangerous place. Liu Xing and Su Peng descended the mountain and embarked on the path leading to the canyon. Su Peng's face was filled with anxiety. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Liu Xing, how about we scout the area first before going in? That woman's words did make some sense. Liu Xing paused slightly at Su Peng's suggestion and asked, puzzled, Scout? How do you plan to scout? Su Peng chuckled mysteriously. I might not be good at other things, but leave this to me. With that, he mounted his large companion, Dui Wang, and pulled out a large jar of special honey from his backpack. The honey exuded an especially enticing aroma, which was almost intoxicating. Watching Su Peng's actions, a smile of appreciation appeared on Liu Xing's face. He suddenly realized that this usually unreliable partner was proving to be quite dependable at this moment. Su Peng quickly got to work, smearing the honey on several large rocks situated upwind. The howling mountain wind carried the honey's fragrance throughout the entire canyon. After completing this task, Su Peng mounted Dui Wang again and urged, let's go. Liu Xing nodded in agreement, and the two swiftly returned to their previous vantage point on the hillside. Before long, they heard the sound of a dense rustling. Looking up, Liu Xing and Su Peng saw a swarm of Hercules ants rushing towards the honey-smeared rocks. These Hercules ants were nothing like ordinary ants. They resembled miniature ant warriors, wielding silvery, conical spears, covering the ground densely. Excitedly, Su Peng said, Liu Xing, take a look and see if any of them meet your expectations. Liu Xing nodded and quickly activated his system's eye to scan the ants. Soon, he locked onto a target. The system displayed Hercules ant soldier ant. Attributes, bug, metal. Gender, level, platinum tier 1. Potential, S. Evolution path, none. Skills, super strength beginner, heavy strike, ant thrust, ant acid, perception. Liu Xing murmured in surprise, I didn't expect this Hercules ant to be so strong. It must be the leader of all the soldier ants. Noticing the soldier ant suffix, he speculated that there might be other branches as well. Since upgrading to the platinum level and acquiring the evolution book, the system interface had also upgraded. Now, Liu Xing could directly understand each beast's evolution path with just a glance. This new feature greatly intrigued him, and he began thinking about how to use this information to strengthen his team. Liu Xing's attention was caught by a giant Hercules ant, and Su Peng noticed it too. Shaking his head, Liu Xing remarked, that guy is decent, but just decent. Su Peng immediately understood that Liu Xing's decent actually meant not good enough. Suddenly, the scene below made Liu Xing frown. After consuming Su Peng's special honey, the Hercules ant's eyes turned blood red, and they began to frantically run back in the direction they came from. Liu Xing asked in surprise, Su Peng, what did you feed them? These Hercules ants have detection skills. Su Peng gave a mysterious smile but didn't answer. Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. You sly devil. All right, let's follow them. The two of them followed the Hercules ants and soon arrived at the entrance of a massive cavern. As soon as they reached the entrance, Liu Xing caught a whiff of a nauseating ant acid odor. He frowned and said, what's going on? Ants only spray acid when they're in danger. It seems the ants inside are under attack. To prepare for any surprises, Liu Xing released all his beast companions, instructing the Thunder Eagle to stand guard outside while the others followed him in. Along the way, the path was littered with the corpses of Hercules ants. Liu Xing clicked his tongue in amazement, wondering what Su Peng had fed them to cause such infighting. What he thought would be a terrifying battle turned out to be surprisingly easy. Led by the Hellhound, the two navigated the maze-like passages and arrived at the Queen Ant's chamber. The Queen Ant was glaring furiously at the Hercules soldier ants in front of her, clearly not expecting them to rebel. A crazed Hercules ant lunged at the queen again, but with a flash of cold light in her eyes, she thrust her silver spear, killing it with a splat. Liu Xing and Su Peng witnessed this scene and then checked the Queen Ant's attribute panel. Hercules Ant Queen. Attributes, bug, metal. Gender, level, platinum tier 2. Aptitude, SS. Evolution path, none. Skills learned, super strength beginner, heavy strike, ant thrust, acid spray, detection. Liu Xing frowned deeply. The Queen Ant's level surpassed his own beast tamer level, making it impossible to capture her. He was contemplating whether to return and level up before coming back when he noticed an egg beneath the queen. Unhatched Hercules ant. Attributes, bug, metal. Gender, Undetermined. Level. None. Aptitude. SSS. Evolution path. God Eater Ant. Hercules Ant Queen. Skills learned. Super Strength Beginner. Detection. Liu Xing was astonished. He didn't expect to find a golden phoenix in this old nest. Clearly, this SSS aptitude egg was carefully selected from thousands, intended to be the next queen. Liu Xing turned his gaze to the Hercules Ant Queen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as killing intent surged. With this egg in hand, the current queen was no longer necessary. He decisively ordered, Hellhound, use flame slash on the Hercules Ant Queen. After a fierce battle, the Hercules Ant Queen was battered and barely clinging to life. The Hellhound, hearing her plight, let out a deep growl from both of its heads, and with a swift swipe of its sharp claws, a fiery red blade arced through the air, speeding towards the queen. The Hercules Ant Queen struggled to lift her heavy head and saw the incoming fiery slash. She endured the excruciating pain and mustered all her strength to dodge to the side. Boom! The fiery slash grazed her antennae and struck the wall behind her, instantly turning the hard rock red-hot. In an instant, smoke and debris filled the air. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, the Hercules Ant Queen quickly grabbed the precious Hercules Ant Egg and moved swiftly on her 6 legs, trying to escape the perilous situation. However, her actions did not escape Liu Xing's keen eyes. Trying to flee? Liu Xing sneered. His system eye easily pierced through the smoke. Aqua Turtle, stop her. Use taunt. The Aqua Turtle obeyed immediately, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Just as the Hercules Ant Queen was about to escape, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, as if controlled by an invisible force. Her compound eyes turned crimson, and her body involuntarily faced the Aqua Turtle, raising her iron spear in a threatening stance. At this critical moment, 2 lethal attacks sliced through the air. One was the Hellhound's fiery slash, a blazing red line in the sky. The other was the 6-winged angel's judgment, a holy light piercing like a sword. Both attacks struck the Hercules Ant Queen almost simultaneously. Arg! The Hercules Ant Queen let out a harrowing scream as her tough exoskeleton shattered under the immense power of the dual attacks. As an insect-type and metal-type beast, she was particularly vulnerable to fire. The Hellhound's fiery slash nearly obliterated her, and the 6-winged angel's judgment finished her off. The Hercules Ant Queen fell heavily to the ground, her life force rapidly fading away. Liu Xing was about to step forward to inspect her when Su Peng grabbed his arm. What's the matter? Liu Xing asked, puzzled. Su Peng cautiously replied, maybe we should wait a bit? Let's make sure she's really dead. What if she's not? Liu Xing's lips curled into a confident smile. Don't worry, she's as dead as can be. With his system eye, he could clearly see that the Hercules Ant Queen's life force had completely vanished. He walked straight to the queen's corpse and picked up the oval-shaped Hercules ant egg. Liu Xing examined the egg carefully, his eyes falling on the evolution path section in the egg's attributes. Evolution path. Devourer Ant King. Soak the Hercules ant egg in the blood of the gluttonous boar king to hatch a devourer ant. Evolution path. Hercules Ant Queen. When the old queen falls, a new one rises. Soak this egg in the blood of the fallen Hercules Ant Queen to hatch a new Hercules Ant Queen. Hercules Ant Queen? Liu Xing glanced at the second evolution path with a hint of disdain. The first one's the way to go, obviously. Although he was puzzled by the requirement of the gluttonous boar king's blood, he trusted that the system wouldn't mislead him. Looking at the Hercules ant egg in his hand, Liu Xing's smile widened. He quickly channeled his spiritual power and drew a complex contract array on the ground, then carefully placed the egg in the center. The ant inside the egg seemed to sense the danger and began to struggle violently. However, faced with Liu Xing's overwhelming power, its resistance was futile. Ultimately, it could only submit and accept the binding of the contract. After sealing the pact, Liu Xing felt a subtle connection with the Herculean ant. With a slight wave of his arm, he transported the ant's egg into his beast space, then turned to Su Peng. Let's go find the gluttonous boar king. Su Peng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the unfamiliar creature's name. Though he didn't fully grasp Liu Xing's intentions, as a loyal friend, he chose to support him unconditionally. The two set off on their quest to find the gluttonous boar king, eventually arriving at the wild boar forest. After some searching, Liu Xing finally spotted their target, a massive boar sleeping soundly. Liu Xing carefully examined the attributes of the gluttonous boar king. Type: Combat, Platinum Tier 1, Greater Potential, No Evolution Path. Skills: Gluttony, Sloth, Boar Rush, Thick Fat. Liu Xing quickly skimmed through the skill descriptions, his brow furrowing slightly. Although these skills sounded somewhat comical, his sharp instincts told him that the gluttony skill might be the key to the Herculean ant's evolution. Without further hesitation, Liu Xing ordered the attack. Hellhound, Flame Slash, 6-winged angel, Judgment, Thunder Eagle, Thunderstrike, Aqua Turtle, Wave surge. The four beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, instantly annihilating the sleeping gluttonous boar king. Blood gushed from the wounds, and Liu Xing swiftly took out a huge red barrel to collect it. Su Peng was astonished by Liu Xing's preparation, but Liu Xing had no time to explain, focusing instead on collecting the precious boar blood. As the blood neared the brim, Liu Xing muttered, "This should be enough." He summoned the Herculean ant's egg and immersed it in the fresh blood. The egg immediately began to shake violently, as if coming to life, absorbing the blood in large quantities. Seeing the blood depleting rapidly, Liu Xing hurriedly commanded the hellhound to slice open the boar's corpse again, ensuring a steady blood supply. As minutes ticked by, Liu Xing's heart raced with anticipation. Finally, the blood absorption ceased, and the once white eggshell turned completely black. Moments later, the eggshell started to crack. A tiny creature emerged, clutching a black spear. It quickly devoured the remaining shell, as if replenishing its energy. Holding his breath, Liu Xing watched the newborn creature closely, eager to witness its growth and future power. However, the little creature still seemed hungry. Ignoring Liu Xing, it agilely leapt onto the corpse of the gluttonous pig king. With its sharp fangs, it began to feast voraciously. In no time, the entire gluttonous pig king was devoured. Su Peng stared in astonishment at the god-eating ant and asked, "Liu Xing, what kind of monster have you created?" The god-eating ant, which was only the size of a baby when it hatched, was now growing rapidly before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the size of a 10-year-old child. Liu Xing activated the system eye and carefully examined the god-eating ant king in front of him. The system immediately displayed its attributes. God-eating ant king. Attributes: insect, metal, gender, level, silver tier 1. Quality: SSS. Evolution path: none. Skills learned: Herculean strength beginner. Strength increased twofold, can evolve, strength multiplier doubles upon evolution. Next evolution level: diamond. Perception: counters all assassins or traps, no scheme can escape detection. Effect depends on user's intelligence. Gluttony: greatly enhances appetite, strength increases accordingly. The god-eating ant king, resembling a general clad in black armor, walked straight up to Liu Xing and respectfully bowed. "Awesome. Just awesome," Liu Xing exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the skill list of the god-eating ant king. He was particularly pleased with the gluttony skill. Suddenly, a series of frantic pig squeals echoed from a distance. A young wild boar charged at Liu Xing, clearly seeking revenge for its father, the gluttonous pig king. With a flash of cold light in its eyes, the god-eating ant king thrust its black spear like lightning. The young wild boar, at bronze tier 8, was instantly killed, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair in its final moments. Before Liu Xing could react, the god-eating ant king had already picked up the young wild boar and, ignoring its filth, began to feast. In no time, the entire young wild boar was consumed. Liu Xing's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but remark, "Great, now I've got another foodie around." Hearing the term foodie, Su Peng scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Over the next few days, Liu Xing and Su Peng didn't head back immediately. Instead, they decided to set up camp in Wild Boar Forest. Liu Xing launched a thrilling hunting campaign, dealing a devastating blow to the wild boar population. The powerful boar leaders were taken down one by one, ultimately becoming a feast for the devouring ant king. To Liu Xing's surprise, no matter how much the devouring ant king consumed, its size remained unchanged, likely due to its gluttony skill. Nonetheless, the overall size of the devouring ant king had significantly increased. From its initial childlike size, it had now grown to resemble an adult. Liu Xing looked at the devouring ant king by his side with satisfaction, nodding to himself. In just a few days, the devouring ant king's strength had skyrocketed from bronze level 1 to bronze level 5, an astonishing rate of improvement. "All right, Su Peng, it's time for us to head back," Liu Xing finally said. Head back? Su Peng, who had been feasting on wild boar meat for days, was not only not tired of it, but seemed to have developed a taste for it. "Aren't you going to continue leveling up your devouring ant king?" Liu Xing shook his head and explained, "No, I plan to let the devouring ant king settle for a while. Just like martial arts training, rapid level-ups might seem beneficial, but they could lead to an unstable foundation. So where are we going now? Back to school, or should we explore Gue City a bit?" Su Peng asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Liu Xing noticed the eagerness in Su Peng's eyes, knowing that this guy definitely wanted to explore Gue City but was hesitant to say it outright. "Let's explore Gue City first," Liu Xing decided. "Great. Awesome." Su Peng's face lit up with joy at Liu Xing's words. Suddenly, Liu Xing turned alertly. "Who's there?" He heard a rustling sound from the nearby bushes, instantly tensing up. "Don't attack. Don't attack. I'm a friend." A sneaky-looking guy emerged from the bushes. "Who are you? Why were you sneaking around?" What are you up to? Su Peng immediately bombarded the man with questions. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The man quickly explained. I saw you two fighting earlier and thought you were pretty strong. I just wanted to make friends. Make friends? Su Peng frowned. Why should we be friends with you? The man grinned. Come on. There's an old saying. At home, you rely on your parents. Outside, you rely on friends. The more friends you have, the more options you get. Liu Xing stared at the man with a sly smile and couldn't help but ask, what do you really want? Nothing, nothing. The man stammered. It's just that I have a lucrative deal. I wonder if you two are interested. No thanks. You can keep your lucrative deal to yourself. Liu Xing saw through the man's intentions and firmly refused. Wait. The man pleaded. Aren't you tempted by a chest full of diamond-grade magical beast cores? A chest full of diamond-grade magical beast cores. Su Peng exclaimed, my goodness, how much would that be worth? His eyes lit up with excitement. However, Liu Xing remained indifferent. The man who suddenly appeared was named Yang Guisheng, nicknamed Yang Gosher. He usually engaged in petty theft. Just yesterday, he had sneaked into a mansion to steal something but found the owner still at home. With no other choice, he hid in a corner and eavesdropped. That was how he learned an important piece of information. Someone was bringing a chest full of magical beast cores to Gue City's Duobao Pavilion for auction. Moreover, that person was already staying at the VIP Pavilion Hotel, arranged by the mansion's owner. Yang Guisheng had waited there for a long time, but seeing that the owner wasn't going to sleep anytime soon, he had to leave disappointed. Since returning, he had been pondering how to get his hands on that chest of cores, but had yet to come up with a feasible plan. Just as he was feeling hungry, he decided to head to Wild Boar Forest to hunt a wild boar for a meal. Yang Guisheng stepped into the forest and coincidentally ran into Liu Xing and Su Peng. Liu Xing's heroic display of hunting a wild boar immediately caught Yang Guisheng's attention. Liu Xing moved with agility and speed, handling the fierce wild boar king with ease. Yang Guisheng watched in disbelief as the wild boar king couldn't last a single round against Liu Xing, each time being taken down with a single strike. If I could get such a skilled person to join us, wouldn't taking the chest be a breeze? Yang Guisheng thought to himself. Seeing Liu Xing and Su Peng preparing to leave, he quickly shouted, wait, that man is only at the Platinum 1 level. With your skills, taking it would be effortless, and escaping even easier. Are you really going to pass up such a lucrative opportunity? Noticing that the two didn't stop, Yang Guisheng gritted his teeth and upped the ante. Even though they belong to the Savior sect, if we strike suddenly, they won't know who did it. Once we succeed, we'll split it 80-20, you get 80. Hearing this, Liu Xing and Su Peng finally halted. Liu Xing turned and asked, where's this guy? Yang Guisheng's heart leaped with joy. At the VIP Pavilion Restaurant. The VIP Pavilion Restaurant? Liu Xing repeated softly. He had little interest in stealing others' possessions, but since it belonged to the Savior sect, it was a different story. After all, the Savior sect's members were notorious villains, and their wealth was plundered from others. Not taking it would be a waste. Lead the way, Liu Xing said decisively. Yang Guisheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately led them to the VIP Pavilion Restaurant. Instead of heading straight to the target room, they cleverly booked the adjacent room. Inside, Su Peng frowned and asked, Liu Xing, aren't you afraid Yang Guisheng might be tricking us? Of course I'm afraid, Liu Xing replied candidly. That's why tonight we'll scout under the cover of darkness and won't act rashly. Su Peng nodded in understanding, and the two began preparing for their nighttime reconnaissance. In the adjacent room, Deng Yufeng scanned his surroundings with a grave expression, clutching a box tightly in his hands. His sharp eyes missed no detail, and at the slightest disturbance, he would order his Biasta red-haired Tibetan Mastiff to investigate. The Tibetan Mastiff stood majestically by the window, its pink tongue flicking in and out, eyes fixed outside without a moment's relaxation. Deng Yufeng had been a member of the Salvation sect for some time, but had yet to prove his worth. This rare opportunity was his chance to shine. Glancing down at the box in his arms, Deng thought to himself, as long as I can auction off these monster cores and hand over the money to the leader, my position will surely be elevated. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he pondered. Such an important task would typically be assigned to a diamond-level expert, but because they were all registered with the inspection team and would attract immediate attention if they showed up, the organization had no choice but to settle for Deng Yufeng. His strength was barely adequate, and his record with the inspection team was clean. Would Deng Yufeng embezzle the monster cores? Only if he didn't fear being hunted down by the Salvation sect. But Deng wasn't foolish enough to take that risk. Tomorrow is the auction at Duobao Pavilion. I hope everything goes smoothly, Deng silently prayed. As time ticked by and night deepened, two figures silently crossed the balcony and approached Deng Yufeng's room. Wait. Liu Xing grabbed Su Peng's arm, pointing towards something not far away. Look at that. Following his gaze, Su Peng saw a massive red-haired Tibetan Mastiff lying on the ground. Wow, this guy even has a dog. he couldn't help but remark. Liu Xing frowned. What do we do? Just barge in, grab it and run? Su Peng chuckled. Don't worry, watch this. He pulled out an incense stick from his pocket, lit it, and carefully slipped it through a crack in the window. Moments later, he took out 2 pieces of cloth. Do you have any water? What do you need water for? Liu Xing asked, puzzled. To wet the cloth, of course. Su Peng explained. Though still confused, Liu Xing retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his system backpack. Su Peng, long accustomed to Liu Xing's ability to produce items out of thin air, didn't question it. Su Peng soaked the cloth, handed one to Liu Xing, and wrapped the other around his own nose and mouth. Seeing Liu Xing still in a daze, he urged, what are you waiting for? This dragon sleep incense only works for an hour. If we don't act now, it'll be trouble when he wakes up. Dragon sleep incense? Liu Xing was still bewildered. I'll explain later. Let's get in first, Su Peng said as he climbed into the room. Inside, the room was filled with smoke, and Deng Yufeng lay on the bed like a dead pig. Su Peng tiptoed to the bedside, carefully turned Deng's body, and extracted the box from underneath him. How's that? Impressive, right? Su Peng boasted to Liu Xing. You're amazing. Liu Xing gave him a thumbs up. Su Peng was about to leave through the front door, but Liu Xing quickly pulled him back. What are you doing? Did you forget there are cameras in the hallway? Liu Xing whispered a warning, nervously glancing around. Sorry, I forgot. Su Peng replied regretfully, his face full of apology. So, what now? Let's get out of here, Liu Xing decided decisively, pulling Su Peng towards the balcony. The two reached the edge of the balcony silently. Liu Xing took a deep breath and called out softly, Come out, Thunderhawk. Instantly, a massive Thunderhawk appeared out of thin air before them. Give me the box. Liu Xing extended his hand towards Su Peng. Got it. Su Peng quickly handed over the box containing the Diamond Beast crystal core to Liu Xing. Liu Xing swiftly grabbed the box and smoothly stored it in his system backpack. He turned to Su Peng, speaking urgently, Let's go. We need to ride the Thunderhawk and leave this place. Under the cover of night, Liu Xing and Su Peng mounted the Thunderhawk and quietly departed, without alerting anyone. Time ticked by. Ah, my head hurts. Deng Yufeng woke up from his sleep, rubbing his temples in pain. Suddenly, he realized something and his eyes widened. Where is it? He frantically searched the bed, then checked under it, even scanning the entire room in a panic. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his body hair stood on end. It's gone. It's really gone. Deng Yufeng muttered to himself, his voice filled with fear and despair. Anxiety, fear, and panic surged through him, making him tremble uncontrollably. What happened? What on earth happened? He tried to piece his thoughts together, but the more he thought, the more terrified he became. This was an important mission entrusted to him by the Salvation Sect. No, I have to report this. I must report this to the leaders immediately. Deng Yufeng decided hastily. Soon, several figures in black robes appeared in Deng Yufeng's room. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair. His hooked nose and piercing gaze sent chills down one's spine. What exactly happened? The old man stared coldly at Deng Yufeng, as if trying to see through his soul. Terrified by the old man's gaze, Deng Yufeng trembled and quickly recounted everything in detail. Useless, the old man roared, delivering a resounding slap across Deng Yufeng's face. Just as the old man was about to take further action, the lookout dressed in black spoke up suddenly, Mr. Duan, the inspection team is here. Upon hearing this, Duan's face changed dramatically. He cursed, Damn it, are these guys dogs? How can they sniff me out so quickly? I just got here and they're already on to me. A headache hit him, and he glared viciously at Deng Yufeng before quickly striding out of the room, followed closely by his 2 henchmen. In the corridor, one of the henchmen asked in a low voice, What should we do about Deng Yufeng? A cold glint flashed in Duan's eyes, and murderous intent surfaced. He made a throat-slitting gesture and said coldly, For useless people. Our Salvation Sect never shows mercy. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. The henchman grasped the order and quickly left. Duan turned to the other person and commanded, Investigate everyone who checked into this hotel tonight. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. Yes, sir. The person responded and left. No sooner had Duan and his group left than the inspection team arrived, albeit a bit late. One of the team members, frustrated, punched the door hard. Damn it, that old bastard got away again. The door shattered on impact. Meanwhile, in a forest not far away, Yang Guisheng was anxiously waiting. His hands were tied behind his back as he paced back and forth among the trees. Why aren't they here yet? Did they fail? That can't be. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared silently behind Yang Guisheng. Razor-sharp claws pierced through his chest in an instant, causing blood to gush out. Yang Guisheng fell to the ground dead before he could even let out a scream. The shadow quickly vanished into the night. Not far away. Liu Xing asked coldly, is it done? The hellhound nodded heavily. Then let's go, Liu Xing said, and they left the scene together. Shortly after Liu Xing left, two men in black with sun symbols engraved on their right arms appeared in the forest. They frowned as they looked at Yang Guosheng's corpse. Didn't expect that guy to be so ruthless, killing to silence him. This clue is cut off. What should we do now? What else can we do? We report it as it is, the other man said impatiently, and they left immediately. It turned out that everything was part of Liu Xing's plan. He had Yang Guosheng book the room, using his identity to lure the Salvation Sect. Then, he preemptively killed Yang Guosheng to cut off the Salvation Sect's line of investigation. The next morning, Liu Xing and Su Peng were having breakfast in a small restaurant. The TV news was reporting that Deng Yufeng had jumped to his death. Su Peng took a bite of his fried dough stick and whispered, that guy from yesterday is dead. He jumped off a building. How tragic. Yeah? Liu Xing responded calmly, as if he had expected it. Suddenly, Liu Xing remembered something and asked, Su Peng, where did you get that dragon bewildering incense? Su Peng grinned proudly, hee hee, I got it from my master. Dragon bewildering incense. It can even daze a dragon. Isn't that amazing? Watching Su Peng's boastful expression, Liu Xing's mouth twitched. Amazing, really amazing. Liu Xing couldn't help but grumble to himself. What's with Grandpa Liu? It's one thing to take Su Peng as a disciple, but why teach him that stuff? Little did he know, Liu Ran gave Su Peng the dragon mist incense to use as an escape tool against strong enemies. However, the crafty Su Peng had the bright idea to use it for other, less serious purposes. Meanwhile, far away in Sanya, Liu Ran suddenly sneezed loudly. Old man, did you catch a cold? His wife asked with concern. Seems like it. Liu Ran replied, feeling puzzled how could someone of his master-level strength catch a cold? I'll make you some 666 cold granules in a bit. All right. Liu Ran nodded in agreement. Back with Liu Xing, Su Peng was stuffing his face and couldn't help but ask, after we finish eating, are we going home? No. We're going to the treasure pavilion. Liu Xing answered calmly. Why are we going there? Su Peng asked, curious. To attend the auction, of course. What? Su Peng lowered his voice, Liu Xing. Don't tell me you plan to auction off the magic beast crystal core we got yesterday. As if. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. I'm not that dumb. If I sold it now, the cult of salvation would definitely come after us. Then what do you plan to do? Just to see the world and maybe buy something good. Su Peng was speechless. Do you even have money? In his mind, auctions were for the super rich, and any random item there would cost millions. Liu Xing smiled slightly. Money? He thought to himself. Maybe he didn't have much else, but right now, he was secretly wealthy. The 1.6 billion yuan he won with Green Luo at the casino was still untouched. With that money, Liu Xing felt a lot more confident. Fatty, are you full yet? Liu Xing asked. Get me 2 more buns. I'll eat them on the way. Sure. Su Peng responded, then turned to the waiter. Could we get 2 more buns to go, please? Of course, just a moment. The waiter replied efficiently. Before long, Liu Xing and Su Peng arrived at the auction house in the treasure pavilion. Su Peng was still eating, his mouth greasy. Stop. The security guard at the door reached out to block them. At that moment, a man in a suit quickly approached. Smack. He slapped the security guard hard across the face. Get out of my sight, you blind fool. The man shouted sternly at the security guard. Then, with a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, he quickly walked over to Liu Xing and Su Peng. Please, come inside. He invited them with a respectful gesture. Liu Xing and Su Peng exchanged puzzled looks. The sudden change in the man's attitude caught them off guard, completely shattering their expectations of a dramatic confrontation. Nevertheless, given the man's enthusiastic hospitality, they felt it would be impolite to refuse and followed him into the auction hall. As Liu Xing and Su Peng walked away, the man's smile vanished, replaced by a dark expression. He glared angrily at the security guard who had earlier tried to block their way, and hissed, You have no sense at all. Those two may look ordinary, but they're incredibly powerful. The chubby one is at gold level 4, and the handsome one I can't even gauge his strength, but he's at least gold level 9. As a gold level 8 beastmaster himself, the man knew he couldn't easily discern the abilities of higher-level beastmasters. The thought made him shiver, and fear crept onto his face. He had met many young gold level 9 beastmasters, but never anyone so young. Inside the Duobao Pavilion auction house, Su Peng couldn't help but ask, Do you know that guy? No, Liu Xing replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Su Peng remembered something and looked worried. After what we did yesterday, shouldn't we be laying low today? Liu Xing remained calm. Don't worry. Haven't you heard? The most dangerous place is often the safest. Besides, running away doesn't guarantee safety. At that moment, the cult of salvation was searching for them everywhere, deploying forces by land, sea, and air. Who would have thought that the culprits were leisurely attending an auction? Moreover, Liu Xing had covered his tracks so well that it would be nearly impossible for anyone to trace the incident back to them. Their conversation was interrupted by a voice. "Gentlemen, please wait." Turning around, they saw the same man who had greeted them earlier. He approached them with a beaming smile and said respectfully, "I apologize for the earlier inconvenience. To make amends, I've arranged a private box for you. Would you do me the honor?" Liu Xing and Su Peng exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were unaware that the man's excessive politeness stemmed from Liu Xing's unfathomable strength. In his eyes, someone so young and already at gold level 9 must have an extraordinary background. Their simple attire only reinforced his belief true wealth often comes with humility. Under the man's guidance, Liu Xing and Su Peng arrived at a luxurious private box on the second floor. "Wow, this room is pretty nice." Su Peng couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to the noisy auction hall downstairs, this space was quiet and comfortable, complete with air conditioning, sofas, and even two beautiful attendants serving wine. Liu Xing glanced at the two attendants and said expressionlessly, "Have them leave." The man's eyes lit up at Liu Xing's words, further convinced of their extraordinary status. He immediately instructed the attendants to leave, thinking to himself, "These girls were carefully selected and are among the best in Duobao Pavilion. Yet, they still don't meet the standards of these two. They must come from a prestigious family, with tastes to match." If Liu Xing and Su Peng were ordinary people, the man would have likely shown his true colors by now. But given the circumstances, he could only serve his mysterious guests with even more reverence. At this moment, that big shot is probably already holding a glass of red wine, with a beautiful woman by his side, leisurely enjoying a luxurious life. Liu Xing and Su Peng watched him leave, then heard his instructions. "If you need anything, press the red button on the table to contact me." They nodded silently, sat down on the sofa, and began the long wait. Liu Xing, feeling bored, picked up an auction brochure and started flipping through it. The booklet listed all the items up for auction, arranged in order of appearance. He quickly skimmed over the items that didn't interest him, furrowing his brow in thought. The god-eating ant king, though powerful, was still limited by its insect and metal attributes, making it vulnerable to fire attacks. Liu Xing recalled how the hellhound had unexpectedly gained fire-eating abilities, but that was thanks to encountering a terrifyingly powerful master-level flame demon. With his current minor platinum status, he was no match for a master unless he had some special advantage which, unfortunately, he did not. While Liu Xing was focused on his search, Su Peng was also looking through the brochure. Unlike Liu Xing, this quirky guy always preferred to start from the end, whether it was a book or a TV show. His logic was that if the ending was good, it was worth investing the time. Suddenly, Su Peng exclaimed, "Whoa, Liu Xing, look, this auction has a master-level magical beast core." Hearing this, Liu Xing immediately skipped to the second to last page and went straight to the last one. When he saw the auction item, a smile crept across his face. He had been worrying about how to obtain a flame demon's magical beast core, and now he had unexpectedly come across it at the Duobao Pavilion auction. Liu Xing couldn't help but wonder if he had become the favored one of Lady Luck, feeling a surge of joy at this unexpected turn of events. "Hiss." Su Peng drew in a sharp breath, his eyes widening as he stared at the beast core of the flame demon on the auction stage. "My god, the starting price is 50 million. Are these guys trying to rob us?" he muttered in disbelief. Liu Xing, however, remained calm, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. No matter how expensive it was, he was determined to get it. As the auctioneer's powerful voice rang out, the crowd began to stir. Liu Xing and Su Peng waited silently, tension filling the air. Finally, the highlight of the event made its appearance: a master-level beast core of the flame demon. The auctioneer dramatically unveiled the red cloth, revealing a blood-red core that instantly captivated everyone's attention. The crowd erupted in awe. "Wow, a master-level beast core. This trip was totally worth it." "Quiet, please," the auctioneer shouted. "The final item, starting at 50 million. Bang! The gavel fell, but an eerie silence followed. People exchanged glances, hesitant to make the first bid. 50 million was no small sum. Who would spend so much on a single core? The auctioneer coughed awkwardly. Just then, a voice broke the silence. 51 million. Liu Xing's heart tightened, and he immediately raised the bid. 52 million. In the opposite booth, a young man smirked playfully. Initially, he was just having fun, but now he was intrigued. 53 million. 54 million. Liu Xing followed without hesitation. The price soared to 80 million. Onlookers gasped. Who are these guys? Which powerful families do they belong to? This is insane. In the opposite booth, the young man's playful smile grew wider. He contemplated whether to continue bidding, as 80 million had already exceeded his expectations. A hint of menace flashed in Liu Xing's eyes. If the other party continued to bid, he was considering other means. Sensing Liu Xing's determination, the young man suddenly lost interest. This isn't fun anymore. Let's go back. With that, he left with his butler. The auctioneer stood frozen until someone shouted, "Hey, aren't you going to announce the winner?" Snapping out of his daze, he reluctantly declared Liu Xing the winner of the core. Soon, a server brought the core to Liu Xing's booth. Under Su Peng's astonished gaze, Liu Xing calmly swiped his card to pay. After the server left, Su Peng couldn't help but ask, "My God, Liu Xing, since when did you have so much money? 80 million, and you didn't even blink." Liu Xing smiled faintly. "It's all right. Money is meant to be spent, isn't it?" Liu Xing faced Su Peng's doubt with determination and said, "I'm not a miser. Now, I'm going to let my beast use this magic beast crystal core. Don't disturb me." Su Peng nodded seriously, indicating his understanding. Liu Xing took a deep breath and shouted, "Come out, Devourer Ant King." With a flash of light, the Devourer Ant King appeared before him. "Here, Devourer Ant King, this is for you." Liu Xing handed the red glowing crystal core of the flame demon to the Devourer Ant King. The Ant King took the core but seemed a bit bewildered, staring blankly at it as it was his first time using one. "Just eat it directly," Liu Xing explained patiently. The Devourer Ant King nodded and cautiously began nibbling on the crystal core. Before long, it swallowed the entire core. Suddenly, a clear notification sound chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Devourer Ant King has consumed a flame demon crystal core. It will learn the following skills. Please choose one. 1. Flame Slash. Unleashes a fiery blade to attack opponents, capable of slicing weaker foes in half. 2. Fire Devour. With this skill, your beast will be immune to fire-based attacks. All flames will become your nourishment, and enemy fire attacks will only make you stronger. 3. Ignite. Sets the opponent ablaze, causing continuous fire damage. 4. Fire Repel Ring. A fiery ring erupts around you, repelling enemies and causing damage. Without hesitation, Liu Xing chose Fire Devour. Although the other skills were impressive, Fire Devour was undoubtedly the most practical. Liu Xing then checked the Devourer Ant King's attribute panel. Attributes: Bug, Metal. Gender: Level, Silver Tier 5. Quality: SSS. Evolution Path: None. Learn Skills: Super Strength Beginner, Perception, Gluttony, Fire Devour. As expected, a new skill Fire Devour had been added to the Devourer Ant King's skill set. Liu Xing was secretly delighted. His Devourer Ant King was now near perfect. Not only did he not have to worry about enemy fire attacks, but he could also grow stronger from them. The only drawback was that the Devourer Ant King's strength was still relatively weak, but Liu Xing wasn't concerned. With the Gluttony skill, leveling up was just a matter of time. Although the Ant King had acquired the powerful skill of Fire Devouring, which made Liu Xing ecstatic, his joy was overshadowed by a hint of gloom. His gaze fixed intently on the opposite box, and he silently vowed, "Just wait, don't let me run into you." Liu Xing had seen through the other person's trick. It was clear that the person wasn't bidding normally, but was maliciously raising the price just to annoy him. This made Liu Xing feel like he had swallowed a fly. He was burning with rage. Losing 30 million like that was something he couldn't swallow. Little did he know, Liu Xing would soon encounter the other person, and his revenge would come swiftly. At that moment, Su Peng placed a hand on Liu Xing's shoulder, a suggestive smile on his face. "Liu Xing, since we've got the magic beast crystal core, shouldn't we go have some fun?" His tone was particularly lecherous when he said fun, leaving Liu Xing speechless. "What kind of fun are you talking about?" Liu Xing asked helplessly. Su Peng immediately revealed his true intentions. "Of course, we're going to the Yaoqi Fairy Palace in the city." "Yaoqi Fairy Palace? Is that place legit?" Liu Xing asked, his face darkening at the name. "Legit, of course it's legit." Su Peng's smile grew even more lascivious. Considering Su Peng had helped him many times, and Liu Xing also wanted to relax, he reluctantly agreed. The two left the auction and headed straight for Yaoqi Fairy Palace. A lavish palace came into view, shrouded in mist, with women dressed in palace-made skirts bustling about. Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Su Peng, this is what you call legit?" Su Peng got anxious. "Which part of this doesn't look legit to you?" Before he could finish, a woman dressed as a madam approached. "Gentlemen, which Yaoqi fairy would you like to choose?" "Biyue and Xiuhua," Su Peng replied, clearly prepared. The madam quickly made the arrangements. In the room, Liu Xing and Su Peng lay on the bed as two women massaged their feet. "This is what you call relaxing?" Liu Xing asked. "What else?" "Hee, you weren't thinking of." Su Peng's smile became even more suggestive. Liu Xing looked speechlessly at the twin women before him. They wore white long skirts and white veils, giving them a mysterious beauty. But their true appearance was hard to discern, especially with masks on. Anyone could look like a beauty. Suddenly, a young master barged in confidently. "Hey, where are Biyue and Xiuhua?" "Oh dear, young master one. I'm sorry, but Biyue and Xiuhua already have guests today, the madam quickly explained. They have guests? Young Master Wen's face darkened. I don't care, I want to see Biyue and Xiuhua now. But, no buts. I'll pay double. This. Triple. Young Master Wan. 5 times, no more. If you keep arguing, you know the consequences. Alright, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Shortly after, the madam entered Liu Xing and Su Peng's room with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, but a guest has specifically requested Biyue and Xiuhua. To make up for it, I'll arrange for 2 new technicians for you, and today's on the house. How does that sound? Su Peng, who was enjoying grapes and a foot massage, was immediately displeased. He was about to explode when Liu Xing stopped him. Thank you, madam, Liu Xing said with a smile. But make sure the new ones are as good as these 2 sisters. Of course, said the old woman, and with that, she left the room with Biyue and Xiuhua. Only Liu Xing and Su Peng remained inside. Su Peng gazed at Liu Xing, hesitant to speak. He had never seen Liu Xing so timid before and was quite surprised. Noticing Su Peng's stare, Liu Xing's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Fatty, remember that guy who was bidding against me at the auction earlier? Su Peng nodded. Of course I do. If it weren't for him, you could have gotten the item for much less. That guy really screwed you over. Liu Xing's eyes turned sharp at Su Peng's words. What a small world. I didn't expect to run into him here. Su Peng was momentarily stunned, then he realized. You mean that guy just now was? Liu Xing nodded slightly, confirming Su Peng's suspicion. A wicked smile spread across Su Peng's face. Want me to? No need. I want to handle this myself, Liu Xing said firmly. Night had fallen, and a drunken man staggered down a deserted alley, followed closely by an old butler with a worried expression. The butler's brow was furrowed with concern as he thought to himself. After what the young master did today, how am I supposed to report this to the master? He glanced at his young master, a flash of disdain in his eyes, though he was helpless to do anything about it. Initially, the butler had planned to drive the young master back to the mansion, but for some reason, the young master insisted on walking. Butler, do you know? The drunken young master suddenly spoke up. I'm so happy today. I tricked some poor kid out of 30 million. 30 million. I wonder what that kid's face looks like right now. The young master stumbled, nearly falling. The butler quickly moved to support him. Just then, a chill ran down the butler's spine. Something's wrong. Alarm bells went off in the butler's mind, but it was too late. A sharp claw pierced through his back, instantly taking his life. Butler! The young master cried out in horror, stumbling backward, his drunkenness vanishing in an instant. Trembling, he quickly summoned his beast. Who's there? Who is it? The young master demanded, his face pale as he scanned the surrounding darkness with sharp, wary eyes. Soon, Liu Xing's gaze locked onto 2 figures standing not far away, Liu Xing and Su Peng. Su Peng was leisurely munching on a slice of watermelon, his eyes glinting with amusement as he stared directly at the eldest son of the One family. The eldest son of the One family wore a grim expression, seething with anger as he demanded, Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Liu Xing let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You want to know who we are? Ask the king of hell yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed behind the eldest son of the One family. With a sharp thud, a pitch-black spear pierced through his heart. In disbelief, he touched his chest, his hand instantly covered in blood. With a look of unwillingness and terror, he collapsed heavily to the ground. With the death of their master, the One family's beasts suffered a contract backlash and fell one after another, following their master into death. Liu Xing watched all of this with a blank expression, while Su Peng beside him was visibly indignant. He spat on the ground and cursed, Scum! Cheating us out of 30 million was one thing. We only intended to break your legs. But what you did was unforgivable. Su Peng continued his angry tirade. Biyue Hua was a respectable artisan, making an honest living. Not only did you forcefully humiliate her, but you also killed her. Do you know she had a 3-year-old brother to take care of? People like you are the cancer of society. The sooner you're dead, the better. It turned out that as Liu Xing and Su Peng were about to leave the Yaoshi Immortal Palace, they witnessed a horrifying scene. In the private box of the eldest son of the One family, 2 disheveled women lay dead, their bodies covered in wounds, their deaths gruesome. An old woman nearby was weeping, recounting the events. The eldest son of the One family had not only raped these women in his box, but had brutally murdered them afterward. This heinous act, combined with his previous deception of Liu Xing, completely enraged Liu Xing. He immediately placed the eldest son of the One family on his must-kill list. Liu Xing walked over to the corpse of the eldest son of the One family and meticulously searched for all valuable items on him. He didn't spare the old butler's body either. Finally, Liu Xing summoned his hellhound, whose fiery slash completely incinerated both corpses. That night, Liu Xing and Su Peng took a flight to Jiangnan City. On the plane, Liu Xing reviewed the spoils of their mission. Although the confiscated bank cards were useless without the passwords, the diamond-grade monster cores from the eldest son of the one family were a pleasant surprise. However, Liu Xing's greatest gain was not these material treasures, but the combat experience from that night. His hellhound had learned the stealth skill, an essential ability for any assassin-type beast. It was thanks to this skill that the hellhound was able to silently kill the powerful one family butler. This experience made Liu Xing acutely aware of the importance of his own safety. Although he was training the Devourer Ant King as a bodyguard, there were still many gaps in his defenses. For instance, at that moment, if someone suddenly launched an attack using an assassin-type beast, Liu Xing would struggle to react in time. After all, the few seconds it takes to summon a beast could be the difference between life and death. After returning to Jiangnan University of beast-taming, Liu Xing was immediately troubled by a pressing issue. Whether it was Han Mingming's goblin assassin's attempt on his life or today's incident, where he used a hellhound to assassinate the one family's head butler, these experiences made him deeply aware of the terrifying nature of assassin-type beasts. Once the plane landed, Liu Xing and Su Peng took a car back to campus. As soon as they entered their room, Liu Xing headed straight for the coffee table and picked up the hefty encyclopedia of magical beasts. Seeing this, Su Peng frowned and couldn't help but complain. Seriously, Liu Xing? Can you take a break? That old book might not look like much, but every time you pick it up, you disappear for days. Without looking up, Liu Xing replied, I'm just browsing. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. Su Peng nodded, his eyelids already drooping. He was exhausted beyond measure. Before long, his thunderous snores echoed from upstairs. Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile and continued to focus on the book in his hands. After a thorough search, he finally found the skill information he was looking for. This is it. Shadow Fiend. Liu Xing muttered to himself. The book described, Shadow Fiends are magical beasts living in the Shadow Forest, with their peak strength averaging at Platinum Rank 5. They possess a non-offensive skill called Shadow Sneak, allowing them to merge into other shadows. Entering and exiting the shadow world consumes spiritual energy. Seeing this skill, Liu Xing's eyes lit up. If his God-eating Ant King could learn this skill, it could follow him anywhere and wouldn't consume spiritual energy in the shadow world. The only drawback was that in the shadow world, the God-eating Ant King wouldn't benefit from the spiritual energy boost provided by the beast-taming space. But this wasn't an issue for Liu Xing. His God-eating Ant King had the gluttony skill, which allowed it to increase its strength through combat and consuming spiritually rich food, without relying on cultivation. Liu Xing made up his mind. Looks like I must get my hands on the Shadow Fiend's magical beast core. The strength of these shadow demons. Liu Xing recalled what he had read in the book. The strongest shadow demons averaged at the Platinum level 5, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After all, he was currently only at Platinum level 1. Liu Xing took out his phone and quickly searched for the location of the Shadow Forest. The result on the screen left him astonished. The mysterious Shadow Forest was actually located in Guang City. He frowned, realizing he might need to seek help from Sister Phoenix and her team. Liu Xing didn't have full confidence in the upcoming mission. Shadow demons, especially those at Platinum level 5, were known for their elusive nature. Dealing with such opponents would be no easy task. Although Liu Xing disliked troubling others, seeking help seemed to be his only option at this point. He thought wryly to himself, isn't this just like seeking help from high-level players to clear stages in a game? This time, he was essentially going to ask the pros for help. Liu Xing glanced upstairs, where Su Peng was sound asleep. He quickly sent Su Peng a message and then set off. Upon arriving at the airport, he bought a ticket and flew back to Guang City. The matter weighed heavily on his mind, prompting him to rush back to the Phoenix base overnight. To Liu Xing's surprise, Zixian's room light was still on late at night. He dialed her number and soon, Zixian came to open the door. Zixian, I'm really sorry for bothering you this late, Liu Xing said apologetically. It's no problem, Zixian replied with a smile. Liu Xing's earlier heroic deeds of saving Chuntao and the other 3 women had spread throughout the Phoenix mercenary group, significantly raising his favorability within the group. Zixian was no exception. After all, in this team, the bond among the sisters was strong. Saving Chuntao and the others was equivalent to saving everyone's sisters. Have you eaten? Do you want something to eat? Zixian asked. It was then that Liu Xing realized he hadn't eaten anything all the way from Guay City to Jiangnan City and then to Guang City. His stomach growled in response. Zixian understood and immediately went to the kitchen. Before long, she brought out a steaming bowl of egg noodles and placed it in front of Liu Xing. Sorry, there isn't much else in the fridge. You'll have to make do with this tonight. I'll cook you a big meal tomorrow. No worries, Zixian. This bowl of egg noodles is more than enough, Liu Xing said as he began to eat ravenously. Whether it was because he was extremely hungry or Xian's cooking skills were exceptional, he quickly finished the large bowl of noodles. Wiping his mouth, Liu Xing asked, Zixian, Are Sister Phoenix and the others asleep? Zixian shook her head. No, I'm not sure if they're asleep. Huh. Because they're not at the base. Oh. Liu Xing suddenly understood. Do you know where they went, or when they'll be back? Zixian shook her head again. I don't know where they went. Most of our missions are confidential and not to be disclosed. Liu Xing nodded in understanding. Some information indeed shouldn't be shared to avoid unnecessary panic. By the way, why are you looking for them? Zixian inquired. Well, Liu Xing explained, I need the magic cores of shadow demons. But the strongest shadow demons in the Shadow Forest are at Platinum level 5, and I'm only at Platinum level 1. So I wanted to ask Sister Phoenix and her team to help me hunt the shadow demons. Zixian agreed with Liu Xing's decision to seek help. I've read about shadow demons. They are pack beasts. If you attack one, they'll fight you to the death. You might end up facing dozens or even hundreds of shadow demons, and you might not make it back. That's why I'm here to ask for Sister Phoenix's help, Liu Xing said with a wry smile. Zixian noticed the urgency on Liu Xing's face, as if he was determined to hunt the shadow demons no matter what. After a moment of thought, she said to Liu Xing, all right, for now, you should get some sleep. Once you've had enough rest, I'll take you to the shadow demon forest to help you hunt the shadow demons, Zixian proposed, catching Liu Xing off guard. Isn't that a bit much? Liu Xing hesitated. We don't know each other that well, and I don't want to impose. Zixian waved her hand dismissively, her tone firm. There's nothing to worry about. It's settled. Go get some rest and I'll handle the dishes. Thank you, Sister Zixian, Liu Xing said gratefully. You're welcome. Now, go sleep, Zixian urged, her eyes betraying a hint of concern as she looked at the exhausted Liu Xing. Dragging his heavy steps, Liu Xing returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. He slept soundly and didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Liu Xing yawned as he walked downstairs, surprised to find Zixian still sitting there, engrossed in a book, as if she hadn't slept at all. I bought you breakfast, Zixian said with a smile, looking up. And I got some groceries too. Just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll cook it for you. Liu Xing felt a bit overwhelmed by her kindness, but didn't want to be overly polite. Thank you, Sister Zixian, he said, grabbing a youtiao and devouring it with some soy milk. After breakfast, Zixian swiftly cleared the table and turned to Liu Xing. Are you ready? Yes, Liu Xing nodded. Then let's go. The two left the Phoenix base and headed straight for the Shadow Forest. As they stepped into the forest, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them, making them instinctively more alert. Liu Xing immediately summoned all his beast companions, while Zixian called out only two. A Diamond Tier 3, Scrade, Electric-type Purple Lightning Mink, and a Diamond Tier 2, Scrade, Fire-type Flaming Dog. Zixian gracefully leaped onto the Purple Lightning Mink's back, while the Flaming Dog stood guard by her side, its sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. Let's go, she said succinctly. Liu Xing opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he could only manage a soft, all right. With that, the two cautiously ventured deeper into the Shadow Forest, ready to face any danger that might arise. Liu Xing sat astride the hellhound, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Zixian's attention was irresistibly drawn to Liu Xing's beasts. To her amazement, aside from that special one, all his beasts had reached the Platinum Tier 1 level. Zixian gasped, focusing on Liu Xing's newest beast, the Devourer Ant King. This Silver Tier 5 creature exuded an indescribable aura of terror. The Devourer Ant King followed closely beside Liu Xing, its eyes keenly surveying the area, while its antennae twitched slightly, as if probing every movement around them. Half an hour into the Shadow Forest, the Devourer Ant King suddenly grew tense, instinctively moving closer to Liu Xing, its spear held defensively across its chest. Zixian was puzzled, as her flamehound showed no signs of sensing any danger. At that moment, the Devourer Ant King struck swiftly, raising its black spear high and thrusting it into the ground. With a squelch, the spear pierced flesh, and a star-nosed mole was hoisted into the air. Liu Xing saw that the mole was already dead, its blood slowly dripping down the spear. The Devourer Ant King flicked its spear, discarding the corpse carelessly. Zixian was astonished. So strong. She couldn't fathom how this Silver Tier 5 beast possessed such acute senses, capable of detecting a hidden, star-nosed mole underground. Liu Xing urged, Zixian, keep up. Zixian immediately commanded her Thunder Mink to follow closely. After a long trek, they finally reached the Shadow Demon's territory. Zixian reminded Liu Xing to be extra cautious. Soon, Liu Xing spotted a Shadow Demon and was about to strike when the demon, sensing the killing intent, leaped into the night and vanished. Liu Xing couldn't help but complain, damn, this place is a nightmare. The Shadow Forest seemed like an eternal night, with only a solitary moon hanging in the sky. They pressed on, and suddenly the Devourer Ant King grew alert again, thrusting its spear forward. With a clang, sparks flew. Liu Xing immediately went on guard, seeing that the Devourer Ant King had engaged in a fierce struggle with the shadow demon. The demon's sharp claws clamped onto the spear, and despite the Devourer Ant King's efforts, it couldn't pull the weapon back. The young and arrogant shadow demon had a mocking glint in its eyes, as if it found this opponent amusing. The Devourer Ant King roared in anger, its muscular arms bulging with veins, and managed to wrench the spear free, though it staggered backward from the force. A look of disbelief crossed the shadow demon's face. It hadn't expected such strength from this seemingly weak opponent. The power of this shadow fiend had reached the 5th tier of gold, while the devouring Ant King was only at the 5th tier of silver, a whole rank lower. However, despite this difference, the devouring Ant King managed to pull back the black spear with its own strength. The shadow fiend narrowed its eyes, baring its teeth in a menacing display. A thought flashed through its mind. This creature must not be allowed to escape, or its clan would face utter destruction. Just as the shadow fiend focused all its attention on the devouring Ant King, a whistling sound tore through the air from behind. The shadow fiend felt a chill run down its spine, sensing imminent danger. Before it could react, a pair of sharp claws struck forcefully on its back. It was the hellhound. Using its stealth abilities, the fearsome beast had silently circled behind the shadow fiend. The hellhound's blow sent the shadow fiend flying. As it tumbled through the air, the hellhound showed no mercy, following up with a blazing slash that finished off the shadow fiend for good. Liu Xing led his beast-taming team towards the fallen shadow fiend's corpse. He had hoped to retrieve a magical beast core from it, but found its body completely empty. Could it be that the shadow fiend was too weak? After several more kills, Liu Xing confirmed his suspicion. Looks like we need to find stronger shadow fiends, Liu Xing muttered to himself. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air. In an instant, several shadow fiends appeared atop the surrounding trees, their eyes fixed on them with a predatory glare. Liu Xing turned to Zixian with a wry smile. Zixian, looks like we've got trouble. His gaze fell on the largest shadow fiend, and immediately, its attribute panel appeared before him. Shadow fiend attributes. Gender. Level. Platinum 8th tier. Quality. S. Evolution path. None. Skills. Shadow Claw, Shadow Stealth, Roar of Evil, Shadow Ball. Seeing the shadow fiend's attributes, Liu Xing felt a surge of relief. Luckily, he had Zixian with him. Otherwise, this encounter could have turned deadly. He silently cursed, damn, a platinum 8th tier shadow fiend. If it went all out, I wouldn't stand a chance. This info must have cost many lives. Zixian calmly observed the shadow fiends in the trees and said to Liu Xing, leave the biggest one to me. She intended to let Liu Xing handle the weaker shadow fiends, using this opportunity as a rare training session. Come forth, Owl Dragon, Zixian shouted, and a massive, brown-feathered creature appeared before her. The beast had the keen head of an owl and the powerful body of a dragon, its wings spreading wide to block out the sky. Liu Xing's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the magnificent creature. He scrutinized the owl dragon, marveling silently. Owl dragon, attributes, evil, dragon, gender, level, diamond tier 1, aptitude, SS, evolution path, none, learn skills, shadow ball, detect, pounce, dragon rage. So strong, Liu Xing exclaimed. I can't believe it actually has dragon attributes. Zixian paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. How did this kid figure it out? Even Phoenix and Green Lotus hadn't noticed. But she didn't dwell on it. After all, the stronger Liu Xing was, the better for their team. At that moment, the shadow demons that had been planning revenge saw the owl dragon and decided to retreat. Although fierce, they knew their limits. The owl dragon was their natural enemy, its sharp eyes easily piercing through their shadow stealth. Coupled with the disparity in strength, staying would be a death sentence. Trying to escape? Zixian's eyes narrowed, her expression changing instantly. A palpable killing intent emanated from her, transforming her into a veritable goddess of death. Liu Xing shivered at the sight. I'm going after that one. Be careful. Zixian left a parting remark before darting off like lightning after the fleeing shadow demon. Hey. Liu Xing tried to stop her, but Zixian was already gone. All he could do was wait, pondering how different she seemed from her usual gentle self. Before long, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and leaving a sizable crater. Zixian appeared soon after, her face once again adorned with a motherly smile. Liu Xing, I caught it for you. Watching Zixian's drastic transformation, Liu Xing's mouth twitched as he stammered his thanks. Thank you, Sister Zixian. You're welcome. Zixian replied warmly, then summoned her hellhound. The hellhound approached the shadow demon, slashing its chest open with sharp claws. A black beast crystal was extracted. Liu Xing sighed in relief and handed the crystal to the god-eating Ant King beside him. The god-eating Ant King deftly placed the crystal in its mouth, crunching it a few times before swallowing. A system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your God-eating Ant King has consumed a Shadow Demon's Beast Crystal. It can now learn the following skills. Please choose. 1. Shadow Claw. Envelopes its claws with dark energy to attack nearby enemies, dealing dark attribute damage. 2. Shadow Stealth. A non-attack skill that allows the user to merge into another's shadow. Entering or exiting the shadow world consumes spiritual energy. 3. Evil Roar. Opens its maw wide and unleashes a roar, dealing sonic damage to enemies. Shadow Ball. An attack skill that harnesses dark energy, explodes upon contact with its target. Liu Xing didn't hesitate to choose Shadow Stealth. The system promptly chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Your God-eating Ant King has learned Shadow Stealth. Eagerly, Liu Xing checked the skill list of the God-eating Ant King and, sure enough, Shadow Stealth was prominently displayed. Excitedly, he commanded, "All right, God-eating Ant King, use Shadow Stealth." As soon as the words left his mouth, the God-eating Ant King vanished into the darkness, slipping into Liu Xing's shadow like a wisp of smoke. Liu Xing instinctively closed his eyes and, through telepathy, he could feel the God-eating Ant King right behind him, vigilantly sensing their surroundings. It worked. Liu Xing's lips curled into a smile. Now, he could move around with an invisible bodyguard. Even if an assassin tried to attack him, the God-eating Ant King could spring from the shadows in an instant and thwart the plot. Liu Xing couldn't help but marvel at how the God-eating Ant King perfectly embodied the phrase like a shadow, always guarding its master. The only downside was that its strength still needed improvement, but Liu Xing believed that as the God-eating Ant King grew, he would no longer have to worry about potential threats. Just as Liu Xing was lost in his thoughts, Zixian's voice brought him back to reality. Liu Xing. What's up, Zixian? Liu Xing snapped out of his reverie. Noticing the smile on Liu Xing's face, Zixian guessed, since your beast has already used the Shadow Fiend's beast core, I assume you've gained the skill you wanted. It's time for us to head back. Despite Zixian's formidable strength, she was well aware that there were even more terrifying beings in the Shadow Forest that she couldn't handle. Thus, after obtaining the Shadow Fiend's beast core, she urged Liu Xing to leave quickly. All right. Liu Xing nodded in agreement. He mounted his hellhound and followed closely behind Zixian, leaving the mysterious and unpredictable Shadow Forest. Back at the Phoenix base, Zixian uncharacteristically stretched lazily in front of Liu Xing, her graceful curves on full display. Suddenly, she turned serious and said, Liu Xing, your God-eating Ant King is quite impressive. Make sure to train it well. As she spoke, she glanced subtly at the shadow behind Liu Xing where the God-eating Ant King was hidden. I will, Sister Zixian. Liu Xing replied with a smile. All right, what would you like to eat? I'll cook, Zixian asked. Anything you make, Sister Zixian. I love it all. Liu Xing answered eagerly. Zixian smiled, tied on an apron, and headed into the kitchen. Before long, a table full of sumptuous dishes was laid out. The two ate and drank to their heart's content. As they were about to part, Liu Xing pulled out 2 magical beast crystals from his pocket and handed them to Zixian. Sister Zixian, these are 2 diamond-level magical beast crystals. Consider them a thank you for helping me hunt the Shadow Demon and for this wonderful meal. Although diamond-level, Liu Xing had already confirmed that these skills were of no use to him. Zixian was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a valuable gift. Each diamond-level crystal was worth at least several million. When did Liu Xing become so generous? Little did she know, these were spoils Liu Xing had seized from the Cult of Salvation. Seeing Liu Xing's insistence, Zixian finally accepted the gift. All right, I'll take them. Thank you. Liu Xing thought to himself, in life, it's important to show gratitude. Although these 2 diamond-level crystals might not mean much to a powerful person like Zixian, they represented his heartfelt thanks. For some reason, a warm feeling surged in Zixian's heart, a sensation she hadn't felt in a long time. After bidding farewell to Zixian, Liu Xing took a flight back to Jiangnan City. In the days that followed, he focused on training the God-eating Ant King while enjoying his university life. God-eating Ant King, take down that black bear, Liu Xing commanded. The God-eating Ant King's eyes sharpened, and with a swift movement, it appeared behind the black bear. Its black spear pierced through the bear's chest, leaving a circular black hole. The black bear collapsed with a confused expression, not even having time to let out a cry, causing the ground to tremble. A white light flashed over the God-eating Ant King as it leveled up once again. Liu Xing carefully examined its attributes. God-eating Ant King attributes. Type, insect, metal. Gender, level, platinum tier 1. Aptitude, SSS. Evolution path, none. Learn skills, super strength beginner, perception, gluttony, fire devour, shadow stealth. Few. Liu Xing exhaled deeply. Finally, platinum tier 1. Over the past few days, thanks to the gluttony skill, the the god-eating Ant King's power had skyrocketed like a rocket, having slain countless beasts to reach this level. Liu Xing approached the god-eating Ant King and instructed, "Cut off the black bear's paws. I want to roast them." The god-eating Ant King nodded in agreement, swung its spear, and the bear's paws fell to the ground. Liu Xing picked up the massive paws to prepare them, while the god-eating Ant King pounced on the bear's carcass, baring its sharp fangs and starting to devour the flesh. The scene was gruesome, but Liu Xing was used to it. After preparing the bear paws, Liu Xing placed them over a campfire to roast, occasionally brushing them with honey. Just as the aroma filled the air, a voice called out, that smells delicious." Liu Xing turned around to see an older man standing there. The middle-aged man held a wine gourd in his hand, his face flushed red, clearly from the effects of alcohol. Following behind him was a white ape, which was astonishingly carrying a silver spear. Liu Xing couldn't help but marvel at the white ape's attributes. White spear ape. Attribute: combat. Gender: level: Master Tier 5. Quality: SS. Evolution path: none. Skills learned: Dragon Breaker Spear, Fallen Heaven Strike, Spear Thrust, Dragon Piercer Spear, Armor Shatter Strike. So strong. Liu Xing thought to himself. The man staggered closer, his drunk eyes fixated on the roasted bear paw in Liu Xing's hand, swallowing his saliva. "Hey, young man, your roasted bear paw looks pretty good." Without waiting for a response, he sat down directly across from Liu Xing. "How about we make a deal?" the man proposed. Liu Xing frowned slightly, unsure of what the man wanted to say. The man continued, "I just saw your god-eating Ant King in battle. While it's strong, its technique is lacking. How about this? I'll have my white spear ape teach your god-eating Ant King how to use a spear, and in return, you give me one of those roasted bear paws." Liu Xing thought to himself, this man is a Master Tier 5 expert, and since he's willing to offer guidance, why not take the opportunity? Besides, his own appetite wasn't that large. One bear paw was enough, and the extra would likely go to waste. It might be better to give it to the man as a goodwill gesture. "Deal. Here you go." Liu Xing handed one of the roasted bear paws to the man. "Thanks." The man took the roasted bear paw and took a small bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with a hint of sweetness. "What's that from?" "It's this sweet honey." Liu Xing picked up a jar of honey from the ground. The man's eyes lit up. "Quick, give me some more." "Sure." Liu Xing handed the honey jar to the man. To his surprise, the man was so enthusiastic about the sweet honey. He scooped out a generous amount and spread it evenly over the roasted bear paw, then began to devour it with great satisfaction. In the following days, Liu Xing became the personal chef for the old man. He meticulously prepared various dishes, each one a feast for the senses, earning constant praise from the old man. "Kid, you've got skills," the old man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while savoring the food. "You're good-looking, that's for sure, and you've got a decent heart. Your abilities are so-so, but your cooking skills are top-notch." The old man's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. "How about this? I have a beautiful daughter. Interested?" Liu Xing glanced at the old man's rugged face and quickly imagined what his daughter might look like. He hastily waved his hand. "No, no thanks. Don't regret it later," the old man chuckled. "I won't," Liu Xing replied, turning his gaze to the side where his devouring Ant King was locked in an intense battle with the old man's spear-wielding white ape. In just a few days of rigorous training, the devouring Ant King's spear skills had improved dramatically. The old man watched in astonishment, unable to believe how quickly Liu Xing's devouring Ant King had mastered the white ape's spear techniques. In just a few days, it had nearly learned all the white ape's spear moves. The spear-wielding white ape grew increasingly alarmed. It used to easily overpower the devouring Ant King, but now, if it weren't for being a 5th-tier master beast, it might have already lost. The saying goes, a month to learn the staff, a year to master the sword, a lifetime for the spear, but in front of the devouring Ant King, this saying seemed meaningless. In just a few days, it had reached a level that took the white ape years of hard work to achieve. The white ape felt a wave of frustration. It was like spending years mastering a skill, only to see a friend pick it up effortlessly. In the face of such talent, all one's efforts seemed futile. Bang! The white ape suddenly exerted force, sending the devouring Ant King flying. The Ant King flapped its wings, ready to charge again, but the white ape raised its hand to stop it. The Ant King immediately halted. Panting slightly, the white ape ignored the Ant King and walked straight to the old man's side. Feeling defeated, the old man asked, a trace of schadenfreude on his face. The white ape shot him a glance. "It's okay," the old man consoled. "We'll just work harder so that it doesn't surpass us." The white ape nodded firmly. "Kid, it's been a pleasure." The old man turned to Liu Xing, "But all good things must come to an end. We have to go. Take care, old man. Until we meet again." Liu Xing politely bid farewell. Until we meet again, the old man said, leaving with the white ape. The forest was left with only Liu Xing and the devouring ant king. Let's go, devouring ant king, Liu Xing said. Time to test the results of these past few days. He led the ant king to a massive boulder. Devouring ant king, use the piercing dragon spear on this rock, Liu Xing commanded. The piercing dragon spear, as the name suggests, is a technique that concentrates all one's power at the spear's tip, capable of piercing through a dragon's body in a single strike. The devouring ant king nodded, a cold gleam in its eyes. It vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of the boulder. The spear in its hand thrust forward, and the solid rock was pierced as if it were made of paper. Impressive. Liu Xing rejoiced. Those bottles of monkey wine were worth it. He had long coveted the white ape's piercing dragon spear technique and had traded monkey wine for the old man's instruction. It worked out perfectly, and the devouring ant king had mastered the white ape's signature move in just a few days. Meanwhile, the old man walked down the road, glancing back in Liu Xing's direction. He sighed. Ah, the new generation surpasses the old. I never thought I'd feel so outdated so soon. Are all the youngsters this talented now? 19 years old and already at Platinum Tier 3. Just thinking about it, a sense of helplessness welled up in the uncle's heart. He instinctively recalled his own strength at the age of 19, and this comparison only deepened his sense of defeat. His spear, White Ape, seemed to sense its master's emotions as well. The two kindred spirits huddled together, silently sharing their dejection. Looking at the God-eating ant king before him, Liu Xing softly said, God-eating ant king, it's time for us to go back. Over the past few days, the ant king's strength had grown considerably. Liu Xing planned to let it return and properly adapt to its platinum power, solidifying its foundation for future growth. With that, Liu Xing left the forest and returned to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Time flew by, and he had advanced from freshman to sophomore year. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Liu Xing saw Bai Feng and a few others sitting around the table. The moment Bai Feng saw Liu Xing, his face lit up with a smile. Liu Xing, it's been a while. Liu Xing smiled back and replied, long time no see. He glanced around and curiously asked, how come you guys have time to come back today? We missed you and decided to come back and see you. Bai Feng explained with a grin. Due to the university's system, third-year students had to go to another campus to study, so after Bai Feng and the others advanced to their third year, opportunities to meet Liu Xing became rare. Liu Xing keenly noticed the worries etched on their faces and got straight to the point. You guys didn't come here just to catch up, did you? Bai Feng's eyes brightened at Liu Xing's words, and he quickly flattered him. Liu Xing, you're as sharp as ever. You could tell right away. Liu Xing felt a bit speechless, thinking to himself, come on, guys, your worries are written all over your faces. If I couldn't figure that out, how could I get by? But he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he directly asked, what happened? A hint of shame crossed Bai Feng's face as he began to explain, here's the thing. A girl from Hangzhou University came, wearing red clothes and wielding a red-tasseled spear. She has a white ape spear, and she's incredibly strong. None of us were a match for her. She defeated all four of us. Bai Feng's face turned red as he spoke, clearly feeling deeply ashamed of their defeat. In their hearts, as students of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, the strongest school in the south, losing to a girl from Hangzhou University was a huge disgrace. Bai Feng and the others felt their faces burn with embarrassment for bringing such dishonor to their school. Liu Xing, Liu Xing. An urgent shout from outside shattered the quiet in the villa. Bai Feng and the others exchanged uneasy glances, their faces turning pale. Moments later, a figure strode into Liu Xing's villa. The newcomer wore a stern expression, his brows furrowed in anger. When he saw Bai Feng and the others, a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. What are you all doing here? He demanded, his gaze sweeping over the four with reproach. Principal. Bai Feng stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Principal Liu Xing snorted coldly and turned his attention to Liu Xing, ignoring the others. Liu Xing, we need your help this time. His tone softened slightly. Hangzhou University has sent a top expert. If you don't step up, Jiangnan Beast-Taming University will lose face. Liu Xing continued, that old hag Zhong Xiaomei from Hangzhou University is offering a master-level beast core as a prize. She said that if anyone from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University can defeat her disciple, she will hand over the core. It's obvious she wants to undermine us. Hangzhou University has coveted our title as the top school in the south for a long time. Upon hearing this, Liu Xing's eyes lit up. Although he usually wasn't interested in such matters, the mention of a master-level beast core changed his mind. Such a treasure could be worth millions. How could he pass up an opportunity like this? All right, I'll go with you. Liu Xing agreed readily. Good. Principal Liu Xing was overjoyed. He then turned and scolded Bai Feng and the others. What are you standing around for? Go prepare the car and take Liu Xing over. Why, sir? by phone, and the others responded hastily, like mice seeing a cat. Under Bai Feng's arrangements, Liu Xing got into the car and headed straight for the gymnasium at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University's branch campus. The gymnasium was buzzing with activity. Several overconfident challengers had already tried their luck against the woman, only to be defeated in a single move and sent tumbling off the stage. As Liu Xing walked into the gymnasium, his presence caused an immediate stir. The previously crestfallen third-year students suddenly seemed rejuvenated, cheering enthusiastically. "Look, it's Liu Xing. Awesome, Liu Xing is here. We can finally hold our heads high. Go Liu Xing. Beat that nasty woman? Yeah, go get her. If you win, I'll be at your beck and call. Dream on. Who says she'd even look at you? Mind your own business." In the audience, an elderly woman frowned as she saw Liu Xing enter. At that moment, Principal Liu Xing and his entourage also walked into the arena. The elderly woman stood up and couldn't help but sneer at Liu Xing. "Liu Xing, I can't believe you'd stoop so low as to send a fourth-year student." Principal Liu Xing shot her a glare and retorted, "Zhong Xiaomei, don't you dare slander me. Which eye of yours saw me sending a fourth-year student? Isn't he?" Zhong Xiaomei questioned. "Of course not," Liu Xing said proudly, glancing at Liu Xing. "Our Liu Xing here is only a second-year student." "Second year?" Zhong Xiaomei couldn't believe Liu Xing would insult her by sending a sophomore. Just as Zhong Xiaomei was about to lose her temper, Gong Sunqian on the stage spoke up, "Master, let him come up. It'll be over in one move anyway." Hearing this, Liu Xing's interest was piqued. He hadn't expected the girl on stage to be so arrogant. "All right, let's see what you've got," he thought. With that, Liu Xing ran towards the stage, leaping lightly to land effortlessly on the platform. The girls in the audience erupted in excitement. "Wow, Liu Xing is so handsome. Yeah, I didn't think we'd see him here again." "Shoo, don't talk. The duel is about to start." "Yeah, quiet down. You're ruining my view of our idol." When Liu Xing was still in school, he had already captivated the junior and senior girls, leaving them utterly spellbound. His charm was like a powerful magnet, drawing the attention of every female around him. As a result, the school's dating rate plummeted, as if everyone was waiting for the chance one that might never Komodo become Liu Xing's girlfriend. On the stage, Liu Xing stood face to face with Gong Sunqian. Her haughty expression carried a hint of disdain as she spoke. "So, you're Liu Xing? Do you know who I am?" Liu Xing frowned slightly and replied, "Kind of. You're the champion of that national tournament, right?" Hearing this, Gong Sunqian's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, as if the championship title meant nothing to her. Liu Xing observed her demeanor and thought to himself, "Has she lost her mind? Why is she so arrogant?" At that moment, Liu Xing suddenly felt that Gong Sunqian's face looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. While he was still puzzled, Gong Sunqian impatiently urged, "Hey, kid, stop wasting time. Summon your beast already." Liu Xing nodded and shouted, "Come forth, God-eating ant king." Instantly, a massive ant appeared on the stage. "Don't say I'm bullying you," Liu Xing said. "Your spear-wielding white ape uses a spear, and so does my God-eating ant king. Let's have a fair fight." "Fine." Gong Sunqian agreed without hesitation. Spear-wielding white ape, use multi-slash on that God-eating ant king. As soon as she finished speaking, the spear-wielding white ape sprang into action. Its hands moved like a whirlwind, creating a dazzling spear flower before lunging at the God-eating ant king. "Think I'm scared?" Liu Xing calmly commanded. "God-eating ant king, go have some fun with it." The God-eating ant king understood and charged forward with its black spear to meet its opponent. In an instant, the two beasts were locked in a fierce battle on the stage. The clashing of spears rang out continuously, sparks flying, making for a spectacular scene. Off stage, Zhong Xiaomei's once confident smile gradually faded, replaced by a furrowed brow and a look of concern. She muttered in disbelief, This can't be happening." Liu Xing discreetly activated his system eye to closely observe Gong Sunqian's spear-wielding white ape. Spear-wielding white ape. Attribute, fighting. Gender, female. Level, platinum tier 1. Talent, S. Evolution path, none. Skills learned, dragon slaying spear, fallen strike, spear thrust, multi-slash, piercing stab. Seeing this data, Liu Xing assessed, a platinum tier 1, stalent spear-wielding white ape. Not bad. He recalled the spear-wielding white ape of his uncle and suddenly felt that Gong Sunqian's beast wasn't all that impressive. The God-eating ant king and the spear-wielding white ape clashed fiercely on the duel platform. Both beasts were equally matched, but Liu Xing's God-eating ant king had a passive skill that doubled its strength, giving it a clear advantage in power. Gong Sunqian initially planned to use skill to overcome strength, but she was shocked to find that Liu Xing's God-eating ant king not only had immense strength, but also wielded its spear with a proficiency equal to her spear-wielding white ape. Gong Sunqian furrowed her brows, her eyes fixed intently on the battle. Suddenly, She realized that the spear techniques used by Liu Xing's god-eating ant king seemed familiar. Watching her spear-wielding white ape being suppressed, she bit her lip, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Spear-wielding white ape, let's end this quickly, Gongsun Qian ordered decisively, ready to use her trump card. She knew that dragging the fight out would lead to certain defeat. Spear-wielding white ape, use the dragon-breaking spear. At her command, the aura of the spear-wielding white ape changed drastically. Its eyes gleamed like lightning as it pulled its spear back, channeling all its power into the white spear. The spearhead gleamed with a cold light, emitting a fierce and overwhelming presence. Just as the spear-wielding white ape was about to unleash the dragon-breaking spear, Liu Xing smirked and calmly commanded, God-eating Ant King, if they want a spear fight, let's give them one. Use the dragon-piercing spear. What? The dragon-piercing spear? Gongsun Qian muttered in disbelief, her eyes wide. Clang! A sharp metallic clash echoed through the entire stadium, causing the audience to instinctively cover their ears. The spears of the two beasts collided with tremendous force, releasing a terrifying energy wave that whipped up a fierce wind. The solid concrete floor cracked under the pressure. Suddenly, the god-eating ant king exerted a powerful force, and the spear-wielding white ape couldn't withstand the overwhelming strength and was sent flying. With a loud thud, the spear-wielding white ape crashed to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. It struggled to stand but found its bones seemingly shattered, unable to maintain its balance. Spear-wielding white ape, are you all right? Gongsun Qian called out anxiously. A black shadow flashed, and the tip of the god-eating ant king's black spear was already pressed against the spear-wielding white ape's neck. You've lost, Liu Xing calmly declared the outcome. I concede, Gongsun Qian admitted defeat, though reluctantly. The entire stadium erupted into cheers, the excitement palpable. We won. We won. The audience shouted, their perception of Liu Xing's strength renewed. Principal Liu Gongsheng walked over to Zhong Xiaomei with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Does our previous bet still hold? Zhong Xiaomei's face darkened as she pulled a beast crystal from her pocket and tossed it to Liu Gongsheng. Take it. I can afford to lose this much. She then turned angrily towards Gongsun Qian. Qian, we should go. The deafening cheers around her felt particularly grating. However, Gongsun Qian seemed unwilling to leave just yet. She stared coldly at Liu Xing and asked, what is your relationship with Gongsun Wudi? At the mention of the name, Liu Xing was momentarily stunned, trying to recall but finding no memory of such a person. I'm sorry, I don't know anyone named Gongsun Wudi. Gongsun Qian was taken aback. You don't know? Then how do you know the dragon-piercing spear? It's a secret technique passed down in my family. Liu Xing was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a familiar figure surfaced in his mind. He looked at Gongsun Qian, who was seething with rage, and couldn't help but think to himself, seriously, old man, are you really going after a young girl? Liu Xing carefully observed Gongsun Qian's expression and noticed that beyond the anger, there was a deep-seated hatred, as if he were looking at someone who had betrayed him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Liu Xing's mind. He seemed to understand something. Just then, Gongsun Qian spoke, his voice filled with suppressed fury. I don't care if you truly don't know Gongsun Wudi or if you're just pretending. Tell him this. One day I, Gongsun Qian, will take his head. With that, Gongsun Qian turned and walked away, with Zhong Xiaomei following closely behind. Liu Xing was left standing there alone, a wry smile on his face. He never imagined he would get caught up in such a melodramatic situation. Liu Xing, a familiar voice called out suddenly. Liu Xing turned to see Principal Liu Gongsheng. What's up? Liu Xing asked. Without saying much, Liu Gongsheng tossed something to Liu Xing. Take this. It's a master-level magic beast core. Keep it safe. Liu Xing caught the core, momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Liu Gongsheng to be so generous. A master-level magic beast core was incredibly rare. Although Liu Gongsheng was quite powerful, he was only at the diamond level. Such a core was extremely valuable to him as well. Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Liu Gongsheng's generosity. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, Liu Gongsheng said before turning to leave. On the surface, Liu Gongsheng seemed indifferent, but in reality, his heart was aching. That master-level magic beast core was something he had never used himself. However, to maintain his authority and ensure future loyalty, he had to make this painful sacrifice. Liu Xing watched Liu Gongsheng's figure recede into the distance, a wry smile on his face. He then looked down at the magic beast core in his hand, wondering what made it so special. As he examined the skills contained within the core, Liu Xing's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. This is incredible, he exclaimed. I can't believe it has such a skill. Liu Xing stood still, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder what those girls would think if they knew about the powerful skills hidden here. They'd probably regret it deeply. He didn't linger any longer. Carefully putting away the master-level magical beast core, he strode towards Bai Feng and the others. Liu Xing, you're amazing. Bai Feng and the others exclaimed in admiration. That woman couldn't last a few moves against you. Liu Xing smiled calmly. Enough talking. Let's get going. Drive me back. Bai Feng paused for a moment. Aren't you staying for a meal? My treat. Maybe next time. I've got urgent matters to attend to. Liu Xing declined politely, eager to use the core. Although a bit disappointed, Bai Feng respectfully drove Liu Xing back to school. As they parted, he couldn't help but shout, Liu Xing, drop by our place sometime. Sure thing. Liu Xing waved and walked into his villa. As soon as he entered, he headed straight to the basement and summoned the devouring god Ant King. The majestic creature emerged from Liu Xing's shadow and bowed respectfully. Though it couldn't speak, there was a telepathic bond between them. Liu Xing handed the core to the devouring god Ant King, which devoured it without hesitation. A system notification sounded, listing new skills available for the devouring god Ant King: Phantom Strike, Water Blade, Web Capture, and Paralysis Poison. Without hesitation, Liu Xing chose Phantom Strike. This skill was almost divine, allowing the summoning of 3 identical attack phantoms. Though the phantoms took double damage, their rapid attack rate could create countless clones like Sun Wukong. Devouring god Ant King, my safety is in your hands from now on, Liu Xing said solemnly. The devouring god Ant King nodded firmly, promising not to disappoint its master. Eager to test the new skill, Liu Xing took the devouring god Ant King to a secret realm. In a dense forest, a massive green-scaled python watched the devouring god Ant King intently. This platinum-tier magic beast, its red tongue flicking, was clearly ready for battle. Liu Xing rode on his hellhound, observing with his other beasts. The devouring god Ant King would face this battle alone, with the others stepping in only if necessary. The devouring god Ant King's crimson eyes gleamed with deadly intent. It lunged at the green-scaled python, which retaliated with a fierce gust of wind. The god-eating Ant King fearlessly charged towards the green-scaled python, its wings trembling slightly in the fierce wind, but not slowing its advance at all. The green-scaled python saw this, and a flicker of disdain and anger flashed in its eyes. How dare this ant-sized creature challenge it? It opened its blood-red maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged at the god-eating Ant King. Just as the python's teeth were about to make contact, the Ant King's wings gave a sudden, powerful flap, and it vanished in an instant. The python's attack hit nothing but air. Before it could react, the Ant King reappeared on its back. In its hand, a spear glinted with a cold light, mercilessly piercing between the python's scales. Roar! The green-scaled python let out a painful wail, its body writhing violently in an attempt to throw off the pesky little creature. But as it turned to counterattack, it froze at the sight before it. 4 identical god-eating Ant Kings floated in the air, each emanating a menacing aura. Before the python could respond, the 4 Ant Kings launched a ferocious simultaneous assault. As the battle raged on, more and more Ant King clones appeared around the python. Though each clone had slightly weaker attacks, their sheer numbers made up for it. As the old saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, let alone a python. It wasn't long before the green-scaled python crashed to the ground with a look of unwillingness and confusion in its eyes. The god-eating Ant King and its clones pounced on the python's corpse without hesitation, starting their gluttonous feast. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty python was reduced to a skeletal frame. The god-eating Ant King carefully held a purple beast core as it flew to Liu Xing's side. This was the essence of the green-scaled python. Liu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Let's keep leveling up. With the powerful skill Phantom Strike, the god-eating Ant King's leveling efficiency skyrocketed. It no longer needed to hunt magical beasts one by one, but could tackle entire groups at once. Throughout the forest, aside from the fleeing beasts, only the god-eating Ant King and its busy phantoms remained. After several days of intense training, the god-eating Ant King's strength finally rose to Platinum Tier 2. However, as its level increased, the rate of leveling up significantly slowed. Liu Xing realized that the magical beasts here could no longer meet the Ant King's needs for further advancement. Let's go, god-eating Ant King. We're heading back. Liu Xing decided to leave this realm that could no longer provide sufficient challenges. Just as they exited the realm, Liu Xing's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was Liu Xiaoming calling. Liu Xing, something's wrong? Su Peng is in the hospital. Liu Xiaoming's anxious voice came through the line. What? Liu Xing exclaimed, his face filled with worry and shock. Liu Xing rushed to the hospital as soon as he heard the news. He pushed open the door to the ward and saw Su Peng lying in bed, groaning in pain. Frowning, he muttered, "It must be that darned grilled cold noodle vendor. The noodles must have been expired. Otherwise, with my iron stomach, how could I possibly get food poisoning?" Seeing Su Peng in such agony, Liu Xing couldn't help but scold him. "I've told you so many times not to eat from street vendors. But you never listen. always insisting they're clean and hygienic. Now you're paying the price, aren't you? Su Peng, looking pitiful, defended himself. How was I supposed to know his noodles were bad? Liu Xing shook his head in exasperation, but his tone softened. All right, just lie down and rest. Listen to the doctor, take your medicine, and avoid certain foods. After leaving Su Peng's room, Liu Xing sighed inwardly. This guy, he doesn't have Yong Zi's robust health, yet he insists on eating recklessly like him. Just then, a desperate cry echoed through the hallway. Doctor, doctor, please, save my child. Liu Xing turned to see a man kneeling before a doctor, bowing repeatedly in desperation. The doctor looked troubled and shook his head. I'm truly sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Your daughter has a heart condition that can only be treated with the heart lotus, but finding that is nearly impossible. A look of determination flashed across the man's face. Heart lotus? Where can I find it? Please tell me, I'll go right now. The doctor sighed. It's no use. The heart lotus grows in the snowy mountains, where the cold is unbearable. Ordinary people can't reach it. Even if you manage to get there, you'll likely perish. It's better to stay here and spend your daughter's remaining time with her. The man broke down in tears. No, I can't accept this. She's only 5 years old. Why is the world so cruel? As Liu Xing was about to leave, he saw the man stumble towards him, almost falling. Quick to react, Liu Xing caught him. Are you all right? Liu Xing asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you, the man replied, looking up. Liu Xing finally saw his face and was taken aback. Uncle, it's you. You are? The man looked at Liu Xing, puzzled. Remember the young guy who rode in your cab before? Liu Xing reminded him. Recognition dawned on the man's face. It's you. Uncle, what happened? Liu Xing inquired. The man sighed and recounted his story. His daughter had been suffering from a heart condition since birth. To pay for her treatment, he worked tirelessly as a taxi driver, but he still couldn't gather enough money for her medical expenses. Liu Xing nodded thoughtfully. I heard the doctor mention that the heart lotus could save your daughter. Is that true? Yes, the man confirmed, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Do you mean you want to help me find it? Liu Xing said earnestly. I can try, but I can't guarantee success. That's enough for me. If you can't find it, then it's just my daughter's fate. I won't blame you, the man said gratefully. All right, wait here for me. I'll set out now, Liu Xing said, turning to leave the hospital, heading towards the snowy mountains. As for Su Peng, he just had a regular case of gastroenteritis and would recover after a few days of treatment. Walking down the road, Liu Xing contemplated his mission. The primary goal was to find the heart lotus and save the man's daughter. After all, the man had once helped him save Yin Ruyu from poisoning, so this was a way to repay that kindness. Secondly, he needed to find evolution materials for his spirit water turtle. Honestly, the latter was more crucial. Saving the girl was secondary. Whether or not he could find the heart lotus would depend on fate. Liu Xing's mind wandered to the details of his spirit water turtle. Attributes: water. Gender: level, platinum tier 1. Quality: SS. Evolution paths: spirit water ironback turtle, Xuanwu ice turtle. Skills: superior healing, spiked shell, furious bite, wave impact, taunt, bull rush, magic immunity. The spirit water turtle had 2 evolution paths. Spirit water ironback turtle. Using Millennium Black Iron, it would evolve into a water and metal attribute Spirit Water Ironback Turtle. After much contemplation, Liu Xing decided to choose the evolution path of the Xuanwu Ice Turtle. He had a hunch that he might encounter opponents with dragon-type beasts in the future, and since ice is a natural counter to dragon attributes, it seemed like a wise choice. More importantly, he didn't have any ice-type beasts in his arsenal, so evolving his Aqua Turtle into a Xuanwu Ice Turtle would fill that gap perfectly. Without further ado, Liu Xing quickly hailed a car and headed straight for the icy mountain region. As soon as he arrived, a bone-chilling wind greeted him. Liu Xing exhaled a puff of white breath and rubbed his hands together for warmth. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but a vast expanse of white, with thick snow covering the ground. Despite wearing a heat-generating Firefox fur coat, the cold still seeped into his bones. After trudging through the snow for a while, suddenly, a figure leapt out from the snow and lunged at Liu Xing. In the nick of time, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, eyes sharp as lightning, and a black spear in hand struck like a flash. With a thud, the attacker was pierced through. Looking closely, Liu Xing saw it was a snow leopard. He smirked disdainfully, thinking, "How dare you ambush me? Don't you know I have the God-eating Ant King by my side?" Turning to the God-eating Ant King, Liu Xing said sincerely, "Thank you, God-eating Ant King. You saved me this time." Due to the extreme cold, Liu Xing hadn't released any other beasts, leaving only the God-eating Ant King hidden in his shadow, ever vigilant. "You can go back now," Liu Xing said, but the God-eating Ant King shook its head. "Don't you feel cold?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. The God-eating Ant King looked at him with a confused expression. as if it didn't understand the concept of cold. Liu Xing wondered silently, unable to grasp why the god-eating ant king was immune to the cold. But he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing some questions have no answers, much like why 1 plus 1 equals 2 and not 3. Since you don't feel cold, keep following me, Liu Xing told the god-eating ant king. It nodded in agreement. With the god-eating ant king guarding him, Liu Xing continued deeper into the icy mountains, embarking on his quest to find the eternal ice. Liu Xing walked with determined steps for over half an hour before finally reaching a high platform. Gazing down at the foot of the mountain, he was astonished to see a flicker of firelight in the valley below. In this extremely cold place, he had not expected to find signs of human habitation. Recalling the Inuit people in the Arctic from his previous life, Liu Xing quickly understood. He turned to the god-eating ant king beside him and said, "Let's go check it out." Liu Xing then led the god-eating ant king to the outskirts of the village. Before they could enter, a few thin men riding snow wolves and wielding large machetes approached them. The leader, his face full of confusion and tension, demanded, "Who are you? Why have you come to our village?" The presence of the god-eating ant king clearly instilled fear in these men. Their snow wolves retreated uneasily, growling low in their throats. At that moment, an elderly woman wearing a feathered hat and leaning on a cane emerged from a house and asked, "Abeo, what's going on?" Abeo replied, "Great priestess, an outsider wants to enter our village." The elderly woman kindly scrutinized Liu Xing and asked warmly, "You must be the outsider. Tell me, why have you come here?" Liu Xing truthfully recounted his story of seeking the heart-repairing lotus to repay a kindness to a little girl. His sincerity moved those present, and Abeo and the others even shed tears of sympathy. The elderly woman's eyes also reddened. Seeing the villagers' simplicity, Liu Xing silently marveled at their good nature. He thought to himself, "The people here are so kind-hearted. The poor often understand the hardships of life better and are more compassionate." The elderly woman warmly invited Liu Xing into her home and instructed Abeo to bring a bowl of meat soup and some dried meat. "Here, eat. This is all we have. Please don't mind," she said apologetically. Liu Xing expressed his gratitude sincerely, further endearing himself to the elderly woman. She told Liu Xing that after he finished his meal, Abeo would take him to find the heart-repairing lotus. Learning that Abeo knew the location of the heart-repairing lotus, Liu Xing's eyes lit up. He began to enjoy the food, noticing the elderly woman swallowing involuntarily. She excused herself, and Liu Xing decided to leave some food for the villagers before he departed. After the meal, Liu Xing followed Abeo, ready to set off. He summoned his hellhound and mounted it. Abeo watched in amazement, filled with curiosity about Liu Xing's origins, wondering what kind of person could possess such powerful beasts. The old woman watched as Liu Xing and his companions walked away, and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Abeo, even though you've lost your schwer, this time you must protect someone else's schwer. It might help you make up for the regrets of your life." After more than an hour of arduous trekking, Liu Xing, Abeo, and their two companions finally arrived at a canyon. Abeo pointed to a towering ice mountain ahead and said, "See that mountain? The heart-mending lotus grows up there. We'll rest here tonight and climb the mountain in the morning. Although the mountain isn't very high, it's extremely steep, and it will likely take a lot of time." Following Abeo's gesture, Liu Xing looked in the direction of the mountain, his curiosity piqued. "Brother Abeo, how did you know the heart-mending lotus is here? This place is so treacherous. Who would come here without a good reason?" Abeo's face darkened at Liu Xing's question, filled with sorrow. Ahu immediately yelled at Liu Xing, "Hey, you brat, don't ask questions you shouldn't." Abeo stopped Ahu. "Ahu, it's not his fault. It's my own issue. Don't blame him. He doesn't know the truth." Ahu reluctantly fell silent. Liu Xing quickly apologized, "Brother Abeo, I'm sorry." Abeo shook his head, cutting him off, "It's okay. It's all in the past. It's been a long time, and I've already let it go." Despite his words, the bitterness on his face betrayed his true feelings. Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps came from afar. "Look, what's that?" someone exclaimed. Abeo's face turned pale. "Not good. It's a pack of snow wolves. Run." Before he finished speaking, the snow wolves had already surrounded them with astonishing speed. Abeo smiled bitterly, "Brother Liu Xing, it looks like this might be the end for us today." Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smirk, showing disdain. These snow wolves were indeed formidable, averaging silver tier 3, enough to devour Abeo and his companions. But encountering Liu Xing meant they were doomed. Ahu and Anyo also prepared to fight to the death. However, at that moment, a thunderous wolf howl echoed from a nearby high slope. It's the Snow Wolf King." Abeo and Ahu exclaimed, then shot blaming glares at Anyo. This jinx had to say something like, "We'll be fine at the worst possible time." As the Snow Wolf King let out a thunderous roar, the entire pack surged forward like a tidal wave. Hundreds of snow wolves bared their teeth, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, as they launched a frenzied attack on Liu Xing and his group. Abeo and his companions turned deathly pale, their faces etched with despair. Just as the wolves were about to pounce, Liu Xing unexpectedly spoke up. "King of the devouring ants, it's your turn. Don't worry about me. I've got the hellhound to protect me." Hearing this, the king of the devouring ants nodded slightly. In the next moment, it charged forward like a bolt of lightning, wielding a long spear. The spear sliced through the air with a cold gleam, each strike precisely taking the life of a snow wolf. Simultaneously, 3 clones of the king of the devouring ants appeared out of thin air, and each of these clones summoned their own clones. In no time, the battlefield was swarming with the king of the devouring ants, forming an immense combat network. Under this terrifying assault, the snow wolves retreated step by step, soon being slaughtered to the last. The king of the devouring ants, expressionless, pulled its blood-soaked spear from the corpse of the final snow wolf and coldly turned its gaze to the snow wolf king on the high platform. The snow wolf king, witnessing the massacre of its kin, had eyes that turned blood-red, its breath heavy with rage and sorrow. It howled to the sky before launching itself like a cannonball towards the king of the devouring ants, its sharp claws slicing through the air with lethal intent. Facing this fierce attack, the king of the devouring ants remained calm. It skillfully twirled its spear before unleashing a devastating move known as the Dragon Piercer. The spear struck like a lightning bolt, piercing through the snow wolf king's skull as if it were made of brittle metal. Abeo and his companions stood in stunned silence, unable to speak. After a long pause, Abeo swallowed hard and said to Liu Xing, "Brother Liu Xing, too many snow wolves have died here, and the stench of blood is overwhelming. It might attract even more powerful beasts. We should leave this place for now." Liu Xing nodded in agreement, but as they prepared to leave, Ahu and Anyo looked reluctant. Suddenly, Anyo suggested, "Brother Abeo, do you think if we take all these snow wolf carcasses back, we could solve our tribe's food problem for the winter? And their pelts could be made into warm clothing." Abeo was tempted by the idea and instinctively looked at Liu Xing, who smiled and said generously, "If you want them, take them all." Following Liu Xing's suggestion, Ahu and Anyo were sent back to the tribe to fetch people and carts to transport the snow wolf carcasses. While waiting, Liu Xing and Abeo stayed behind to guard the site. Before long, Ahu and Anyo returned with a large group and ox carts, and they began loading the snow wolf bodies. Watching the departing convoy, Abeo's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, filled with a mix of emotions. "Thank you so much, Liu Xing." Abeo said sincerely, "It's nothing, just my way of repaying your kindness." As time passed, the wind in the canyon gradually subsided. Abeo put down his backpack and took out ice axes and crampons. Liu Xing noticed the equipment and asked curiously, "Are you planning to climb up?" "What else?" Abeo replied. Liu Xing responded decisively, "No need. I'll go myself." Abeo frowned, clearly puzzled by Liu Xing's words. "Come out, Thunder Eagle." Liu Xing quickly summoned the Thunder Eagle. A sharp cry echoed through the canyon. Liu Xing nimbly leaped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. "Thunder Eagle, let's go." Upon hearing this, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings powerfully, soaring into the sky and heading swiftly towards the mountain peak. In no time, Liu Xing reached the top. What a lovely fragrance. As soon as he landed, a refreshing scent filled the air. Not far away, a few snow-white lotuses swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a captivating aroma. "This must be the Heart Lotus," Liu Xing murmured as he approached. But the god-devouring ant king suddenly blocked his path, shaking its head solemnly, indicating danger ahead. Liu Xing suddenly realized, "Right, I almost forgot. Treasures are usually guarded by fierce beasts. But where is it?" While Liu Xing was looking around, the god-devouring ant king had already sprung into action. It leaped high and used the momentum to thrust its spear into the ground. Dragon-piercing spear. Liu Xing was amazed to see how proficient the god-devouring ant king had become with this move, even accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. With a loud bang, the spear pierced the ground, causing it to tremble and crack. Suddenly, an angry roar erupted, and a massive creature emerged from beneath the ice. Liu Xing stared in shock and exclaimed, "It's the Snow Serpent King." Snow Serpent King attributes: Ice. Gender: female. Level: Platinum Tier 2. Quality: S. Evolution path: none. Skills: Ice Arrow, Frost Breath, White Mist, Blizzard. The Snow Serpent King reared up, its eyes as big as bronze bells, glaring at Liu Xing with intense hostility and vigilance. With a swift motion, the god-eating ant king pulled the spear from the Snow Serpent King's back. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The Snow Serpent King let out a howl of pain and turned to glare furiously at the Ant King. It opened its massive mouth and unleashed a blizzard. The Ant King dodged nimbly, but one of its clones wasn't so lucky. instantly freezing into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Liu Xing shouted to the Thunderhawk beside him, "Thunderhawk, hit the Snow Serpent King with lightning." With a deafening crack, a bolt of thick lightning struck the Snow Serpent King like divine retribution. The Snow Serpent King cried out in pain, its attack interrupted. A glint of cold determination flashed in the Ant King's eyes as it seized the opportunity to strike back. Spear in hand, it shot towards the Snow Serpent King like an arrow. The Snow Serpent King was not one to back down easily. It spat out a thick ice arrow. The Ant King effortlessly sidestepped and continued its charge. Adopting a strategy of indiscriminate attack, it pulled the spear back and thrust it forward with incredible speed. A dragon's roar seemed to emanate from the spear. The Black Dragon Spear. The black spear easily pierced through the Snow Serpent King's scales, impaling it. The Snow Serpent King let out a mournful cry, its body going limp as it collapsed. It turned out that the Ant King had struck a vital point by sheer luck, the spear hitting the Snow Serpent King's gallbladder, resulting in instant death. Liu Xing watched the entire scene with a calm expression. He walked straight to the heart-nourishing lotus and found 5 flowers nestled in a crevice. After a moment of thought, he picked only 2, carefully placing them in a jade box, leaving the remaining 3 to grow. Liu Xing mounted the Thunderhawk and flew over to Abeo. Abeo asked, "Liu Xing, did you get the heart-nourishing lotus?" Liu Xing nodded in response. Abeo said, "Good, then let's head back." On the way, Abeo noticed Liu Xing's furrowed brow and asked, "Liu Xing, is something troubling you?" Liu Xing replied, "Yes, brother Abeo. Do you know where I can find the everlasting ice?" Abeo repeated the name and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he muttered, "I'm not sure if it's the everlasting ice, but there's something that glows under sunlight and looks different from regular ice." Liu Xing's eyes lit up. "Brother Abeo, where's that ice now?" "In the heavenly pool." "Where is the heavenly pool?" Liu Xing asked eagerly. Abeo dampened his enthusiasm. "It's not a good time to go there now. It's currently snowing heavily. Even if you're strong, going there now would be a death sentence. Wait for half a month." Liu Xing suddenly understood, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. Seeing this, Abeo chuckled. "Hey, young man, be patient. Half a month will pass quickly. By then, it will be our sunny season, with beautiful scenery all around. If you want to go to the heavenly pool, I'll take you there." Liu Xing heard the words and gave a wry smile. "Thank you, brother Bao," he said softly, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. "It's nothing, just a small favor," Bao replied heartily, patting Liu Xing on the shoulder. The two set off on their way back and soon returned to the tribe. News spread like wildfire, and the tribespeople rushed out to catch a glimpse of the hero. Gasps of amazement echoed through the crowd. "Is he the one who killed the wolf? Oh my, he's so handsome." Not just handsome, but incredibly skilled too. The women gazed at him with admiration, showering him with praise. Bao stood to the side, looking at Liu Xing with envy. Even as the strongest warrior in the tribe, he had never received such adulation. Just then, an elderly woman emerged from the crowd and slowly approached Liu Xing. "Granny!" Liu Xing called out hastily. The elderly woman wore a kind smile and bowed deeply to Liu Xing. "Young Liu Xing, on behalf of the tribe, I thank you." Liu Xing quickly dismounted from the hellhound and helped the old woman up. "What are you doing? You honor me too much." "I'm sorry," the old woman sighed, "but our tribe is on the brink of running out of food. If it weren't for you, many of us might not survive this winter." Bao and the others scratched their heads awkwardly. Their poor hunting had led to the food shortage, but Liu Xing's hunt of the snow wolf would sustain them through the harsh winter. "I didn't do much," Liu Xing said humbly. "You all helped me before, so there's no need for such formality. We're all friends here." "Yes," the crowd echoed, their eyes filled with gratitude. Liu Xing stayed at Bao's house for the night. The next day, amid reluctant farewells, he mounted the hellhound and passed through the secret realm, returning to his own world. Back in the real world, Liu Xing immediately called a taxi and headed straight to the hospital. He went to the cab driver's room and handed over the precious heart lotus. The cab driver, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked him repeatedly. Finally, after some hesitation, he reached into his pocket and solemnly handed an item to Liu Xing. "What is this?" Liu Xing curiously examined the object in his hand, his brow furrowed. "I don't know either," the taxi driver shrugged, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, "but this is our family heirloom." "Family heirloom?" Liu Xing repeated in surprise, quickly trying to return the item to the driver. However, the driver's expression suddenly darkened, his tone carrying a trace of anger. "Are you looking down on us? Do you think we're poor?" Liu Xing was momentarily speechless, silently lamenting the driver's sensitivity. Despite his financial struggles, the driver clearly held onto his pride, or perhaps pride was all he had left. The driver sighed, his gaze softening. "Liu Xing, don't be fooled by my current state. Our family used to be quite illustrious. One of our ancestors was a remarkable king. A remarkable king? Liu Xing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. That's right, the driver nodded, pointing to the object in Liu Xing's hand. What you're holding was left by that ancestor. Liu Xing nodded thoughtfully. All right, you should go check on your friend, the driver urged. I need to call a doctor for my daughter. Liu Xing acknowledged and left the room to visit Su Peng. However, he was informed that Su Peng had already been discharged. With no other option, Liu Xing took a taxi back to Jiangnan University of beast-taming. On the return trip, Liu Xing carefully examined the object in his hand. It turned out to be a 17-layer Rubik's Cube, much more complex than the 9-layer ones he had played with in his previous life. Gently shaking it, he was surprised to find there seemed to be a spherical object inside. After a few unsuccessful attempts to solve it, Liu Xing decided to leave it to the experts. Back at the villa of Jiangnan University of beast-taming, Liu Xing had just stepped inside when a familiar figure dashed towards him. Liu Xing. The familiar voice made Liu Xing smile. Xiaoya, what brings you here? From today on, I'm your junior. Su Xiaoya announced excitedly. Junior? Yes, Xiaoya has been accepted to Jiangnan University of beast-taming, Su Peng explained from the side, his face still smeared with food remnants. Liu Xing frowned at Su Peng. What are you eating? It smells awful. Stinky tofu. Su Peng grinned. Want a piece? Here. Open wide. He lifted a piece of the black, smelly tofu towards Liu Xing's mouth. Ew. Liu Xing swiftly dodged, to each their own. I'm not a fan of such pungent food. Although he didn't like it himself, Liu Xing wouldn't stop others from enjoying it. He reminded. Make sure to air out the room after you eat and bring in some fans. Yes, sir. Su Peng stood at attention, saluting in a playful manner. Liu Xing turned to Su Xiaoya. Xiaoya, let me take a shower first, and then we can catch up. Okay. Su Xiaoya responded obediently. After his shower, Liu Xing came downstairs to find the room spotless and the smell significantly reduced. Wow, Su Peng, did the sun rise in the west today? You're actually being diligent. Liu Xing teased. Su Xiaoya immediately protested. It wasn't him. That lazy pig would never do housework. I did all the cleaning. Xiaoya, that's not fair. Su Peng defended himself. I helped too. Oh, what did you do? I took out the trash. Taking out the trash counts as helping? Su Xiaoya rolled her eyes. Besides, all that trash was yours. You should be taking it out anyway. All right, stop arguing. Liu Xing intervened to mediate. These two siblings were certainly a comical pair. Liu Xing sat down and took out the Rubik's Cube the taxi driver had given him, starting to fiddle with it. Seeing this, Su Xiaoya couldn't help but say, Liu Xing, that's not how you play with it. Liu Xing's eyes lit up. You mean you know how? Of course. Su Xiaoya said confidently, extending her delicate hand. Give it to me. Liu Xing handed the 17-layer Rubik's Cube to Su Xiaoya. She took it, her slender fingers deftly manipulating the complex blocks. The sound of the cube's movements echoed clearly in the quiet room, as if time itself had slowed down. A moment later, she handed the cube back to Liu Xing, satisfied. Liu Xing examined the cube closely, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Isn't there still one layer left? He couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya blushed slightly. She replied in a soft voice, I left that for you. Liu Xing suddenly understood, a knowing smile appearing on his face. As a Rubik's Cube enthusiast, he knew the unparalleled sense of accomplishment that came with completing the final step. Su Xiaoya's gesture warmed his heart. Xiaoya, thank you. Liu Xing said as he skillfully turned the last layer of the cube. With 2 crisp clicks, the cube suddenly expanded, and a bead fell out. Liu Xing quickly bent down to pick up the bead. Both Su Peng and Su Xiaoya watched curiously, asking in unison, Liu Xing, what is that? Liu Xing was momentarily stunned before letting out a wry smile. I don't know either. He nonchalantly pocketed the bead, but inside, his mind was racing. A dragon pearl. It's actually a dragon pearl, and not just any, but one of a supreme king. Liu Xing exclaimed inwardly. The words of that taxi driver echoed in his mind. His ancestors did indeed have a supreme king, and this dragon pearl was the best proof. After calming himself, Liu Xing turned to Su Xiaoya and asked curiously, Xiaoya, how did you learn to play with the Rubik's Cube? In this world of beast taming, aren't most toys related to beasts? Su Xiaoya was taken aback at first, then explained, it was by chance. I often went to the school library to read and stumbled upon a book about Rubik's Cubes. Out of curiosity, I decided to study it. Although I hadn't played with one much before, seeing you play made me want to try. I didn't expect to succeed. She looked at Liu Xing expectantly and asked softly, Liu Xing, could you give me that Rubik's Cube? Of course. Liu Xing agreed without hesitation. After all, the treasure inside the cube had already been taken, and the empty shell held no value for him. Great. Su Xiaoya was overjoyed, hugging the cube as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. It wasn't just an ordinary toy. It was a gift from Liu Xing, making it all the more valuable. Liu Xing stood at the foot of the snow-covered mountain, gazing into the distance as the system panel of the Thunder Eagle flashed in his mind. He softly murmured Dragon Pearl, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The panel detailed the attributes of the Thunder Eagle: electric type, male, platinum tier 2, SS qualification, and 3 evolution paths: Thunder Wind Eagle, Thunder Dragon Eagle, and Thunder Dragon King. Liu Xing's eyes darted between the 3 evolution paths before finally settling on the last one. Thunder Dragon King. He mused to himself, dragon attribute and king level, this is definitely the best choice. His heart raced with excitement as he imagined the Thunder Eagle reaching diamond tier and evolving by consuming the Dragon Pearl. Just as Liu Xing was lost in his delightful fantasy, Su Peng's voice brought him back to reality. Liu Xing, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Liu Xing looked at Su Peng, who had just devoured a pile of snacks, with a hint of helplessness, but then remembered his special cultivation technique and felt relieved. All right, Xiaoya, what do you want to eat? My treat, as a welcome for you. Liu Xing asked Su Xiaoya. After a moment's thought, Su Xiaoya replied, I want hot pot, like at Xiaolong Can. No problem. Liu Xing nodded and agreed, then led the siblings to Xiaolong Can. For the next half-month, Liu Xing enjoyed a rare period of leisurely university life. However, the icy mountains beckoned him once again. This time, Su Peng insisted on coming along, despite Liu Xing's repeated warnings about the extreme cold. BRR. CHCHCHCH. Su Peng's teeth chattered as soon as they arrived at the mountain's base. It's freezing here. Liu Xing looked at him, exasperated. Didn't I tell you it would be cold? You insisted on coming. Was it really me? Su Peng retorted. You were the one who said how beautiful it is here. If it weren't for you, I'd never come to a place like this. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng, thinking to himself that the weather was actually much better than it had been half a month ago. Under the clear blue sky, the sun shone brightly, casting a shimmering glow over the snow-covered landscape. After a trek, they finally reached Abao's tribe. Abao, who was on guard duty, immediately recognized Liu Xing and greeted him warmly. Liu Xing, my brother. You're here. Come in. My mother has been talking about you these past few days. Led by Abao, Liu Xing once again arrived at the home of the elderly priestess. She was sewing a coat made of snow wolf fur, but put down her needle and thread as soon as she saw Liu Xing. Granny, I've come to see you again, Liu Xing said with a smile. Ah, Liu Xing. The old woman's gaze then shifted to Su Peng, her expression becoming wary. Liu Xing. Who is this? Oh, Granny, don't worry. This guy here is my brother. We've been through life and death together. As soon as Liu Xing finished speaking, the tension on the old woman's face eased, and her wary eyes softened. She smiled warmly and said, All right, don't just stand there. Come, have a seat. Seeing this, Su Peng's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled out a colorful assortment of snacks from his backpack and handed them to the old woman with a sweet smile, saying, Granny, I brought these especially for you. After a short stay at the old woman's house, Liu Xing, Su Peng, and Abao set off on their journey to find the eternal ice. Liu Xing rode a massive two-headed hellhound, while Su Peng sat astride his mount, aptly named Big Eater. Abao continued to ride his imposing snow wolf. The others stayed behind to look after the tribe. On the way, Su Peng, munching on a fragrant braised chicken leg, curiously asked Abao, Brother Abao, is it really as beautiful as you said? Of course. Abao hadn't even finished his sentence before he took a big bite of his own braised chicken leg. To his dismay, it was frozen solid, nearly chipping his tooth. Abao stared in disbelief and asked, How did you manage that? Su Peng chuckled smugly and lifted his shirt to reveal an array of food hanging inside. Abao suddenly understood this guy was using his body heat to keep the food warm. No wonder he was eating so heartily while Abao couldn't even take a bite. If you can't bite it, just toss it. I've got more you can eat, Su Peng offered generously. But Abao shook his head, carefully placing the braised chicken leg back into its wrapper and tucking it safely into his pocket, patting it to ensure it was secure. This is precious. It would be a waste to throw it away. I'll heat it up and eat it later. Su Peng was momentarily speechless, watching Abao's actions. He couldn't fathom the hunger Abao had experienced, something unimaginable for someone who had never known want. After a tough climb, the three finally reached the legendary Heavenly Pool under Abao's guidance. Is this the Heavenly Pool? Su Peng looked around, bewildered. I don't see any pool. Abao was speechless, feeling exasperated by Su Peng's cluelessness. Unable to watch any longer, Liu Xing gently tugged at Su Peng's sleeve and pointed ahead. There, that's the Heavenly Pool. Up ahead, Su Peng followed Liu Xing's gaze, and the sight before him took his breath away. A gust of icy wind howled past, instantly dispersing the thin mist covering the ice. As the fog cleared, a mirror-like, smooth ice surface glittered under the sunlight, revealing itself to everyone. Su Peng's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Is this the heavenly lake you were talking about? Liu Xing was equally awestruck by the sight before them. The entire lake had frozen solid due to the extreme cold, and the ice was so smooth it looked like it had been meticulously polished, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Let's go. Liu Xing took the lead, stepping forward with his beasts in tow. However, the moment his foot touched the ice, he slipped due to its extreme slickness, his body wobbling violently. Fortunately, he quickly regained his balance. Su Peng wasn't as lucky. With a loud thud, he fell flat on his face. Ouch! That hurts, he cried out, feeling as if his bones were falling apart. Are you okay? Liu Xing asked with concern, hurrying over to Su Peng. I'm fine, I'm fine. Su Peng struggled to his feet, forcing a smile. Your fat grandpa here is tough. A little fall like this is nothing. No sooner had he finished speaking than he nearly fell again, but Liu Xing caught him just in time. Phew, that was close. Su Peng breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the mirror-like ice, his expression turned grim. How are we supposed to get across this? I have an idea. Abeo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, pulling a few items from his backpack. Are those ice skates? Liu Xing looked at the simple wooden skates in Abeo's hands with surprise. Su Peng, however, looked skeptical. Can these even work? They're made of wood, they probably won't last. With my weight, they'd break the moment I put them on. Abeo's face showed a hint of embarrassment. No problem, use mine, Liu Xing said, pulling out 2 pairs of modern ice skates from his backpack. Su Peng's eyes lit up. Wow, Liu Xing, you really came prepared. Did you foresee this and bring them on purpose? Sort of, Liu Xing replied vaguely, not revealing the secret of his system backpack. Impressive. Su Peng gave him a thumbs up in admiration. After putting on the skates, the 3 of them started moving forward. To Liu Xing's surprise, the seemingly clumsy Su Peng was actually quite adept at skating. Noticing Liu Xing's gaze, Su Peng suddenly sped up, taking a few quick strides before leaping into the air and performing a 180 spin. How was that, Liu Xing? Su Peng boasted proudly. Impressive. Liu Xing genuinely praised him, surprised by the fat man's agility. Abeo watched in astonishment, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Brother Abeo, what did you think of my move? Su Peng turned to Abeo, seeking approval. Not bad. Abeo replied nervously, though he was more concerned about the ice's ability to bear Su Peng's weight. Thankfully, the ice was solid enough to support him. As they continued, the trio soon reached the center of the heavenly lake. Not far away, they spotted a small island with a large rock on it. Atop the rock was a crystal-clear ice block, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. That must be the eternal ice you mentioned, Abeo said, pointing at the block. Liu Xing immediately activated his system's eye to inspect it closely. Yes, it is, he confirmed, a look of joy spreading across his face. What are you waiting for? Let's grab it and get out of here, Su Peng said urgently, his voice trembling slightly from the cold. I don't want to stay in this place a moment longer. It's freezing. As he spoke, he instinctively exhaled a puff of warm air and rubbed his frozen hands together. The biting cold made his plump body shiver involuntarily. Liu Xing couldn't help but tease Su Peng as he watched him. You, of all people, afraid of the cold with all that fat on you? I thought that was supposed to keep you warm. Su Peng's face immediately showed a hurt expression. I didn't gain this fat to keep warm, he retorted. All this is hard-earned reserve energy. Liu Xing's mouth twitched at the explanation. All right, he said helplessly. Let's not waste time. Without another word, Su Peng turned to retrieve the ancient, unmelting ice. Just then, the God-eating Ant King suddenly jumped out, blocking Su Peng's path. God-eating Ant King, what's wrong? Su Peng asked in confusion. However, the Ant King didn't respond, only stared intently ahead. Liu Xing's brow furrowed as he cautiously scanned the surroundings. There must be something here, he whispered. Su Peng, you take a bow and leave. I'll handle this. Realizing his own lack of strength, Su Peng knew he would only be a burden if he stayed. He called out to Abao. Let's go, Abao. Got it. Abao responded. Just as Su Peng and Abao moved a short distance away, a deafening crash suddenly echoed. Boom. A massive creature appeared in front of Liu Xing. Is that an ice Jiao dragon? Liu Xing exclaimed. Under the gaze of the system's eye, the attributes of the ice Jiao dragon were clearly displayed before Liu Xing. Ice Jiao dragon. Attributes: water, ice. Gender: level, platinum tier 4. Quality: SS. Evolution path: none. Learn skills: ice arrow, frozen lands, frost breath, sweeping strike. The ice Jiao dragon was completely white. It looked more like a gigantic white serpent with 2 prominent horns on its head, rather than a traditional dragon. Suddenly, the ice Jiao dragon opened its massive maw, releasing a blast of frost breath straight at Liu Xing. Hellhound, Let's go. Liu Xing decisively leapt onto the hellhound's back. They began to flee across the slick ice surface. Seeing its prey attempting to escape, the ice Jiao dragon twisted its enormous body and gave chase without hesitation. After chasing for 40 or 50 meters, Liu Xing stopped. A sly smile crept across his lips, indicating his plan had succeeded. The ice Jiao dragon was momentarily stunned by this and quickly realized it had been tricked. Instinctively, it tried to retreat, but Liu Xing had anticipated this move. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Liu Xing thought with a chuckle. The ice Jiao dragon had originally broken through the ice from a distant ice surface, where there was a gap it could use to escape. Now, it had been lured far from that hole, making a return nearly impossible. Spirit turtle, use taunt. Liu Xing ordered decisively. The spirit turtle's eyes glowed red, instantly controlling the ice Jiao dragon that was trying to flee. A surge of anger rose from deep within the ice Jiao dragon. It opened its mouth wide, conjuring a massive ice arrow and launching it at the spirit turtle. Bang! The ice arrow struck the spirit turtle forcefully, sending it sliding several meters back. The physical damage pierced through the spirit turtle's defenses, but the ice Jiao dragon also suffered a counterattack from the spirit turtle's spiked shell skill. The ice Jiao dragon let out a painful cry, realizing it couldn't continue attacking the spirit turtle, and immediately redirected its focus to Liu Xing. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a blast of icy energy. Sweetheart, use hypnosis. Liu Xing urgently commanded the six-winged angel. A pink ring of light shot from the six-winged angel's hands, instantly putting the ice Jiao dragon to sleep. It ceased its attack, and the icy energy dissipated. Everyone, attack together. Take this thing down. Liu Xing shouted, and his beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. The hellhound's sharp claws slashed out a fierce blade of fire, while the thunder eagle summoned a thick bolt of lightning from the sky. The spirit turtle, eyes glowing red, charged at the ice Jiao dragon. After being hit by the fire slash and lightning strike, the ice Jiao dragon awoke from its stupor, burning with rage. It swung its tail violently, executing a sweeping attack. Bang! The spirit turtle was sent flying by the immense force, skidding several meters on the ground. Liu Xing watched anxiously, but seeing the spirit turtle stand up again, he breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit turtle's super healing ability was quickly mending its wounds. By now, the ice Jiao dragon was on its last legs. Suddenly, it let out a long howl, twisting its body rapidly. A whirlwind filled with countless ice particles materialized around it, rushing towards Liu Xing and his beasts. Oh no, it's the ice Jiao dragon's Arctic blast. Liu Xing recognized the ultimate move with his system eye. Let's get out of here. Liu Xing mounted the hellhound, preparing to retreat with his beasts. Just then, the spirit turtle unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating, charging directly at the ice Jiao dragon. The repeated attacks had ignited its fury, and now it rushed towards the ice Jiao dragon, facing the Arctic blast Hedon. A white glow enveloped the spirit turtle, forming a protective shield around Ithis was its magic immunity skill. Despite the formidable power of the Arctic blast, it couldn't escape its fundamental nature as a magical attack. So no matter how powerful the ice dragon was, it couldn't harm the spirit water turtle. The spirit water turtle swiftly charged at the ice dragon, opening its massive jaws and biting down hard. With a resounding crack, the turtle's sharp jaws sliced through the dragon's skin as easily as cutting tofu. The ice dragon cried out in pain and retaliated by snapping its jaws. Seeing this, the spirit water turtle thrust its body forward. With a squelching sound, its sharp, spiked shell pierced the ice dragon's mouth, going right through the upper jaw. And just like that, the ice dragon met its end at the hands of the spirit water turtle. Liu Xing looked back and saw that with the ice dragon's death, the ice that had covered the land instantly vanished without its energy source. He quickly scanned the surroundings but couldn't find any trace of the spirit water turtle. This is bad. Everyone, follow me to rescue the spirit water turtle. Liu Xing shouted. He always adhered to the principle of never abandoning or giving up on his spirit beasts. Once a contract was made, he was committed to nurturing them. These beasts were like his children. Riding his hellhound, Liu Xing led his other spirit beasts, including the thunder eagle, back to the battlefield. To his surprise, the spirit water turtle was feasting voraciously, tearing into the ice dragon's corpse and devouring it completely. As it ate, its wounds healed rapidly. Before long, the entire ice dragon had been consumed. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has consumed the ice dragon's magical core. It will learn the following skills. Please choose. Liu Xing was taken aback. He hadn't expected the spirit water turtle to eat so quickly, even swallowing the magical core. Fortunately, the ice dragon skills were quite impressive, otherwise, it would have been a problem. He carefully reviewed the skills. 1. Ice arrow. Uses ice energy to form a giant ice arrow, striking the enemy and causing physical damage. 2. Frost domain. Summons a fierce cold wind filled with ice particles, freezing everything in its path. 3. Ice breath. Emits a freezing breath that can potentially freeze the opponent. 4. Sweeping tail. Swings its tail to sweep away enemies, potentially sending them flying. After reading the descriptions, Liu Xing immediately made his decision. I choose Frost Domain. This was the powerful move that had driven him to flee earlier. Its power was undeniable. Ding! The system notification sounded, catching Liu Xing's attention. Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has learned Frozen World. With the acquisition of this new skill, the spirit water turtle had now mastered all the abilities it could learn from magic beast cores, including Taunt, Wave Impact, Magic Immunity, and Frozen World. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xing felt these abilities complemented the spirit water turtle's other skills quite well. He softly said, "Let's go, spirit water turtle." The spirit water turtle, after swallowing the ice Jiao dragon, seemed to undergo a transformation, emerging anew. It glistened under the sunlight, radiating brilliance. Liu Xing decided to further enhance its power. Soon, Liu Xing arrived at the permafrost ice. He instructed the spirit water turtle, "Go eat that." The turtle's eyes lit up at his words. For some reason, it felt an inexplicable attraction, as if its body was urging it to consume the ice. The spirit water turtle approached the permafrost ice and swallowed it in one gulp. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has consumed the permafrost ice. Your spirit water turtle is evolving. Liu Xing watched as the turtle emitted a blue glow, its face contorted in pain. Minutes later, the evolution was complete, and the turtle's size tripled, resembling a small mountain. Now, it could no longer be called the spirit water turtle, but should be renamed the Xuanwu ice turtle. The system displayed its new attributes: water and ice elements, male gender, platinum tier 3, SSS potential, no further evolution path. Its skills included rapid healing, spiked shell, furious bite, wave impact, taunt, bull rush, magic immunity, frozen world, and frost aura. The Xuanwu ice turtle had taken on a form combining a turtle with a serpent, appearing from a distance like a snake coiling around a turtle. The turtle's body was a crystalline blue, while the snake, more accurately an ice Jiao dragon, was pure white. Suddenly, the Xuanwu ice turtle roared skyward, its terrifying cry shaking the earth. The ice beneath it cracked under the immense sound waves, shattering with a resounding crash as the turtle plunged into the water. Liu Xing had already recalled his other beasts and ascended into the air on his thunder eagle. He called out anxiously, "Xuanwu ice turtle," worried that something might have happened to it. Moments later, the Xuanwu ice turtle surfaced, a white fishhan ice fish in its mouth. Known for their rarity, ice fish are considered premium sashimi ingredients. Liu Xing was astonished to find such a fish in the heavenly pool. It seemed the evolution had consumed a lot of the turtle's energy, and it was now ravenous. Liu Xing reassured it, "Xuanwu ice turtle, eat as much as you want. I'll wait here until you're full." The turtle nodded in acknowledgement and dived back into the water. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, "Liu Xing." Liu Xing. It was Su Pang, drawn by the earlier explosion, coming to find him. Spotting Liu Xing in midair, he shouted, "Are you okay?" Liu Xing descended on his thunder eagle to meet Su Pang, replying, "I'm fine." He then asked, "Where's Brother A Bao?" Su Pang explained, "He's still outside. Don't worry, he's safe." Unlike Su Pang, A Bao had an elderly mother to care for. Leading Liu Xing to this place was already a great favor. For an ordinary person like him, he had done more than enough. The bond between Su Pang and Liu Xing was extraordinary. Even knowing the danger, Su Pang retraced his steps just to stand by his brother, ready to face life and death together. Just as he found Liu Xing, the water surface exploded, and the massive form of the Xuanwu ice turtle emerged once more. With a swift flick of its head, it tossed a giant white ice fish onto the shore before diving back into the depths. Liu Xing looked at the white ice fish not far away and couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling a lump in his throat. This little guy, even while eating, was still thinking about him. Clearly, this was the largest white ice fish in the water, and instead of devouring it all, the Xuanwu ice turtle had decided to offer it to Liu Xing. The moment Su Pang saw the white ice fish on the ice, his eyes lit up, and he almost started drooling. "Wow, isn't this a white ice fish?" he exclaimed in delight. While Su Pang might not be an expert in taming beasts, he was definitely a connoisseur when it came to the best-tasting beast meat. Without a doubt, the meat of this white ice fish would be incredibly delicious. Swallowing his saliva, Su Pang eagerly asked, "Shall we eat it right away?" Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh, giving him a sideways glance. "What else? Save it for New Year's?" With that, Liu Xing retrieved a tent from his system backpack and quickly set it up. He then took out a series of cooking utensils. Su Pang was already used to Liu Xing's ways. With no one around to see them, there was no need to worry. Su Peng picked up a special knife and began skillfully preparing the fish. In no time, plates of translucent fish sashimi were laid out in front of Liu Xing. Liu Xing picked up a piece with his chopsticks, dipped it in a bit of soy sauce, and put it in his mouth. Liu Xing couldn't help but praise. It's delicious. The meat is tender, sweet, and refreshing, with an excellent texture. Seeing this, Su Peng grinned and grabbed a piece with his hand, stuffing it into his mouth. So good, he said while chewing. My master always said white ice fish was delicious, but I never had the chance to try it. I didn't expect it to be this tasty. Hey, Liu Xing. Su Peng suddenly remembered something. Pass me the wasabi over there. Here you go. Liu Xing handed the wasabi to Su Peng. Liu Xing and Su Peng were enjoying a sashimi feast on the heavenly lake. The fresh white ice fish melted in their mouths, and they ate to their heart's content until their bellies were round and they couldn't help but burp. Ah, that was so satisfying. Su Peng patted his round belly contentedly. I can't eat another bite. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng's comment. Just then, with a loud bang, the ice surface suddenly broke, and a huge figure burst out of the water. It turned out that Liu Xing and Su Peng weren't the only ones who had eaten their fill. The Xuanwu ice turtle had too. Su Peng, who had planned to take a nap, was scared out of his wits by the sudden appearance. Holy crap! Liu Xing, there's a beast. We need to run. Su Peng screamed in terror, almost in tears. He turned to flee but was grabbed by Liu Xing. Calm down, that's not a beast. It's my guardian beast, Liu Xing explained. Your guardian beast? Su Peng was stunned and instinctively took a closer look at the colossal creature. When did you contract a new guardian beast? He asked. It's not new, Liu Xing replied with a mysterious smile. Doesn't it look familiar to you? Su Peng observed carefully. Although the Xuanwu ice turtle's appearance had changed, its eyes were still familiar. He suddenly realized, your little turtle. I can't believe you've grown so big. Excited, Su Peng cautiously placed his hand on the Xuanwu ice turtle's head. To his surprise, the turtle didn't get angry but instead affectionately nuzzled his hand. Su Peng walked around the Xuanwu ice turtle and suddenly looked at Liu Xing with a peculiar expression. Liu Xing, I'm curious. Do you have a thing for unusual creatures? Your hellhound has 2 heads, and now your Xuanwu ice turtle does too. 1 turtle head and 1 snake head. Liu Xing was taken aback and only then noticed the detail. You're right. Su Peng, you really have an eye for this stuff. Of course, you should know who I am. Su Peng puffed out his chest proudly. Just then, a cold wind blew. Liu Xing looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds gathering, the sky gradually darkening. All right, it's time to head back, Liu Xing concluded. It looks like there's a snowstorm coming tonight. After packing up their things, Liu Xing and Su Peng headed down the mountain. On the way, they found Abayo shivering and huddled by the side, evidently worried they wouldn't find their way back. Brother Abayo, Liu Xing called out. Hearing the call, Abayo sighed in relief and rushed over excitedly. Liu Xing, my young brother. I'm so glad to see you're safe. Yes, Brother Abayo, we need to head back now. If we don't leave, the snowstorm will hit us. The 3 of them mounted their respective guardian beasts and sped towards Abayo's village. They made it back before nightfall and were warmly welcomed by the villagers, including the old woman. That night, the village held a grand feast to celebrate. Amid the festivities, Liu Xing approached the old woman and respectfully presented her with the white ice fish sashimi that Su Peng had prepared. What is this? The old lady asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Something delicious. Please try it, Liu Xing said with a smile, offering a piece of white ice fish sashimi to the old lady. The old lady carefully took the piece and gently placed it in her mouth. Instantly, a warm smile spread across her face, smoothing out the wrinkles around her eyes. Wonderful, she exclaimed sincerely. Liu Xing felt a surge of happiness. The white ice fish was indeed rare and precious, and he hadn't planned on sharing it. But seeing the esteemed old lady, who had always been kind to him, he felt it was worth making an exception. Delicious. The old lady savored the taste, choking up a little. She looked up at Liu Xing with gratitude and admiration, as if seeing a deity. This young man had not only helped them solve their food problems, but also shared such a precious delicacy with her. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and her eyes grew misty. Noticing the old lady's emotional change, Liu Xing quickly said, if you like it, please have more. Don't worry if it's not enough. I'll ask Su Peng to make more. All right. The old lady nodded, deeply moved. Nearby, Bao watched the scene and couldn't help but swallow hard. His mother's blissful expression told him that the white ice fish must be incredibly delicious. He sighed inwardly, thinking, what a pity. That must be really precious. Bao muttered to himself, not daring to ask for any. At that moment, Liu Xing turned to Bao and handed him a plate of white ice fish sashimi. Brother Bao, this is for you. Sorry for the delay. Bao was overjoyed and quickly took the plate. No, it's fine. Good food is worth the wait, he said eagerly, picking up a piece, dipping it lightly in soy sauce, and carefully placing it in his mouth. Delicious, truly delicious. A Bao exclaimed between chews, tears welling up in his eyes. The next morning, Liu Xing and Su Peng stood at the entrance of the tribe, waving goodbye to everyone. The tribe members watched them leave with heavy hearts until their figures disappeared into the distant snow. On the way, Su Peng couldn't help but ask, Liu Xing, do you think we'll come back? Liu Xing answered firmly, yes, we will. The old lady here is very kind. When we have the time, I definitely want to come back and see her. Su Peng nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, and when you do, make sure to bring me along. I want to bring them a big pile of snacks. Despite the freezing weather, the simplicity and warmth of the tribespeople made Su Peng feel incredibly cozy. For someone with a pure heart like him, interacting with the people here was the most comfortable experience. There was no need to be wary or worried about being taken advantage of. This purity and sincerity were what he cherished the most. Liu Xing and Su Peng returned to Jiangnan University of beast-taming. Having just come back from the icy mountains, they were ready for a well-deserved rest. As Liu Xing walked up to his villa, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, riding a mighty dragon that landed right in front of him. Liu Xing. It was Principal Liu Xing. Liu Xing's eyes were immediately drawn to the dragon beneath the principal. It was an ironhide rhino dragon, a metal and dragon type, male, ranked at Diamond Tier 4, with an impressive straight aptitude. Its skills included Dragon's Breath, Horn Drill, Dragon Claw, and Metal Cannon. Now this is a real dragon. Liu Xing thought to himself. He hadn't expected Liu Xing to have such a powerful dragon. Including the Crimson Flame Wyvern he had seen before, the principal now had 2 dragons. This piqued Liu Xing's curiosity about Liu Xing's background. A man in his 30s who had become the principal of one of the top 3 beast-taming universities in China with diamond-level strength surely had a significant background. Liu Xing's mind flashed back to his previous encounter with Chen Shijiu, who also had a pet named the Horn Lizard Dragon, but it was merely a winged fire-type lizard at best. Liu Xing, you're finally back, Principal Liu Xing said. Do you know? A new secret realm has appeared in Jiangnan City. I want you to join the expedition team to explore it. Explore a secret realm? Liu Xing felt a surge of excitement. He knew how fortunate it was to be assigned to explore a new secret realm. Although it could be dangerous, opportunities often came with risks. Every unexplored secret realm was a treasure trove, potentially hiding all sorts of precious resources. In contrast, treasures in already explored realms were often depleted. So, what do you think? Want to go? The principal asked. Yes, Liu Xing nodded in agreement. Good. Prepare yourself today and set off tomorrow. That's soon? Liu Xing was surprised by the urgency. The principal couldn't help but roll his eyes at Liu Xing's reaction. That soon? Do you know how much pressure I was under? It turned out that due to Liu Xing's delayed return, the mentors at Jiangnan University of beast-taming were considering finding someone else. But Principal Liu insisted on waiting for Liu Xing, believing that such a precious opportunity should go to someone as talented and capable as him. After a lot of persuasion, the mentors reluctantly agreed to set today as the final deadline. If Liu Xing hadn't returned today, another third-year student would have been sent tomorrow. All right, stop wasting time and go rest. Remember, don't wander off. I'll pick you up at 6 tomorrow morning. With that, the principal rode off on his ironhide rhino dragon. After the principal left, Su Peng grinned mischievously. Liu Xing, be honest. Are you the principal's illegitimate son? He's Liu and you're also Liu. Get lost. Liu Xing punched Su Peng in the chest. Cough, cough, cough. Su Peng coughed repeatedly from the blow. Hey, I was just joking. Did you have to hit so hard? If you think that's hard, I can hit you harder. With that, Liu Xing lunged at Su Peng. If you keep this up, I'm going to fight back. Go ahead, fight back. All right, you leave me no choice. Watch my monkey steals the peach move. The two started wrestling, playing around for over 10 minutes before stopping. The next morning, Liu Xing's door was knocked on right on time. The principal had arrived as promised, and Liu Xing was ready. Do you have everything you need? The principal asked. Yes. Then let's go. Liu Xing glanced back at the villa. Su Peng was still sound asleep, his snores echoing through the room. Then, he followed Principal Liu Xing and left. The two of them basked in the morning sunlight as they headed towards a new secret realm. The air was fresh, and dewdrops still clung to the leaves, with everything coming back to life. The only drawback was the slight chill in the weather. Principal Liu Xing, riding an ironclad rhinoceros, led Liu Xing towards the outskirts of the secret realm. Upon arrival, they found the area tightly secured by personnel in green military uniforms. These soldiers immediately saluted in unison when they saw Liu Xing. Liu Xing was secretly surprised, not expecting the principal to hold such a high rank in the military. A stern-faced man approached, his gaze lingering on Liu Xing with a look of surprise. Is he the one sent by Jiangnan City to explore? He asked skeptically. Why is he so young? Liu Xing, with a serious expression, retorted, "What's wrong with being young? His strength is more than enough for this mission." This left the man speechless. Despite being at the Diamond Rank 1 level, much stronger than Liu Xing, he could easily see that Liu Xing was at the Platinum Rank 3 level. Platinum Rank 3, he muttered under his breath. Liu Xing, hearing him, responded directly, 19 years old, Platinum Rank 3, what? The man's eyes widened in shock. 19 years old. He finally understood why Liu Xing valued Liu Xing so highly, even personally escorting him. Under Liu Xing's guidance, the two of them reached the outer area of the secret realm, where several familiar faces were already waiting. Old Sun from the Imperial Capital's Huaxia Academy was there with Xiao Tao, and Granny Yang from the Magic City Academy had brought along a fair-skinned young man. The young man noticed Liu Xing's gaze, squinted his eyes in a smile, and nodded politely. Liu Xing, taken aback by this unexpected gesture of politeness, was left bewildered, thinking, what's going on? Among the attendees were students from other schools, whom Liu Xing was not familiar with, so he didn't pay them much attention. Principal Liu Xing stood beside Liu Xing and whispered in his ear, "This newly discovered secret realm may have unstable spaces. Be extra careful once you enter. Treasures are valuable, but your life is more important. Remember, your safety is the top priority. Fight if you can, but run if you can't." Hearing the principal's words, Liu Xing frowned. Why did these words sound so familiar? He suddenly remembered his mentor, Wu Yong, who always liked to say such things. It seemed that Principal Liu had spent so much time with Wu Yong that even his speaking style had been influenced. "All right, you can go in now. Remember what I said," Liu Xing reminded him again as he saw the entry gate opening. "Got it." Liu Xing waved his hand and stepped into the newly opened portal to the secret realm. Liu Xing watched Liu Xing's receding figure with a mix of worry and envy in his eyes. He recalled the hardships he had endured to participate in secret realm explorations back in his day, feeling a pang of bitterness. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Due to the unstable energy in this secret realm, only those below Platinum Rank 5 could enter, so Liu Xing and others had to leave the opportunity to the new generation like Liu Xing. After entering the secret realm, Liu Xing found two people already waiting. One was his old acquaintance, Xiao Tao, who wanted to team up with him. The other was a man brought by Granny Yang. The man smiled politely and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Yang Yun. The lady outside is my grandmother. I heard there were some issues between you, but that shouldn't stop us from being friends." As he spoke, he extended his hand to Liu Xing. Liu Xing responded politely, "Hello?" Despite his inner wariness, he decided to play along with Yang Yun. "How about we explore together?" Yang Yun suggested. "No way." Xiao Tao rejected Yang Yun's proposal before Liu Xing could say anything. "Liu Xing, let's go." "All right." Liu Xing agreed, and they summoned their respective beasts, leaving the entrance area. Once Liu Xing and Xiao Tao were out of sight, Yang Yun's face twisted into a sinister expression. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Just you wait, you little brat and you yellow-haired girl." He had noticed some tension between Liu Xing and Xiao Tao, which delighted him. This meant they might split up, giving him an opportunity. Unable to hold back, Xiao Tao said to Liu Xing, "Do you know that Yang Yun is a hypocrite? He looks righteous on the surface, but does all sorts of shady things behind the scenes. That guy is a snake, and you still wanted to keep him around. I really don't know what you're thinking." Liu Xing smiled slightly at her words. "What's the big deal? If he has schemes, can I turn them against him?" Liu Xing was scheming in his mind, planning to lure Yang Yun to a secluded spot to deal with him. After all, the entrance to the secret realm was too crowded for him to make a move. However, this plan was inadvertently disrupted by Xiao Tao. "Guess I'll spare him for now," Liu Xing muttered to himself, a playful glint in his eyes, as if he were a cat and Yang Yun was just a mouse waiting to be caught. Xiao Tao merely snorted at his words. If it weren't for Liu Xing having previously helped Chun Tao and the others, making her see him in a somewhat better light, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. The two of them rode their beasts forward. After an unknown amount of time, both Liu Xing and Xiao Tao stopped simultaneously. "What's going on?" Xiao Tao asked impatiently. "Didn't you say this secret realm was filled with rare treasures? We haven't found a single thing." She turned to Liu Xing, half jokingly and half seriously accusing him. "Did you jinx us or something? All your bad deeds must have brought bad luck." Liu Xing was speechless. "What do you mean, my bad deeds brought bad luck? I'm blessed with incredible luck, all right?" "You," Xiao Tao scoffed. "Since you say that, there's no point in us sticking together. Let's split up." "Fine, let's split up. It's not like I want to be with you either," Liu Xing retorted without backing down. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tao rode her pink fragrant pig down one path and left. Liu Xing merely glanced at her before choosing a different path. Liu Xing rode on his hellhound, with a six-winged angel perched on his shoulder, while the god-eating ant king lurked in his shadow, always ready to protect him. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. "Help!" Soon, a figure came running towards Liu Xing, followed closely by a platinum-tier spotted tiger. Hellhound, use flame slash. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The hellhound responded, its sharp claws slashing forward, sending a fierce blade of fire shooting towards the spotted tiger. Boom! The flame slash hit the spotted tiger deadened, killing it instantly. Are you all right? Liu Xing asked with concern. I'm fine, really, the person panted. I owe you my life. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead for sure. The person lifted their head and removed the hat they were wearing. When Liu Xing saw the person's face clearly, he was stunned. Liu Xing was astonished to discover that the mysterious figure before him was a woman. However, her appearance was far from flattering. The most striking feature was her smooth, shiny scalp, a Mediterranean-style baldness on a woman, which instantly brought to mind the phrase, baldly brilliant. Liu Xing suddenly understood why she wore a bamboo hat. It was to hide her embarrassing baldness. Upon closer inspection, the woman's face appeared somewhat sleazy. She had small, round eyes and an equally tiny mouth, but the most noticeable feature was her two prominent front teeth, giving her a rodent-like appearance. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Liu Xing asked, "Who are you, and which school are you from?" The woman replied, "My name is Xiaoping, from Hangzhou University. And you?" "I'm Liu Xing, from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University," Liu Xing answered honestly. Hearing the names Jiangnan Beast-Taming University and Liu Xing, Xiaoping's eyes sparkled like stars. She scrutinized Liu Xing and found that he was indeed as handsome as the rumors claimed. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart began to race. Liu Xing looked around, puzzled, and asked, "By the way, if you're here on behalf of Hangzhou University to explore the secret realm, where's your beast?" He noticed that Xiaoping was a platinum rank 1 beast tamer and should have already summoned her beast. Xiaoping's face turned even redder as she stammered, "My beast, it..." Just then, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. A black shadow darted out and jumped straight into Xiaoping's arms. Xiaoping exclaimed with joy, "Xiaobao, you're back." "Xiaobao." Liu Xing curiously leaned in to take a closer look. When he saw the beast in Xiaoping's arms, his eyes lit up. A treasure-seeking mouse. Liu Xing quickly scanned the attributes of the treasure-seeking mouse. Treasure-seeking mouse. Attributes: normal, metal. Gender: level, platinum rank 1. Aptitude: A. Evolution path: none. Skills learned: treasure-seeking, metal claw, scent tracking, digging, etc. Seeing this information, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In terms of combat power, this treasure-seeking mouse was practically useless. But when it came to treasure hunting, it was undoubtedly top tier. Liu Xing silently analyzed the mouse's skills. Treasure seeking for finding treasures, scent tracking for both treasure hunting and avoiding powerful beasts, metal claw for breaking through hard rocks, and digging for retrieving buried treasures. This was a perfect little treasure hunter. While Liu Xing was contemplating whether to team up with Xiaoping, she nervously swallowed and stammered, do you want to team up with me to find treasures?" Her face turned as red as a sunset. "Sure." Liu Xing agreed without hesitation. He had been pondering how to ask, but Xiaoping beat him to it. Hearing Liu Xing's agreement, Xiaoping let out a sigh of relief. She knew that Liu Xing was incredibly powerful, far beyond her current level of understanding. With Liu Xing's help, her safety would be assured. Thus, Liu Xing and Xiaoping teamed up and embarked on their exploration journey. With the help of the treasure-seeking mouse, they found numerous treasures, such as fire fruits that enhanced fire attribute attacks and fitness fruits that strengthened one's physique. Liu Xing unceremoniously fed all these treasures to his hellhound, leaving Xiaoping dumbfounded. Xiaoping thought to herself, this is a secret realm, and many things are unknown. Even if they are treasures, without detailed information, consuming them indiscriminately could be dangerous. What if they were poisonous? As Xiaoping was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly screamed. Not far away lay a corpse with a purple complexion, clearly dead for some time, with flies buzzing around it. Seeing this, Liu Xing's face immediately darkened. He quickly scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a tree not far away, its branches laden with purple fruits. Under the system's eye, the information about the purple fruits appeared before Liu Xing. Purple face fruit. This fruit is highly toxic and inedible. After taking it, your face will turn purple, but drinking goat milk can detoxify you. This peculiar poison can be treated within 10 minutes, but after that, it becomes incurable. Liu Xing felt secretly relieved to have the eye of the system. Otherwise, he might have ended up like the poor soul in front of him. Liu Xing looked around, marveling at the diverse crowd exploring the secret realm. Some people were cautious, only taking strange fruits back for careful study. However, without any accidents, these precious fruits might forever remain out of their reach. Perhaps realizing this, some dared to take risks and tasted the fruits without knowing their effects. People die for wealth, just as birds die for food, Liu Xing thought to himself. Since they willingly took the risk, they should bear the consequences. With that, Liu Xing rode his hellhound towards the grove of purple-faced fruits. He reached out and began picking them skillfully. Xiaoping, seeing this, quickly tried to stop him. Liu Xing, don't be fooled by how pretty these fruits look. They're highly poisonous. Don't do anything reckless. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the poison corpse, clearly trying to warn Liu Xing of the potential danger. Liu Xing's lips curled into a knowing smile. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I don't plan on dying young. He emphasized the word friends deliberately. These are gifts for my friends. Xiaoping, not being naive, immediately grasped Liu Xing's intention. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Liu Xing's enemies, shuddering at the thought of the deadly poison in the purple-faced fruits. Sensing Xiaoping's thoughts, Liu Xing said calmly, are poisonous fruits always bad? Not necessarily. It depends on how they're used. If made into insecticide, these fruits are beneficial. If used to harm people, they become a menace. With that, Liu Xing swiftly packed all the purple-faced fruits into his bag. Xiaoping, let's move on to the next spot. He glanced around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This new secret realm is indeed, as Principal Liu Xing said, full of treasures and surprises everywhere. Unfortunately, there were only 5 of the purple-faced fruits, which was a bit disappointing. However, a mischievous grin appeared on Liu Xing's face. He and Xiaoping continued their journey, with the treasure-hunting mouse's abilities proving invaluable in this mysterious and unknown territory. Along the way, various rare and precious treasures appeared before them. Liu Xing, quick on his feet, swiftly pocketed all the valuable items, leaving the less valuable trinkets for Xiaoping as a token of appreciation for her hard work. Although Xiaoping didn't get much, she was still content. She knew very well that without Liu Xing's protection, she wouldn't be able to navigate this perilous secret realm unscathed. Moreover, the fierce beasts guarding the treasures were easily taken down by Liu Xing's tamed beasts, and his efforts in the treasure hunt were clearly evident. Before they knew it, both of their backpacks were filled to the brim. Liu Xing noticed that as they ventured deeper into the secret realm, the beasts around them grew increasingly powerful, even encountering a diamond-tier black bear. Luckily, they managed to avoid it in time and escaped being pursued by the ferocious bear. Considering they had already explored for quite a while, Liu Xing decided it was time to head back. Just then, Xiaoping's treasure-hunting mouse suddenly became excited, gesturing frantically. Xiaoping asked what was going on and learned that the mouse had sensed an extraordinary treasure, one that emitted an aura far surpassing all the rare items they had found so far. Upon hearing this, Liu Xing was overjoyed and urged, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Following the mouse, the two of them jogged to the location of the treasure. Liu Xing's eyes lit up at the sight, his face beaming with joy. It was a 5-colored spirit fruit. This magical fruit, when consumed after ripening, could upgrade the qualification of any beast below S tier by 1 tier. Although it had no immediate use for Liu Xing's current beasts, he knew it would be incredibly valuable in the future. As Liu Xing was secretly celebrating, a commotion suddenly erupted. It turned out that a group of people had also discovered the glowing fruit. One of them recklessly charged towards it, followed by the others. However, they had only taken a few steps before thick vines suddenly emerged, piercing their chests and killing them instantly. At that moment, a discordant voice descended from above. A man dressed in casual clothes, riding a white-head eagle, slowly landed. Liu Xing squinted and recognized the man as Yang Yun. At this moment, Yang Yun's arrogance was even more pronounced than his sharp-tongued grandmother, Granny Yang. With a smug expression, he sneered, "A bunch of worthless fools. Do you think you can lay a finger on such a heavenly treasure? Only a genius like me deserves it." With that, Yang Yun rode his white-head eagle towards the 5-colored spirit fruit. Seeing this, Xiaoping anxiously asked, "Brother Liu Xing, aren't you going to do something?" Liu Xing heard her, and a subtle, meaningful smile played at the corner of his lips. "What's the rush? The real show hasn't even started yet." A mocking voice shattered the silence. Suddenly, 3 vines shot towards Yang Yun like arrows. Yang Yun sneered dismissively, "Is that all you've got? You think you can stop me from getting the 5-colored spirit fruit with these petty tricks?" He turned to the bird beside him and commanded, "Bald eagle, use wind blade." The bald eagle spread its wings wide at the command. A sharp wind blade sliced through the air, hitting the vines with precision and shredding them to pieces. The surrounding audience gasped in amazement. "Wow, he's incredible. Of course, he's one of the top students at Magic City Academy. It's over. He's going to get the fruit. What can we do? We're just not as skilled as he is." Regretful expressions appeared on the faces of the onlookers. The 5-colored spirit fruit was evidently a highly coveted treasure, but obtaining it was no easy feat. Just as Yang Yun, riding the bald eagle, was about to reach the 5-colored spirit fruit, a massive beast suddenly appeared. It flapped its enormous wings and launched a fierce attack at Yang Yun. Countless vines surged towards him like frenzied snakes. Not good. Yang Yun tried to dodge, but the sheer number of vines overwhelmed him. In an instant, he was tightly ensnared by the vines. The beast seemed unsatisfied and unleashed another powerful move. Countless thorns sprouted from the surface of the vines. Ah! Yang Yun let out a blood-curdling scream. Pierced by the thorns, his blood gushed out, only to be greedily absorbed by the vines. And so, the prodigy of Magic City Academy, Yang Yun, met his tragic end. Run! Get out of here! Someone shouted in terror. That thing's at least at the diamond level. We don't stand a chance against it. The students participating in the exploration scattered like frightened birds. Although they had never faced a diamond-level opponent, the palpable pressure was undeniable. At this moment, Xiaoping, standing beside Liu Xing, turned pale and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Liu Xing, should we run?" She had come to see Liu Xing as her pillar of strength. Run? Why should we run? A cold smile appeared on Liu Xing's face, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Liu Xing gazed at the beast in the sky, and its attribute panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Green Dragon Bull. Attributes: Plant, Dragon. Gender: Level, Diamond Tier 1. Quality: A. Evolution Path: None. Skills learned: Vine Wrap, Spike Attack, Vine Thrust, Bull Rush. This green Dragon Bull was more like a winged cow than a dragon. Despite its dragon attribute, Liu Xing felt it was far from the true dragons he envisioned. He sneered, but his gaze fell on the beast's weary expression. Clearly, guarding the multicolored spirit fruit had drained it significantly. The green Dragon Bull looked gaunt and exhausted, indicating it hadn't eaten or rested well for days. Despite the bull in its name, it wasn't a herbivore but rather fed on meat and fruits. A glint of insight flashed in Liu Xing's eyes as he seemed to see through the beast's predicament. Hungry, aren't you? Well, let me give you something to eat. Xiaoping, let's go. Before long, Liu Xing and his beast companions captured several weak magical beasts. He cleverly smeared or stuffed the previously obtained purple-faced fruit into these prey and then drove them towards the green Dragon Bull. Seeing the approaching prey, the starved green Dragon Bull's eyes lit up. Without questioning why these creatures were coming to it, numerous vines extended from its body. In the blink of an eye, all the magical beasts were slain on the spot. The green Dragon Bull wrapped a wild wolf in its vines and devoured it in one gulp. As the wolf entered its stomach, a look of satisfaction appeared on its face. So good. That hunger was unbearable. However, this satisfaction didn't last long. As soon as the wolf entered its stomach, the green Dragon Bull's expression twisted in pain. Agony. It felt as if 1,000 knives were cutting its insides. Ugh. The green Dragon Bull spat out a mouthful of purple blood, its originally green face turning a sickly purple. That wolf was poisoned. Regret filled its eyes. It cursed itself for not checking the prey before eating. Clearly, hunger had clouded its judgment. The green Dragon Bull's body began to shake violently. It looked longingly at the multicolored spirit fruit on the treetop. Just a little longer, and that fruit would be ripe. It was only one step away from becoming an quality beast. As a dragon attribute beast, it had the potential for greater power, but its limited quality hindered its growth. It had hoped for a transformation in its life, but instead, it faced the end. With a resolute look, the green Dragon Bull clenched its teeth. If it couldn't have the fruit, no one else would. It strained its trembling body and flew towards the multicolored spirit fruit, intending to swallow it in one gulp. Want to eat the multicolored spirit fruit? Did you ask for my permission? With Liu Xing's command, all his beast companions launched their attacks simultaneously. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the green Dragon Bull. Though it had some resistance to electric damage due to its plant and dragon attributes, the strike still paralyzed its body, halting its advance. Next, the Hellhound's flame slash roared in. Bang! The flames hit the green Dragon Bull hard, knocking it out of the sky. The impact site instantly turned charred black. Xuanwu Ice Turtle, it's your turn. Use your frost breath. Liu Xing continued to command. Upon hearing this, the Xuanwu Ice Turtle opened both its turtle and dragon heads, releasing 2 streams of extreme cold frost breath, aimed directly at the green Dragon Bull. The icy energy expelled by the Xuanwu Ice Turtle engulfed the green Dragon Bull, freezing it in an instant. Being a creature with plant and dragon attributes, the green Dragon Bull was particularly vulnerable to ice attacks. This move severely injured it. With a loud crack, the green Dragon Bull shattered the ice and broke free, struggling to regain its footing. At this moment, the green Dragon Bull's eyes were bloodshot with rage. It forcefully kicked back with its right hoof, slightly lowered its head, and charged at Liu Xing with its sharp horns aimed directly at him. Just as the green Dragon Bull was about to collide with Liu Xing, a shadow suddenly darted out. It was the Devourer Ant King. With a swift thrust of its spear, the Devourer Ant King executed the piercing dragon spear technique. A dragon's roar echoed as the black spear precisely struck the green Dragon Bull's head. With a squelch, the spear pierced through its skull. Everything happened so quickly. The green dragon bull, already weakened by poison and previous attacks from Liu Xing's beasts, was in a state of extreme exhaustion. The platinum-tier Devourer Ant King was thus able to slay it with ease. The Devourer Ant King withdrew its spear without a hint of emotion and returned to Liu Xing's side. The massive body of the green dragon bull collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, Xiaoping witnessed the entire scene, her mouth agape in astonishment. She could hardly believe that Liu Xing had managed to defeat a diamond-tier magical beast so effortlessly. At that moment, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Following the scent, Liu Xing saw that it was emanating from the five-colored spirit fruit it had finally ripened. Thunderhawk, Liu Xing called out. The Thunderhawk immediately flew to his side. He mounted the Thunderhawk and swiftly flew towards the five-colored spirit fruit. After easily picking it, Liu Xing carefully placed the fruit into a jade box and then stored the jade box in his system backpack. With the backpack's time-stopping space, he had no worries about the fruit spoiling. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps reached his ears. Liu Xing immediately tensed up, scanning his surroundings warily. Liu Xing furrowed his brows, deeply puzzled. Logically, after witnessing the astounding power of the green dragon bull, the students exploring the secret realm should have scattered in fear. Yet, someone was approaching him, which was truly perplexing. Following the sound, Liu Xing instantly understood. He saw Xiao Tao appearing in his view, looking disheveled, her clothes in disarray and her face covered in sweat. Xiao Tao, did you go somewhere to have fun? Liu Xing couldn't help but tease, a playful smile on his face. Xiao Tao's expression darkened immediately. Fun my foot, she snapped back irritably. After parting ways with Liu Xing, she had encountered a powerful black wolf demon. If not for her quick wits and agile movements to dodge its attacks, she might have ended up as its meal. Just as Xiao Tao was about to explain in detail, Xiaoping suddenly spoke up nervously. Liu Xing, something's wrong. A terrifying beast is heading our way. She clutched the treasure-seeking mouse tightly. If not for her grip, the clever little creature would have fled long ago. Xiaoping had sensed the approaching danger thanks to the mouse's warning. It's the black wolf demon. Liu Xing, we need to leave now. This place is too dangerous. Xiao Tao urgently called out. All right. Liu Xing was about to respond when the hellhound swiftly dug out the green dragon bull's beast core. You really know me well. Liu Xing took the core and quickly mounted the hellhound. Xiao Tao summoned her pink fragrant pig. However, Xiaoping stood awkwardly, seemingly without a mount. Seeing this, Liu Xing had the thunder eagle lift her with its claws. The group fled at high speed, only to find the black wolf demon relentlessly pursuing them. Liu Xing glanced at Xiao Tao and noticed her backpack bulging in a shape resembling an egg. That's sneaky little. Liu Xing thought, gritting his teeth. Fortunately, they managed to escape the secret realm before the black wolf demon caught up. Phew, I'm exhausted. Xiao Tao wiped the sweat from her forehead and glanced at Liu Xing. Kid, I owe you one this time. I'll repay the favor when I get the chance. With that, she left with Old Man's son. Principal Liu Gongxing sighed in relief when he saw Liu Xing return safely. Earlier, other students had reported a terrifying diamond-level beast in the secret realm that had killed Yang Yunzi, Granny Yang's grandson, in one move. No, this can't be. Granny Yang squatted on the ground, clutching her head and crying out, my precious grandson was so strong. He wouldn't die so easily. Suddenly, Granny Yang heard Liu Xing's voice and looked up, her eyes filled with venom. You, why are you unharmed? Why wasn't it you who died? She screamed at Liu Xing. Liu Xing felt speechless and couldn't be bothered with the hysterical old woman, treating her outburst like a stray dog's barking. Liu Xing, let's go, Principal Liu Gongxing said with a blackened expression, surprised at Granny Yang's loss of composure and her outrageous remarks in front of everyone. You're not leaving. Granny Yang shouted sternly. Oh. Principal Liu Gongxing's tone turned icy. Granny Yang, I call you that out of respect. But now, let me tell you, old lady Yang, don't push your luck. Others may fear you, but I, Liu Gongxing, do not. Ha, who do you think you are? Liu Gongxing continued, don't forget where you are. This is Jiangnan City, not a place for you to throw your weight around. Granny Yang was stunned into silence by his words, unable to utter a single word. Liu Xing, let's go. Principal Liu Gongxing led Liu Xing away. Watching their departing figures, Granny Yang finally came to her senses, a cruel glint flashing in her eyes. Just you wait, she muttered. Though she wanted to retaliate against Liu Gongxing and Liu Xing, she restrained herself for now, as others were still present. If she acted rashly, it would undoubtedly provoke resentment from others and could ultimately lead to her being besieged. Granny Yang squinted her eyes and let out a cold snort. This was clearly not the outcome she desired. Although the deceased Yang Yuan was her own grandson, he was just one of them. She had another grandson who was even more accomplished. A cunning glint flashed in Granny Yang's eyes, indicating she was concocting another devious plan to deal with Liu Xing. Liu Xing clenched his fists, feeling secretly frustrated. If he were stronger, he would have dealt with this detestable old woman himself long ago. But for now, he could only suppress this urge. Principal Liu Xing led Liu Xing back to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. He cautiously looked back to ensure no one was following them before finally relaxing. Despite Liu Xing being at Diamond Level 4, 2 levels below Granny Yang, the difference between each level at this stage was colossal. If a fight were to break out, he would stand no chance. However, being back at the university made all the difference. Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought of the mysterious Grand Elder in the treasure pavilion. If Granny Yang were foolish enough to intrude into the school, that grand figure would surely make her regret it. All right, you just came out of the secret realm. You must be exhausted. Go get some rest, Liu Xing said, patting Liu Xing on the shoulder. Liu Xing nodded in thanks and headed toward the villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the siblings, Su Peng and Su Xiaoya. He paused for a moment, then remembered that Ruming rarely returned to school after advancing to her 3rd year, and Lu Xiaoming had gone back to her family for special training, trying to catch up with him. With some rare downtime, Liu Xing decided to relax for a few days. He lay on the lawn in front of the villa, basking in the sun. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping caught his attention. The thunder eagle landed next to Liu Xing, looking at him with pitiful eyes. It seemed to be complaining that while the spirit water turtle had evolved later, it had already grown stronger, whereas the thunder eagle was still at a standstill. Liu Xing looked at his companion and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Liu Xing reached out and gently stroked the dejected lightning eagle. This proud beast now hung its head, its eyes filled with disappointment. It's okay. Don't be sad. Liu Xing comforted softly. Don't be fooled by its current strength. Once you reach the diamond level, it'll help you evolve. Then, you'll be able to defeat it. However, deep down, Liu Xing was a bit uneasy. He knew very well that even if the lightning eagle advanced to the diamond level and evolved into a thunder dragon eagle, it might still not be a match for the Xuanwu ice turtle. While the evolved thunder dragon eagle would gain dragon attributes and significantly enhance its power, it would also inherit the weaknesses of dragon attributes. Originally unaffected by ice attacks, the lightning eagle would become highly vulnerable to ice-based moves after evolving. To make matters worse, all of the lightning eagle's moves dealt magical damage, while Liu Xing's Xuanwu ice turtle had a magic immunity skill. This made the Xuanwu ice turtle the natural nemesis of the lightning eagle. After comforting the lightning eagle, Liu Xing turned his attention to the hellhound. As his first beast and the leader of his team, Liu Xing always felt a sense of guilt towards it. Hellhound. Attributes: Dark, Fire. Gender: Level: Platinum Tier 3. Potential: SS. Evolution Path: Unknown. Skills learned: Rending Claw, Bite, Poison Fang, Shadow Assault, Fire Devour, Flame Slash, Shadow Ball, Flame Armor, Carrion Pile, Stealth. Seeing the word unknown on the Hellhound's evolution path, Liu Xing felt a headache coming on. The evolution paths for his other beasts were clear, but the Hellhound's evolution path remained a mystery due to missing information, leaving Liu Xing clueless on how to further enhance it. Oh well, let's just go with the flow. Liu Xing comforted himself, believing that with the system's help, he would eventually make the Hellhound stronger. Just then, a figure appeared in midair, riding a majestic dragon. Liu Xing looked up and saw that it was Principal Liu Xing. From above, Liu Xing smiled and said, Liu Xing, you really know how to enjoy yourself. I have a task for you, if you're willing. Of course, I won't let you do it for free. See this? He pulled a yellow fruit from his pocket. That's the yellow lightning fruit? Liu Xing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Liu Xing nodded. After consumption, it increases the power of your beast's electric moves by 10%. Only 10%? Liu Xing couldn't help but frown, thinking that the effect seemed insignificant. Little did he know, the yellow lightning fruit was a rare and precious treasure, worth at least $1 million on the market, and even then, it was hard to come by. Liu Xing glanced at the lightning eagle, still sulking in the corner. Despite the earlier comfort, it was clawing at the ground as if trying to dig out a 3-room apartment. Weighing his options, Liu Xing decided to take on the task. However, before agreeing, he cautiously asked, Can you tell me what the task is first? Then he'll decide. You little rascal, Liu Xing chuckled. Do you think I'd harm you? It's simple. I want you to become an instructor for the freshmen at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Just help ensure their safety. Oh, that's it. Liu Xing realized. All right, I accept. With his current strength at Platinum Tier 3, Liu Xing had already surpassed many of the instructors at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. He was more than qualified for the role. In truth, Liu Xing had his own motives. He just wanted an excuse to give away the yellow lightning fruit. After all, with so many teachers at the school, anyone could serve as an instructor. Although Liu Xing was already a diamond-level expert, he still couldn't match the elder's strength. However, he keenly sensed that something significant was about to happen. It was precisely because of this that he was so eager to train Liu Xing, hoping he could grow quickly. A single person's strength isn't true strength. Only when everyone is strong can this nation become powerful, Liu Xing thought to himself, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Liu Xing. You must lead these students to grow together and become the backbone of this country. The principal gently tossed the yellow electric fruit to Liu Xing, who caught it firmly. Since you've agreed, this yellow electric fruit is yours, Liu Xing instructed. Remember to gather at the playground on time tomorrow, and take the bus with the freshmen. With that, Liu Xing mounted his imposing iron-skinned rhino and vanished into the distance. Liu Xing watched the principal's departing figure with a knowing smile. He understood the principal's good intentions. Liu Xing glanced down at the yellow electric fruit in his hand, and then walked towards his thunder eagle. The majestic flying mount was standing nearby, looking dejected. Don't be sad, Liu Xing softly consoled, offering the yellow electric fruit to the thunder eagle. Here, eat this and work hard. You'll defeat that annoying guy soon enough. The thunder eagle instinctively glanced at the black tortoise not far away. That creature was lazily dozing under a giant tree, seemingly indifferent to everything around it. This only heightened the thunder eagle's sense of grievance, as even its opponent didn't bother to console it. Gently stroking the thunder eagle's feathers, Liu Xing coaxed, "Come on, thunder eagle, eat the fruit." Under its owner's loving touch, the thunder eagle's mood slightly improved. It swallowed the yellow electric fruit in one gulp. Suddenly, a powerful electric current surged through the thunder eagle's body. Amidst crackling sounds, golden electric arcs emanated from it. The thunder eagle could clearly feel its strength increasing. Chirp! It let out a loud cry, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. I need more training. Only through hard work can I defeat that damn tortoise, the thunder eagle shouted in its heart. Watching the thunder eagle transform into a training fanatic, Liu Xing's face lit up with a satisfied smile. This self-discipline and determination were exactly what he had hoped for. The next day, Liu Xing arrived at the sports field of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University as promised. The scene before him was slightly surprising. The field was bustling with a crowd. He casually weaved through the throng, observing his surroundings. Liu Xing! A shout broke his train of thought. Following the voice, Liu Xing saw a slightly chubby middle-aged man walking towards him. The sparse hair immediately gave away his identity. Wu Yong, now the head of the admissions office. Mr. Wu Yong, long time no see. Liu Xing greeted politely. Wu Yong nodded with a smile. Indeed, long time no see. So, what brings you here today? Liu Xing had already made a name for himself at the university. His handsome appearance and exceptional skills made him a favorite among many tutors. It was generally accepted that Liu Xing didn't need to attend classes because he could become stronger on his own, and he had already surpassed most of the teachers. The principal asked me to be the instructor for the freshmen, Liu Xing explained briefly. I see. Wu Yong nodded in understanding. Just then, another figure hurried over. Liu Xing. Liu Xing turned and saw Xie Yuding, who was about to become the director of education at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. She still had her stern demeanor, holding a thick roster in her arms. What are you standing around for? Come with me, Xie Yuding urged. After bidding farewell to Wu Yong, Liu Xing followed Xie Yuding to a classroom. Clearing her throat, Xie Yuding addressed the students. Everyone, quiet. From today onwards, Liu Xing will be your instructor. For the next month, he will be responsible for teaching and protecting you. You must follow his instructions. Understood? Understood. The freshmen responded in unison, intimidated by Xie Yuding's imposing presence. After giving her instructions, Xie Yuding handed the roster to Liu Xing and left. Watching her leave, Liu Xing couldn't help but smile wryly. He opened the roster and started calling names. When I call your name, please respond. Lin Yun. Here. He Yu. Here. Zhang Wei. Here. Hearing three voices simultaneously, Liu Xing frowned. What's going on? Who is Zhang Wei? Sir, I am Zhang Wei. Sir, I am also Zhang Wei. Sir, I am Zhang Wei too. Liu Xing looked helplessly at the two boys and one girl named Zhang Wei. All right, you'll be girl Zhang Wei. And you two boys will be big Zhang Wei and little Zhang Wei. After the roll call, Liu Xing announced, for the next 30 days, I will be your instructor. Please cooperate. Now, let's get on the bus. The students eagerly boarded the bus, excited for the upcoming training. Liu Xing also got on the bus, which slowly headed towards the training grounds. On the bus, the students began to chat enthusiastically. Wow, our instructor is so handsome. Yeah, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Didn't you notice he's quite young? He doesn't seem much older than us. Suddenly, a girl said mysteriously, do you know? Our instructor Liu Xing isn't actually a teacher. He's a student. He's our senior in the second year. This revelation was like a bombshell, instantly igniting a flurry of discussions among the students. What? No way, are you joking? The students couldn't believe it and continued to talk animatedly. What a joke. A student suddenly raised their voice, drawing everyone's attention. Do you guys know? Don't be fooled by the fact that senior Liu Xing is only a year older than us. He's already a platinum-level beastmaster. The statement exploded like a bomb in the crowd. Many gasped in surprise and awe, eyes wide with astonishment. Those who had previously looked down on Liu Xing quickly changed their opinions. A platinum-level beastmaster at such a young age signaled limitless potential. Everyone realized that offending such a promising individual was unwise. The girls excitedly whispered among themselves, continuing to share information about Liu Xing. One girl, who had done her homework thoroughly, had gathered all the publicly available information about him. As she explained, the looks directed at Liu Xing grew increasingly fervent. Noticing the shift, Liu Xing shook his head with a hint of helplessness. He saw the admiration in the girl's eyes, clearly drawn by his age, appearance, and skills. Meanwhile, the boys felt a palpable pressure. Their rosy fantasies about college life shattered, replaced by anxiety over their inadequacies. The bus soon arrived at the entrance of a low-level secret realm. Liu Xing led the group of freshmen into the realm, and after a bit of trekking, they arrived at a scenic spot by a mountain and lake. All right, this will be our temporary base from now on. Set up your tents here, Liu Xing commanded, and the students immediately sprang into action. The boys, evidently prepared, quickly set up their tents and then offered help to the girls. Watching the busy students, Liu Xing's lips curled into a smile. The real test lay ahead in the training to come. Whether they could endure it depended on their own capabilities. Once all the students had everything set up, Liu Xing finally revealed his true colors. He began to rigorously train the students, transforming overnight from a kind older brother to a merciless drill sergeant. Liu Xing's training regimen was comprehensive. While standing at attention, the students' legs trembled and sweat dripped down their cheeks. During marching drills, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the camp. In cross-country runs, they panted heavily as they navigated rugged mountain paths. Additionally, Liu Xing didn't forget to teach survival skills, explaining in detail the characteristics of various plants and the habits of magical beasts. The students were tormented by the intense training, constantly complaining about their suffering. They initially thought that meeting Liu Xing would make their days easier, but they were met with such harsh trials instead. In the monitoring room, Principal Liu Xing nodded and smiled approvingly at Liu Xing's performance. However, several mentors standing nearby exchanged worried glances and asked, "Principal, won't this level of training break them?" Liu Xing waved his hand dismissively and replied confidently, "No, no, they're not as fragile as you think." In the training camp, all the students lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The days of training had tanned their once fair skin to a dark shade, with many even peeling. Their bodies were covered in various scars, each a testament to their rigorous training. "It's over, it's over. I don't think I'll see the sun tomorrow," one student groaned in despair. "Yeah, if this keeps up, we're all going to die," another echoed. "My gosh, he's a devil, a total devil." Someone couldn't help but complain. "What should we do? How about we escape?" a student whispered. "Escape? Are you kidding? Did you forget what happened yesterday?" At the mention of yesterday's incident, everyone involuntarily shivered. That day, a few brave souls had tried to escape, only to be confronted by a two-headed monster that leapt out of the forest, its gaping maw wide open. Everyone was so terrified they collapsed on the spot, with one even wetting himself. Since then, no one dared to mention escaping again. Time flew by, and soon it was the 28th day of training. Under Liu Xing's strict regimen, the students had shed their immaturity, becoming resilient and mature. "Coach, this is for you." Two chubby students carefully placed a heap of fruit in front of Liu Xing. Seeing the two brothers, Liu Xing couldn't help but shake his head and smile. These two were slow learners in other areas, but they showed remarkable talent in identifying fruits, having mastered the types and uses of the surrounding fruits. Liu Xing picked up a wax apple, took a small bite, and then asked thoughtfully, "Jin Daping, Jin Erpeng, I'm curious, do you have another younger brother?" The brothers' eyes lit up, and they answered in unison, "Yes, we have a third brother named Jin." "Stop!" Liu Xing suddenly interrupted, his expression turning vigilant. His students immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly formed groups of three, standing back to back while summoning their respective beasts. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from all directions. Fierce forest wolves emerged from the woods, surrounding Liu Xing and the students. In the monitoring room, a teacher yelled in panic, "Principal, principal, something's wrong. Liu Xing's group of students is in danger. They're surrounded by forest wolves." Principal Liu Xing, carrying a freshly brewed cup of tea, remained unusually calm. He took a sip, smiled, and said, "Relax, Xiaozhou. With Liu Xing there, nothing will go wrong." He glanced at the screen showing the forest wolves and added nonchalantly, "The strongest is only at bronze level 5. Liu Xing can handle it easily." "Attack!" someone shouted, and Liu Xing's students promptly commanded their beasts to engage in battle. The fight was fierce but brief, and soon, all the forest wolves lay defeated on the ground. "We won! We won!" The students cheered, celebrating their hard-earned victory. In the monitoring room, the mentors were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. My gosh, how did his students become so strong? One mentor exclaimed. Yeah, they're already capable of fighting on their own. Another agreed. Remember, when the forest wolves attacked, Liu Xing was just standing on a tree branch, not intervening at all. The students' ability to defeat these forest wolves was entirely their own. This thought flashed through everyone's minds as they simultaneously turned their attention to the other electronic screens. To their surprise, the other instructors were still fiercely guarding their own students like mother hens. The difference between the two groups of students became instantly apparent. As the old saying goes, a brave soldier is just one man, but a brave leader makes a brave army. A culture of strength breeds strong individuals, while a culture of weakness produces the opposite. Liu Xing had successfully instilled a wolf-like spirit into the blood of these students. At that moment, Liu Xing gracefully leaped down from the treetop. Instructor! The students shouted in unison, quickly assembling into a neat formation. They stood tall with bright eyes, exuding energy and vigor. Liu Xing nodded in approval. Very good. I'm pleased with your performance today. I hope you can maintain this state in the future. All right, you're dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl strode towards him. Her name was Chenrong, the most gifted and powerful among the students. She had personally defeated the Wolf King earlier, which earned her the position of class monitor. At this moment, Chenrong looked at Liu Xing with burning eyes, resembling a training fanatic. Instructor, what will we train on tomorrow? Hearing this, Liu Xing's lips curled up slightly. No training tomorrow. I'm giving you a day off. The other students, who had been straining their ears to eavesdrop on the next day's training plans, erupted in cheers when they heard they would have a day off. Hooray! Long live the instructor! Long live the instructor! After all, humans are not machines. Training is a grueling process that goes against one's natural inclinations. Though they had to grit their teeth and persevere to get stronger, no one truly enjoyed training. You should go have fun with them, Liu Xing said to Chenrong. All right, thank you, instructor. Chenrong nodded before leaving. That evening, Liu Xing's group held a celebration. Since they had the next day off, and the day after that would mark the end of their military training, the students would soon return to Jiangnan Beastmaster University to begin their new college lives. Late at night, a few girls, carrying clean clothes, cautiously made their way into the depths of the forest. Hey, Xiao Yao, isn't this a bad idea? One girl said worriedly. Yeah, the instructor did say not to leave the camp at night. Another girl chimed in. Oh, come on, with our current strength, even if a magical beast attacks, we can handle it easily, Xiao Yao said nonchalantly. Right, Chenrong? Yeah, Chenrong replied, though there was a faint hint of unease in her voice. Chenrong felt a wave of guilt wash over her. As the class monitor personally chosen by Liu Xing, she had not only failed to follow the rules, but had also led the way in breaking them. However, the scorching weather left them with no other choice. Despite having taken a shower earlier that evening, they were now drenched in sweat, their bodies sticky and uncomfortable. Unable to sleep, someone suggested going to the pond for a bath. To avoid being seen, especially by the boys, they picked a secluded spot. What do you think? The girl leading the way proudly presented the scene before them. Isn't this pond great? The others looked around, confirming the spot's seclusion. Under the moonlight, the clear water sparkled, and they could even see the bottom. Overcome with excitement, the girls quickly undressed, leaving their clothes on the shore, and jumped into the water. Wow, this feels amazing. One girl emerged from the water, flipping her wet hair back to reveal her beautiful face. The others followed suit, splashing and playing in the water. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night. Everyone turned to look, only to find one girl had vanished without a trace. Xiaozhou? Xiaozhou? They called out anxiously. Xiaozhou, stop scaring us. If you're trying to freak us out, congratulations, you succeeded. Now come out. After calling out for a while with no response, they realized something was seriously wrong. Oh no, Xiaozhou's been taken. What should we do? The girls looked at each other in panic. Chunrong's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she said, what else can we do? We have to find the instructor. They reluctantly went to find Liu Xing. With 40 students in the camp, Liu Xing couldn't keep an eye on everyone. After a month of training, he believed the students were obedient enough not to wander off at night, so he had let his guard down. Upon hearing the situation, Liu Xing immediately followed the girls to the pond. The water near the shore was clear, but deeper in, it took on an eerie green hue. Come out, Xuanwu Ice Turtle. Liu Xing quickly formed a seal, summoning his pet. Xuanwu Ice Turtle, go check underwater. The Xuanwu Ice Turtle nodded and dove into the water. Soon, the once clear water turned murky. Suddenly, with a loud splash, the Xuanwu Ice Turtle broke through the surface, holding a struggling beast in its mouth. It's the Mud Eel King, someone exclaimed. Oh my god, it's huge. Could it have eaten Xiaozhou? The girls stared in horror at the massive black creature, which was writhing desperately, trying to break free from the Xuanwu ice turtle's grip. Mud Eel King attributes: rock, water, gender, level, gold tier 2, quality, C, evolution path, none, learn skills, mud shot, big bite, stomach acid. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the Mud Eel King opened its gaping maw and shot a blob of mud at the Xuanwu ice turtle. However, the Xuanwu ice turtle's tough hide easily withstood the attack. It opened its mouth wide and used furious bite, severing the Mud Eel King's vital point in one go. The Xuanwu ice turtle shook its head, flinging the lifeless body of the Mud Eel King onto the shore with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. Liu Xing's face turned ashen, his eyes scanning sharply towards the Mudfish King. When he got a clear look at its body, he was momentarily taken aback. The sight before him was astonishing. The Mudfish King's stomach was empty except for some rotting fish and shrimp. Just as Liu Xing was grappling with confusion, a glob of green, viscous substance suddenly shot out from the shadows, darting like lightning towards the Xuanwu ice turtle. The green mass instantly enveloped the Xuanwu ice turtle, resembling a giant sticky web. Liu Xing's pupils contracted as he immediately recognized the terrifying creature. "It's a green marsh demon," he shouted to the girls behind him. "Get out of here, now." The girls hesitated for a moment, but soon realized that staying would only make them a burden. With pursed lips, they decided to leave. Once all the girls had evacuated, Liu Xing let out a sigh of relief and refocused on the battle at hand. The Xuanwu ice turtle was struggling fiercely, trying to shake off the green marsh demon, but the gooey creature clung to it like stubborn chewing gum. With no other options, the Xuanwu ice turtle looked to Liu Xing with pleading eyes. Liu Xing scrutinized the green marsh demon, quickly recalling its details. Attributes: water, poison, gender, level, platinum tier 3, quality, A, evolution path, none, learn skills, water arrow, poison spray, adhesion, corrosion. This guy is no joke. No wonder the Xuanwu ice turtle can't shake it off, Liu Xing thought to himself. He then made a quick decision. Since the Xuanwu ice turtle is asking for help, I have to step in. Come out, Thunderhawk. With a flash of light, the Thunderhawk appeared on the battlefield. It glanced at the Xuanwu ice turtle, now covered by the green marsh demon, with a hint of schadenfreude. Noticing the Thunderhawk's reaction, Liu Xing softly said, "All right, Thunderhawk, let's be magnanimous. So what if it beat you before? This time, you're the one saving it." The Thunderhawk nodded and let out a deafening screech. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and struck down. This bolt, charged with the Thunderhawk's full power, was its most formidable attack. The Thunderhawk dared to unleash its full strength not out of a desire for revenge, but because the green marsh demon was indeed a formidable opponent. More importantly, it knew that the Xuanwu ice turtle had a natural immunity to magic, meaning the lightning would not harm it. With this assurance, the Thunderhawk unleashed its most powerful lightning strike without any reservations. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck down, hitting both the green swamp demon and the Xuanwu ice turtle with brute force. Golden sparks flew as the fierce current coursed through the two beasts. The green swamp demon howled in agony, severely injured by the lightning. In contrast, the Xuanwu ice turtle let out a contented hum. Immune to magical attacks, it seemed to be enjoying the tingling sensation. The heavily injured green swamp demon slid off the Xuanwu ice turtle, attempting to flee back into the water. Liu Xing decisively commanded, "Little cutie, use judgment." The six-winged angel, sucking on a lollipop, focused its gaze, and a blade of light materialized in its right hand, which it then hurled at the green swamp demon. Bang! The judgment hit its mark, the psychic skill dealing double damage to the water-poison dual-type green swamp demon, instantly killing it. Liu Xing turned to the Xuanwu ice turtle, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" The Xuanwu ice turtle looked embarrassed, realizing it had been saved yet again, and this time by the Thunder Eagle. Liu Xing reminded, "They saved you. Go thank them." The Xuanwu ice turtle nodded and walked towards the Thunder Eagle. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the bushes. It was Chun Rong and her group, who had returned. They had felt it was wrong to flee alone and decided to come back. Witnessing Liu Xing command the beasts in battle, the girls were amazed. So strong. Is this the instructor's true power? Oh my god, the instructor is not only powerful but also so handsome. He's like my dream prince. If only the instructor would look at me just once. They whispered among themselves, their eyes full of admiration. With the battle concluded, Liu Xing ordered the Hellhound to extract the green swamp demon's beast core. He carefully examined the skills contained within the core: water arrow, poison spray, adhesion, and one that particularly caught his attention: corrosion. Liu Xing's eyes lit up. This trip was worth it. He realized that the corrosion skill would be perfect for his Devourer Ant King. It would solve the problem he had been worried about: the Devourer Ant King struggling against tough-skinned opponents. Come out, Devourer Ant King. Liu Xing summoned his beast from the shadows. Here, this is for you. The devourer ant king eagerly accepted the core, quickly swallowing it. It had grown accustomed to learning new skills by consuming beast cores, and each time it was filled with anticipation. Ding dong. The system notification sounded, and Liu Xing immediately became alert. Congratulations, host. Your god-eating ant king has consumed a green swamp demon's beast core. It will learn the following skills. Please choose. Liu Xing decisively selected corrosion. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your god-eating ant king has learned the skill corrosion. Hearing the notification, Liu Xing turned his gaze to the god-eating ant king. He silently reviewed the ant king's attributes. Type: insect, metal. Gender: level, platinum tier 2. Qualification: SSS. Evolution path: none. Learn skills: Herculean strength beginner, perception, gluttony, fire devour, shadow stealth, dragon piercing spear, corrosion, phantom strike. Liu Xing calculated silently. Unknowingly, the god-eating ant king had learned all 4 skills from the beast cores: fire devour, shadow stealth, corrosion, and phantom strike. Each skill was incredibly powerful. As Liu Xing was lost in thought, a figure on the water's surface suddenly caught his attention. He reacted instantly, sprinting in that direction. With a few quick strides, Liu Xing had already pulled a girl onto the shore. It's Xiaozhou, Liu Xing exclaimed. Wasn't she eaten by that mudfish king? How is she appearing on the water's surface now? Just as Liu Xing was puzzled, Chunrong's voice broke the silence. What are you all standing around for? Come help me. As expected of the class monitor, Chunrong quickly organized the other female students and ran towards Liu Xing. Liu Xing laid Xiaozhou flat on the shore and carefully checked her condition, discovering she still had faint breaths. Who can help with first aid? He asked the approaching students. Faced with Liu Xing's question, Chunrong and the others looked embarrassed. They might know a bit about beast taming, but rescuing someone was beyond their expertise. Liu Xing sighed. I'll teach you on the spot. Remember, I'm only showing this once. He regretted not teaching his classmates how to save someone from drowning earlier. Though Xiaozhou was soaked, it didn't diminish her girl-next-door beauty. Liu Xing noticed that her beauty was different from that of Fenghuang or Luluo, who were strikingly stunning. Xiaozhou's charm was the kind that grew on you the more you looked at her. Liu Xing quickly cleared Xiaozhou's nasal passages. Under the astonished gaze of the others, he began performing chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a determined effort, Xiaozhou finally showed signs of recovery, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Xing's timely intervention had saved Xiaozhou's life. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaozhou coughed violently, water gushing from her abdomen like a breached dam. Her once pale cheeks gradually regained color, turning a healthy pink. Liu Xing watched the women before him coldly, his tone leaving no room for argument. All right, you can take her back now. Remember, don't mention anything about today. The women nodded repeatedly like frightened chicks. Got it. However, Liu Xing didn't notice that as Xiaozhou was being carried away, she slightly opened her eyes. Her newly rosy cheeks took on a tinge of bashful red. So this is what a kiss feels like? How curious. Xiaozhou silently mused. The next morning, Liu Xing woke everyone up. Today was the day to test the results of their military training, and the method was simply sparring competition. Each class would select 5 of their best students to participate. When Liu Xing led his students to the competition venue, the other classes were already waiting. Several instructors in uniform furrowed their brows at Liu Xing's late arrival, clearly displeased with his punctuality. One of the instructors asked, Liu Xing, did something happen this morning? Liu Xing replied nonchalantly, nothing much, just overslept. Overslept? The instructor's mouth twitched in disbelief. He hadn't expected Liu Xing to be so frank, without even a hint of an apology. Unbeknownst to the others, Liu Xing's tardiness was intentional. Considering the students' hard training and the late-night banquet, he wanted them to get a bit more rest. After all, the competition couldn't start without them, and they technically weren't late just right on time, which wasn't against the rules. The instructor's face darkened. Liu Xing, don't you think this is a bit much? Oh, are you dissatisfied? Liu Xing retorted. This provoked the instructor, Lin Ping, who shot up from his seat. A female instructor, who was close to Lin Ping, quickly intervened. Mr. Lin, please don't do this. She knew that if not stopped, a fierce conflict would erupt between Lin Ping and Liu Xing. Other instructors also chimed in. Yes, Mr. Lin, let it go. After all, he's just a student and might not consider things as thoroughly as we do. Lin Ping snorted but sat back down, still fuming. I don't know what kind of spell you cast on the principal. You're so young. Yet he made you an instructor. It's ridiculous. Clearly, Lin Ping had long been unhappy with the principal's decision, and Liu Xing's actions today had pushed him over the edge. Liu Xing remained indifferent, smiling faintly. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Whether I listen or not is up to me. Instead of confronting Liu Xing, Lin Ping turned his disdain toward Liu Xing's students. Kid, you think you're so great? I doubt your students are any better. By now, Liu Xing's students had undergone rigorous training, shedding their initial softness and becoming tough and sun-kissed. Lin Ping continued, how about it, Liu Xing? Want to pit your students against mine? Sure, Liu Xing agreed. Since the challenge was issued, he wouldn't back down. Thus, Liu Xing's class faced off against Lin Ping's class. Each side sent out 5 students for unknown matches. As the competition progressed, Lin Ping's expression grew increasingly grim. 1 loss, 2 losses, 3 losses. No, this can't be, it's impossible. Lin Ping muttered, his demeanor unraveling, on the brink of madness. As the ancient saying goes, whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. As Lin Ping descended into madness, the faces of the mentors around him were filled with shock. They were skilled enough to see the true capabilities of Liu Xing's students. Though these students couldn't match the mentors themselves, they far surpassed the mentors' own pupils. Bang! With the final thud, Chunrong defeated her last opponent. Her face lit up with joy as she eagerly searched for Liu Xing in the crowd. Seeing Liu Xing give a slight nod, Chunrong walked off the stage, fully satisfied as if she had received the highest praise. At this moment, Lin Ping, standing next to Liu Xing, was seething with rage. His clenched fists trembled violently, his face flushed red, and his breath came in heavy gasps. Always priding himself as a teaching elite, he had been utterly humiliated today by a young upstart. Unacceptable, I can't accept this. Lin Ping ground his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He suddenly turned to Liu Xing and shouted, Liu Xing, do you have the guts to fight me? The other mentors frowned at his words. One of them voiced his discontent, Mr. Lin, mind your image. Another chimed in, yeah, how can a teacher challenge a student? Isn't that just bullying? Despite their dissatisfaction with Liu Xing, they instinctively wanted to protect the student. Lin Ping glared at Liu Xing, issuing another challenge, well, are you up for a fight or not? Liu Xing heard this and a slight smile played at the corner of his mouth. He calmly replied, sorry, I'm not interested. I never do meaningless things. Lin Ping instantly understood the sarcasm in Liu Xing's words. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a gleaming diamond-grade magic beast core from his pocket. It was a precious item he had purchased at a high price. I'll use this diamond-grade magic beast core as a wager. Liu Xing's eyes lit up. He thought, if Lin Ping wanted to play the benefactor, why not take advantage? He glanced at the core, knowing that although it was from an ivory earth pig and its skills were useless to him, its value was immense. Let's go, Liu Xing said as he stood up and walked towards the stage under everyone's gaze. Lin Ping followed closely, threatening as he walked, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson and show you how insignificant you really are. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tighter, already imagining the scene of defeating Liu Xing. Liu Xing and Lin Ping's actions quickly drew the students' attention. The previously noisy playground fell silent in an instant, with everyone's eyes fixed on the two teachers. The students exchanged puzzled glances and whispered about this unexpected development. Wasn't this supposed to be a fight between students? Why are the teachers stepping in? One student asked, confused. No idea, but who cares? This is going to be exciting, another student replied, brimming with enthusiasm. The students' faces lit up with anticipation, as if they were about to witness a thrilling drama. They had never seen a showdown between teachers before, making this a rare spectacle. Chunrong, seeing Liu Xing preparing to face off against Lin Ping, couldn't help but shout, go instructor! You can do it! Her cheer seemed to open the floodgates, and soon other classmates joined in, rallying behind Liu Xing. Lin Ping noticed the students' reactions, and his expression darkened. He glanced at his own students, only to find them looking dejected and crestfallen. The previous defeat had clearly taken a toll on their morale. No, I need to redeem this for my students, Lin Ping resolved silently. He quickly formed a hand seal. Come forth, Iron Rock Boar. With his summon, a massive, iron-skinned boar-like beast appeared in the center of the field. The mentors in the audience gasped and began to murmur among themselves. Oh my god, what is Lin Ping trying to do? Yeah, he's going too far, bringing out his strongest beast. Shameful. He's making us teachers look bad, they muttered, red-faced with embarrassment at Lin Ping's actions. However, Lin Ping's students regained their vigor upon seeing the Iron Rock Boar. They excitedly whispered among themselves. Oh my god, that's the Iron Rock Boar. Its defense is incredibly strong, like a fortress. Hardly anyone can break through it. Yeah, with Lin Ping bringing this out, we're sure to win. Liu Xing eyed the Iron Rock Boar and murmured, Iron Rock Boar? Huh? He quickly recalled the characteristics of this beast, dual attributes of metal and rock, Platinum Tier 2, a great aptitude, skilled in charge, Iron Wall, Furious Bite, and Rock Throw. This combination of metal and rock attributes gave it exceptional physical defense, making it a formidable opponent. If you're using the iron rock boar, then I'll call out this one, Liu Xing declared. Come forth, Devourer Ant King. With Liu Xing summoned, a small but imposing black ant king appeared in the arena. Lin Ping's eyes widened, recognizing the rare beast. Liu Xing's students erupted in cheers once more. Go, instructor! Instructor, show him what you've got. Yeah, it's just an ant. You can easily take it down. Encouraged by his students, Lin Ping regained his confidence, feeling a surge of determination. So what if it's a devourer ant king? Even if it's rare, in my eyes, it's still just an ant. An ant will always be an ant. It can't possibly fly. Liu Xing smirked at Lin Ping's words. The devourer ant king beside him seemed to understand the taunt. It wielded a long spear and, with a flutter of its black wings, gracefully lifted off the ground. One of Lin Ping's students gasped, "Oh my god, it really can fly." Liu Xing calmly commanded, "Devourer Ant King, use Dragon Piercer." With the order given, the Devourer Ant King shot towards the iron rock boar like an arrow. Its spear gleamed menacingly in the sunlight as it drove it towards the iron rock boar. A loud clang echoed across the playground as metal clashed against metal. Though the Devourer Ant King's spear managed to dent the iron rock boar's iron-like skin, it couldn't fully penetrate the tough hide. Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Liu Xing's Dragon Piercer would instantly defeat his iron rock boar. Watching the scene unfold, Liu Xing couldn't help but remark, "It really is tough as nails." No worries. The attack from the Devourer Ant King triggered the Phantom Strike, instantly summoning 3 phantoms out of thin air. The main body and the phantoms, 4 figures in total, launched a fierce assault on the Iron Rock Pig. The long spears clashed with the Iron Rock Pig's body, producing a series of metallic clangs and a shower of sparks. Lin Ping stood aside, a look of disdain on his face. So what if it can create clones? So what if there are more of them? They still can't break through my Iron Rock Pig's sturdy defense, he thought smugly. At that moment, a sharp sound like a death knell rang out, clang. Lin Ping whipped his head around to look at his Iron Rock Pig, his eyes widening in disbelief. The iron skin he had been so proud of had been effortlessly pierced. No, this can't be happening. This is absolutely impossible, he shouted in shock. Liu Xing let out a cold snort. Hard? No matter how much armor you have, I'll break through it. It turned out that his Devourer Ant King had just acquired a corrosion skill last night. Against corrosion, even the toughest armor was as fragile as paper. The Devourer Ant King's long spear easily punctured the Iron Rock Pig's skin, driving deep into its body. Roar! The Iron Rock Pig let out a painful howl, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a thud. Schlurp! The Devourer Ant King withdrew its spear, and blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto Lin Ping and his students' faces. Everyone stood frozen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Over the past month, Lin Ping had been their mentor, showcasing such strength that many had come to idolize him. But today, that idol had been defeated by Liu Xing. So, do you admit defeat? Liu Xing asked. Lin Ping looked at Liu Xing and finally understood why Liu Gongxing valued him so highly. This match, I lost. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. He knew that Liu Xing could have easily killed his Iron Rock Pig, but chose not to, showing mercy. Here, take this. Lin Ping tossed the diamond-grade beast core in his hand to Liu Xing. Liu Xing reached out and caught the magic beast crystal core thrown by Lin Ping, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Ping to remain so calm, as if the contest that had just occurred was nothing. Little did he know, Lin Ping's heart was bleeding, had saved up for a long time to buy that precious crystal core, and now he had to give it up to save face. A burst of cheers erupted from the audience. Oh, we won. Our instructor won. Instructor, you're amazing, someone shouted excitedly. My gosh, the instructor is incredible. He even defeated those mentors. Hearing this, the mentors present felt deeply ashamed. But what could they do? Liu Xing's strength was indeed superior to theirs. As the saying goes, under the eaves one must bow. They could only silently endure the embarrassment. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate Liu Xing anymore. People even began to view him as a formidable force to be reckoned with and kept their distance. Liu Xing, however, didn't mind at all. He actually enjoyed it. The subsequent matches proceeded without any suspense. In the end, Liu Xing's team of students won the championship as expected. With joy from their victory, they returned triumphantly. Back at the dormitory, Liu Xing collapsed tiredly onto the sofa. As an instructor, he had to set an example by eating and living with the students, enduring hardships together. Just then, a familiar voice came from the kitchen. Liu Xing, you're back? Su Xiaoya emerged, carrying a steaming plate of food. The aroma immediately caught Liu Xing's attention. What's that smell? It smells amazing. He glanced at Su Xiaoya. It's braised pork. Upstairs, Su Peng, smelling the aroma, rushed down in a few quick steps. He complained, "Wow, Xiaoya, you've been freeloading at your brother's place for so long and never made braised pork for me. Liu Xing comes back, and you make a whole big plate?" Su Xiaoya glanced at Su Peng's belly disdainfully. "Eat, eat, eat. Look at your belly. Brother, I think you need to lose some weight." Su Peng, however, was unfazed. "Lose weight? What for? This is called being well-rounded, understand? Stop talking and let me have a bite. I'm starving." As he spoke, he reached for the plate of meat. Su Xiaoya quickly dodged. "You wait. Let Liu Xing eat first. He's probably hungry now." Ignoring Su Peng's resentful gaze, she placed the braised pork in front of Liu Xing. Liu Xing, of course, didn't refuse Su Xiaoya's kindness and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Delicious. Xiaoya, your cooking skills have improved again." Seeing this, Su Peng quickly grabbed a few pieces of meat and stuffed them into his mouth, mumbling, "Liu Xing is right, Xiaoya. Your braised pork has indeed gotten better." Suddenly, Liu Xing remembered something and turned to Su Xiaoya. "By the way, Xiaoya, aren't you a freshman? Why didn't you join the military training this time?" Before Su Xiaoya could answer, Su Peng jumped in to explain. "My sister is different. She's a special recruit and doesn't have to participate in the regular military training. She has special instructors for that." Liu Xing nodded and was about to take another piece of braised pork when there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Su Xiaoya's face instantly turned grim. Liu Xing walked to the door and opened it, finding a displeased-looking female mentor standing outside. "Miss Qin, what's wrong?" Liu Xing recognized the school teacher. Seeing Liu Xing, Ms. Qin's expression softened a bit. "Oh, it's you, Liu Xing." For a student like Liu Xing, who brings glory to the school, Xiaoqin naturally has a particularly good impression of him. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Su Xiaoya appeared at the door, looking embarrassed. Xiaoqin teacher," Su Xiaoya greeted timidly. Xiaoqin snorted coldly, her brows furrowed. "Su Xiaoya, I don't care how talented you are, but you must work hard. Do you know that you skipped class today? Haven't you heard the story of Shin Zhongyong? Do you need me to tell it again?" Su Xiaoya lowered her head, her voice filled with remorse. "No need, teacher Xiaoqin. I'm sorry. I was wrong and it won't happen again." Seeing Su Xiaoya's sincere attitude, teacher Xiaoqin's expression softened slightly. "All right, this is the last time. Come with me now." "Okay." Su Xiaoya responded promptly. With that, teacher Xiaoqin led Su Xiaoya away. As she left, Su Xiaoya flashed a sweet smile at Liu Xing. At that moment, Su Peng emerged with a large bowl of braised pork, half of which he had already eaten. Chewing, he sighed, "Oh, my sister. What does she see in you? She's so good to you. When I told her you were coming back today, she skipped class and bought several pounds of meat to make braised pork for you. I don't know what kind of spell you've cast on her." Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Peng. His gaze fell on the nearly empty bowl of braised pork, and he started to panic. "Hey, fatty, are you a pig? You've almost finished all the braised pork." Su Peng scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed, with oil still on the corners of his mouth. Sorry, the braised pork was just too delicious. I couldn't help myself." "You rascal," Liu Xing said, reaching out and starting to devour the remaining meat. "Hey, Liu Xing, slow down. Leave some for me." Su Peng hurriedly shouted. "No way, you already ate so much," Liu Xing retorted while eating. "Humph, if you eat like that, so will I," Su Peng said defiantly, grabbing a handful and stuffing it into his mouth. Before long, the large bowl of braised pork was completely devoured by the two of them. Even so, Liu Xing and Su Peng still looked unsatisfied, licking their lips and savoring the taste. Swallowing the last bite, Liu Xing asked, "Su Peng, when will your sister be back?" Su Peng spread his hands, looking clueless. "I have no idea." Liu Xing and Su Peng returned to the house and turned on the TV to watch a nature documentary. The room fell silent, with only the sound of the TV filling the air. Suddenly, an unexpected rumbling noise broke the tranquility. Liu Xing turned to Su Peng and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Didn't you just eat?" Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly and defended himself. "I did. But my little sister's braised pork was just too little. It wasn't enough to fill me up." He was chuckling when a rapid knock on the door interrupted. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Xing frowned slightly. What's going on? Who could it be this time? He walked over and opened the door, finding Bai Feng and three others standing outside. "It's you guys," Liu Xing exclaimed in surprise. Bai Feng smiled and shook the black bag in his hand. "Liu Xing, take a look at what I brought you." Liu Xing replied, exasperated. "You put it in a black bag. I don't have X-ray vision. How would I know?" Just then, Su Peng came over. "Liu Xing, who's here?" Bai Feng greeted Su Peng with a nod. "Hey, Pengu, you're here too." Then he glanced at the other three, collectively known as F4. Su Peng asked, What brings you here today? We went fishing, Bai Feng replied. But Jiang Yin interrupted. Enough with the chatter. Let us in. It's scorching out here. Liu Xing stepped aside. All right, come in. After entering, F4 handed all the ingredients to Su Peng. Pangu will leave these to you. Su Peng took them as usual and, upon opening the black bag, exclaimed, Wow, deep-sea white shrimp, and tender little octopus. This is a king crab. Did you guys strike it rich recently to bring such fancy stuff? Bai Feng chuckled. Not really. Lan Tian's family just developed a new diving device, so we've been able to catch more deep-sea fish. Diving device? Liu Xing asked curiously. Yeah, Bai Feng explained. Oh, Liu Xing, we came today to invite you to go diving with us. The deep sea is absolutely stunning. His face lit up with excitement as he spoke. Liu Xing recalled the deep sea scenes from his past life and nodded. Sure. Lan Tian chimed in. Great, I'll make a call to get my team ready. Thanks a lot, Liu Xing said. Oh, come on, no need to thank me, Lan Tian replied as he picked up his phone to make the call. Yin Guoli walked over to Su Peng. Panga, let me help you with the ingredients. Sure. Su Peng and Yin Guoli headed to the kitchen together. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin made themselves comfortable on the sofa. Wow, Liu Xing, you're watching a nature documentary too? Bai Feng asked in surprise. Yeah, do you guys like it? Liu Xing inquired. Of course. Before long, Su Peng emerged from the kitchen with plates of delicious food. Here it comes, everyone make some room and be careful, it's hot. He set the table with octopus balls, steamed king crab, braised golden belt fish, and more. I'm starving. Bai Feng eagerly grabbed an octopus ball and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Pangu, your cooking is top-notch. Jiang Yin followed suit but ended up yelping. Ow, it's so hot. Yin Guoli came out carrying the last dish, a plate of stir-fried cabbage, and couldn't help but comment. You too, eating with your hands, have no manners at all. His face darkened, brows furrowed, as he turned to Bai Feng and Jiang Yin, speaking sternly. What are you standing around for? Get to the kitchen and help bring out the dishes and set the table. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin quickly responded. Yes, yes, and hurried towards the kitchen, their footsteps echoing down the hallway. In F4, Lan Tian undoubtedly held the highest status, followed by Yin Guoli. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin were at the bottom, always having to do the grunt work. It was no surprise, given their lack of abilities. As the aromatic dishes were placed on the table, Liu Xing and the others took their seats and began enjoying the meal. Su Peng, while picking up some food, looked eagerly at Lan Tian and asked, Lan Tian, I heard your family's submersible is ready. Can we really go to the deep sea tomorrow? His eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly having never seen the deep sea before. Lan Tian nodded in confirmation. It's true. That's fantastic. Su Peng exclaimed, slapping the table in joy, his face lighting up with a smile. The next day, Liu Xing and Su Peng got into Bai Feng and the others' car, heading straight for the dock. Su Peng, carrying a small backpack, was immediately awestruck upon arrival. Wow, is this your family's dock? It's huge. He looked around, seeing countless ships of various sizes moored along the shore. Curiously, Su Peng asked, Lan Tian, are all these ships your family's? Lan Tian nodded calmly. Yes. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Lan Tian. He thought to himself, the richer they are, the more low-key they seem. Who would have thought that Lan Tian, usually so quiet, had such a wealthy background, owning an entire dock and numerous large ships? Led by Lan Tian, the group arrived at a base. An elderly butler with a white beard respectfully greeted Lan Tian. Young master. Lan Tian got straight to the point. Is everything ready? The butler responded with respect. Everything is in place. You can depart at any time. Good. Lead the way, Lan Tian instructed. Yes, sir. The butler immediately led the group towards the submersible. Once inside the submersible, Lan Tian gave the order to the butler. All right, everyone is here. Notify them to set off. Yes, sir. The butler quickly went to make the arrangements. Shortly after, the submersible began to descend slowly. The sunlight on the surface was gradually replaced by the deep blue of the ocean, and the surroundings became increasingly mysterious. This time, Lan Tian took on the role of a guide and said to everyone, Come on, I'll show you the observation area. He led Liu Xing and the others through narrow corridors to the observation area he mentioned. Through the large observation windows, the wonders of the deep sea unfolded before their eyes. After entering the sightseeing area, Liu Xing finally understood the origin of its name. Before him stood a massive transparent glass, akin to a window into the underwater world. As the submersible slowly descended, the mysterious veil of the ocean began to lift. Wow, so many fish! Su Peng exclaimed, pressing his face against the glass, his eyes greedily scanning the colorful marine life. The dazzling array of fish swimming before him nearly overwhelmed his senses. Liu Xing couldn't help but marvel as well. Contrary to his expectations, this part of the ocean wasn't pitch black, but rather vibrant and full of light. Yin Guoli seemed to read his mind and proactively explained, "You're probably wondering why it's not dark here, right? I had the same question initially. Through research, I found out that the soil here glows. It's called fluorescent soil." He pointed to a group of sparkling little fish and excitedly explained, "See those glittering little fish? They glow because they've eaten the fluorescent soil, turning them into fluorescent fish. And those fluorescent corals and reefs are unique to this area." Liu Xing nodded slightly, deeply captivated by the vibrant underwater world. Suddenly, Su Peng shouted in surprise, "Wow, is that a geoduck?" "Where?" The others followed his gaze. "Right there." Su Peng pointed excitedly, only to then lament, "Oh no, what do I do? I really want to eat it. I've heard geoduck meat is incredibly delicious, but I don't know if that's true." He looked pained, seeing but not being able to eat it. Bai Feng chuckled at his words and patted Su Peng's shoulder. "Don't worry, buddy. Come with me. I'll treat you." Under Su Peng's puzzled gaze, Bai Feng led him to the next room and pointed to a machine. "See this? Let me show you how it works. Catching a geoduck is easy." Bai Feng skillfully operated the machine, and a mechanical arm extended from the submersible, precisely grabbing the geoduck nearby. "How about that?" He proudly handed the still-dripping geoduck to Su Peng. Su Peng took the geoduck but frowned. "It's great, but we don't have any tools." "Of course we do." Jiang Yin laughed as he walked over to a table and lifted a metal cover. Instantly, an array of kitchen utensils was revealed. A mini hot pot, a teppanyaki grill, and even a deep fryer, among others. "Can we really use these here?" Su Peng asked in surprise. "Absolutely, we've used them before. Go ahead and use them with confidence." Jiang Yin encouraged. "Awesome." Su Peng excitedly started preparing. "Let's catch some more." Bai Feng and Jiang Yin continued operating the mechanical arm, catching deep-sea fish one after another into the submersible. Watching this, Liu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Having money is really something. The life of the wealthy isn't what you imagine. It's beyond your imagination. Who would have thought that the fish they eat aren't bought, but caught directly from the ocean by themselves? When it comes to freshness, what could be fresher than fish caught right from the sea? Just as Bai Feng and Jiang Yin were busy catching fish, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. "Ah!" Liu Xing, Lan Tian, and Yin Guoli, who were leisurely drinking tea outside, immediately rushed into the room upon hearing Jiang Yin scream. They found Jiang Yin collapsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently. Strangely, Bai Feng wasn't helping but was instead laughing gleefully. "What happened? What's wrong with Jiang Yin?" Lan Tian asked urgently, his brow furrowed. Bai Feng explained, "It's nothing serious. This idiot tried to catch an electric eel with the mechanical arm. Doesn't he know that the electric eel's current can reach up to 100,000 volts? If it weren't for the special treatment of this mechanical arm, he might have been toast by now." Hearing this, Liu Xing instinctively looked towards the glass window. Sure enough, an electric eel was being firmly held by the mechanical arm, struggling continuously in the water. The electric eel twisted frantically under the grip of the mechanical arm, futilely trying to break free. With his system-enhanced vision, Liu Xing instantly analyzed every attribute of the aquatic creature. Electric eel attributes: water, electric. Gender, level, gold tier 1. Quality, B. Skills learned, discharge, thunderbolt, electric arc, water spray. Thunderbolt. Liu Xing raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. But he quickly shook his head dismissively. "My Thunderhawk already has 3 skills, and the last one must be chosen carefully. Thunderbolt isn't as powerful as Thunder. If it were 1,000,000 volts, it might be worth considering. This one isn't," he muttered to himself. Yin Guoli, standing nearby, frowned as he watched the eel struggle. He quickly walked over to a cabinet, took out a pair of specially made rubber gloves, and put them on. Then, he approached the manipulator controls. After a few maneuvers, the eel was released back into the water. Phew! Yin Guoli exhaled deeply, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Bai Feng and the others. As an experienced submersible operator, he knew how fragile the seemingly sturdy submersible could be against real monsters. He always adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble whenever possible, fearing to provoke any terrifying beasts. Just as Yin Guoli was secretly relieved, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the submersible. The alarm light on the ceiling spun and flashed wildly, causing Liu Xing and the others' hearts to race. "Master, we have a problem." The old butler rushed toward them in a panic. "Butler, what's wrong?" Lan Tian asked anxiously. "A giant creature ahead. We tried to avoid it, but it's too late." The old butler had barely finished speaking when the entire submersible plunged into darkness. "Look, what is that?" Bai Feng's eyes widened as he stared intently out the glass, as if he had seen something horrifying. "We're doomed, doomed." The old butler slumped to the floor, his suit pants visibly soaked clearly from fear-induced incontinence. The atmosphere inside the submersible turned instantly tense, and everyone held their breath, bracing for the imminent unknown danger. The old butler was just an ordinary person. Lan Tian had promoted him because he was relatively clever. However, in the face of the current crisis, he appeared extremely fragile. It wasn't just the old butler who lost his composure. Bai Feng and the others also turned pale and held their breath, not daring to make a sound. "It's a blue whale," Liu Xing exclaimed, his face full of shock. The massive body of this ocean overlord blocked out the sky, casting a shadow over everything. Instinctively, Liu Xing used his system eye to scan it. Blue whale. Attribute: water. Gender: level: extraordinary king rank 1. Aptitude: SS. Evolution path: none. Skills: water spout, big swallow, wave impact, megaton crash. Seeing the system's prompt, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. The issue wasn't whether they had provoked the blue whale, but whether this gigantic creature would actively attack them. If the blue whale decided to strike, they stood no chance of survival. Fortunately, the blue whale was just passing by, and the submersible didn't catch its attention. When the giant beast swam past, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it didn't attack us, or we'd be done for," Bai Feng said with lingering fear. He then turned to Lan Tian, flattering him. "Boss, it's a good thing you had the foresight to have everyone lower the submersible a bit." Lan Tian nodded slightly, clearly also shaken. After all, it was an extraordinary king several thousand meters long who could stay calm under such terrifying pressure. "All right, let's head back quickly," Yingguoli suddenly spoke up, his tone revealing his anxiety. He was worried the blue whale might return. "Okay," Lan Tian responded, glancing at the butler who had collapsed on the ground, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. He sighed. "Forget it. Let's have him manage the household affairs from now on. We'll find someone more capable to handle external matters." His gaze fell on a robust man nearby. Although this man was also a bit frightened, he was much better than the old butler. "Xiao Jiang, you'll be in charge here from now on. Quickly notify everyone to bring the submersible to the surface." "Got it." Xiao Jiang was overjoyed, not expecting such a swift rise to a management position. However, shortly after Xiao Jiang left, the submersible suddenly began to shake violently, causing everyone to stumble in the confined space. "Wow, what's happening?" Lan Tian grabbed onto a wall cabinet to steady himself. "Look at that." Su Peng suddenly pointed to the window. Following his finger, everyone saw a giant octopus tentacle pressed against the glass, its disgusting suckers clearly visible. Liu Xing's face changed. "It's a deep-sea octopus." He silently used his system eye. Deep-sea octopus. Attribute: water. Gender: level: platinum rank 4. Aptitude: A. Evolution path: none. Skills: death coil, bind, sludge spray. A platinum rank 4 deep-sea octopus? Liu Xing muttered, a glint of killing intent in his eyes. Although they couldn't provoke the blue whale earlier, they could handle this deep-sea octopus. "We're doomed. This time we're really doomed," Bai Feng wailed in despair. As the weakest among them, he couldn't even gauge the octopus's strength, only feeling an overwhelming pressure. "Liu Xing, what should we do?" Lan Tian asked with a troubled expression. Although his fitness frog was strong, it was no match for the deep-sea octopus. "Do you have any diving suits here?" Liu Xing inquired. "Yes," Yingguoli replied. "Are you planning to go out?" Lan Tian asked in surprise. "What else can I do? If I don't go out, am I just supposed to sit here and wait to die?" Liu Xing's expression turned serious. Lan Tian was at a loss for words and could only silently accept Liu Xing's decision. Under the guidance of Yingguoli, Liu Xing arrived at a special cabin. Yingguoli quickly retrieved a diving suit and expertly helped Liu Xing put it on. As he assisted, he explained, "This diving suit is specially designed to withstand high pressure. You can go out safely." However, his tone became stern. "While it can handle the high pressure, it won't offer much protection against those sea monsters. Be extremely careful out there." "Don't worry, I'm like a cat with 9 lives," Liu Xing replied lightly, trying to ease the tension. Yingguoli's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he led Liu Xing into another cabin. He skillfully operated the control panel, and the large ship's door slowly lowered, followed by the hatch near the water opening gradually. Whoosh! Seawater rushed in instantly, and Liu Xing's face darkened. Although it was his first time venturing into the deep sea, he remained remarkably composed. After all, many people suffer from thalassophobia and inherent fear of water, a flaw in human evolution. "Come out, Xuanwu ice turtle." Liu Xing summoned his water and ice attribute beast. The Xuanwu ice turtle had reached platinum tier 3. Although it was one tier lower than the deep-sea octopus, Liu Xing's Xuanwu ice turtle possessed many powerful skills, making it a formidable opponent. "Xuanwu ice turtle, let's go." Liu Xing led the Xuanwu ice turtle towards the deep-sea octopus. Despite the difficulty in transmitting sound underwater, the telepathic bond between the beast and its master ensured seamless communication. Xuanwu ice turtle, use furious bite, Liu Xing commanded. Since the deep-sea octopus was tightly wrapped around the submersible, Liu Xing didn't dare to use other skills that might damage the vessel. Sensing the approach of the Xuanwu ice turtle, the deep-sea octopus panicked. It quickly released its grip on the submersible and prepared to face this unexpected adversary. As the deep-sea octopus loosened its tentacles, Lan Tian promptly ordered everyone to retreat in their submersibles. At that moment, the deep-sea octopus and the Xuanwu ice turtle were locked in a tense standoff. Liu Xing's Xuanwu ice turtle, unwilling to back down, lunged at the octopus with its sharp jaws wide open, ready to attack. Seeing this, the deep-sea octopus immediately whipped its numerous tentacles towards the Xuanwu ice turtle. Just as the tentacles were about to ensnare the turtle, a sharp crack was heard. The Xuanwu ice turtle had bitten down hard on one of the octopus's tentacles. The deep-sea octopus cried out in pain, a high-pitched wail echoing through the water, as its tentacle was severed by the turtle's powerful bite. This attack enraged the octopus, unleashing a ferocious fury. Its remaining tentacles lashed out like lightning, quickly ensnaring the Xuanwu ice turtle, binding it tightly. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the octopus's eyes, as if victory was assured. Inside the submersible, Lan Tian and the others watched the fierce battle outside with tense expressions. Su Peng exclaimed anxiously, "Oh no, Liu Xing's Xuanwu ice turtle is caught by the octopus." Bai Feng panicked as well, repeatedly asking, "What do we do now?" Yin Guoli suggested, "Why don't we send our own beasts to help?" He mentioned his blue-ringed octopus, which he had bought from Liu Xing, while Lan Tian had a muscle-bound frog, and Bai Feng owned a white-furred sea lion. As they discussed their options, Su Peng suddenly shouted, "Look everyone!" All eyes turned to the window. The Xuanwu ice turtle began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the octopus's grip with sheer force. However, the octopus's tentacles were incredibly strong, and the turtle couldn't escape no matter how hard it tried. At this critical moment, Liu Xing's calm voice rang out, "Xuanwu ice turtle, let's change our approach. Use ice seal." Upon hearing this, a gleam of determination appeared in the turtle's eyes. It quickly unleashed its ice seal technique, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Ice crystals began to form around the turtle, rapidly coalescing into a massive block of ice. In no time, both the Xuanwu ice turtle and the deep-sea octopus were encased in a thick layer of ice. Everyone inside the submersible was stunned. Bai Feng marveled, "Wow, is this the power of Liu Xing's Xuanwu ice turtle? It's incredible." But then he added with concern, "How will it get out, though? The turtle is frozen too." Just then, a series of cracking sounds filled the water as the seemingly unbreakable ice was shattered from within. The Xuanwu ice turtle emerged, while the deep-sea octopus remained frozen solid. Liu Xing immediately commanded, "Xuanwu ice turtle, use furious bite on the octopus." The octopus, seeing this, tried to move its tentacles to attack, but was horrified to find them completely numb and unresponsive. Its eyes darted in panic, straining to move but to no avail. "It's useless. Your tentacles are completely frozen," Liu Xing said calmly. The Xuanwu ice turtle opened its massive jaws and bit down hard on the octopus's head. With a sickening crunch, the octopus's head was split open, black ink gushing from the wound. The turtle, unfazed, continued to devour the octopus, seemingly to replenish its energy after the fierce battle. Inside the submersible, Bai Feng and the others involuntarily swallowed as they watched the turtle feast. Bai Feng exclaimed, "So strong! That's a deep-sea octopus, a creature we could only look up to, and yet Liu Xing's Xuanwu ice turtle took it down so easily." Everyone turned their gaze to Liu Xing, their eyes filled with admiration. Yin Guoli chuckled wryly, "Yeah, he's incredibly strong. Almost too strong to befriend." Lan Tian remained silent, but his shocked expression spoke volumes. As for Jiang Yin, he was still unconscious in the corner, having been struck by a powerful electric shock earlier. Su Peng suddenly said, "How could he not have friends? Aren't we his friends?" This statement made Bai Feng and the others smile at each other, and they all said in unison, "Yes, we are his friends." Liu Xing's heroic performance had solidified Bai Feng and the others resolved to stand by his side. In the unknown depths of the sea, they had found a leader worth following, a partner capable of guiding them through any challenge. After defeating the deep-sea octopus, Liu Xing turned to the Xuanwu ice turtle and said, "Xuanwu ice turtle, return." He then retracted the Xuanwu ice turtle into the beast space, along with the octopus's corpse. Liu Xing started swimming back towards the submersible, the water resistance making his movements sluggish. Inside the submersible, Yin Guoli urgently yelled, "Quick! Open the hatch and let Liu Xing in." "Yes, sir." The crew swiftly operated the controls, and soon the hatch opened, allowing a drenched Liu Xing to climb inside. Su Peng, disregarding Liu Xing's soaked state, hugged him tightly, his voice full of relief and fear. Liu Xing, you scared me to death back there. Liu Xing smiled wryly, gently pushing Su Peng away. All right, Su Peng, I know you were worried. But can I take off this diving suit first? It's really uncomfortable. Oh, right. Su Peng realized his mistake and quickly stepped back. Lan Tian and Yin Guali immediately stepped forward to help Liu Xing remove the heavy diving suit. After some brief exchanges, Lan Tian ordered the submersible to surface. Back on shore, Su Peng let out a long breath and shouted, being on land feels so much better. The sea is just too dangerous. His voice still held a slight tremor. Bai Feng and the others nodded in agreement, clearly marked by their deep-sea ordeal. At that moment, a staff member ran over with a panicked expression and reported to Lan Tian, "Young master, we've lost a cargo ship." What? Lan Tian's face changed, immediately switching to problem-solving mode. When did this happen? Have rescue ships been dispatched? It happened last night. The rescue ships were sent out, but they haven't found anything, the staff member replied. Lan Tian frowned, clearly troubled by the news. He looked apologetically at Liu Xing and Su Peng. Sorry, I need to handle this. Seeing this, Liu Xing offered, do you need help? He knew he couldn't stand by when a friend was in trouble. Besides, Lan Tian had specifically invited them to have fun, and now that trouble had arisen, it was only right to lend a hand. Blue Sky's gaze lingered on Liu Xing for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly hesitating whether to bother the other. Sensing this, Su Peng immediately spoke up with displeasure. Oh come on, man. We consider you a brother. How can you still treat us like outsiders at a time like this? Hearing this, Blue Sky nodded gently. All right, follow me. Liu Xing and Su Peng followed Blue Sky onto a small boat. Their destination was the area where a previously missing cargo ship had last been seen. As night fell, inside the cabin, Liu Xing looked helplessly at Su Peng, who was snoring loudly on the bed, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Due to the cramped cabin, they had to share a bed. At this moment, Su Peng's thunderous snores echoed through the small space. Master, I can't take it anymore, the six-winged angel complained, clearly tormented by Su Peng's snoring. Liu Xing felt the same discomfort. I'm struggling too. If only there were a way to block out his snores. Maybe I can help, the six-winged angel said, and immediately began casting a spell on Su Peng. In an instant, Su Peng's snores vanished completely. Before Liu Xing could react, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your six-winged angel has successfully learned the silence spell. Liu Xing looked at Su Peng in surprise, noticing his mouth still moving but no sound coming out. He quickly checked the description of the new skill. Silence spell. Can mute an opponent, preventing them from making any sound. Cast again to lift the effect. Not bad. This skill is really useful. Liu Xing thought with relief, finally able to get a good night's sleep. He walked to the window and saw a solitary figure standing on the deck, exuding a sense of melancholy. Liu Xing approached and asked softly, "What's on your mind? Still worried about your cargo ship?" Blue Sky turned around, his eyes filled with concern. "I'm not worried about the cargo ships, but about the crew on board." Liu Xing's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect you to care so much about your employees." Blue Sky nodded. "Yes, these people have worked hard for Blue Group. I can't let them suffer anymore." Liu Xing felt a deep respect. "I never thought you were such a conscientious boss. Don't worry, your employees will be fine." "Oh? What makes you so sure?" Blue Sky asked curiously. "Just a hunch," Liu Xing replied with a smile. Blue Sky was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Thank you." He understood that Liu Xing was trying to comfort him. "Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think." Blue Sky looked up at the night sky. A full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the sea. The waves gently lapped against the boat, creating a rhythmic sound. Liu Xing yawned. "All right, I'm tired. I'm going to get some sleep." "Sure, go ahead. Get some rest," Blue Sky replied. "Good night." Liu Xing returned to the cabin and lay down beside Su Peng. Thanks to the six-winged angel's silence spell, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, in the dining area, "Su Peng, what are you saying?" Bai Feng looked confused as he watched Su Peng's mouth open and close and his exaggerated gestures, but no sound came out. "Sorry, I can't understand you," Bai Feng said helplessly. Su Peng, looking frustrated, turned to Jiang Yin, who was focused on eating his bread. "Don't look at me. I can't understand either." Looking around, Su Peng finally saw Liu Xing arriving. He rushed over, tears welling up in his eyes, frantically gesturing. His message was clear. He had woken up that morning to find himself suddenly unable to speak. Su Peng was extremely anxious. The agony of being unable to speak was worse than death. He opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to talk, but could only produce silent gasps. Seeing Su Peng in this state, Liu Xing suddenly remembered the silent spell cast on him by the six-winged angel last night. Feeling guilty, Liu Xing glanced at Su Pang and decided to keep the truth hidden. Pretending to be concerned, he comforted. Maybe you've just overused your voice and strained your vocal cords. Don't worry, just stay silent for a few days. Su Pang, surprisingly, believed him, and his tense expression eased considerably. Seeing this, Liu Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he needed to find an opportunity to lift the silent spell. The ship continued its journey. After breakfast, Bai Feng and the others came to the deck, using binoculars to scan the sea. Suddenly, Su Peng pointed into the distance and shouted, "Hey, look over there! What's that?" Everyone was stunned and then exclaimed, "Su Peng, you can talk again?" "I can talk again?" Su Peng touched his throat, laughing excitedly. "Ha ha ha, this is great. I'm back." He cheered and danced with joy. It turned out that Liu Xing had secretly asked the six-winged angel to lift the silent spell. Watching the jubilant Su Peng, everyone shook their heads helplessly, thinking it might be better if he couldn't talk. It was just too noisy. Liu Xing and Lan Tian ignored Su Peng and looked in the direction he was pointing. In the distance, they saw over a dozen people standing on a reef, all dressed in blue uniforms. "Are those people?" Lan Tian exclaimed, then recognized the distinctive uniforms of Lan's group. He was moved to tears and gratefully said to Liu Xing, "Thank you. Really, thank you so much this time." Lan Tian hadn't expected Liu Xing's prediction to come true. The employees were indeed still alive. They seemed to have encountered difficulties, abandoned their ship, and escaped to the reef awaiting rescue. "Guili, steer the ship over there," Lan Tian shouted urgently. "Got it." Yin Guili immediately turned the ship towards the reef. The vessel plowed through the waves, heading towards the group of survivors. Once all the crew members had finally boarded the ship, Lan Tian let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the tension in his shoulders ease slightly. He immediately summoned the captain, the most seasoned-looking of the managers, to his office. Lan Tian's face was stern, his brows furrowed, and his tone brooked no argument. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" The cargo ships of the Lan Tian family had been specially modified and had withstood countless tests over the years, rarely encountering issues. Today's incident was hard for him to accept, and he was determined to get to the bottom of it. The old captain, a man in his 50s with a weathered face covered in stubble, bore the marks of many years at sea. However, his bright, intelligent eyes revealed a sharp mind. Liu Xing observed silently, concluding that this was a wise man. Upon hearing Lan Tian's question, the old captain's face changed dramatically. After taking a deep breath, he began to recount the events. Lan Tian listened carefully, then summarized with a frown. "So what you're saying is, a few nights ago, as you were passing by a reef, you heard some strange singing. The singing drew you in, and you unknowingly steered the ship closer until you accidentally hit the reef, causing a leak. You only had time to use the lifeboats to escape before the cargo ship sank. Is that correct?" The old captain nodded silently, his expression grave. Clearly, he saw the accident as his responsibility, knowing that the captain's decisions determined the course of the entire ship. Seeing this, Lan Tian's tone softened. "All right, you can go now. Get some rest, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'll handle the follow-up." The old captain nodded heavily and left the office. As soon as the captain left, Lan Tian pulled out a satellite phone and began making a series of calls. After finishing, he turned to Liu Xing with an apologetic look. "Liu Xing, I'm sorry, but it looks like we'll have to stay here for a few more days." Liu Xing responded casually, "No problem. I wasn't done having fun yet anyway." Lan Tian smiled slightly. There was no need for too many words between smart people. The next morning, several salvage ships appeared around the vessel where Liu Xing was staying. Seeing their arrival, Lan Tian nodded slightly. "You're finally here." The captains of the salvage ships greeted Lan Tian respectfully. "Young Master Lan Tian." Lan Tian issued a brief command. "Since everyone's here, let's get started." At this moment, his mind was focused on one thing: recovering all the cargo as quickly as possible. This shipment wasn't something they had purchased. They had been entrusted to transport it, and failure was not an option. "Yes, sir." The captains responded in unison and returned to their respective salvage ships. Lan Tian turned to the old captain. "Captain, please lead the way." "All right." The old captain's extensive experience at sea meant he knew the ocean like the back of his hand. Despite the shipwreck, he still remembered the exact coordinates. Following the coordinates, they arrived at the site of the sunken ship. Liu Xing gazed at the calm sea, filled with doubt. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but beneath the waves, hidden currents and dangerous reefs lurked. How could this happen? Liu Xing pondered. This is clearly a reef area. How could an experienced captain steer the ship into such a place? Could there really be some kind of enchanting spirit? Noticing Liu Xing's expression, Lan Tian asked quietly, "Liu Xing, did you notice something?" Liu Xing merely smiled slightly. "Nothing. Lantian seemed a bit disappointed by the response. The crew of the salvage ships quickly got to work, their skilled efforts soon bringing up crates of cargo. Seeing the smooth progress, Liu Xing and the others returned to the cabin to rest. After some time, a crew member hurried into the cabin, looking anxious. He glanced at Lantian and the others, as if wanting to speak to Lantian alone. Lantian, slightly annoyed, said, "Go ahead and speak here. There are no outsiders." "Yes, young Master Lantian." The crew member took a deep breath. "In addition to finding our sunken ship, we discovered something else on the seabed. It looks like it's been there for quite a while." "Really?" Lantian's eyes lit up with interest at the news. "It's well known that the sea is merciless." Lantian and his companions stood on the deck, gazing at the distant, ancient shipwreck. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, carrying a hint of salty tang. There might be some treasures on that ship, at least some antiques. Lantian turned to Liu Xing and the others, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Guys, anyone interested in exploring it with me?" "Sure." Liu Xing and the others responded in unison, their faces filled with anticipation. They quickly donned their diving suits, each summoning their water elemental beasts for protection. Diving into the water, they swam towards the old shipwreck. The cold seawater enveloped them, but it couldn't dampen their enthusiasm for the adventure. Soon, a massive wooden mast ship came into view. The three towering masts stood out even underwater. "Wow, it's huge." Su Peng couldn't help but exclaim, his voice transmitted to everyone through the communication devices. Liu Xing frowned, puzzled. A ship like this shouldn't sink so easily. Could it be the work of sea monsters? Just as Liu Xing was lost in thought, Su Peng's voice came through again. "Hey, Liu Xing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." The others had already swum to the entrance of the wreck. Lantian reminded everyone, to save time, "Let's split up once inside. Be careful. Anything you find is yours to keep. I won't take a share. If you don't want it, I can compensate you based on its appraised value." The group appreciated Lantian's fairness and entered the ship's interior. The cabin was spacious, but as they moved, the accumulated silt began to swirl, making the surroundings increasingly murky. Liu Xing strained his eyes but found that even the helmet's built-in light couldn't penetrate the gloom. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Wait, don't I have the system eye?" Activating the system eye, Liu Xing was thrilled to see the environment instantly brighten. Not only could he see the objects around him clearly, but the system also helpfully labeled them, marking items of rarity in different colors. A smile crept across Liu Xing's face as he began his exploration. The system categorized items by color. The categories and colors are common white, precious blue, rare purple, uncommon pink, and epic orange. Liu Xing quickly scanned his surroundings, keenly spotting a few objects emitting a blue glow. Without hesitation, he swam towards the nearest blue light and discovered an antique vase. Although he couldn't determine its exact value, Liu Xing promptly stored it in the system's backpack. With the enhancement of the system's eye, Liu Xing's search efficiency significantly improved. Like a precise scanner, he swiftly identified and collected all valuable items around him. Suddenly, a dazzling orange light caught his eye, causing his heart to race. An epic treasure, he thought excitedly, swimming quickly toward the source of the orange glow. Soon, Liu Xing arrived at a concealed small alcove. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Without the system's eye, this secret space would have been easily overlooked. His gaze fell on a small box, and he muttered, "Is the treasure marked by the system inside here?" He reached out and opened the box, revealing a water blue pearl. With the system's assistance, Liu Xing quickly learned about the pearl. Water Spirit Pearl, consumable by water tribute beasts, grants water affinity, immunity to water attacks, greatly enhances water control abilities, and doubles the power of water attribute skills. Liu Xing was overjoyed. This treasure was practically a divine artifact for water attribute beasts. The only downside was the usage restriction. It could only be used by water attribute beasts. Looks like this will benefit the Xuanwu ice turtle, Liu Xing thought. Due to its large size, the Xuanwu ice turtle couldn't enter the sunken ship and was waiting outside. After securing the water spirit pearl, Liu Xing continued his search inside the ship. With the system's previous scan results, he knew there were no living creatures inside, allowing him to explore freely. After thoroughly looting the ship, Liu Xing left with a heart full of joy and approached the Xuanwu ice turtle. "Here, Xuanwu ice turtle, this is for you." He handed the water spirit pearl to his companion. The Xuanwu ice turtle's eyes lit up, and it opened its massive mouth. Liu Xing gently tossed the pearl, which was swallowed instantly. In an instant, the Xuanwu ice turtle began to glow with a water blue light. It instinctively closed its eyes, feeling the surge of spiritual energy from the pearl flowing throughout its body, spreading to every part. The sensation was like countless gentle hands massaging it, so comfortable that it almost wanted to moan. The Xuanwu ice turtle seemed to merge with the surrounding water, emitting a radiant blue glow. "Wow, Liu Xing, your Xuanwu ice turtle has gotten even stronger." Su Peng exclaimed as he swam out of the ship's cabin. My gosh, so this light was caused by Liu Xing. This is amazing. The scene is so spectacular. I'm not sure, but it looks like it's about to break through, Liu Xing replied. Suddenly, the Xuanwu ice turtle opened its massive mouth and let out a thunderous roar with all its might. The roar intimidated the surroundings, causing small fish to scatter and hide in caves, trembling with fear. The crew members salvaging the cargo heard the roar, their faces turning pale. Oh no, a sea overlord has appeared, they exclaimed, frantically swimming back to the ship, fearing for their safety. Bai Feng and the others were stunned by the actions of the Xuanwu ice turtle. Su Peng, however, was unfazed and leisurely swam over to Liu Xing, curiously asking, Liu Xing, what's up with your Xuanwu ice turtle? Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. I have no idea. It was like this when it came out. He was secretly relieved he hadn't revealed the secret of the water spirit pearl. Although he trusted Su Peng, Bai Feng and the others were just close friends. Liu Xing knew all too well the principle of keeping your wealth hidden. Yin Guoli suddenly chimed in, adopting an expert tone as he explained. It probably found some kind of treasure in the sea and ate it. Maybe some sort of seaweed or something. As he spoke, he instinctively reached to adjust his glasses, only to remember he was wearing a diving helmet with built-in corrective lenses. Liu Xing felt a surge of gratitude toward Yin Guoli for providing a timely cover story. He had been at a loss for an explanation, and Yin Guoli had handed him a perfect one. Everyone seemed to understand, but their faces couldn't hide their disappointment. The items they had painstakingly salvaged paled in comparison to Liu Xing's find. Bai Feng was so frustrated he almost threw the vase he was holding, but he restrained himself and said, no way, Liu Xing. When we get back, you owe us a meal, and it better be the most expensive one. All right. Liu Xing reluctantly agreed. He understood their feelings. Anyone would feel envious of someone else's good fortune. It's like seeing a beautiful woman on the street and stealing a few extra glances, just admiration, nothing more. Though Bai Feng and the others were jealous of Liu Xing's luck, they would never covet his treasure. This sense of boundaries was a testament to their friendship. Looking at their expressions, Liu Xing felt both touched and a bit guilty, silently resolving to treat his friends to a great meal once they got back. After this incident, everyone lost interest in continuing to search for treasure inside the sunken ship. They surfaced from the water and returned to their own vessel. As night fell, a gentle sea breeze blew. Liu Xing and his companions found some deck chairs and lazily reclined on the deck. They sipped on fruit juice, enjoying the tender caress of the moonlight. Since the salvage operation wasn't over yet, they couldn't return home and were happy to relish this rare moment of leisure. Liu Xing gazed out at the sea, where his Xuanwu ice turtle lay quietly on the surface, eyes closed. Liu Xing knew it wasn't sleeping but was focused on cultivating. Ever since obtaining the water spirit pearl, the Xuanwu ice turtle's cultivation speed in the water had increased remarkably. At that moment, abundant water elements from the sea were frantically converging toward the Xuanwu ice turtle, forming a spiritual vortex around it. This strange phenomenon drew exclamations of awe from Bai Feng and the others. No wonder Liu Xing's beast is stronger than ours, Bai Feng thought to himself. Its cultivation speed is like it's absorbing the world's spiritual energy. And it's so disciplined, actually asking to train on its own. Thinking about his own lazy beasts, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He looked at Liu Xing with envious eyes, silently wishing, when will I ever have a beast like Liu Xing's? Even just one would be enough. Lantian and the other two had the same thought, but Su Peng didn't seem to care, still engrossed in devouring grilled fish. Unlike the F4, Su Peng seemed to get stronger just by constantly eating. The F4 cast a strange glance at Su Peng before turning their eyes back to Liu Xing. A shared thought crossed their minds. These two are freaks. One's beast trains itself, and the other doesn't seem to train at all, yet his beast is about to surpass ours. While the F4 were feeling deeply disheartened, Bai Feng suddenly perked up his ears. Hey, Liu Xing, do you hear something? It sounds like singing. Liu Xing furrowed his brow and listened carefully. Indeed, a faint, ethereal song drifted over the sea. Everyone immediately realized something was off. Who would be singing out here in the vast ocean? And it was a woman's voice. Both Liu Xing's group and the salvage crew were all men. There wasn't a single woman among them. They all looked in the direction of the sound. To their astonishment, several beautiful women appeared among the distant rocks, singing continuously. Wow, beauties! So gorgeous! Bai Feng and the others were instantly captivated. How could such exquisite creatures exist? Guoli, steer the ship closer. Yin Guoli responded and hurried to the helm, preparing to sail toward the women. At that moment, Liu Xing's mind was jolted awake by a warning from the Xuanwu ice turtle. Master, wake up! Liu Xing snapped out of the illusion and looked again at the rocks. There were no beautiful women, only a group of hideous siren-like creatures. These human-faced, fish-bodied monsters were using their song to lure passing ships, hoping to make them crash and sink so they could devour the drowning victims. Disgusting. Liu Xing cursed inwardly. These sirens are hideous. Even the plainest girl in my previous life was 100 times prettier. Not to mention the stunningly beautiful mermaids. These creatures are the exact opposite of mermaids. Xuanwu Ice Turtle. Use wave crash on those things. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The Xuanwu Ice Turtle launched its attack immediately. A massive wave, over 20 meters high, rose up and roared toward the sirens. Caught off guard, the sirens, who had been lost in their anticipation of a human feast, were engulfed by the colossal wave. The immense water pressure crushed them into pulp. With a loud crash, the wave subsided, and the sirens were nowhere to be seen. As the singing ceased, Bai Feng and the others finally snapped out of their trance, looking at each other in shock and fear. Huh, what happened? Liu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp pain piercing through his head. He looked around and found that he and the other crew members had somehow ended up in an unfamiliar place. Weren't we just on deck? How did we get here? Liu Xing muttered to himself, noticing the confused expressions on the faces of the other salvage ship crew members. Suddenly, a captain shouted in terror, "Damn it, there's a reef ahead. If we move any further, we'll hit it." The words were like a wake-up call, snapping everyone to attention. The captains of the various ships quickly issued orders. Get moving. Steer the ships away from here now. The vessels quickly changed direction, heading away from the treacherous reef. Just then, a loud crash sounded, and a column of water shot up from the reef. A massive figure emerged, holding a large fishbone knife, its face filled with rage. Huh! The creature let out a deafening roar, forcing everyone to cover their ears, their faces etched with fear. Move the ships. Are you waiting here to die? The captains yelled at their crew. In a panic, the crew members accelerated their ships to escape. Meanwhile, Liu Xing and his group watched the enormous figure intently. Yin Guili suddenly spoke. It's the enchanting Siren King. I heard there was a powerful siren in this area, but I didn't think it was true. The others shot Yin Guili reproachful looks, and he quickly adopted an innocent expression. I really thought it was just a rumor. Everyone soon turned their attention to Liu Xing, their eyes clearly asking if he could handle the threat. Without hesitation, Liu Xing commanded, "Xuanwu Ice Turtle, use wave surge." A massive wave, over 20 meters high, rose and surged towards the enchanting Siren King. Seeing this, the creature's face showed a hint of panic as it quickly leapt into the water to avoid the attack. The Xuanwu Ice Turtle, seeing its target dive, followed without hesitation, plunging into the sea. An underwater battle was about to unfold. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from underwater, followed by two colossal figures bursting out of the sea with a splash. The Xuanwu Ice Turtle and the enchanting Siren King appeared before everyone. Liu Xing immediately activated his System Eye to scrutinize the enchanting Siren King's attributes. Evil, Water Attribute, Female, Platinum Tier 4, Scray Potential, No Evolution Path. Its skills included Water Blade, Enchanting Song, Wave Impact, and Evil Breath. The enchanting Siren King's crimson eyes locked onto Liu Xing's Xuanwu Ice Turtle, which was currently at Platinum Tier 3. Despite the apparent level difference, Liu Xing remained confident that his beast could overcome this formidable opponent. Suddenly, the enchanting Siren King opened its mouth and began to sing. Liu Xing instantly sensed the danger. Not good, its enchanting song. This skill could bewilder lower-level opponents, trapping them in an illusion. The greater the level difference, the more effective it was. Liu Xing and Su Peng quickly covered their ears, but the song's penetrating power was beyond imagination, and they still fell under its spell. In this critical moment, the six-winged angel stepped forward. As a psychic beast, it had a natural resistance to such attacks. "You vile creature! How dare you try to enchant my master?" The six-winged angel shouted angrily, rapidly forming a lightsaber in its hand and hurling it at the enchanting Siren King. The enchanting Siren King's expression changed slightly, then turned mocking. The lightsaber hit its target but vanished without a trace, leaving the enchanting Siren King unharmed. Liu Xing broke free from the illusion and quickly warned, "Little angel, don't use psychic attacks. It's an evil-type beast." The enchanting Siren King was evidently surprised that its prized skill had been thwarted, a flicker of confusion crossing its face. As it prepared to use enchanting song again, Liu Xing grimaced in disgust. "Again? How disgusting!" In a flash of inspiration, Liu Xing commanded, "You like singing, huh? Then let's see you sing to your heart's content. Six-winged angel, use silence spell on it." The six-winged angel immediately shot out a peculiar beam of light. The enchanting Siren King began to sing but found itself unable to produce any sound. It opened and closed its mouth futilely, like a comical mime. Seeing Liu Xing and the six-winged angel unaffected, the enchanting Siren King grew increasingly furious, straining its voice to no avail, merely exhausting itself. Eventually, the enchanting Siren King began to cough violently, its voice nearly gone. Liu Xing taunted. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Meanwhile, the Xuanwu ice turtle also broke free from the illusion. It was seething with rage, feeling a burning shame. As a beast with magic immunity, it couldn't resist the non-attack enchanting song, which added to its humiliation. Liu Xing was secretly delighted, realizing that the skill the six-winged angel had mastered due to Su Pang's snoring had come in handy. He briefly explained, beast skills are divided into attack, defense, and support categories. Both enchanting song and silent spell are support skills, so they can counteract each other. The Xuanwu ice turtle roared furiously and charged at the enchanting Siren King, determined to reclaim its honor. The massive mouth of the Xuanwu ice turtle suddenly opened wide, snapping viciously at the enchanting Siren King. A flicker of panic crossed the Siren King's eyes as it hurriedly raised its fishbone knife, which was instantly enveloped in a surge of water. This was its water blade attack. Bang! The water blade struck the Xuanwu ice turtle heavily, but seemed to have no effect. At the same time, the enchanting Siren King let out a cry of pain, its body shuddering violently. The Xuanwu ice turtle's spiked shell ability had activated, reflecting the damage back at the attacker. Liu Xing frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on his Xuanwu ice turtle. It was completely unscathed, as if the attack had never happened. He quickly recalled the attributes of the Xuanwu ice turtle. Water and ice attribute, Platinum Tier 3, SSS qualification, no evolution path. Skills, Super Healing, Spiked Shell, Furious Bite, Wave Impact, Taunt, Bull Rush, Magic Immunity, 1000-Mile Freeze, Ice Chi, Water Affinity. Water Affinity? Liu Xing suddenly understood. This skill granted by the Water Spirit Pearl not only accelerated the cultivation of water-type beasts, but also rendered them immune to water-based attacks. No wonder the enchanting Siren King's water blade had no effect on the Xuanwu ice turtle. While Liu Xing was deep in thought, the Xuanwu ice turtle had already bitten down hard on the enchanting Siren King's right arm. Furious Bite. The Siren King let out a piercing wail, struggling desperately but unable to break free from the turtle's vice-like jaws. In its desperation, a look of grim determination flashed in the Siren King's eyes. It quickly switched the bone knife to its left hand and, without hesitation, slashed at its own right arm. With a sickening crack, blood splattered everywhere. The enchanting Siren King had severed its own arm. How ruthless! Liu Xing couldn't help but exclaim. The enchanting Siren King shot him a venomous glare before turning to flee. Think you can just run after showing off? Not that easy. Liu Xing sneered. Xuanwu ice turtle, use taunt. The eyes of the Xuanwu ice turtle suddenly turned blood-red, with fury raging within. The enchanting Siren King, who was just about to flee, felt this surge of anger and abruptly turned around, gripping a bone dagger in its left hand, ready to tear the Xuanwu ice turtle apart. At this critical moment, a clear voice rang out, "Little one, finish it off. Use fairy light." The six-winged angel responded immediately, swiftly gathering a multicolored light ball in its right hand. With a sharp thrust, a brilliant beam of rainbow light shot forth, precisely striking the enchanting Siren King. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the enchanting Siren King was hit by the fairy light. Being a dark and water attribute beast, it was particularly vulnerable to fairy-type attacks. The fairy light from the six-winged angel completely annihilated the already weakened enchanting Siren King. Seeing this, the Xuanwu ice turtle lunged at the enchanting Siren King's corpse, opening its mouth wide and feasting voraciously. Liu Xing diverted his attention from the scene on the water and turned to Bai Feng and the others. At this moment, they were still trapped in the enchanting Siren King's illusion, each displaying ridiculous and laughable behaviors. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin were tightly embracing each other, lips locked, clearly engaged in some indescribable act within the illusion. Su Pang was licking his own arm incessantly, as if savoring the most delicious ice cream in the world. Lan Tian and Yin Guoli were giggling foolishly, lost in some sweet dream. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the silence. "Oi, Jiang Yin, you beast! I treated you like a brother, and you..." Bai Feng suddenly woke up, realizing Jiang Yin was tightly holding him and trying to kiss him. Infuriated, Bai Feng kicked Jiang Yin away. "Ouch!" Jiang Yin cried out in pain, waking from his dream. "Bai Feng, what are you doing?" Bai Feng's face was as dark as a storm cloud. "What am I doing? What did you do to me? Don't you know? I treated you like a brother, and yet you..." He couldn't finish his sentence, overwhelmed with shame and anger. Their argument woke the others. Su Pang looked around in confusion. "What's going on? What happened?" Liu Xing quickly intervened to defuse the situation. It's nothing. But Bai Feng wouldn't let it go. "Nothing? That was my first kiss. Do you even understand that?" Jiang Yin, hearing this, was covered in cold sweat, feeling deeply disgusted by Bai Feng. Yin Guili pushed up his glasses, a sly smile on his face. Your first kiss? Didn't you lose that when you were 8? Bai Feng was stunned, clearly not understanding what Yin Guili meant. Yin Guili continued to reveal the truth. Remember when you were 8? You tricked your 5-year-old cousin into playing kiss and stole her first kiss. Everyone immediately gave Bai Feng strange looks. Lan Tian, with a stern expression, shouted, "Enough! Stop it!" The group fell silent at once. Lan Tian turned to Liu Xing and asked, Liu Xing, what about the enchanting Siren King? Liu Xing gestured towards the sea. Over there. Everyone looked in unison and saw the Xuanwu ice turtle devouring the enchanting Siren King, most of its massive body already consumed, with only a little left to be completely eaten. They all stood in shock, deeply shaken. So powerful. Is this Liu Xing's true strength? My God, that's the enchanting Siren King. Even we fell for its enchanting song. Liu Xing actually broke the enchanting Siren King's spell. How did he do it? Monster. This guy is truly a monster. Bai Feng and the others couldn't help but look at Liu Xing, only to find him still wearing a faint smile, as if nothing had happened. Devil. This guy is a total devil, they thought. Normally, after defeating the enchanting Siren King, one would either be overjoyed or relieved to have survived. But Liu Xing's calm demeanor was utterly baffling. Liu Xing remained unusually calm in the face of the current situation. His expression was as composed as ever, as if he had just completed a trivial task. This nonchalant attitude made the members of F4 swallow nervously, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. Suddenly, a loud stomach growl broke the silence. Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly, a faint blush spreading across his face. I'm hungry. I'm going to make some midnight snacks. If any of you want some, I can make extra portions. Su Peng was already used to Liu Xing's unusual behavior. In fact, he would be more surprised if Liu Xing acted normally. I want some. Bai Feng eagerly raised his hand. Me too. Jiang Yin quickly followed. Yin Guili adjusted his glasses and said, make one for me as well. I need to go steer the ship. We're too close to the rocky reef, and it's a bit dangerous. Just bring it to the cockpit when you're done. No problem. Su Peng nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Liu Xing and Lan Tian. What about you two? Liu Xing glanced at Lan Tian and said calmly, I'm not hungry. What about you? Lan Tian gave a wry smile. I'm not hungry either. All right, I'll get started then, Su Peng said, turning to leave but pausing to add, if you guys get hungry later, just come find me. Trust me, when it comes to food, I guarantee you'll be full. With that, he hurried off. Before long, Su Peng served Bai Feng and the others a fragrant midnight snack. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight slowly rose over the horizon, casting a golden hue over Liu Xing's ship. Liu Xing stepped onto the deck and stretched. At that moment, Su Peng was still sound asleep in the cabin, his mouth opening and closing silently, a clear sign of the six-winged angel's handiwork. Liu Xing looked around and noticed someone already standing on the deck. It was Lan Tian. What's up? Couldn't sleep? Up so early? Liu Xing asked casually. Yeah, Lan Tian nodded, his gaze somewhat distant. His thoughts drifted back to the first time he met Liu Xing and all they had been through together. There was a time when he had looked down on Liu Xing, but now, Liu Xing had become someone he looked up to. Truly, fortunes change, Lan Tian thought to himself, feeling a pang of jealousy. He recalled what Bai Feng had once said, Liu Xing is a freak. Never compare yourself to him, or your life will be ruined. In retrospect, those words couldn't have been more accurate. Lan Tian was grateful to be on Liu Xing's side. He shuddered at the thought of what might have happened if he had chosen to oppose Liu Xing. Had probably be nothing more than a distant memory by now. After the salvage operation, Liu Xing, Bai Feng, and the others began their journey back. Bai Feng drove Liu Xing and Su Peng back to school. Man, that wore me out, Su Peng groaned as he collapsed onto the dormitory sofa, his body aching all over. The fish on the boat was delicious, but the constant rocking was unbearable. I feel like my bones are falling apart. For the next few days, Liu Xing, surprisingly, attended classes with Su Peng. The boredom of the dormitory had pushed them out of their comfort zone. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of their classmates, and the room buzzed with whispers. Hey, did you see that? Liu Xing actually came to class. Seriously? Wow, it really is him. With his skills, why would he need to attend classes? I bet he's just bored and wants to relax by sitting in on a lecture. Yeah, that must be it. With his abilities, the teachers have nothing to teach him. As the students gossiped, Su Peng was happily munching on some fries, his mouth greasy. Hey Liu Xing, they're all talking about you. Liu Xing nonchalantly replied. Let them talk. Why would I stop them? He glanced around. I have to admit, the back row is the best spot for a nap. It's far from the teacher and close to the air conditioning. The cool air made him drowsy, and he soon fell asleep. At that moment, Xie Yuding entered the classroom. Her presence silenced everyone instantly. She scanned the room and paused when she saw the corner. What are those two doing here? Su Peng's large frame was hard to miss, and Liu Xing was fast asleep next to him. The students watched with anticipation, expecting some drama. However, Xie Yuding remained unusually calm, as if Liu Xing and Su Peng didn't exist. This unexpected reaction left the classmates stunned. Oh my gosh, what's up with her? No idea. Liu Xing and Su Peng look like that, and she's not even mad. Did the sun rise in the west today? Come on, if you had their skills, you could get away with it too. Liu Xing and Su Peng slept through the third period. Two different teachers came and went, wisely choosing to ignore them. One teacher even declared that if any student could reach Liu Xing's level, not only would they be allowed to sleep, but they could also bring a bed to class. This statement didn't embarrass him. Instead, it filled him with a strange pride. After all, he could brag that Liu Xing was once his student, even if he never taught Liu Xing anything. During the break, the room buzzed with chatter. Suddenly, a striking figure walked into the classroom, drawing everyone's attention. Whoa, check it out. A gorgeous girl. Oh my gosh, when did our school get such a beauty? Is she a fairy? How can someone be that beautiful? Where is she headed? The boys were stunned as they watched the beauty walk straight towards Liu Xing. Liu Xing, Liu Xing. She reached out her slender hand and gently nudged the sleeping Liu Xing. The boys' hearts shattered. She's here for Liu Xing? No way. Is it really that easy when you're talented? Liu Xing, give us a break. Being handsome and skilled is one thing, but this guy also has incredible luck with girls. Even while he's sleeping, a beauty comes looking for him. They couldn't help but think about how much effort they put into chasing a girl who was just a 7 out of 10. God, you're so unfair. Liu Xing woke up groggily and rubbed his eyes. Who's there? He looked up and was surprised to see Rumo. Rumo, long time no see. Rumo gave a faint smile in return. Since entering their junior year, the opportunities for Ru Ming and Liu Xing to meet had significantly decreased. At this moment, Liu Xing glanced at Ru Ming and was surprised to see how much she seemed to have matured. Today, Ru Ming was wearing a t-shirt with a panda design, and the panda's eyes were particularly striking. Ru Ming looked at Liu Xing with a hesitant expression, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Liu Xing noticed her unease and softly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Ru Ming pressed her lips together and, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. "Tomorrow is the weekend. Could you come home with me?" Her words caused a stir among those nearby, who seemed to be bursting with curiosity. Some whispered, "Whoa, what's going on? Can you really do anything if you're good enough? Is she really inviting Liu Xing to her place? Unbelievable. What's happening in this world?" Liu Xing was also a bit taken aback and asked, "Why?" Ru Ming glanced around at the people nearby, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Finding it hard to speak in front of everyone, she suggested to Liu Xing, "Can we talk somewhere else?" "Sure." Liu Xing agreed with a nod. Once they were in the hallway, Ru Ming explained, "My family has been pressuring me to find a boyfriend. Could you come home with me this weekend and pretend to be my boyfriend?" Her eyes were full of pleading. Seeing the earnest look in her eyes, Liu Xing sighed lightly and nodded. "All right. Great." Ru Ming exclaimed joyfully, and in her excitement, she gave Liu Xing a quick kiss on the cheek. "I'll come find you this weekend. Don't back out, okay?" She then dashed off like a startled rabbit. Watching Ru Ming's retreating figure, Liu Xing shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, "This girl." The next day, Liu Xing and Ru Ming left Jiangnan Beast-Taming University together. For this homecoming trip, Liu Xing borrowed a car from Bai Feng. To his surprise, Bai Feng handed over his Porsche 911 without a second thought and generously said, "From now on, this car is yours. Do whatever you want with it." Liu Xing initially wanted to buy the car, but Bai Feng refused to take any money, insisting that accepting money would be an insult to their friendship. Left with no choice, Liu Xing accepted the generous gift. He thought to himself that he would have to repay Bai Feng's loyalty in some way in the future. Liu Xing was quite satisfied with his loyal friend. After a half-day journey, Liu Xing, guided by Ru Ming, arrived at a quaint little village nestled among lush green hills and clear waters. The well-paved concrete road at the village entrance stretched all the way to the doorsteps of every household, showcasing the success of the Every Village Connected policy. Liu Xing was astonished to find that this seemingly remote village was filled with large houses resembling villas, neatly arranged at the foot of the mountain. "Ru Ming, I didn't expect your family to be quite wealthy." Liu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes scanning the impressive buildings. Ru Ming blushed slightly and replied softly, "It's just average." Finally, Liu Xing parked the car in front of a 3-story house. The two of them unloaded several boxes of fruit from the trunk and carried them into Ru Ming's home. "Mom, I'm back," Ru Ming called out loudly. A middle-aged woman with a kind smile emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron. Liu Xing immediately noticed the resemblance between her and Ru Ming, clearly indicating that she was Ru Ming's mother. "Oh, Ru Ming, you're back," the woman said warmly, then turned her gaze towards Liu Xing. Ru Ming quickly introduced. Mom, this is Liu Xing, the one I often talk about. Oh, so you're Xiao Lu. You really are young and handsome, Ru Ming's mother said enthusiastically. Hello, Auntie. Liu Xing greeted politely. Hello, hello, don't just stand there. Come and sit down. I'll get you a cup of tea, Ru Ming's mother said warmly, soon bringing a steaming cup of tea. Mom, where's Dad? Ru Ming asked. Your dad went out to look for Xiao Feng, her mother replied with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Feng? What's he up to now? Ru Ming inquired. He's out wandering again. Doesn't know to come back for meals. It's really getting out of hand, her mother said, shaking her head and then apologetically turning to Liu Xing. Sorry for the trouble. Making you see this? No, Auntie, you're too kind, Liu Xing quickly responded. Ru Ming suggested, Mom, how about Liu Xing and I go find Xiao Feng? That's not very appropriate. Xiao Lu is a guest after all, her mother hesitated. It's okay. I might know where Xiao Feng is. We'll be back soon, Ru Ming insisted. All right then, but be careful, her mother finally agreed. Liu Xing and Ru Ming left the house and headed towards the foot of the mountain. The surroundings were beautiful with blue skies, white clouds, green hills, and clear waters. Truly, the scenery and the people are equally beautiful, Liu Xing thought, glancing at Ru Ming. She noticed his gaze and blushed slightly. They began climbing the mountain path and soon reached the entrance of a cave. This is a place my brother and I discovered when we were kids. We made it our secret base, Ru Ming explained. Liu Xing nodded in understanding. Under Ru Ming's guidance, they entered the cave. Liu Xing was stunned by the sight. The cave walls were adorned with various glowing colorful stones, illuminating the entire cave in a dazzling array of colors. This natural wonder reminded Liu Xing of a previous travel experience where the so-called famous cave was merely an artificial light show, paling in comparison to the natural splendor before him. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they soon heard the sound of crying, which was coming from Ru Ming's younger brother, Li Xiaofeng. Liu Xing and Ru Ming exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Will you change or not? A middle-aged man's stern voice echoed, holding a bamboo stick with a grim expression. If you don't change, I'll give you a taste of bamboo shoot stir-fry. No, I won't change. My dream is to become a guardian of China. If beasts invade, I will stand at the forefront of millions, wielding my sword against them, dedicating my life to the nation. The young boy's eyes shone with determination. I'll show you wielding your sword. I'll show you dedicating your life. Ru Ming's father grew more agitated, striking Li Xiaofeng with the bamboo stick. I'll give you one more chance. Will you change? No, I won't change. Li Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, stubbornly repeating himself. A hint of helplessness flashed across Ru Ming's father's face as he sighed. Why are you so stubborn? Their family had been passing down the lineage for 9 generations, and Li Xiaofeng was their only child. In rural areas, the preference for boys over girls is deeply ingrained. Li Xiaofeng's father firmly believes that a son is the hope for the family's legacy. He eagerly plans his son's future, having children and taking care of the elderly. However, Li Xiaofeng has a different idea. He wants to become a guardian of Huaxia, which makes his father very uneasy. Xiaofeng, listen to your father, his father said earnestly, his eyes filled with concern. Our family has been farmers for generations, relying on the land to make a living. Your grandfather was a farmer, I am a farmer, and your great-grandfather was a farmer too. We should stick to farming and not think about becoming a guardian of Huaxia. That's a dangerous path. Taking a deep breath, his father continued, didn't you want to become a beast master? I agree. Tomorrow, I'll take you to form a contract with a magical beast. Don't worry, I've already found out about it, and I'll make sure you get the best qualified scythe beast. After that, our dozen acres of good farmland will be entirely yours to manage. Li Xiaofeng listened to his father, a conflicted expression on his face. His father, not noticing his son's reaction, went on with his plans. Then I'll arrange a marriage for you. How about Hua Hua from our village? She has wide hips and will surely bear sons. You can give me a big, healthy grandson. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Xiaofeng spoke up. Dad, do I have to marry Hua Hua? Why? His father asked, puzzled. Because she's too fat, like a pig, and very ugly, Li Xiaofeng said bluntly. Then who do you want to marry? The girl from the next village, Arya. She's really pretty, Li Xiaofeng said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. No way. His father's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. I've seen that girl. She's too skinny and won't be good for bearing children. I don't care, I want Arya, Li Xiaofeng stubbornly insisted. Hey, you little rascal. His father looked ready to hit him. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Dad. Rumei? Upon hearing his daughter's voice, his father's face lit up with a smile. Rumei had been accepted into Jiangnan Beastmaster University, making her the pride of the entire village, and naturally, of her father too. Li Xiaofeng glanced at his father's attitude towards his sister and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Dad is so biased. Why can my sister become a beast master and go to Jiangnan Beastmaster University, but I can't? Liu Xing, watching from the side, chuckled to himself. This little guy knows quite a bit for his age. After all, Li Xiaofeng was only 8 years old. As for his father's promise to take him to form a contract and become a beast master, it was just to make the child happy. In this world, one must be at least 18 to form a contract with a magical beast, as only then would a person's soul be stable enough and their mental strength sufficient to support their first beast master contract. Rumo's father immediately recognized Liu Xing, who was standing beside her. Liu Xing politely responded, "Yes, it's me." "Hello, uncle." Rumo's father quickly extended his hand and shook Liu Xing's warmly. As the champion of the national competition, Liu Xing had become quite a well-known figure, and Rumo's father was naturally aware of him. Seeing such an outstanding young man as his daughter's boyfriend, he couldn't hide his joy. "All right, Dad, let's head home quickly," Rumo urged. "Mom has already prepared the meal, and it will get cold if we're late." "Okay," Rumo's father replied, then turned to give Li Xiaofeng a stern look and whispered, "I'll deal with you later. Now, come home for dinner." The group left the cave and headed down the mountain. Rumo and her father walked in front, while Liu Xing and Rumo's younger brother, Li Xiaofeng, followed behind. Li Xiaofeng looked at Liu Xing with admiration, having seen him in the national competition videos shown by his teacher. Now, seeing his idol in person, he was thrilled. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask, "Brother-in-law, do you think I have a chance to become a guardian of Huaxia?" Liu Xing was slightly taken aback by the question. He glanced ahead and saw that Rumo and her father had walked some distance. At that moment, Rumo seemed to notice they were lagging and called back, "Liu Xing, hurry up." "Got it," Liu Xing replied, then turned to the eager Li Xiaofeng. He knew his answer could influence the boy's life path. After a moment of thought, Liu Xing asked, "If one day, your family is in trouble, but someone in front of you needs saving, would you go home to save your family, or help the person in front of you first?" "I would help the person in front of me first," Li Xiaofeng answered without hesitation. Liu Xing was surprised, as he would have chosen to save his family. But Li Xiaofeng's answer showed he had the potential to be a guardian of Huaxia. Liu Xing stopped walking, looked up at the starry sky, and, with a wise demeanor, said, "Xiaofeng, listen carefully. If you want to be a guardian of Huaxia, then live like an ant, but aim for the sky. Even if your life is fragile like paper, have an unyielding heart. A man born in this world should not remain in obscurity. The future is uncertain, and we are all dark horses. If you want to be a guardian of Huaxia, then pursue that goal. Remember, this is the path you've chosen, and even if you fall, you must get up and keep moving forward." "Yes, brother-in-law, I understand." Li Xiaofeng nodded firmly, his eyes filled with admiration and determination. Liu Xing didn't realize that his words today would cultivate a powerful guardian of Huaxia for the future. When the time came to face the beast tide, it was this guardian who would rise to the occasion, defeating the monsters and protecting Huaxia. But that was a story for another day, as Li Xiaofeng was still just an 80-year-old boy. After returning to Rumo's home, they had a lively family dinner, and Liu Xing and Rumo were assigned to rest in the same room. Late at night, Li Xiaofeng quietly entered Liu Xing's room. "What's up?" Liu Xing asked, a bit surprised. "Brother-in-law, to thank you for what you said to me today, I've decided to give you my favorite treasure," Li Xiaofeng said earnestly. "A treasure?" "Yes, this." Li Xiaofeng took a bead out of his pocket and handed it to Liu Xing. Liu Xing took the bead and widened his eyes in astonishment. An electric spirit pearl. He didn't expect Li Xiaofeng to possess such a valuable item. Since the boy offered it so sincerely, Liu Xing felt it would be rude to refuse. "Then I will gratefully accept it. But I'm taking your treasure for a reason. When you turn 18, come find me. I'll prepare the finest beast for you." As Liu Xing finished speaking, Li Xiaofeng's eyes lit up with hope for the future. "Really?" Li Xiaofeng asked, barely able to contain his excitement. Liu Xing nodded firmly, his voice steady. "Of course, it's true. Liu Xing, never go back on my word. What I say, I do." Li Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude. "All right, thank you in advance, brother-in-law." He paused for a moment, as if something had crossed his mind and added, "Okay, I'll leave you and my sister to it then. I'm off." With that, Li Xiaofeng quickly left the room. Now, only Liu Xing and Rumong were left in the room. Liu Xing looked down at the electric pearl in his hand, his face beaming with joy. He thought to himself, who would have guessed that a visit to Ruming's house would yield such an unexpected reward? The benefits of the electric pearl flashed through Liu Xing's mind. When consumed by an electric-type beast, the beast would gain electric affinity, immunity to electric attacks, enhanced control over electricity, and significantly more powerful electric moves. Incredible! Liu Xing silently praised. Recalling the water pearl he had obtained earlier, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at acquiring the electric pearl today. He carefully stored the electric pearl, planning to give it to his Thunder Eagle the next day. Liu Xing looked up at Rumong. Her face was flushed, and she had her head down, a mix of fear and anticipation in her expression. Seeing this, Liu Xing spoke softly. I noticed there's an empty room next door, so I'll sleep there tonight." With that, he turned and left the room. Huh, what an idiot. Liu Xing stomped her foot in frustration, her voice filled with disappointment and anger. Liu Xing heard the commotion behind him and couldn't help but smile slightly. It wasn't that he didn't understand her feelings, he just didn't want to get entangled in romantic matters too soon. Right now, Liu Xing had only one goal in mind: to reach the pinnacle and become an extraordinary king, protecting those around him. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Liu Xing got up and headed to an open area in the village. "Come out, Thunder Eagle." Liu Xing summoned his beast. "Thunder Eagle, here. Take this." Liu Xing handed the electric pearl to the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle's eyes gleamed with excitement as it saw the pearl. It opened its beak and swallowed the electric pearl in one gulp. Chirp! The Thunder Eagle let out a loud cry, spread its wings wide, and soared into the sky, flying higher and higher. At that moment, a small figure quietly appeared in the distance. The person's eyes were fixed on the Thunder Eagle flying towards the heavens, filled with longing and aspiration. The Thunder Hawk soared higher and higher, its entire body glowing with a golden hue, as countless currents of electricity danced rapidly across its surface. Rather than harming the Thunder Hawk, these currents were swiftly transforming its physique. In an instant, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunderclaps. After a deafening screech, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck a nearby mountain peak, shattering it into pieces. Xiaofeng stood in shock, his pupils trembling and mouth agape, taking a moment to regain his composure. So powerful. Is this my brother-in-law's true strength? He thought, determination flashing in his eyes as he resolved to become as strong as his brother-in-law. Another sharp screech echoed as the Thunder Hawk flapped its wings and landed before Liu Xing. Now, it was entirely golden, radiating an extraordinary beauty. Liu Xing carefully observed the changes in the Thunder Hawk. Thunder Hawk attributes: electric, gender, level, platinum tier 3, quality, SSS, evolution path, Thunder Wind Hawk, Thunder Dragon Hawk, Thunder Dragon Hawk King. Learn skills: electric shock, thunder flash, lightning, thunder god's wrath, mana source, electric affinity. After consuming the electric spirit pearl, the Thunder Hawk's quality improved from SS to SSS, and it gained a new skill, electric affinity. This skill makes the beast immune to electric attacks, greatly enhances its control over electricity, and doubles the power of its electric moves. Impressive. Liu Xing couldn't help but admire. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. A voice snapped Liu Xing out of his thoughts. He turned to see Xiaofeng in sportswear approaching. "Xiaofeng, you're up early today," Liu Xing said with a smile. "Hee, brother-in-law. I'm up early to exercise," Xiaofeng replied, scratching his head with an innocent look. "My grandpa always says a real man must have strong muscles, a healthy body, and a sharp mind. He also told me to practice Pillar of the Sky every morning, though I'm not entirely sure what that means. But never mind. I'll figure it out eventually." So, morning runs have become my daily routine. Liu Xing nodded approvingly. Xiaofeng moved closer, his eyes filled with admiration. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." "Not really," Liu Xing said modestly. "Xiaofeng, we should head back. And remember, what you saw today must remain a secret between us." "Got it, I promise." Xiaofeng nodded earnestly. "Today's events are just between us." As they returned to Rumei's house, they noticed a luxury car parked at the entrance. "Xiaofeng, do you have visitors today?" Liu Xing asked. Xiaofeng frowned. "No, and our relatives are all too poor to own such a car." Their curiosity was piqued by the sound of an argument. "Old Kong, I must apologize. My daughter has found a boyfriend. So, let's just drop the matter we discussed earlier," said a voice. "Drop it? No way." Another voice responded angrily. "Oldly, you should know better. I'm a respected figure around here. You were the one who proposed the match, and now you want to back out? I've already boasted that my son would marry your daughter. Now you're saying it's off? You're embarrassing me. How do you expect me to face others?" As the argument continued, Liu Xing and Xiaofeng entered the scene. Old Kong saw them, his face darkening as he addressed Liu Xing. "You must be the outsider." "Yes, is there a problem?" Liu Xing asked calmly. Old Kong sneered and got straight to the point. "Let's make a deal. I'll give you 100,000 yuan if you leave Rumei. Arrange the marriage between her and my son." As soon as Old Kong finished speaking, Liu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze drifting past Old Kong to the young man standing behind him. That was Old Kong's son, Kong Mengfei. Feeling Liu Xing's gaze, Kong Mengfei instinctively looked up and met it. When he saw Liu Xing's face, he froze as if struck by lightning. Liu Xing. Kong Mengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought it was just someone with the same name, but it turned out to be the Liu Xing. Oblivious to his son's reaction, Old Kong continued, "Young man, my son Mengfei is quite talented too. He got into Jiangnan Beast-Taming University and is destined to become a high-ranking official. He and Ruming are well matched. so I advise you to step aside and let her go. Dad, stop talking. The smile on Kong Mengfei's face had vanished, replaced by a pale, trembling expression as if he might collapse at any moment. As a third-year student at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, he knew all too well Liu Xing standing at the school. Even the F4 listened to Liu Xing, and he was nothing compared to them, let alone their leader, Liu Xing. Although Liu Xing might not do anything to him, if the F4 found out about this, just the thought made Kong Mengfei's blood run cold. He stumbled forward and fell to his knees in front of Liu Xing with a thud. Liu Xing, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my dad. His voice trembled as his forehead almost touched the ground. Old Kong was shocked. Mengfei, what are you doing? Get up. A man should never kneel to another man. Dad, please, stop making things worse. Kong Mengfei cried out in despair, his face full of regret. Seeing his son's state, Old Kong finally realized things were not as simple as he thought. Liu Xing watched coldly, unwilling to waste more time on these clowns. He said indifferently, enough, leave. Thank you, Liu Xing. Thank you. Kong Mengfei, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. He then pulled his still stunned father to his feet, and the two of them fled in panic, disappearing from sight in no time. As they left, Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but spit on the ground, saying angrily, "Humph, what a bunch of nobodies. Just because his son got into Jiangnan Beast-Taming University and made some money, he thinks he can throw his weight around?" As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, Ruming's father frowned and sternly corrected him. "You might be mistaken. Ruming's family only got rich in the past few months. I remember they used to be one of the poorest families around here, and then suddenly, they struck it rich." He shook his head and sighed, his tone tinged with confusion and disdain. "It's really strange. Maybe it's just fate. The heavens decided to make them wealthy." Hearing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but mutter, "If the heavens have eyes, they must be blind to let people like them get rich." Before he could finish, someone nearby scolded him sharply. Hey, Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you disrespect the heavens? Do you have a death wish?" Meanwhile, Liu Xing watched the embarrassed retreat of Kong Mengfei and his father, frowning slightly. He recalled the sinister aura he had noticed around Kong Fanliao earlier and thought to himself, sudden wealth? Huh? There's a saying, no horse gets fat without night grazing, and no man gets rich without ill-gotten gains. To fill your wallet, you need a ruthless heart. If I'm not mistaken, Kong Fanliao must have done something shady. On the way back, Kong Fanliao drove with a grim expression, casting a furious glance at his useless son. Kong Mengfei was still trapped in his fear of Liu Xing, his mind racing with thoughts of what Bai Feng and his gang would do once they found out. The mere thought of their methods made him feel a sudden warmth in his crotch. Looking down, he realized he had wet himself. Kong Fanliao, focused on driving, suddenly smelled urine. He turned to see his son's pants soaked. Slamming on the brakes, he roared, "Get out, you worthless piece of trash." After Kong Mengfei got out, Kong Fanliao drove off without looking back, abandoning his son by the roadside. Kong Mengfei collapsed to the ground, muttering incessantly like a madman, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never do it again." Driving away, Kong Fanliao's face twisted with anger. "Liu Xing, you think you're strong? Just wait. I'm going to find someone who'll deal with you." He drove to a secluded mountain area and headed straight for a cave. Inside stood a man dressed in black, his face deathly pale. Kong Fanliao urgently said, "Boss, didn't you say you were looking for a vigorous young man? There's one in our village now." The man in black's face lit up with delight. "Oh, where?" Kong Fanliao began to explain in detail, a glint of malicious glee in his eyes. He planned to divert the trouble towards Liu Xing by leading him to this terrifying man in black. As he spoke, he glanced at a nearby blood pool filled with bones. These were the remains of his victims, but instead of fear, he felt a twisted excitement. Poverty had warped Kong Fanliao's soul, stripping him of his moral compass. The man in black laughed cruelly. "Don't worry if it's true, I'll reward you handsomely." He needed a specific ingredient to complete a powerful ritual, the blood of a robust young man. As they plotted, a voice suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. "What could possibly make you two so happy? Care to share with me?" Both the man in black and Kong Fanliao turned to see Liu Xing standing at the entrance. Liu Xing hadn't intended to interfere, but the sinister aura around Kong Fanliao left him no choice. He feared that if he did nothing, Ruming's family would suffer. Determined to prevent trouble, he had followed Kong Fanliao here on his Thunderhawk. Scanning the blood pool, Liu Xing's face darkened with a murderous intent. He hadn't expected the man in black to be so utterly depraved. The man in black's face changed dramatically upon seeing Liu Xing, clearly not expecting to be followed. The man in black suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Kong Fanliao. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. If looks could kill, Kong Fanliao would have died hundreds of times over. No, it wasn't me. I didn't bring him here. Kong Fanliao hurriedly defended himself, his voice trembling with fear. I know it wasn't you. The man in black replied coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly, the man in black swiftly pulled out a gleaming dagger from his cloak and, without hesitation, plunged it into Kong Fanliao's heart. Kong Fanliao's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He grasped the man's cloak tightly, as if trying to ask why, but no words came out. Do you think I would believe you? Are you stupid, or do you think I am? The man in black sneered, shoving Kong Fanliao's body into the blood pool behind them, as if discarding a piece of useless trash. Humph, at least you made one final contribution. The man in black muttered with disgust as he watched Kong Fanliao's body sink into the pool. Once a simple farmer, Kong Fanliao had been lured by the man in black to deceive his fellow villagers into coming to this place. The man in black would then kill the unsuspecting villagers, using them as sacrifices for a blood ritual, rewarding Kong Fanliao with money in return. However, the man in black hadn't anticipated that Kong Fanliao would be insatiably greedy. Recently, Kong Fanliao's demands for more riches had grown, even making exorbitant requests from the man in black. This behavior enraged the man in black, who had long wanted to eliminate Kong Fanliao but had not found the right opportunity. When the man in black saw Liu Xing, he finally made up his mind. His eyes gleamed with a manic light as he thought, this guy's life force is so strong. If I kill him, my blood ritual will be successful. Blood ritual? Are you from the Salvation sect? Liu Xing asked, looking at the churning blood pool, his voice tinged with caution. The man in black paused for a moment, then broke into a sinister smile. Well, who would have thought I'd find someone knowledgeable about our Salvation sect in such a remote place? Upon hearing the man's admission, Liu Xing's eyes flashed with cold determination and a surge of killing intent. He resolved silently. The Salvation sect is like vermin in the sewers, deserving of extermination. Such people must be eliminated to protect the world. Liu Xing had already marked the man in black for death and was ready to strike at any moment. Come forth, hellhound. Liu Xing's voice echoed through the spacious cave. At his command, a massive hellhound materialized out of thin air, both of its menacing heads letting out deep growls. The man in black saw this and a flash of panic crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Kid, so you're a beastmaster. The man in black spat through gritted teeth, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Damn it, you're even at the platinum level. He cast a venomous glance at Kong Fanliao, who was floating above the blood pool, his heart burning with rage. Although he himself was a gold-rank beastmaster, there was still a vast gap between him and someone at the platinum level. The man in black scrutinized the hellhound, realizing he couldn't discern its rank. This could only mean one thing. Liu Xing's strength far surpassed his own. Considering Liu Xing's youthful appearance, he speculated that Liu Xing was at least platinum level, not the even more extraordinary diamond level. However, faced with such a formidable opponent, the man in black didn't show any fear. Instead, he burst into maniacal laughter. I admit, your power is overwhelming. I don't stand a chance against you. His eyes filled with despair and hatred. But I never intended to survive. His expression twisted with rage, as if he were pouring out all his resentment. Why is it that those in high places can toy with our lives as they please? He roared, recalling the tragic downfall of his family. This world shouldn't exist, he muttered bitterly, suddenly raising the gleaming knife in his hand and plunging it into his own heart without hesitation. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed out. A twisted smile spread across his face. Heh, I'll be waiting for you down below, he said, glaring at Liu Xing with venomous eyes before collapsing into the blood pool. In an instant, the entire blood pool erupted in a blinding red light, enveloping the cave in a crimson glow. Another madman, Liu Xing muttered through clenched teeth, his expression turning tense. Hellhound, use flame slash. Destroy that formation. The hellhound immediately sprang into action, its sharp claws slashing out a fierce blade of fire towards the blood pool. With a thunderous crash, the flame slash struck the blood pool, but the formation had already been activated, making it unstoppable. Before long, a figure began to slowly rise from the blood pool. Liu Xing focused intently, and the creature's information appeared before him. Water Corpse Demon. Attributes: Undead, Water. Gender: Level: Platinum Tier 6. Quality: S. Evolution Path: None. Skills: Corrosive Orb, Corpse Poison, Toxic Mist, Poison Claw. As soon as the Water Corpse Demon appeared, its gaze locked onto Liu Xing, clearly drawn by his pure blood aura. It lunged at him, but the six-winged angel intervened just in time. You dare attack my master, you wretched creature, the six-winged angel shouted, gathering a ball of radiant light in its hands. Fairy light. The blast of light struck the Water Corpse Demon, sending it flying. Liu Xing had already summoned his other beasts as a precaution when the formation began to summon the water corpse demon. The water corpse demon shook its disoriented head, then let out a roar and charged at Liu Xing again. Seeing this, Liu Xing's eyes narrowed. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball. Two massive shadow balls hurtled towards the water corpse demon. Strangely, the creature showed no intention of dodging and collided head-on with the shadow balls. Boom, boom. With two deafening explosions, the water corpse demon was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. The water corpse demon's body crashed heavily against the rock wall, shattering the hard stone. The sound of falling debris echoed through the cave, stirring up a cloud of dust. Despite the severe injury, the water corpse demon struggled to rise, its eyes filled with a greedy desire for Liu Xing's fresh blood. Driven purely by instinct, it lunged at Liu Xing again, forgetting to use its abilities. Seeing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He decisively commanded, Thunder Eagle, use Thunderbolt. With a deafening roar, the Thunder Eagle soared into the air, summoning a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel. Enhanced by the electric spirit orb, the Thunderbolt's power was doubled, and its dual effectiveness against water and undead types rendered the water corpse demon paralyzed and unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xing immediately ordered his other beasts, everyone, attack together. Finish it off. Before he even finished speaking, the Hellhound, Thunder Eagle, and another beast launched their assaults simultaneously. The combined force of Fairy Light, Shadow Ball, and Thunderbolt overwhelmed the water corpse demon, killing it instantly. The Hellhound dashed forward, its sharp claws piercing the water corpse demon's chest, accurately extracting its magic beast core. Liu Xing quickly stored the core in his system backpack, then surveyed the surroundings coldly. Rest in peace, he said. Before leaving, Liu Xing commanded his beasts to destroy the cave. Massive rocks collapsed, completely sealing the entrance. Once everything was confirmed secure, Liu Xing and his beasts left the eerie place. Returning to Ru Ming's home, Liu Xing saw her worried expression. It turned out that Liu Xing, while tracking down Kong Fanliao, had unknowingly set his phone to silent, missing Ru Ming's calls. Liu Xing, where have you been? Ru Ming asked anxiously. Sorry, I had some personal matters to attend to, but it's all taken care of now, Liu Xing explained. Hearing his explanation, Ru Ming's tension eased, and a smile spread across her face. She had initially thought Liu Xing was deliberately ignoring her calls, but now she understood it was just a misunderstanding, and the gloom in her heart dissipated. Liu Xing moved into Ru Ming's house. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground chamber, a group of people dressed in black robes were holding a secret meeting. Leading them was a sharp-eyed woman whose gaze seemed capable of piercing through anyone. She scanned the room and suddenly noticed someone missing. Where's Xiaofang? She asked, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of annoyance. That guy's getting more outrageous by the day, not even showing up for meetings. The robed individuals exchanged knowing glances. Everyone was aware that Xiaofang was the woman's lover. As it turned out, the woman in black had once been hunted by the patrol team and was left severely injured and unconscious by the roadside. It was Xiaofang who had saved her life, or she might have already reported to the King of Hell. Xiaofang's handsome face and tragic backstory instantly stirred her sympathy. Not only did she bring him into the organization, but she also vowed to avenge him. Seeing this, Xiaofang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He secretly plotted how to exploit this woman. Although she was highly capable, she had a romantic heart. She treated Xiaofang as both a lover and a protege. Therefore, even though he skipped the meeting, she only lightly complained. After the meeting, the woman in black called over a man in his 40s. Uncle Wei, you're usually the closest to Xiaofang. Do you know where he's been these past few days? Uncle Wei was startled, thinking to himself that he had never been particularly close to Xiaofang. But facing his superior, he dared not be too blunt. I don't know either. But I heard that Xiaofang recently got his hands on something called the blood sacrifice array. He might be hiding somewhere to study it. A hidden place? The woman pondered, and then her eyes lit up. Yes, I think I know where. She rode a giant crow and quickly arrived at the cave where Xiaofang had once hidden her. However, the sight before her left her stunned. The cave entrance was sealed with thick rocks. How is this possible? Her eyes widened, a sense of foreboding welling up inside her. She bit her lip and summoned her pangolin. Pangolin, dig through these rocks. The pangolin transformed into a rapidly spinning drill, quickly boring a large hole in the rock. The woman in black squeezed through, and the scene inside made her blood run cold. Scattered bones, a shattered blood pool, and a broken skeleton on the ground with a ring on its right ring finger. She stumbled, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Trembling, she took the ring and compared it with the one on her hand. It was a perfect match together. They formed a complete heart-shaped pair. No, this can't be, she cried out. Who killed you? Her eyes turned red as she screamed. Didn't you say you were going to marry me? Didn't you say we would have children together? You liar. You big liar. After a long while, she finally managed to stand, her eyes burning with the fire of vengeance. At that moment, her face changed dramatically. The hatred in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a chilling, sinister smile. Her expression twisted, and a mad glint flickered in her gaze. Just you wait, she said through gritted teeth. I will come for you soon. As for those who wronged you, I promise to send every last one of them to hell, making them atone to you. With that, the woman in black turned and left, her footsteps echoing ominously. As she departed, a massive conspiracy began to shroud the small village like a thick fog. At dawn, with the mist still lingering, a farmer shouldered his hoe and headed towards the fields to weed, bathed in the first light of the rising sun. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted out from the bushes, knocking him to the ground with lightning speed. The creature opened its maw, filled with razor-sharp fangs, and bit through the farmer's throat in an instant. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a humanoid beast. After killing the farmer, it began to greedily devour the corpse, staining the surrounding grass with blood. Meanwhile, Liu Xing climbed out of bed and made his way to the rooftop terrace of Rumo's house. Stretching and taking a deep breath of the fresh air, he sighed contentedly. Ah, so peaceful and serene here in the countryside. The village was quiet in the early morning, with only the chirping of crickets breaking the silence, creating a harmonious blend of movement and stillness. Suddenly, Liu Xing's brows furrowed. The dogs in the village seemed to have gone mad, barking frantically. Could there be dog thieves in this world too? He wondered to himself. No, something's off. Dog thieves usually operate at night. Who would do this in broad daylight? Puzzled, Liu Xing walked to the edge of the fence and looked down. The morning mist had not yet fully lifted, enveloping the village. His eyes fell on the farmland ahead, where he saw several dark figures trampling the young crops, moving in his direction. What the heck? Liu Xing couldn't help but curse. The field wasn't just anyone's, it belonged to Rumo's family. Just yesterday, he had been forced to labor there, planting rice seedlings all day. Seeing his hard work being destroyed ignited a fire of rage within him. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. He decisively summoned his mount, leaping onto its back and flying towards the mysterious figures. Determined to confront these intruders, he was resolved to uncover what was really happening. As Liu Xing approached, a nauseating stench of rotting flesh hit him. He cautiously glanced at the eerie figures and saw a humanoid monster lunging at him with excitement. Fortunately, Thunder Hawk reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to soar into the air, evading the attack. Liu Xing took a closer look and realized the creature was a zombie demon. Attributes: Undead. Gender: Level: Bronze Tier 1. Quality: E. Evolution path: Zombie Fiend. Learn skills: Corrosive Claws, Bite. The zombie demon clawed at the ground, as if it wanted to devour Liu Xing whole. It kept howling, seemingly summoning its companions. Sure enough, within minutes, a horde of zombie demons swarmed in. Frowning, Liu Xing pondered. Why are there zombie demons here? He scanned the surroundings but found nothing unusual. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside, several figures in black watched the scene below in silence. From the village came anguished cries. Help! Mom! No! My child, my child! The zombie demons bit anyone they encountered, regardless of age or gender. The leading woman in black laughed maniacally. Serves you right. I'm sending you all to hell. Her laughter was filled with vengeful glee. Her subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, clearly not expecting their leader to be so ruthless as to blow up the secret realm's entrance and release the zombie demons. Her motive was simple revenge, making the innocent villagers pay for her deceased Xiaofeng. Not far away, a squad of uniformed individuals rode their beasts in a rush. The leader cursed angrily. Damn it. How are there so many zombie demons? If I find out who did this, I'll skin them alive. They quickly directed their beasts into the battle. One of the subordinates asked the woman in black if they should deal with the rescuers, but she waved them off, saying, Forget it, they're just a bunch of clowns. Her real target was Liu Xing, the man who killed her partner. With that, she and her followers quietly retreated. Back in the fray, Liu Xing was already fighting. The hellhound tore through the zombie horde. The six-winged angel continuously formed and hurled light swords. The Xuanwu ice turtle charged like a heavy tank, and the god-eater ant king wielded a spear, swiftly killing with its 3 clones. This phantom strike skill is amazing, Liu Xing thought, impressed. Turning a single target skill into an area attack. Let's see who dares to outnumber us now. Seeing the prowess of Liu Xing's beasts, the zombie demons hesitated to attack. At that moment, Rumu arrived on her windbreaker eagle and anxiously asked, Liu Xing, what's going on here? Liu Xing reassured her, I'm not sure either. Go back and take care of your family. Leave this to me. Rumu hesitated for a moment, then took one last look at the chaotic scene on the ground. At that moment, The fields were strewn with the corpses of zombie demons, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Rumo knew her limited abilities would only be a burden if she stayed with Liu Xing, so she said, "Be careful." Liu Xing nodded, then commanded his beast to charge at the remaining zombie demons in the distance. Riding on the back of his Thunder Hawk, Liu Xing darted across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, leaving fallen zombie demons in his wake. His beasts worked in perfect harmony, creating a fearsome storm of slaughter. However, his actions soon caught the attention of a mysterious figure. Well, I didn't expect to find a skilled fighter here." A cold female voice suddenly rang out. A woman dressed in black, riding a giant raven, slowly descended in the air not far from Liu Xing. Liu Xing immediately felt a chilling killing intent. He turned cautiously, his eyes locking onto the woman in black. Seeing that she had been noticed, the woman didn't retreat. Instead, she urged her giant raven to fly towards Liu Xing. "Who are you, boy? You don't look like you're from around here." The woman in black scrutinized Liu Xing with sharp eyes. Noticing his refined demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the local villagers, she thought, this guy must be from the city, and probably well off. Liu Xing didn't answer her question. Instead, he coldly retorted, "Is this your doing?" The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, interesting. It's the first time someone has dared to question me." Her laughter abruptly stopped, and her eyes flashed coldly. "But those who question me must die. You're no exception. Black Raven, use Shadow Ball." Before she finished speaking, the giant raven beneath her opened its beak, launching a massive black energy ball hurtling towards Liu Xing. "Thunderhawk, use lightning." Liu Xing responded calmly. With a deafening roar, a blinding bolt of lightning shot from the Thunderhawk, colliding fiercely with the shadow ball in midair. The resulting explosion echoed across the sky, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward. Both Liu Xing and the woman in black stood firm, their robes flapping wildly in the fierce wind, but neither moved an inch, as if rooted to the ground. The woman in black looked slightly taken aback. She had never expected the young man before her to possess such power. The woman in black instinctively glanced at Liu Xing, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be a Platinum Tier 4 Beastmaster," she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Just moments ago, Liu Xing's Hellhound had broken through to Platinum Tier 4, which in turn elevated Liu Xing to the same rank. His eyes quickly scanned the attributes of the Dark Crow under the woman's command. Dark Crow. Attribute. Evil. Gender. Level. Platinum Tier 5. Qualification. S. Evolution path. None. Skills. Roar of Evil, Shadow Ball, Evil Assault, Peck, Blade Wings. "This one is actually a Platinum Tier 5. Liu Xing muttered under his breath, frowning slightly. The woman in black narrowed her eyes, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Kid, I admit, you're the most talented one I've seen. Reaching Platinum Tier 4 at such a young age." She paused, her tone turning seductive. "How about it? Interested in joining our Salvation sect? I can tell you, we have plenty of beauties. You can pick whoever you want. If you're not satisfied, I'll find you someone better." Liu Xing deliberately ogled the woman in black, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, anything I want?" Her face darkened instantly, and she snapped, "Kid, don't push your luck. I meant others, not me." "Then it's not interesting," Liu Xing responded, his interest waning. His expression turned cold as he continued, "No matter, I'm not interested in your Salvation sect scum anyway. I usually kill one whenever I see one. You know, I even took one down a few days ago." The woman's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. "It was you. You killed him." She had been desperately searching for the one who killed her man, never expecting the enemy to be right in front of her. Liu Xing smirked provocatively. "Oh, that guy was your lover? My apologies then." He had no mercy for the members of the Salvation sect. "You're courting death," she roared. "Dark Crow, use Shadow Ball." The Dark Crow opened its beak, launching a massive shadow ball at Liu Xing. "Thunderhawk, use Thunder." Liu Xing ordered swiftly. Boom. The two attacks collided midair, creating a deafening explosion. Liu Xing and the woman in black, each riding their beasts, engaged in a fierce aerial battle. The Dark Crow, being of a higher level, had the advantage in speed, forcing Liu Xing to dodge repeatedly. "Damn it!" Liu Xing cursed under his breath. Although Thunderhawk had consumed the Thunder Spirit Orb, giving it an attack power comparable to Dark Crow's, the gap in their levels was too vast. Thunderhawk was only Platinum Tier 3, while Dark Crow was Platinum Tier 5. "Keep running if you can." The woman in black laughed maniacally, taunting him. Liu Xing's brow furrowed, and he spoke in a low, determined voice, "Don't get cocky. I didn't want to use this move, but you leave me no choice. Thunderhawk, use Wrath of the Thunder God." Thunderhawk let out a piercing screech. In an instant, the clear sky turned dark with clouds, and thunder roared. Bolts of lightning radiated out from Thunderhawk, covering a 200-meter radius and striking all enemies within range. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning hit the dark crow directly. The woman in black leaped off its back at the last moment, landing on a black bear. The dark crow, paralyzed and staggering, was severely weakened. Seeing this, Liu Xing commanded, "Lil Angel, finish it off. Use fairy light." The six-winged angel gathered a radiant, multicolored light in its right hand and thrust it forward. A dazzling beam shot toward the dark crow. Being an evil-type beast, the dark crow was extremely vulnerable to fairy-type attacks. The strike instantly obliterated the already injured dark crow. Dark Raven. The cry of the woman in black pierced the sky. She watched helplessly as her dark raven plummeted from the air like a kite with a broken string. Clenching her teeth, she glared at Liu Xing with a look of venomous hatred. "I will make you pay," she shouted, quickly forming hand seals with her fingers. In an instant, several summoned beasts appeared around her out of thin air. Besides the silver-backed black bear she was riding, there were 3 other platinum-tier beasts: the fire tree spirit, the water pig, and the purple skunk. Liu Xing was secretly impressed. This woman is quite formidable. Besides the platinum tier 4 silver-backed black bear, the other summoned beasts were all platinum tier 3, far beyond the usual assortment. Clearly, the silver-backed black bear was her secondary force, while her primary force, the dark raven, had been killed by the six-winged angel. At this moment, Liu Xing's summoned beasts also gathered around him. They cast resentful glances at the Thunder Hawk, clearly displeased with the attention it had stolen. They had been looking forward to a fierce battle, only for the Thunder Hawk to obliterate all the zombie beasts with a single Thunder God's wrath. Sensing his beast's emotions, Liu Xing reminded them, "Stay on guard. The opponent's beasts are not to be underestimated." No sooner had he finished speaking than his beasts shot forward like arrows, charging at the woman's summoned creatures. The Hellhound went for the fire tree spirit, the god-eating ant king targeted the purple skunk, and the ice turtle faced off against the water pig. In an instant, the beasts clashed. It was clear from the first exchange that the woman's beasts were at a disadvantage. She pressed her lips together, ready to intervene. "I advise you not to make any rash moves," Liu Xing said, narrowing his eyes with a threatening tone. He still had 2 trump cards, the six-winged angel and the Thunderhawk. With the woman down to just her silver-backed black bear, the odds were 2 against 1, and Liu Xing's beasts had already demonstrated their formidable power. The woman dared not act recklessly. "What will it take for you to spare me?" she asked, her tone tinged with a hint of compromise. "What do you think?" Liu Xing replied with a playful smile. The woman sighed. "You want me, don't you? Fine, if you let me go, I'm yours." As she spoke, she slowly began to unbutton her top. Liu Xing was momentarily taken aback. The black-clad woman's decisiveness caught him off guard. She actually started undressing without hesitation. Regaining his composure, Liu Xing sneered, "Sorry, I'm not interested in used goods. Besides, you seem a bit saggy." His words landed like a hammer blow, leaving the black-clad woman speechless. Her face turned from pale to crimson, a mix of anger and shame. Amidst the tense standoff, Liu Xing suddenly shouted, "Silverback bear, use breath of evil." Before he finished speaking, the silverback bear opened its massive jaws, unleashing a wave of pitch-black energy straight at Liu Xing. Just as the deadly attack was about to hit, the voice of the six-winged angel rang out, "Master, I'll protect you." It spread its wings, conjuring a radiant, multicolored light to meet the dark energy. Boom! The 2 forces collided midair, creating a violent ripple of energy. The multicolored light and the black shockwave were evenly matched, neither able to overpower the other. Seizing the critical moment, Liu Xing shouted to the Thunder Eagle in the sky, "Thunder Eagle, use lightning on the silverback bear." "Despicable!" the black-clad woman exclaimed, but it was too late. The Thunder Eagle's attack struck like lightning, hitting the silverback bear. The woman narrowly dodged the lethal strike with her rolling donkey technique, but the silverback bear wasn't as lucky. It was paralyzed, and the energy of its breath of evil dissipated instantly. The six-winged angel took advantage of the fleeting opportunity, its fairy light piercing through the silverback bear's defenses and sending it flying. Liu Xing pressed the attack, ordering, "Thunder Eagle, finish it off with lightning." A thunderous boom echoed as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the silverback bear, reducing it to a charred corpse. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With the battle over, Liu Xing turned to find the black-clad woman, but she had already fled. In the distance, he saw a disheveled figure stumbling through a paddy field, covered in mud. Liu Xing mounted his Thunder Eagle and quickly caught up with her. "Please, don't kill me." The black-clad woman collapsed to the ground, begging pitifully, a far cry from her earlier bravado. Liu Xing looked down at her from above. "Give me one good reason not to kill you." Panicking, the woman thought quickly. "Money. I can give you money." Lots and lots of money. Realizing seduction wouldn't work, she switched to offering a bribe. Oh. Liu Xing's interest was piqued. As a beast master, he knew how costly it was to train beasts. Seeing his reaction, the woman brightened, secretly pleased. There's hope, she thought, though a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Just wait until I make a comeback. You'll regret this. All right, where's your money? Liu Xing pressed. If I tell you, will you let me go? She asked cautiously. Of course, Liu Xing replied without hesitation. I don't believe you. Swear it, she demanded slyly. Without missing a beat, Liu Xing swore, fine, I swear I won't kill you. If I do, may the heavens strike me down with lightning. But you have to tell me where the money is. Overjoyed, the woman knew that in this world of beast masters, oaths held some power. She pulled out a map from her pocket. All my money is here. If you want it, go get it yourself. Liu Xing glanced at the map and rolled his eyes. You probably don't have much money. Why bother making a treasure map? The woman's face darkened. I'm a leader of the Salvation sect. Of course, I have money. That map holds a lot of funds allocated by the organization, plus some unused rare treasures. Can I go now? She asked cautiously. Sure, go ahead, Liu Xing said generously. The woman fled as if granted amnesty. Liu Xing watched her retreating figure, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Not long after, Liu Xing heard her desperate cries for help, help, save me. There are zombie demons here. I don't want to die. The woman was fleeing back, chased by a horde of grotesque zombie demons. Liu Xing watched coldly. Sorry, I only promised not to kill you. I never said I'd save you. As soon as he spoke, the zombie demons pounced on the woman like ravenous wolves. Liu Xing observed the scene impassively, his face devoid of emotion. One of the ghouls lunged at the woman in black, its sharp teeth sinking deep into her flesh and tearing away a large chunk. Another followed closely behind, greedily attacking its prey. The woman's piercing screams echoed through the air as her life was slowly consumed by these horrific creatures. Liu Xing watched coldly, thinking that perhaps this was the fate she deserved. When the ghouls had completely devoured the woman's body, leaving only bloodstains behind, Liu Xing finally ordered his beasts to act. They swiftly dispatched the ghouls, bringing an end to the gruesome display. Liu Xing then led his beasts on a path of slaughter through the village. Not far away, a group of people were searching the village. Suddenly, a man exclaimed, Boss, look up ahead. Everyone turned to see the ground littered with the bodies of ghouls, a shocking sight. My God, who could have done this? Someone asked in astonishment. No idea, but this is incredible. It must be some powerful figure. No way, could there really be someone that strong in this tiny village? As the group buzzed with speculation, Liu Xing, riding on the back of his Thunderhawk, was quickly scanning for the Ghoul Queen. He knew well the strategy of capturing the leader first. These ghouls, though numerous, only obeyed one entity, the Ghoul Queen. Soon, the Thunderhawk spotted the target. Surrounded by several powerful minions, the massive figure was impossible to miss. Liu Xing squinted and was shocked this creature was at Diamond Tier 2. He had initially planned to kill the Ghoul Queen himself, but now he realized she was beyond his capability. At that moment, a booming voice suddenly rang out, You fiend! How dare you endanger the world? Watch how I deal with you. Go. With a whoosh, a long sword sliced through the air, speeding towards the Ghoul Queen. The sword was incredibly sharp, piercing straight through her body. Liu Xing was stunned, filled with confusion. What is happening? Sword control? Could this world actually be a realm of immortals? As Liu Xing stood there in shock, a middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe descended slowly beside him, riding a white crane. Hello, my young friend. A Taoist priest walked over slowly and nodded slightly at Liu Xing. Liu Xing eyed the unexpected visitor warily. The priest wore a blue robe, a long sword hanging at his waist, and his expression was calm. Hello. May I ask who you are? Liu Xing asked with a hint of caution in his voice. The Taoist priest smiled and replied, Oh, I'm a practitioner from the Taoist temple on the nearby mountain. I heard there were evil spirits causing trouble here, so I came down to deal with them. My name is Pingji. May I know your name? Liu Xing. Liu Xing answered briefly, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Pingji nodded without further questions. He raised his hand, and the long sword at his waist flew out, cutting through the air with a cold gleam. Wherever the sword pointed, the zombie demons fell, pierced through their bodies. In no time, Liu Xing and Pingji had cleared the area of the zombie demons. You're quite skilled, young friend. Pingji praised. At such a young age, you have remarkable abilities. You surely have a bright future ahead. Just so. Liu Xing responded indifferently, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. He scrutinized Pingji closely and noticed the priest's fair face and eyes that glinted with an unusual light, giving an impression of insincerity. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Liu Xing said, mounting his thunder eagle and disappearing into the sky. In Pingji watched Liu Xing's departing figure, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He had hoped to use this opportunity to befriend Liu Xing, hoping someone could take him out of this remote village to see the broader world. But Liu Xing's cold attitude clearly thwarted his plans. You brat, just you wait, In Pingji muttered under his breath, a look of disdain crossing his face. Riding on the Thunder Eagle, Liu Xing pondered over the recent encounter. His mind recalled the information panel of the long sword. Peach iron sword. Attribute, metal. Gender, none. Level, diamond tier 3. Aptitude, S. Evolution path, black iron sword. Skills, piercing, flying, sharpness, shredding. Liu Xing was surprised to find that the long sword was also a kind of beast. Remembering a classmate who wanted to contract a side demon, he suddenly felt that this situation wasn't too unusual. However, he didn't have a good impression of Yin Pingji. He thought that people who appeared righteous but were filled with desires often had no boundaries. Once out of the small village, such a person could easily be swayed by external temptations and commit unlawful acts. Of course, as long as Yin Pingji didn't bother him, Liu Xing wasn't interested in meddling. Soon, the news of the zombie demons in Ruyue village reached the national authorities. A large contingent of guardians was dispatched to thoroughly eliminate the remaining evil spirits. After the crisis, in Ruyue's home, the family sat around the dining table, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, Riyue's father turned to Li Xiaofeng, his tone serious. Xiaofeng, tell me again. What is your dream? Li Xiaofeng's heart trembled as he recalled the previous beating from his father. He decided to give a perfunctory answer. It's farming. I want to be a farmer. He sneaked a glance at Liu Xing, thinking that with his brother-in-law's support, he wouldn't have to rely entirely on his father in the future. Smack. A loud slap landed on Li Xiaofeng's face. Dad, why did you hit me again? Li Xiaofeng cried out in grievance. You good for nothing. Riyue's father scolded angrily. Why would you want to be a farmer? Don't you know that being a farmer has no prospects? A real man should have grand ambitions and achieve great things. But you want to live a small, insignificant life. Li Xiaofeng stood there, bewildered. It was his father who had forced him to be a farmer, and now he had changed his mind? His father's thoughts were truly hard to fathom. Riyue's father's tone suddenly softened. Xiaofeng, you should aim to become a guardian of China, to eradicate demons and protect our land. He spoke earnestly, his eyes shining with hope. When he spoke, Ru Ming's father was deeply troubled. His eyes were filled with worry, and his hands clenched and unclenched unconsciously. He had once believed that if he remained honest and hardworking as a farmer, he could live a peaceful life. However, harsh reality had shattered that illusion. Just moments ago, Ru Ming's father had walked around the village, and the sight before him tore at his heart. Every household was shrouded in sorrow, with cries of grief echoing everywhere. Many of the villagers killed by the corpse demons were his friends, with whom he had shared drinks, played cards, and worked together. Seeing their gruesome deaths at the hands of the demons filled him with turmoil. A wave of relief surged through him, grateful that his daughter was a powerful beast master who had successfully driven away the invading corpse demons. Otherwise, his family might not have survived to see another day. This harsh world did not allow for a peaceful existence. Faced with the devastation, Ru Ming's father's outlook changed dramatically. He turned to his son, Li Xiaofeng, with a complex expression in his eyes. Dad, do you really think I can do it? Li Xiaofeng was caught off guard by his father's sudden support. He admitted that part of his desire to become a guardian stemmed from a rebellious spirit. Kids are like that. The more adults forbid something, the more they want to do it. Ru Ming's father took a deep breath and said firmly, yes, you can. Xiaofeng, remember this. If others can do it, why can't we? Li Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. I understand, Dad. All right, let's eat. Ru Ming's father changed the subject, pointing to the dishes on the table. Come on, Xiaofeng. Race your favorite chicken butt? Thanks, Dad. Li Xiaofeng said gratefully. After dinner, Liu Xing said goodbye to Ru Ming, mentioning he needed to go out for a while but would return soon. Ru Ming, needing to stay home to protect her parents and younger brother, did not accompany him. Liu Xing mounted his Thunder Eagle, took out the map given by the woman in black, and flew towards the location where she had hidden her treasures. Before long, he arrived at a small hill in a forest. Looking around, Liu Xing muttered to himself, where could anything be hidden here? He closely examined the ground but found no signs of recent disturbance, nor were there any caves or hiding spots nearby. Better use the system eye to scan. Liu Xing decided to use his special ability. Through the scan, he finally detected something unusual. Inferno Hellhound, use flame slash on the rock wall ahead. Liu Xing commanded, and his beast sprang into action. The Hellhound's sharp claws slashed forward, producing a piercing whistle in the air. A fierce blade of fire shot from its claws like an orangered lightning bolt, striking the rock wall ahead. With a thunderous crash, the rock wall shattered. Amidst the flying debris, a large hole appeared before Liu Xing. To his surprise, the hole was actually welded with iron plates, cleverly camouflaged with stones to give it a realistic appearance. Liu Xing smirked inwardly. With his system eye, such disguises were laughably crude. He turned and called over the six-winged angel and the god-eating ant king, preparing to explore the cave. The larger beasts were left outside to keep watch. As he approached the iron door, Liu Xing discovered it was a retractable gate. After failing to find a switch, he resorted to using his beast strength to force it open. The metal tore with an ear-splitting screech, revealing a hidden world beyond. Liu Xing activated the system eye and cautiously stepped into the secret cave, flanked by his two beasts. The space was small but packed with various items. Clearly, the woman in black thought this place was hidden enough, as she had not even set up basic defenses. Scanning the area, Liu Xing noticed a large stack of cash on the ground. A casual glance estimated it to be in the millions. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the cash in his system backpack and then turned his attention to two chests in the corner. He signaled to the god-eating ant king, which understood immediately and approached one of the chests. Its black spear jabbed into the keyhole and pressed down. With a crisp sound, the chest popped open. Inside were a myriad of magical beast cores. Liu Xing examined the skills recorded in each core but couldn't help but frown. Although numerous, none were what he needed. Oh well, he muttered. I can sell them later for some cash. Next, Liu Xing turned to the other chest. The god-eating ant king once again used its lockpicking technique to open it effortlessly. Peering inside, Liu Xing saw black, unassuming fruit. The system eye quickly identified it, coal fruit. When consumed by a metal-type beast, it can increase defense by 30%. Coal fruit? Liu Xing was slightly taken aback, scrutinizing the unremarkable fruit. Despite its unappetizing appearance, its effects were notable. God-eating ant king, this coal fruit is for you, Liu Xing decided. As his only metal-type beast, the ant king was the perfect candidate. The god-eating ant king nodded and bit into the fruit without hesitation. Crunch, crunch. The hard flesh shattered in its mouth. How is it? Tasty? Liu Xing asked curiously. Not bad, just a bit dry. Can I have some juice? The ant king replied through telepathy. Here you go. Orange juice. No preservatives, drink up. Liu Xing handed over a bottle. Thank you, master. The ant king drank the juice and swallowed the entire coal fruit. As the fruit went down, Liu Xing noticed the ant king's previously dark armor becoming glossier, indicating a significant boost in defense. All right, it's time to go back, Liu Xing said, giving the cave one last sweep to ensure nothing was left behind. He led his beasts out and ordered them to destroy the cave completely to eliminate any future threats. Back at Ru Meng's home, Liu Xing exchanged a few words with the villagers before leaving the beautiful mountain village with Ru Meng amid their reluctant farewells. On the road, Liu Xing drove with Ru Meng beside him. As they overtook a bus, a fair-skinned young man inside suddenly brightened up, muttering enviously, "Is this the life of the wealthy?" That man was none other than Pinnacle. Taking advantage of the opportunity his master gave him to go down the mountain and eliminate a corpse demon, Pinnacle sneaked away. A burning desire to explore the outside world grew within him, and he was eager to experience the bustling life of a big city. Although he initially had no clear goal, the image of a successful person complete with a fancy car and a beautiful woman soon filled his mind. At that moment, Pinnacle found himself squeezed into a crowded bus, surrounded by an unpleasant smell that made him frown. This was far from the luxurious life he had imagined, strengthening his resolve to get a car and find a beautiful companion. Meanwhile, Liu Xing and Ruming had returned to Jiang'an Beast University. Liu Xing first dropped Ruming off at her subcampus and then drove back to the main campus in a brand new luxury car. As soon as he arrived at the main gate, Liu Xing ran into Su Pang, who was returning from the convenience store. Su Pang was holding a torch-shaped ice cream in his right hand and a bag of spicy Wei-Long snacks in his left. He looked at Liu Xing's new car in surprise and teased, "Wow, Liu Xing, you hit the jackpot. How did you get such a fancy car?" Liu Xing took a closer look at Su Pang and noticed that he seemed to have lost some weight. He asked, "Hey, Su Pang, have you lost weight recently?" Su Pang instinctively glanced at himself and nodded. "Seems like it. It's because of my master insisting on taking me to capture some new beast." Liu Xing was surprised to hear this and, after a careful look, realized that Su Pang had advanced to Platinum Tier 1. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, your leveling speed is impressive." Su Pang modestly replied, not really, second in the world. The first is you. I can't compare to you." Despite his words, his tone revealed a hint of frustration, clearly feeling a bit down about not being able to catch up with Liu Xing. After standing under the scorching sun for a while, Liu Xing suggested, "Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Let's head back. This sun is brutal." Su Pang nodded in agreement and followed Liu Xing back to the villa. As soon as they walked in, Su Peng shouted towards the kitchen, "A bagwai, I'm back. We have an extra person today, so cut some more watermelon." Liu Xing was puzzled about who a bagwai was when a peculiar figure emerged from the kitchen. It was a creature about 1.7 meters tall, with a chubby body, a face resembling that of a salamander, mostly green, with two small green tufts on its head. It was holding a large plate of sliced watermelon. Curious, Liu Xing activated his system's eye to check out this so-called bagwai, and what he saw left him stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.